Chapter 1. The Rejection of Marriage. For many years, Lord Liu Zhonghua of Yunyang and his wife, Lady Xie Xian, have shared a profound bond with all their children born of the Xie lineage. Their eldest son, Liu Jinhua, aged 24, is wed to a daughter of the Wang family. Their second son, Liu Jinrong, aged 21, remains unmarried. Their eldest daughter, Liu Zhaoyu, a twin to Liu Jinrong, has become the principal wife of the fourth prince, the younger brother of the current crown prince. The second daughter, Liu Zhaoran, at the tender age of 19, has married the legitimate son of the Minister of Justice, Zhou Yu. Now, the only daughter of the Yunyang Marquis household awaiting marriage is Liu Zhaozhao. Since her coming of age, suitors have come in a continuous stream. In the capital, she is widely renowned as the cherished jewel of the Yunyang Marquis residence, possessing beauty and grace that attract admiration from all. In the summer of the 20th year of Jingping, a commotion arose. Third miss, terrible news. The Marquis of Yunyang's estate has come to propose again. The door swung open abruptly, revealing a young woman clad in a delicate lavender skirt, adorned with a pearl and begonia hairpin. Her skin was as smooth as fine jade, her face as lovely as blooming flowers, with eyebrows shaped like willow leaves, glistening eyes, a noble nose, and lips like the ripest cherries. With a hint of displeasure, she remarked, "Why are they back again? Did I not make my stance clear? Who could resist your beauty, miss? There are hardly any young men in the capital who do not hold you in high regard." Liuli, her maid, quickly chimed in, attempting to assuage her discontent. Her words held truth. Although many noble ladies possessed remarkable beauty, Liu Zhaozhao was undoubtedly a standout, excelling in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. But what does that matter? Shen Jiayan, that scoundrel, does not fancy me, she muttered inwardly. Since her coming of age, she had been inundated with marriage proposals, yet she harbored no desire to wed anyone but Shen Jiayan. If one were to inquire why her affections were so singularly directed toward him, it would be essential to acknowledge that Liu Zhaozhao was undeniably a connoisseur of beauty, and Shen Jiayan's handsome visage was unmatched by any young man in the capital. Liuli, has Qi Mian come today? Qi Mian, the heir of the Marquis of Yunyang, had fallen for Liu Zhaozhao at a flower viewing banquet, and this marked his third visit to the Yunyang Marquis residence seeking her hand. Indeed, he always comes personally. Liuli responded with a smile. Liu Zhaozhao sighed helplessly and declared, "Let us go to the Furong courtyard. We must clarify this matter in front of our elders today." "Miss, that would not be proper," Liuli interjected. Although the customs of the Qi were relatively liberal, marriage arrangements have traditionally been dictated by parental consent and the matchmaking process, making it somewhat inappropriate for an unmarried lady to discuss her own marriage prospects. However, if we do not clarify this, others will undoubtedly gossip that I am a femme fatale. I have borne enough of that accusation, Liu Zhaozhao lamented. Since Qi Mian's initial proposal was turned down, rumors had circulated in the capital that the third daughter of the Yunyang Marquis sought to climb the social ladder, looking down upon the Marquis of Yunyang's family. Some even went so far as to label her a calamity of beauty, claiming that Qi Mian was foolishly enamored with her, neglecting his own aspirations. Then let me call for Pearl as well. Lu Li and Pearl had served Liu Zhaozhao since their childhood, with Lu Li responsible for her daily needs and Pearl trained in martial arts to ensure Liu Zhaozhao's safety. Although they were in the mansion, neither the Marquis nor the young masters had returned home. Lu Li had witnessed the mad demeanor of young Master Qi. Very well. Upon arriving at the hibiscus courtyard with Lu Li and Pearl, Liu Zhaozhao overheard Qi Mian's voice emanating from within. "Marquis' wife, if you consent to marry Zhaozhao to me, I promise not to take a concubine for 5 years, and I shall treat her well for the rest of my life." Liu Zhaozhao nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this. Look at this, the so-called infatuation he was known for. What a grand promise of 5 years without a concubine. And yet he was already contemplating such matters while seeking a marriage proposal, as if he were a prince with an empire to inherit. "Young Master Qi, please take your leave. Zhaozhao is still young, and we will not consider any engagement at this time." Lady Xie lifted her teacup and took a delicate sip, suppressing the fury within her. After all, their beloved daughter had been cherished for 16 years. How dare someone like him entertain thoughts of marrying her? Had it not been for the reputation of the Marquis of Yunyang, she would have driven him away with a heavy hand. Noticing the tension, The matchmaker quickly intervened, saying, "Lady of Yunyang Marquis, all matters can be discussed. Perhaps we could bring the third young lady here to seek her opinion. What if she agrees?" "I do not agree." As she spoke, Zhaozhao entered the room, lifting her skirt. She greeted Lady Xie with a graceful bow, saying, "I pay my respects to mother." Then, turning to Qi Mian, who wore a somewhat apologetic expression, she stated earnestly, "Young Master Qi, I recall having made my feelings clear to you long ago. Since your memory seems lacking, I shall reiterate before my mother. I, Zhaozhao, do not harbor any affection for you, nor do I wish to marry you. Do you understand?" Seeing her resolute demeanor, Qi Mian realized he had no further chances. Anger and humiliation surged within him as he retorted, "Zhaozhao, no wonder others say you look down upon those of lower status. Is it not that you disdain the Wan Ning?" Marquis Zhaozhao recognized that reasoning with such a person was futile. She appreciated beauty, but if a man were upright, even if he were not conventionally handsome, she would still hold him in esteem. Yet, Qi Mian, who was clearly one to be swayed by appearances, insisted on feigning depth of feeling, which was utterly distasteful. With a charming smile, she replied, "You are correct, even if I do look down on you. What can you do about it? Come back to me when the Wan Ning Marquis transforms into the Wan Ning Duke's estate. Then we can revisit this conversation." Zhaozhao? His frustration boiled over at her words. Qi Mian sought her hand not only for her beauty, but also to solidify his own status. For though he was the heir of the Wan Ning Marquis, his father favored his illegitimate son. He wished to align himself with the Yunyang Marquis to secure his position. Seeing his agitation, Lady Xie quickly stepped forward to shield Zhaozhao, admonishing Qi Mian, "Young Master Qi, marriage has always been a matter of parental consent and matchmaking. Today, I make it clear that our Yunyang Marquis does not approve of this union. Furthermore, upon exiting the gates of the Yunyang Marquis, no one is permitted to speak ill of my daughter, as long as she is willing. Our family does not concern itself with whether she marries high or low. However, if she does not wish to, no one shall force her." Qi Mian, realizing that Madame Xie was incensed, suddenly understood that she was not only the lady of the Yunyang Marquis, but also the biological mother of the fourth prince. A wave of apprehension washed over him, prompting him to hastily apologize. "Madam of the Yunyang Marquis, I beg your forgiveness for my rudeness. Master Qi, there is no need for you to apologize before me. Simply remember that our family has declined this marriage proposal. Our refusal today will persist in the future as well. Moreover, you would do well to discern what should and should not be said. Should my husband and I hear any more unfavorable rumors circulating in the capital, know that the Yunyang Marquis is not to be trifled with." Zhaozhao stifled a laugh behind her mother, marveling at her mother's formidable nature. It was no wonder she had her father completely under her thumb. She vowed to emulate her mother, determined to ensure that Shen Jiayan would be utterly compliant in the future. Despite any lingering resentment, Qi Mian had no choice but to swallow his pride. He bowed respectfully, saying, "Madam of the Yunyang Marquis, Miss Lu San, I apologize for my intrusion." With that, he hurriedly departed, followed by the matchmaker, who felt equally unfortunate, offering forced smiles as they left. Once he had finally gone, Zhaozhao cheered, "Mother, you are magnificent." Chapter 2. Thoughts. Madame Xie gazed fondly at her daughter, who wore a cheerful smile, and gently tapped her forehead, saying, "Oh, my dear." In the capital, many spoke of Zhaozhao as being spoiled. Yet Madame Xie understood that her daughter possessed an inherently gentle nature, far from the spoiled and overbearing persona others described. Moreover, as her parents and siblings, they delighted in showering her with affection. Who were others to pass judgment? She simply hoped that in the future, a worthy suitor would wholeheartedly cherish her, ensuring she would never suffer even the slightest indignity. "Mother, you have no idea how insufferable Qi Mian is. He spends his days devoid of ambition while shifting the burden onto me. A man like that, even if he were the last on earth, I would refuse to marry." Zhaozhao pouted, clinging to Madame Xie's arm. Madame Xie chuckled at her daughter's words, playfully responding, "Then tell your mother, what kind of man do you desire?" Unlike other highborn ladies confined to their courtyards, the lady of Yunyang Marquis was remarkably open-minded. The union of lovers is a natural part of life. How could it not be deemed a beautiful tale when two hearts unite? Mother, if I am to marry, it must be to the finest gentleman in this world. Zhaozhao declared, her face aglow with joy. Upon hearing her, Madame Xie did not mock her, but instead praised. How ambitious you are! Truly my daughter. Leaning against her mother's embrace, Zhaozhao's lips curled into a smile, feeling incredibly fortunate to be born into the Yunyang Marquis' household, blessed with such enlightened parents. They wished for her happiness, and she resolved to be the most carefree and elegant lady in the capital. What is all this commotion? How lively it is! Came the deep voice of the Marquis of Yunyang. Zhaozhao gracefully rose and bowed to him, saying, Father, second brother, you have returned. Currently, her elder brother, Lu Jinhua, was dispatched by the emperor for duties outside the capital, while her second brother, Lu Jinrong, served as a junior official in the Ministry of Justice. Under Shen Jiayan, why are you so joyful? Have you been up to some mischief? Lu Jinrong teased, tousling her hair. Second brother, how unjustly you accuse me. I have been quite well behaved of late. Father, second brother, let me tell you, today, Qi Mian came to our door again, and mother and I sent him packing. You cannot imagine how sour his expression was, Lu Zhaozhao said, her face beaming with pride. How dare he come here? That old fool. Thinking his inept son could ever hope to wed my daughter. He is not worthy, the Marquis of Yunyang exclaimed, angrily setting aside his sword. My lord, today Qi Mian was thoroughly chastised by Zhaozhao and me. I dare say he will be too ashamed to show his face for a while. Let us consider the matter closed. After all, you and the Earl of Wanning serve together in court, so it's best to afford him some dignity, Madame Xie advised. The Marquis, who typically feared nothing, was particularly compliant with his wife. Realizing that his beloved daughter had not been harmed, he embraced Madame Xie and said, You are right. My dear. Lu Zhaozhao quickly covered her eyes and pulled Lu Jinrong away, saying as they walked, Father, mother, we shall not interrupt your affectionate moment. The child exited the gates of the Furong courtyard, where Lu Jinrong observed Lu Zhaozhao, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she looked at him, and remarked with a playful smile, Pray tell, what mischief do you intend to embark upon now? Elder brother, did he mention me today? Lu Zhaozhao inquired eagerly, her large eyes twinkling like a playful kitten, evoking an undeniable sense of affection. Lu Zhaozhao, you are but an unwed young lady. Might you exercise a modicum of decorum? Are you not concerned about inciting laughter at your expense? Lu Jinrong retorted with a hint of jealousy, for it pained him to see his cherished younger sister chasing after others. If anyone should be pursuing her, it ought to be Shen Jiayan in pursuit of his sister. Lu Zhaozhao waved her hand dismissively, replying, What is there to laugh about? Mother always said that liking someone is not shameful. It is the inability to pursue them that is truly embarrassing. This statement left Lu Jinrong without rebuttal, as in the Xie family of the Yunyang Marquis. Their words carried the weight of imperial decree. Elder brother, cease your distractions and tell me, did he truly mention me? He did not. This response was not entirely accurate, for he had not even glimpsed Shen Jiayan that day. The young Master Shen truly led a carefree life. On days devoid of matters from the Court of Judicial Review, he could often be absent entirely. However, when a case arose, he would invariably appear promptly, a fact that garnered respect. Well, in a few days, it will be Ning Ning's birthday, and he will surely attend. Lu Zhaozhao radiated like a little sun, unperturbed by the whims of fate. Princess Jianing, the youngest daughter of the emperor and empress, had been friends with Lu Zhaozhao since childhood, and it was during her time as Princess Jianing's companion that she had met Shen Jiayan. Indeed, the young lady must not be kept too long, Lu Jinrong mused. Elder brother, do find me a sister-in-law. It would spare you from always finding me irksome, Lu Zhaozhao teased, sticking her tongue out before darting away. That little imp. Lecturing her elder brother now, Lu Jinrong murmured as she departed. Upon returning to the Haitang courtyard, Lu Zhaozhao sat before the bronze mirror, removing her hairpin and placing it aside. Her fondness for this particular hairpin stemmed from the fact that it had been a gift from Shen Jiayan on the occasion of her coming-of-age ceremony. Shen Jiayan, how can you remain indifferent when I am so lovely? She mused while gazing at her radiant reflection, only to break into laughter. My lady, what are you murmuring about? Liu Li gently inquired, offering her a handkerchief. Lu Zhaozhao accepted the handkerchief and delicately wiped her cheeks, responding, "Oh, nothing of consequence." Liu Li smiled and said nothing further, observing the young maiden before her, convinced that whoever wed their lady would indeed be fortunate, for in the eyes of Liu Li and Jinju, she was perfection incarnate. "Liu Li, has our elder sister not returned home in quite some time?" "Indeed, the last time she visited was during the Marquis's birthday," Liu Li replied. With a sigh, Zhaozhao reflected on how, since her elder and second sisters had married, the household had dwindled to just herself and her sister-in-law. Now that her sister-in-law was accompanying her brother on official business in the capital, she found herself quite alone, which rendered life rather dull. "I wonder how my elder sister has been faring lately," she mused to herself. For years prior, Lu Zhaoyu was bestowed in marriage to the fourth prince by the emperor, and their union was characterized by harmony. However, within the fourth prince's residence resided a troublesome concubine, Liang, whose propensity for stirring discord left Zhao wishing she could deliver her a sound thrashing. The 16th of August marked the birthday of Princess Jianing, and Zhaozhao had received her invitation 2 days earlier. At dawn, Zhaozhao arose early to prepare herself. Lu Li observed her, noting how her brows were naturally dark without the aid of makeup, and her lips bore a natural hue, requiring only a few delicate strokes to complete her look. "My lady, you must wear the newly made scarlet skirt today. Its color suits you exquisitely," Lu Li remarked, holding the garment. Zhaozhao gently shook her head and replied, "Today is Ning Ning's birthday. I am to accompany her in celebration. How could I overshadow her?" Lu Li nodded slightly, her expression troubled as she inquired, "Then which dress would you prefer?" "Let it be the light pink one," Zhaozhao decided. "As you wish, my lady," Lu Li responded, turning to fetch the attire. Chapter 3. Entering the palace once Zhaozhao was dressed, she set out with the birthday gift prepared for Princess Jianing. The carriage of the Yunyang Marquis had long been waiting at the gate. Lu Li and Zhenju assisted Zhaozhao into the carriage. Rising early had left her somewhat drowsy. She leaned against Zhenju's shoulder for a brief nap, while Lu Li fanned her from beside her. Suddenly, the carriage came to a halt. Zhaozhao, in the midst of a pleasant slumber, groggily opened her eyes and murmured, "Have we arrived?" "Miss, are you well?" inquired the coachman, old Lu, from beyond the curtain. Zhaozhao straightened up and asked, "Uncle Lu, I am well. What is happening outside?" "Miss, it is young Master Shen," old Lu replied. Instantly, Zhaozhao's sleepiness vanished. She lifted the curtain and peeked outside, where she beheld the graceful youth astride a fiery steed, his countenance as refined as jade, his eyes sparkling like stars, tall and poised, exuding charm. It was Shen Jiayan, the sole son of Princess Jingro and the Duke of Gua. With a bright smile, she exclaimed, "Young Master Shen, it has been a while." Shen Jiayan raised his gaze to the carriage, masking his delight beneath a gentle smile. "Miss Lu, your memory seems to falter. Did you not recently invite me to dine under your brother's name?" He referred to an invitation extended a fortnight prior, where Zhaozhao had penned a letter under her brother Lu Jinrong's name, inviting him to a gathering at the Zui Xianlu. Who would have thought such a clumsy ruse could deceive the esteemed young Master Shen? Upon hearing this, Zhaozhao's brows furrowed in indignation, and she retorted, "It is your own carelessness. How can you blame me?" With that, she huffily lowered the curtain and called out, "Uncle Lu, let's be off." That Shen Jiayan was insufferable. How could he so brazenly expose her shortcomings? After all, she was a delicate young lady, devoid of any gentlemanly demeanor. Lu Li and Zhenju exchanged glances, and Lu Li discreetly raised a finger, while others might not grasp its meaning. Zhenju understood it signified that before an hour had passed, their lady would undoubtedly forget the incident, and she stifled a laugh, nodding in agreement. Shen Jiayan gazed at the carriage ahead, a hint of affection flickering in his eyes as he silently followed behind on horseback. The carriage finally halted at the palace gates, where the red walls and green tiles exuded an air of regal magnificence. Zhaozhao adjusted the hairpin in her hair and alighted from the carriage, only to see Shen Jiayan approaching her. It must be said that Shen Jiayan possessed an undeniably handsome visage. However, upon noticing her infatuated expression, Shen Jiayan's countenance darkened as he remarked, "Miss Lu, I implore you to maintain your dignity." Zhaozhao, known for her audacity and fearless disposition, retorted, "Why should I not admire your appearance? Furthermore, I have not stripped you of your garments, so where's the lack of decorum? This is utterly nonsensical." Shen Jiayan, upon hearing her words, was both amused and infuriated, saying, "Lu Zhao, your audacity is truly remarkable. Whether my audacity is remarkable or not, you have yet to touch my face. So how would you know?" Lu Zhao provocatively challenged him. "You cowardly cur, dare you do anything? Oh, since you have extended the invitation, I shall indeed touch your face," he replied, and to her astonishment, he actually reached out towards her cheek. However, Zhenzhu promptly stepped in front of Lu Zhao, protecting her. Flushed with indignation, Lu Zhao turned and stormed into the palace. Shen Jiayan, observing her slender waist, felt a twinge of desire, thinking to himself, "This little one has the heart of a thief, but lacks the courage." Lu Zhao was thoroughly familiar with the palace, able to navigate it with her eyes closed, and she easily found her way to the Yongle Palace where Princess Jianing resided. As she entered, she saw Princess Jianing seated at the head of the table. With a smile, Lu Zhao hurried over and bowed, saying, "I pay my respects to your highness." Princess Jianing, just 17 and 1 year older than Lu Zhao, was the cherished youngest daughter of Emperor Qi and the Empress. Despite her noble status, she possessed a simple and kind nature, never looking down upon others, which fostered a close friendship between her and Lu Zhao. "Zhao, you have arrived. Come sit beside me. I have missed you," Jianing exclaimed, rising to personally usher Lu Zhao to her seat. Observing Lu Zhao's slightly flushed cheeks, she inquired with concern, "Zhao, are you unwell? Your cheeks appear a bit flushed." Lu Zhao touched her warm cheeks and silently cursed Shen Jiayan once more for his teasing, thinking him a rogue. "Noticing Jianing is worried." She smiled gently and shook her head, saying, "I am perfectly fine, merely feeling a bit warm." Jianing, reassured by her words, commanded a maid to fetch some ice from the ice house, for it was indeed a sweltering August day. Today marked Princess Jianing's birthday, and numerous distinguished young ladies from the capital were in attendance. Some regarded Lu Zhao with envy, while others harbored jealousy at her esteemed treatment. Among those who were most antagonistic towards Lu Zhao was the legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Yunyang, Xiao Yuro. As a fellow daughter of a marquis, she often found herself overshadowed by Lu Zhao, and each verbal sparring match seemed to end in defeat for her. "Ning. This is a birthday gift I have prepared for you," Lu Zhao said, handing a beautifully crafted box to Jianing after receiving it from Lu Li. She had carefully selected this gift from shops throughout the city. Jianing's face lit up with joy as she eagerly opened the box, revealing a butterfly step ornament exquisitely crafted in gold, with butterflies so lifelike they seemed ready to take flight. "How beautiful!" Jianing exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. "Zhao, will you help me wear it?" With a warm smile, Lu Zhao accepted the ornament and gently placed it in Jianing's hair, softly wishing, "May Ning's birthday be filled with joy and free from worries." Xiao Yuro observed the unrestrained antics of the two, letting out a soft huff. Wherever Lu Zhao was present, others merely faded into the background. It was remarkable how a mere hairpin could bring such delight to a noble princess. "Zhao, have you seen my cousin?" Jianing teased playfully, whispering in her ear. As a close friend of Lu Zhao, Jianing was well aware of her affections for Shen Jiayan and was eager to play matchmaker, for in her eyes, Zhao's beauty was unmatched, and only her cousin could stand as her equal among the many suitors in the capital. Lu Zhao, perceptive to the jest, maintained her composure, lifting her eyes and retorting, "Isn't he here already?" The moment Shen Jiayan appeared, the young ladies in the parlor cast shy glances in his direction. Lu Zhao shot him a glare, muttering under her breath, "Flower peacock." Jianing surveyed the space between Lu Zhao and Shen Jiayan, seemingly understanding why Zhao's face had flushed so vividly moments earlier. "Cousin, you've arrived. Where's my gift?" Jianing extended her hand expectantly. Shen Jiayan did not respond directly. Instead, he glanced at the still fuming Lu Zhao, chuckling lightly. "Miss Lu, your temper is rather formidable, isn't it?" Jianing, sensing a hint of drama, noted that he had not even inquired about the gift, her expression brimming with curiosity as she observed the two. At his remark, The noble ladies present leaned in, discreetly assessing Lu Zhaozhao. Feeling the scrutiny of the crowd, Lu Zhaozhao's irritation intensified. Shen Jiayan was a petty man, vindictive and spiteful. It was a pity that he possessed such attractive features. Suppressing her anger, she addressed him. Young Master Shen, you jest. Today is Princess Jianning's birthday. You ought to present your gift promptly. The word you was articulated through clenched teeth. Shen Jiayan produced a stack of silver notes from his robe and handed them to Jianning. Lu Zhaozhao's lips twitched. This gesture was far too thoughtless. Thank you, cousin, Jianning said joyfully as she accepted the offering. Although she had no need for silver in the palace, she could always take Zhaozhao out to indulge. Quick, arrange a seat for young Master Shen, right beside me, Jianning commanded, casting a knowing glance at Lu Zhaozhao. Lu Zhaozhao watched as Shen Jiayan seamlessly took his place, noting how the eyes of the other noble ladies were captivated by him, her lips pursing in discontent. Today is my birthday. Everyone, let's be at ease. Do not feel overly constrained, Jianning declared, raising her glass. The assembly raised their glasses in unison, proclaiming, "Thank you, Your Highness." Given that most attendees were ladies, the Yongle Palace had prepared fruit wine. Lu Zhaozhao lifted her glass, inhaling the subtle fruity aroma. She took a delicate sip, followed by a quick finish. Shen Jiayan glanced at her, cautioning, "Though this is fruit wine, it can still intoxicate. I possess a commendable tolerance for alcohol. I require no concern from you." Lu Zhaozhao retorted with a hint of annoyance. Shen Jiayan smirked, lifting his glass. With him present, even if she drank too much, there would be no consequence. Xiao Yuro, still brooding over her previous defeat, seized the opportunity to deride Lu Zhaozhao, standing up to declare, "Miss Lu, you seem to lack appreciation. Young Master Shen is only looking out for your best interests." At this moment, Lu Zhaozhao was in a rather foul mood. Without lifting her head, she retorted, "Who are you? I shall do as I please, and I certainly do not need your meddling in my affairs." Observing her nonchalant demeanor, Xiao Yuro felt insulted. Taking a deep breath, she resisted the urge to lose her composure in front of Lu Zhaozhao and, with narrowed eyes, said indeed, "What has Miss Lu ever cared for the plight of others? Just look at how Lord Qi was infatuated with you. Yet now he does not even venture beyond the gates of his estate." Upon hearing this, some in attendance furrowed their brows, while others eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama. Shen Jiayan pursed his lips, thinking that Qi Mian truly had not suffered enough. Jianning frowned, preparing to reprimand Xiao Yuro. But Lu Zhaozhao gently patted her hand and smiled at her. Today was Ning Ning's birthday. She had no intention of engaging with Xiao Yuro. Yet the latter insisted on provoking her. With a graceful smile, Lu Zhaozhao replied, "Just because Qi Mian likes me, does that mean I must marry him? What kind of reasoning is that? When Lord Xiao insisted you become a concubine for someone else, you resolutely refused. Xiao Yuro, do I need to teach you the principle of not imposing upon others what you do not desire yourself?" This statement was no mere whim. Xiao Yuro's biological mother had passed away, and the current lady of Wushan was elevated from a concubine, leaving Xiao Yuro, despite being the legitimate eldest daughter, somewhat overlooked. This was one of the reasons for her continual opposition to Lu Zhaozhao. "His Majesty has arrived. Her Majesty the Empress has arrived," a eunuch announced sharply at the entrance. Emperor Qi and Empress went entered arm in arm, followed by Crown Prince Qi Ji and Crown Princess Shen, as well as the fourth Prince Qi Mu and his wife, Lu Zhaoyu. Everyone rose to pay their respects, exclaiming in unison, "We greet His Majesty and Her Majesty the Empress." The Emperor, exuding an air of authority without anger, raised his hand and said, "Please rise." Jianning stepped forward and bowed, saying, "I pay my respects to father and mother. Today is your birthday. Your father, elder brother, and sister-in-law have come to celebrate with you. You truly have a large following," Empress when teased. "Indeed, father and elder brother, sister-in-law care for me the most," Jianning replied without a hint of embarrassment. After all, the most favored little princess of the Qi kingdom had every right to say such things. The emperor smiled without speaking, glancing at Shen Jiayan, who stood beside Lu Zhaozhao, and remarked, "You, my boy, have graced us with your presence today. It is indeed a rare occasion. The Empress Dowager must plead with you just to see you. Your Majesty, You jest, he replied casually, acknowledging that in the capital, the most carefree young gentleman was undoubtedly Shen Jiayan. His mother was the emperor's sister, Princess Jingro, and his father was a first-class duke, possessing both knowledge and martial prowess, with no discernible flaws save for his leisurely disposition. Empress would observe Shen Jiayan and Zhaozhao standing together, stifling a smile as she thought they truly made a stunning pair. Father, mother, please take your seats, Jianing instructed, arranging for a new table for them. Since Lu Zhaoyu's entrance, Lu Zhaozhao had been gazing at her with a smile in her eyes. It had been months since they had last seen each other, and Lu Zhaoyu was quite eager to see her little sister. Jianing, fully aware of this sentiment, intentionally arranged for Lu Zhaozhao to sit beside Lu Zhaoyu, which resulted in Shen Jiayan sitting directly across from her. She raised her eyes to examine the fourth prince beside her elder sister. Qi Mu smiled gently at her, prompting Lu Zhaozhao to greet him, saying, "Good day, brother-in-law." Lu Zhaoyu affectionately patted her head and asked, "Have you been causing trouble lately?" Lu Zhaozhao replied with a playful tone, "Sister, I've been exceedingly well-behaved." She clung to Lu Zhaoyu's arm, acting coyly. Xiao Yuro, finding her smile unbearable, stood up and knelt before the emperor and empress, declaring, "Your Majesty, Your Highness, I wish to accuse Lu Zhaozhao of verbal harm." Both Lu Zhaozhao and Lu Zhaoyu were taken aback. Although Lu Zhaoyu was unaware of the events that had transpired, she firmly believed her sister would not act without cause. Naturally, such trivial matters would not concern the emperor. Empress Wen inquired, "Might I ask how Miss Lu has harmed you with her words?" "Mother, do not listen to her nonsense. She was the one who provoked me first," Jianing interjected, unable to bear any criticism directed at Lu Zhaozhao. "Princess Jianing, I am aware of your close friendship with Lu Zhaozhao, yet I cannot be slandered. Which of my words is untrue? How can I be said to have provoked her?" Xiao Yuro retorted defiantly. Shen Jiayan, amused, toyed with the wine cup in his hand, gazing at Lu Zhaozhao, who appeared as proud as a peacock, and found himself increasingly enchanted. Yet, he lamented that this charming peacock professed affection for him, while only desiring his exterior. Thus, he could not allow her to have her way so easily. Lu Zhaozhao recognized that she must resolve this matter herself. Rising and bowing, she said, "Your Highness, I am wronged." Empress Wen recalled having seen her when she served as a companion to Jianing. At that time, Lu Zhaozhao was still young and exquisitely charming, her words endearing. Having watched her grow, she understood her nature. She would not seek trouble, but would not back down either. "Rise and speak at your leisure," she said gently. At that moment, one was kneeling in disarray, while the other stood with dignity, clearly delineating their positions in the eyes of onlookers. Yet, Xiao Yuro, obstinate in her disposition, persisted. "Your Highness, Lu Zhaozhao mocked me regarding marriage matters." "What marriage?" Empress Wen's expression shifted to one of curiosity. Lu Zhaozhao smiled and replied, "Your Highness, it is well known throughout the capital that the Marquis of Yunyang proposed to marry Miss Xiao as a secondary wife. What could I possibly say that is inappropriate?" Empress Wen nodded lightly. While Marquis's actions were somewhat distasteful, it was, after all, a family matter that did not concern them. Lu Zhaozhao then added with a sharp retort, "Yet Miss Xiao dares to claim that I lack consideration for others and rejected the marriage proposal from the Heir. I would like to inquire, is there any law in the Qi that forbids a maiden from rejecting a marriage?" Prince Qi Ji slightly raised his head and spoke softly to the ladies present. "There is absolutely no such law in the Qi." Empress Wen turned to the kneeling Xiao Yuro and quietly declared, "The eldest daughter of the Marquis of Yunyang, Xiao Yuro, has spoken imprudently. She shall be punished to transcribe the teachings for women 100 times. Until she completes this task, she shall not leave the estate." Chapter 5. Drunkenness. Lu Zhaozhao smiled lightly and bowed, saying, "I thank your Highness for your keen discernment. Very well, you may return to your seat." Empress Wen replied softly. Gong Gu beside the Empress approached Xiao Yuro and said quietly, "Miss Xiao, please return to your residence." Xiao Yuro, having failed in her scheme, shot a glare at Lu Zhaozhao as she departed. Lu Zhaozhao was playfully making faces at her, which only fueled Xiao Yuro's irritation as she stormed off, silently cursing the little opportunist. Meanwhile, Lu Zhaozhao sat gracefully, savoring her fruit wine. Observing her drink cup after cup, Lu Zhaoyu gently advised, "Zhaozhao, You should pace yourself. Be cautious of inebriation. I'm perfectly fine, Lu Zhaozhao replied, leaning in closer to her elder sister with a whisper. How have you been lately? I am well, and you need not worry about me, dear. As long as you're doing well, I can rest easy, Lu Zhaoyu said, affectionately tapping her forehead with a smile. The emperor, burdened with state affairs, soon departed with Empress One. The crown prince and fourth prince also left due to pressing matters. And before Lu Zhaoyu followed the fourth prince, she bestowed upon Lu Zhaozhao yet another round of earnest reminders. Obediently, Lu Zhaozhao acknowledged her sister's concerns. Once she was gone, she lifted her wine cup for another drink, consuming until the vessel was empty, her lips tinged with longing for more. After a while, the wine began to take effect, rendering her vision slightly blurred. She caught a glimpse of Shen Jiayan across the room, laughing, though his mirth seemed rather unrestrained and indistinct. If it weren't for him today, Xiao Yuro Wunti have vented her frustrations on her. Yet there he sat, exuding an air of triumph. What a scoundrel! Zhaozhao, are you all right? Jiang Ning inquired, noticing her dazed expression. I'm fine, really, she replied with a light chuckle. Jiang Ning found the tipsy Lu Zhaozhao even more endearing and stood up, saying, Thank you all for today. The hour is late. Allow me to arrange for your return home. Thank you, Your Highness, the guest responded, rising to take their leave, leaving Lu Zhaozhao now tipsy, and Shen Jiayan seated across from each other. Zhaozhao, can you walk? Jiang Ning knelt beside her, whispering. I can. I'm perfectly capable, she declared, attempting to rise unsteadily. Liuli and Jinju rushed to support her, fearing she would fall. In her drunken state, Lu Zhaozhao became more exuberant, shaking off their assistance as she insisted. Don't help me. I can walk on my own. Miss, Lily called out helplessly. Shen Jiayan quickly approached, and to the astonishment of the onlookers, he unceremoniously draped an arm around her shoulder, murmuring softly, Lu Zhaozhao, stop being troublesome. If you fall and hurt yourself, you mustn't cry. Perhaps recognizing the familiar voice, Lu Zhaozhao closed her eyes and succumbed to slumber. Shen Jiayan effortlessly cradled her in his arms, causing Jiang Ning's eyes to widen with a mix of surprise and excitement. Who claimed his cousin didn't harbor feelings for Zhaozhao? If he truly didn't care, his nature would likely have allowed her to tumble without a second thought. Jiang Ning, I will take her home, Shen Jiayan declared before striding away, leaving behind the stunned Jinju and Liuli, who quickly regained their composure and hurried after him. Fortunately, within the palace, the eunuchs and maidservants, witnessing Shin Shitzi carrying a young lady, dared not raise their heads or spread gossip. Held securely in Shen Jiayan's embrace, Lu Zhaozhao nestled against his chest. He lowered his gaze at the sleeping girl, whispering, Lu Zhaozhao, be good. Liuli and Jinju trailed closely behind, having overheard his words, exchanging glances filled with unspoken thoughts. The carriage of the Yunyang Marquis had long been waiting at the palace gate. Liuli gently lifted the curtain, and Shen Jiayan carefully assisted her onto the soft couch within the carriage, casting a lingering glance at her before stepping down. Jinju immediately supported the already slumbering Lu Zhaozhao, while Liuli, worried, addressed Shen Jiayan. Thank you for your kindness today, young Master Shen. Afterward, she entered the carriage, and Lu Zhaozhao, in a drowsy haze, murmured, Shen Jiayan, you rascal. Uncle Lu, let us return to the manor swiftly. Liuli anxiously added, fearing that if Lu Zhaozhao did not consume the hangover remedy in time, she would awaken with a headache. Of course, Miss Liuli, Uncle Lu replied readily. Shen Jiayan observed as Liuli and Jinju assisted Lu Zhaozhao into the Yunyang Marquis' residence before he proceeded to the Dali Temple. Madame Xie was aware that Lu Zhaozhao had gone to the palace to celebrate the birthday of Princess Jianing, but upon noticing her absence after supper, she felt a twinge of concern. Just as she reached the entrance of the manor, she spotted Lu Zhaozhao being supported inside by Liuli and Jinju. She hastened forward, inquiring what has happened. The young lady has had too much to drink, was the reply. Upon hearing this, Madame Xie did not linger on words, but swiftly escorted Lu Zhaozhao back to the Haitang courtyard. Sitting on the bed, she took a handkerchief to wipe her face and, with a resigned poke at her cheek, chuckled softly. When did you become such a little drunkard? It is our fault for not taking better care of the young lady. Liuli and Jinju knelt, expressing their remorse. Enough, you may rise. It is merely a drunken episode. Nothing grave, Madame Heir reassured them, her demeanor always lenient, a trait that Lu Zhaozhao seemed to inherit. Madam, she continued, having fed Lu Zhaozhao half a bowl of the kitchen's hangover remedy and ensuring she was tucked in, was there anything noteworthy during today's banquet? Liuli spoke up. Today, Miss Xiao from the Wushan Marquis' residence again mentioned our refusal of the marriage proposal from the Wan Ning Earl's household. Fortunately, the Empress Dowager intervened, ordering her to return home and transcribe the lessons for daughters 100 times. Madame Xie's expression soured as she stood, stating, I see. Take good care of the third young lady tonight. Yes, madam. Shen Jiayan returned alone to the Dali Temple to attend to official duties, though today, he appeared somewhat distracted. Mo Jiang and Mo Han stood guard at the entrance. Mo Jiang, peeking inside, noticed Shen Jiayan smiling gently, and he whispered to Mo Han, Do you think the young master seems a bit strange today? It feels as though he is smitten. Mo Han shot him a glare, retorting coldly, Fool. Who are you calling a fool? Am I wrong? Just look at how the young master can barely contain his smile today. Is that not the essence of infatuation? He became a tad too loud in his excitement. Perhaps you should whisper that in my ear, Shen Jiayan interjected as he approached the doorway. A cold smirk on his lips. Young master, I was mistaken, Mo Jiang quickly conceded. Shen Jiayan's mind was filled with the image of Lu Zhaozhao nestled contentedly in his embrace. He struggled to restrain himself, yet it was a challenge. Were it not for a flicker of rationality, he might have already gone to propose marriage the following day. However, he understood Lu Zhaozhao's nature well. Too easily obtained treasures are seldom cherished. He resolved to wait until her heart truly belonged to him before seeking her hand in marriage. Shen Jiayan, you must not be so lacking in ambition. Otherwise, she will undoubtedly manipulate you in the future. With a glance at the sky outside, he spoke softly. Let us return to the manor. Chapter 6. The invitation in the early morning. Lu Zhaozhao, still in a daze, opened her eyes and called out, Liuli. Liuli responded, entering with a basin, her voice gentle as she said, Miss, you are awake. Thanks to the timely delivery of a hangover remedy by the Xie family last night. Lu Zhaozhao felt no discomfort upon rising, though she struggled to recall how she had returned to the manor the previous evening. Liuli, how did I come back last night? Lu Zhaozhao, slipping on her shoes, seated herself on a round stool and poured a cup of tea to soothe her throat. Miss, do you truly not remember? Liuli ventured tentatively. She shook her head, then lifted the teacup to drink. Liuli whispered, It was young Master Shen who carried you back from the palace. Coughing, Lu Zhaozhao covered her mouth and stood, exclaiming, What did you say? Seeing her reaction, Liuli hurried over to pat her back. Miss, are you all right? Shen Jiayan had carried her. He always appeared to keep his distance, as if fearing she would cling to him. Liuli, you did not drink last night, did you? Lu Zhaozhao asked, turning to her in disbelief. Miss, I assure you, I witnessed it clearly. There is not a word of falsehood. If you do not believe me, you can ask Pearl. She saw it as well. Liuli, quickly help me get ready, Lu Zhaozhao said, delight sparkling her eyes as she approached the vanity. Since Shen Jiayan had held her, it seemed only fair to demand a title from him. Yes, Mississippi. Today, Lu Zhaozhao donned a scarlet skirt that accentuated her beauty. She and Liuli made their way to the Furong courtyard to pay their respects to Xie Shi. In the Furong courtyard, Xie Shi was joyfully perusing a letter. Lu Zhaozhao approached her and inquired, Mother, what are you reading that brings you such happiness? Xie Shi handed her the letter, smiling as she said, Your sister-in-law is pregnant. Your elder brother and sister-in-law will soon return to the capital. The Yunyang Marquis household upheld a reputation of integrity. While polygamy was common in other families, the Yunyang Marquis house forbade it unless the primary wife was at fault. Thus, even without a child for 3 years, Wang Shi had never taken a concubine after marrying Lu Jinhua. Does this mean I will become an aunt? Lu Zhaozhao exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, Xie Shi replied. Offspring are the foundation of a family standing. As the heir of the Yunyang Marquis, Lu Jinhua had been married for many years. How could Xie Shi not wish to become a grandmother? Yet, fearing the pressure on her daughter-in-law, she had concealed her anticipation for years. Now, the weight on her heart had finally lifted. Xie Shi's sole concern now was Lu Zhaozhao's marriage. Although suitors had never ceased to pursue her, none seemed suitable in her eyes. She glanced at Lu Zhaozhao's increasingly radiant beauty and sighed softly. Born into a prominent family and possessing such an unassuming nature, how could she navigate the complexities of high society without protection? It would be up to this mother to ensure her daughter's well-being. Lost in her own excitement and joy at the prospect of becoming an aunt, Lu Zhaozhao remained blissfully unaware of Xieshu's concerns. Lu Zhaozhao enjoyed 2 cups of tea and a few pastries at the Furong courtyard before rising to take her leave. Yet she did not return to her own Haidang courtyard. Instead, she lingered at the entrance of the residence. "Third young miss, it is exceedingly hot today. Please take care to avoid heat stroke," advised Liuli, fanning her from the side. "It's quite all right. At this hour, my second brother should be returning soon," she murmured to herself. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour without sight of Lu Jinrong, she was instead greeted by the returning Yunyang Marquis. Upon noticing her flushed complexion, the Marquis hastily inquired, "Zhaozhao, what are you doing here? Your face is sunburned." Lu Zhaozhao lifted her hand to touch her slightly warm cheek, smiling as she replied, "Father, I am waiting for my second brother. Should you need to speak with him, it will be better to wait in the courtyard. Once he returns, one could simply send someone to fetch him. What if you succumb to the heat out here?" The Marquis remarked, a touch of confusion in his voice. "Oh, it's nothing serious. Father, please return to the courtyard. I just came from Mother S' side, and she was just mentioning you." Lu Zhaozhao quickly reassured him. Upon hearing that his wife was thinking of him, the Marquis's face brightened, and he urged her to return early before hurrying towards the Furong courtyard. Watching her father's swift movements, Lu Zhaozhao couldn't help but chuckle and shake her head. "Miss, the second young master has returned," Liuli reminded her. As Lu Jinrong entered, he was met with Lu Zhaozhao rushing towards him, a mischievous smile adorning her face. "Second brother, you're back. Were you tired today?" she asked with genuine warmth. Lu Zhaozhao, just speak plainly. "Your tricks are becoming rather worn," Lu Jinrong replied, knowing that the only reason for her unusual attentiveness was the presence of Shen Jiayan. She grasped his arm and inquired, "Second brother, when is Shen Jiayan's day off?" Feigning annoyance, Lu Jinrong shot her a glare and replied gruffly, "The day after tomorrow." "Is that all? If there is nothing else, I shall be on my way." Lu Zhaozhao seized his arm, urging, "Second brother, please don't rush off. I haven't finished speaking yet." He crossed his arms, fixing her with a gaze. Lu Zhaozhao swallowed nervously, then softly implored, "Second brother, could you do me one more favor? Please help me arrange a meeting with him the day after tomorrow." Lu Jinrong let out a scoff. He was well aware that Shen Jiayan was a rare gem among the young men of the capital, possessing an impeccable background, appearance, and intellect. Yet, he couldn't help but consider that his sister was equally remarkable, her beauty rivaled by few among the noble ladies of the city, and her skills in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting were all commendable. Why must she chase after Shen Jiayan specifically? Is he truly the only one for you? Lu Jinrong queried. Even with her thick skin, Lu Zhaozhao, being an unmarried young lady, felt a tinge of embarrassment as she replied, "Not necessarily. I would accept someone even more handsome." Upon hearing this, Lu Jinrong turned to leave. "Where are you going?" Lu Zhaozhao called after him. "To the Dali Temple to help my inept sister arrange a meeting," he replied, flicking his sleeve dismissively. Lu Zhaozhao immediately responded with a bright smile. "Thank you, second brother. You are the best. Miss, let us return." Liuli chimed in from the side. "Yes, let us hurry back. It's too hot," Lu Zhaozhao said as she began to fan herself, breaking into a light jog, with Liuli hurrying alongside her. In the Dali Temple, Shen Jiayan observed Lu Jinrong's return and inquired, "What brings you back?" Lu Jinrong cast a glance at Shen Jiayan, adorned in his resplendent red official attire, and could not help but acknowledge his charisma, which undoubtedly captivated his sister. He casually settled beside him and replied, "My sister asked me to invite you to go out the day after tomorrow." Shen Jiayan smirked, a playful smile gracing his lips. "What? No longer using your name?" "Shen Jiayan, speak frankly. Do you harbor any feelings for Zhaozhao?" Although Shen Jiayan was Lu Jinrong's superior, their rapport was quite amicable. "Guess," Lu Jinrong straightened, adopting a serious demeanor. "If you do not have feelings for Zhaozhao, just tell her directly and spare her heart from being hurt. While you are my superior and my brother, should you cause my sister pain, I, as her elder brother, cannot condone it. Shen Jiayan neither affirmed nor denied his feelings, but merely chuckled lightly. I understand, second brother. Lu Jinrong was taken aback for a moment, then shook his shoulders and remarked, You've made me feel quite uncomfortable. He waved his hand and turned to leave. After years of acquaintance, he trusted Shen Jiayan's character. Since he had acknowledged it, he would surely treat Zhaozhao well in the future. The rest they would handle themselves. After all, he was her brother, not a matchmaker. Chapter 7. A reunion on this day. After adorning herself, Lu Zhaozhao set out with Lu Li to the Farong courtyard. Mother, I wish to venture out today. Then let your second brother accompany you. He happens to be off today, Mrs. Xie said, fanning herself. No, mother, I do not want my second brother to accompany me. He is like an old man, always nagging. Lu Zhaozhao promptly declined. Mrs. Xie chuckled lightly and playfully tapped her with the fan. Very well, but do return early. Rest assured, I shall take good care of the young lady, Lu Li replied with a bow. Go on then. Lu Zhaozhao joyfully exited. Upon leaving the side gate of the Yunyang Marquis' residence, she turned to Lu Li and asked, Lu Li, do you think my makeup looked good today? Lu Li smiled and said, Miss, you have never looked otherwise. Even without cosmetics, you're the fairest maiden in the capital. Lu Zhaozhao beamed at the compliment. The drunken immortal tower was frequented by the aristocracy of the capital, and Boss Zhao was well acquainted with the young lords and ladies of various esteemed families. Upon seeing Lu Zhaozhao enter, he hurried forward to greet her. Miss Lu San, welcome. Boss Zhao, are there any private rooms available upstairs? Lu Zhaozhao inquired softly. Of course there are. However, Master Shen has already arrived and is currently in an upstairs room, waiting for you to join him. Given the open-minded customs of the Great Qi, it was not deemed inappropriate for young men and women to dine together. Hence Boss Zhao saw no issue. Thank you. Boss Zhao. Lu Zhaozhao smiled graciously, pleasantly surprised by Shen Jiayan's punctuality. Miss Lu San, please proceed upstairs. Lu Zhaozhao was led to the entrance of a private room on the second floor. Lu Li remained at the door as she entered. Finding Shen Jiayan seated by the window, Lu Zhaozhao directly took a seat across from him, resting her chin on her hands with a light-hearted smile. Master Shen, you arrived quite early today. Miss Lu San's hospitality is not to be taken lightly, Shen Jiayan replied. Lu Zhaozhao observed his serious demeanor and let out a soft huff, recalling the moment when he had embraced her while she was intoxicated. What are you huffing about? He inquired with a smile. Shen Jiayan, you know I'm always straightforward with my words. I heard it was you who carried me out of Yongle Palace the other day, Lu Zhaozhao said as she leaned closer to him. Shen Jiayan gazed at her delicate features, suppressing the turmoil within his eyes. He gently turned his head away and remarked, Is Miss Lu here to thank me for that? There is no need for formality. Witnessing his composed and radiant demeanor, Lu Zhaozhao felt an irritable fire ignite within her. In a moment of impulsiveness, she grasped Shen Jiayan's face, their eyes locking, and she said with slightly parted lips, Shen Jiayan, stop pretending. You've already helped me. Do you not intend to take responsibility? Shen Jiayan fixated on her enticing lips, clenching his fists within his sleeves, fearful he might succumb to the urge to kiss her. Unbeknownst to her, the young woman was a perilous temptation for him. Miss Lu, he gently patted her hand. How do you propose I take responsibility? Lu Zhaozhao straightened. Her voice filled with indignation. What nonsense are you spouting? Of course, you must marry me. Are you suggesting I should marry you? After a moment of contemplation, she added, I suppose marrying you could work as well. Shen Jiayan's lips curled into a smile. Miss Lu, you possess quite the audacity to think you could marry me. I do not wish to engage in trivialities with you, so I shall ask plainly, are you willing or not? Shen Jiayan's smile faded as he rose and advanced toward Lu Zhaozhao, who retreated step by step until her back pressed against the wall. An inexplicable anxiety washed over her as he leaned down to meet her gaze, asking in a beguiling tone, Lu Zhaozhao, do you like me? Yes. Lu Zhaozhao stammered. What is it that you like about me? Shen Jiayan inquired, drawing near to her lips. Terrified, she immediately covered her mouth, her eyes wide with shock. Observing her reaction, a fleeting sadness crossed Shen Jiayan's eyes. He slowly straightened up, turned, and said, Miss Lu, I shall not join you for dinner today. However, I have already ordered your meal. Please enjoy it before returning home. With that, he exited the private room. Shen Jiayan, you scoundrel, she shouted after him. Unbeknownst to her, he secretly smirked in a place where others could not see. He understood that his desires extended beyond merely her presence. He yearned for her heart as well. The private room was not soundproof, as Shen Jiayan had specifically instructed boss Zhao to clear the adjacent rooms upon his arrival. However, Luli stood outside the door, hearing everything clearly. With concern, she asked, "Miss, are you all right?" "I'm fine. It's just Shen Jiayan. I refuse to believe I cannot win him over," Zhaozhao replied defiantly. Having never encountered anything she could not attain, the more Shen Jiayan resisted, the more determined she became, unaware that this was precisely his strategy. Luli wanted to express her thoughts, noting that based on Shen Jiayan's behavior the other day, it was hard to believe he did not harbor feelings for their young lady. Yet, she refrained, fearing it might lead Zhaozhao to false hopes. "Miss, shall we return home now?" "Not yet. Sit down. Since we are here, we might as well enjoy the meal. We will return after we are full," Zhaozhao replied, observing the servants bustling about with the dishes. "Yes, miss," Luli said with a smile and a respectful bow. After Shen Jiayan left the drunken immortal pavilion, he did not return to the mansion. He waited at a distance for Zhaozhao to emerge, and only departed after witnessing her enter the gates of the Yunyang Marquis' residence. Shen Jiayan returned to the Duke of Protecting the Nation's mansion and first visited the Iching courtyard of the esteemed Princess Jingru. Despite her royal status, Princess Jingru exhibited no trace of arrogance. Instead, she was gracious and gentle, her noble lineage subtly evident in her demeanor. "Mother," Shen Jiayan saluted. "Please take a seat." She replied kindly, "Jiayan, you are no longer a child. Your father was already married to me at your age. Speak to your mother about the kind of girl you desire, and I shall assist you in your search." "Mother, I am not yet inclined towards marriage," he replied, perplexed by her sudden mention of the subject. Aside from Zhaozhao, he had no intention of marrying any other woman. His heart was set on her, but he felt that the time was not yet ripe. "Is it that you do not wish to marry, or that there is no one who captures your heart?" Princess Jingru teased, observing him closely. Realizing that his mother might have guessed his feelings, Shen Jiayan did not conceal his emotions and stood, saying, "Mother, I already have someone I admire. I shall marry no one else in this life." Princess Jingru chuckled softly, leisurely responding, "But that will be the third daughter of the Yunyang Marquis' household, Lu San. Indeed, no one knows a child better than their mother." The girl had often pursued Jiayan during her time as a companion to Jianing. Given his temperament, if he truly disliked her, he would not have tolerated her presence so willingly. Over the years, he had faced a share of other suitors, yet none had left him feeling humiliated and exposed. Shen Jiayan readily acknowledged, indeed. Princess Jingru was pleased with this potential daughter-in-law. She had seen Zhaozhao as a child and recognized her sincere nature. Now, she was renowned for her beauty, with everyone declaring that the third daughter of the Yunyang Marquis was both stunning and talented. "Since you are fond of her, I shall personally approach her family to propose," she declared. "If feelings are mutual, then as parents, we ought to facilitate this union. As for social status, let us not forget that the Yunyang Marquis' family is already of high standing. Moreover, our Duke of Protecting the Nation's household does not need to rely on matrimonial alliances to ascend the social ladder, as we ourselves are of noble birth. Mother, there is no rush. I will handle this matter with care," Shen Jiayan replied softly. Princess Jingru looked at him and jested, "You should act swiftly. I have heard that suitors are nearly trampling the threshold of the Yunyang Marquis' residence. Be wary, lest your bride be snatched away by another. She can only marry me," Shen Jiayan asserted firmly. Princess Jingru smiled in silence, knowing her son was exceptionally astute and quite resolute in matters of the heart. If it was meant to be, they would surely come to fruition. Recently, a corruption scandal had erupted in the capital, leading to Lu Jinrong being dispatched from the city by Shen Jiayan, thereby depriving Zhaozhao of the opportunity to approach him. Sitting on a small couch, she sighed deeply, while Liuli and Zhenju exchanged glances. Having witnessed their young lady's sigh for the 5th time that day, the sight of a beautiful maiden in distress was truly pitiful, even for Liuli. "My lady, what would you like to eat? I can have the kitchen prepare something for you," Liuli inquired, leaning in. "I have no appetite," she replied despondently. Shall I join you in a game of shuttlecock? Jinju suggested. Enough, do not worry. I am fine, she reassured them. Lu Zhaozhao found herself in a humorous yet exasperating situation, feeling as if she were mistaken for a forsaken maiden. Third miss. The lady requests your presence at the Furong courtyard, announced Fang Zhu, the head maid by the side of Madame Xie, with a respectful bow at the door. Very well. I shall change my attire and go, replied Lu Zhaozhao as she rose. Third miss, we have guests today, Fang Zhu reminded her. Lu Zhaozhao paused, questioning the identity of the guests, especially since her mother insisted on her attendance. Due to the sweltering heat, she had opted for a simple dress without makeup, and Lu Li had styled her hair neatly into a bun before she accompanied Fang Zhu to the Furong courtyard. Upon entering, she noticed not only her mother, but also a noble lady of similar age, seated beside a young gentleman who exuded a refined and gentle demeanor. Greetings to mother, she said, performing a respectful curtsy. When in the presence of others, she embodied the impeccable decorum expected of the third miss of the Yunyang Marquis, mindful of her family's reputation, ensuring she did not display any erratic behavior. Zhaozhao has arrived. Allow me to introduce you, said Madame Xie, guiding her. This is Madame Shui, the wife of the Marquis of Chongping. You should address her as Aunt Shui. Greetings, Aunt Shui, Lu Zhaozhao offered with slight bow. Madame Shui immediately rose, warmly exclaiming, So this is Zhaozhao. What a truly lovely sight. You flatter me, Aunt Shui. I am unworthy of such praise. Lu Zhaozhao replied modestly. Madame Xie smiled, but remained silent, while Madame Shui introduced her somewhat dazed son. Zhaozhao, this is my second son, Shui Jicheng. Upon catching sight of Lu Zhaozhao's bright eyes, Shui Jicheng promptly clasped his hands and greeted, Good day, third Miss Lu. Good day, second young Master Shui. Lu Zhaozhao returned the greeting. She turned to glance at Madame Xie, feeling perplexed by the peculiar atmosphere that resembled a matchmaking affair. Madame Xie winked at her, and then guided her to a nearby seat. Observing the demure young lady sitting quietly and the somewhat distracted Shui Jicheng, Madame Shui smiled knowingly and spoke. Madame Lu, it seems these two children have made each other's acquaintance. Tomorrow, Jicheng and his sister plan to go boating, and Zhaozhao, being of similar age, would surely enjoy their company. Just as Lu Zhaozhao was about to decline, she heard Madame Xie interject, That sounds delightful. Zhaozhao has been cooped up at home all day, and a breath of fresh air would do her good. Lu Zhaozhao tugged at her mother's sleeve, but Madame Xie firmly held her hand. Very well, it is settled. Let Jicheng come to fetch Zhaozhao tomorrow. It is getting late, so we shall not impose any longer, Madame Shui declared as she rose. Before departing, Shui Jicheng cast a gentle smile towards Lu Zhaozhao and said, Third Miss Lu, we shall meet tomorrow. Lu Zhaozhao forced a smile as they retreated, turning to her mother and asking, Mother, what is the meaning of this? Madame Xie urged her to sit down and replied, Today, Madame Shui unexpectedly visited, bringing along second young Master Shui. You must understand the implications of this, right? Mother, this is not the first time someone has come a visit. Why must you insist that I meet them? And why must I go boating tomorrow? I do not wish to, Lu Zhaozhao murmured. Zhaozhao, you are now 16 years old. Although still young, there is no need to rush. However, your father and I cannot protect you forever. As your mother, I naturally hope you will find a worthy husband. The love of parents for their children is profound and far-reaching. The Chongping Marquis is modest in terms of its population, and Shui Jicheng possesses commendable character and knowledge. Moreover, he has an elder brother, which relieves him of the burden of inheriting the title. If Zhaozhao could wed him, she would surely enjoy a life of leisure and comfort. However, mother, I do not like him. Lu Zhaozhao had to admit that Shui Jicheng was handsome, nearly on par with Shen Jiayan. Yet from the moment she laid eyes on him, she felt no spark. Madame Xie gently stroked her head and smiled. I merely wish for you to accompany him on a boat, ride to relieve your mind, not to marry him. Besides, you currently have no suitor of interest. What harm is there in meeting new people? Lu Zhaozhao nearly let slip her thoughts on that person, but recalling Shen Jiayan's ambiguous demeanor, she swallowed her words. Fine, mother, I will go, Lu Zhaozhao said resignedly. Upon her return to the Furong courtyard, Lu Zhaozhao was somewhat distracted. She found it perplexing that, Despite Shui Jiqing's comparable looks to Shen Jiayan, she felt no inclination towards him. Meanwhile, in the carriage of the Chongping Marquis, Madame Chongping observed her son, who seemed lost in thought, and inquired, "Jiqing, what are your thoughts on Miss Lu San?" Shui Jiqing blushed slightly and replied, "I find Miss Lu San to be quite admirable." As someone who had experienced life, Madame Chongping understood. She smiled and continued, "That is good. The Yunyang Marquis is of similar standing to our own, and Miss Lu's father and brothers hold positions in the court, which will undoubtedly be beneficial to you in the future. However, one must consider that beauty should not overshadow virtue. After all, a wife should be chosen for her character, while a concubine may be chosen for her looks." "Mother, you know that I do not care for such superficialities," Shui Jiqing replied, somewhat disagreeing. "Very well. I understand your intentions. Tomorrow, I shall bring your sister along. She is of a similar age to Miss Lu, and her presence will ease any awkwardness." "Yes, mother," Shui Jiqing responded, his face bright with a smile. At the Dali Temple, Mo Jiang reported, "Young master, today people from the Chongping Marquis visited the Yunyang Marquis." "Who went?" Shen Jiayan asked, setting down the document before him. "Madame Chongping and young master Heir," Mo Jiang replied, puzzled as to why his master had assigned a guard to watch over the Yunyang Marquis daily. Upon hearing this, a chill radiated from Shen Jiayan. It seemed the Chongping Marquis had set its sights on Lu Zhaozhao. If it were anyone else, he would not be concerned, but Shui Jiqing was exceptionally handsome, and Lu Zhaozhao had a penchant for attractive appearances. "Young master, should I continue to keep watch?" Montauk Jiang courteously inquired. "Yes," Shen Jiayan replied, picking up his brush once more. With a sigh, Mo Jiang turned and exited, knowing that fulfilling the young master's orders was essential, even if it brought him to tears. Chapter 9. A lake outing the following day. Lu Li and Zhenju watched helplessly as Lu Zhaozhao lay stubbornly on her bed, refusing to rise. "Miss, please get up. You promised madam yesterday. Surely you cannot break your word," Lu Li urged. "Miss, young Master Shui is not much inferior to young Master Shen in looks. Perhaps you should reconsider," Zhenju teased. Lu Zhaozhao abruptly sat up, vexed. "Enough, both of you. You are conspiring against me. I am not such a superficial person." However, her words lacked conviction. "Moreover, do you truly believe your daughter to be a celestial being? Even the esteemed young Master Shui may not take notice of me. My reluctance to attend stems solely from my desire to remain still. Since I have already given my word yesterday, I cannot go back on it today." She donned her shoes and walked to the basin to pick up a cloth with which to wash her face, then seated herself before the bronze mirror and spoke. "Liuli, prepare my makeup." "Yes, miss," Liuli responded cheerfully as she approached to fetch the eyebrow pencil for her. After Lu Zhaozhao paid her respects to the Xie family, she proceeded to the entrance of the Marquis of Yunyang's residence. The carriage from the Marquis of Chongping had already arrived, and Shui Jiqing, dressed in a moon-white long gown, stood beside the carriage, exuding elegance and grace. Upon seeing Lu Zhaozhao emerge, a hint of astonishment flickered in his eyes. Today, she wore a lake blue embroidered skirt, with a golden hairpin adorned with pearls cascading down her neck. "Miss Lu," he said, realizing that his unabashed gaze might be considered impolite, and blushed as he clasped his hands in greeting. "Young Master Shui," she replied with a courteous bow. Suddenly, the carriage curtain was lifted, and a lady inside leaned out with a smile, greeting, "Hello, Sister Lu." Lu Zhaozhao looked up to see a beautiful young lady with a hint of spiritedness in her brow. She appeared somewhat familiar, yet Lu Zhaozhao could not recall where they had met. Noticing her confusion, the lady graciously reminded her, "Sister Lu, I am Shui Baozhu. We met at Princess Jianning's birthday banquet." Realization dawned upon Lu Zhaozhao, and she felt a touch of embarrassment as she replied, "Miss Shui, my apologies for not recalling." "No worries at all. Come aboard quickly. The weather is splendid today, perfect for a boat ride." Shui Jiqing assisted her with the footstool, and she softly uttered her thanks. As she entered the carriage, she discovered another young lady clad in a pink skirt seated within. Shui Baozhu urged Lu Zhaozhao to sit beside her and, with a hint of reluctance, introduced, "Zhaozhao, this is my cousin, Zhou Yuan." "Greetings, Miss Zhou." Zhou Yuan smiled and took her hand, saying, "Miss Lu, you are truly a vision of beauty. Lu Zhaozhao felt somewhat ill at ease with Zhou Yuan's effusive warmth. She discreetly withdrew her hand, while Shui Baozhu could not help but roll her eyes, remarking, "Cousin, you startled Zhaozhao?" "Not all, Miss Shui." Lu Zhaozhao discerned that Shui Baozhu and her cousin likely did not see eye to eye. "Zhaozhao, there's no need for such formality. Just call me Baozhu." Shui Baozhu said cheerfully. "Very well, Baozhu," Lu Zhaozhao replied. "Your hairpin is exquisite. It must be from Ryuj." Shui Baozhu eagerly engaged in conversation. "Indeed," Lu Zhaozhao responded with a light laugh. The two conversed animatedly, while Zhou Yuan bit her lip and lowered her gaze, aware that no matter how much she tried to ingratiate herself, such young ladies from affluent families would seldom notice her. Yet, it mattered little. Once she married her cousin, everything would be different. Upon reaching the lakeside, the carriage came to a halt, and Shui Jiqing's voice resonated from outside. "Miss Lu, we have arrived." Shui Baozhu was the first to lift the curtain and leap down, then extended her hand to Lu Zhaozhao, saying, "Zhaozhao, come down. I will assist you." "Thank you." The boat was already prepared by the lake, and Shui Baozhu led Lu Zhaozhao to the shore, disregarding Zhou Yuan, who still remained in the carriage. Lu Zhaozhao glanced back, but chose not to comment further, as it was a matter of another family. Zhou Yuan observed Shui Jiqing, who was intently gazing at Lu Zhaozhao, a smile gracing his lips. She cleared her throat softly and said, "Cousin, could you assist me for a moment?" Shui Jiqing, being a paragon of virtue since childhood and knowing she was his cousin, could not disregard her plea. He extended his hand to help her down. "Thank you, cousin. It is of no consequence." Just as Shui Baozhu was about to turn and call her brother over, she caught sight of Zhou Yuan's affected demeanor, and her irritation flared. "Why is she so bothersome?" Lu Zhaozhao inquired with a smile. "Baozhu, why are you so upset?" Shui Baozhu was acutely aware that today, as outing on the lake was intended to bring her brother and Zhaozhao together, but Zhou Yuan insisted on accompanying them. She grasped Lu Zhaozhao's hand and explained, "Zhaozhao, do not take it to heart. Zhou Yuan is merely my cousin from my maternal aunt's family. Since they are currently facing difficulties, my mother brought her to our residence. She has no connection with my brother. Baozhu, I came today specifically to enjoy the lake with you," Lu Zhaozhao said earnestly. Although her acquaintance with Shui Baozhu was still in its infancy, she recognized that Baozhu was perceptive enough to understand her meaning. Indeed, upon hearing this, Baozhu felt a tinge of disappointment. She cherished Lu Zhaozhao and thought it would be splendid if she could become her sister-in-law. "Second brother, why aren't you coming over?" Shui Baozhu called out somewhat irately. "I'm coming." They had rented a large boat for the day, which featured an ancient guqin. Lu Zhaozhao and Shui Baozhu engaged in conversation while admiring the picturesque scenery of the lake, finding the experience quite delightful. The winds atop the lake picked up, causing Lu Zhaozhao to cough lightly. "Zhaozhao, are you all right?" Shui Baozhu asked with concern. "I'm fine." Shui Jiqing offered his cloak to Lu Zhaozhao, gently saying, "Miss Lu, the winds on the lake are quite strong. Please drape this around yourself." Lu Zhaozhao graciously accepted, replying, "Thank you, Master Shui." Shui Baozhu observed their exchange, noting their formal titles for one another, and wondered when there would be any progress in their relationship, as she still wished to foster a connection between the two. "Zhaozhao, there is no need for such formality. We shall all be friends from now on," Shui Baozhu said with a smile. "Indeed, we are friends." Since she held no affection for him, she wished to avoid any misunderstandings. Zhou Yuan watched them laughing and conversing, then interjected, "I have heard that Miss Lu is proficient in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Might you grace us with a performance?" "Cousin, enough of this. We are here to enjoy the lake, not for you to showcase your music. Besides, with your limited skills, it would hardly be worthy of Miss Zhao's attention," Shui Baozhu retorted, unable to contain her frustration any longer. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan's eyes brimmed with tears as she replied, "Cousin, you misunderstand me." "I do not misunderstand you. This is precisely your intention. Furthermore, why did you insist on coming today? You know the reason. So do not force me to speak it aloud in public. Baozhu, regardless of her faults, Yuan is still your cousin. You should not speak to her in such a manner," Shui Jiqing advised, wishing to spare Lu Zhaozhao from witnessing any further discord. Though Lu Zhaozhao did not wish to involve herself in their quarrel, the matter affected her directly, prompting her to mediate. Baozhu, the day is wearing on. Perhaps we should return. Shui Jiqing felt a vague sense of disappointment, yet he believed that time was on his side, and there was no need to rush. Chapter 10. Imprisonment. By the time Lu Zhaozhao returned to the manor, dusk had already descended. Duke Yunyang and Madame Xie were awaiting her for dinner. Zhaozhao, did you enjoy yourself today? Madame Xie inquired. I had quite a delightful time. Miss Shui is a most interesting individual, and we got along splendidly, Lu Zhaozhao replied. And how about your conversations with young Master Shui? Do you still find them agreeable? Madame Xie continued to probe. Lu Zhaozhao sighed and said, Mother, I truly do not harbor any affection for young Master Shui. Please, do not attempt to match us. Madame Xie wished to say more, but Duke Yunyang interjected. My dear wife, if Zhaozhao does not favor him, then let it be. There are plenty of young men in the capital. We shall choose wisely. Lu Zhaozhao cast a grateful glance towards Duke Yunyang. Madame Xie sighed softly, reflecting that while there were many suitors, few could be deemed trustworthy. After finishing her meal, Lu Zhaozhao returned to Haitang courtyard. As Liuli helped her undo her hair, she remarked, Miss, that cousin Zhou was rather irritating today. Why didn't you mention it to Madame? Lu Zhaozhao dismissed the notion, saying, What is there to discuss? I have no desire to marry into the Chongping Marquis. Her opinions hold no significance for me. Indeed, it is fortunate that young Master Shen does not have as many bothersome cousins, Liuli teased. Lu Zhaozhao playfully swatted her, saying, You all must be tired as well. Retire early. Certainly, Mississippi Liuli and Pearl gracefully withdrew. Lu Zhaozhao retired early for the night. Yet Shen Jiayan found himself unable to sleep. News had arrived from Majiang that she had gone boating with Shui Jiqing, and his face darkened immediately. Lu Zhaozhao, Shen Jiayan murmured. It seemed this matter could not be delayed any longer. However, before Shen Jiayan could express his feelings, someone lodged a complaint against Duke Yunyang. In the Hall of State, Emperor Qi sat upon the dragon throne and spoke solemnly. If there are no matters to discuss, then you may all withdraw. I have a matter to report, Baron Wanning announced, bowing respectfully. Proceed, the Emperor permitted. Baron Wanning straightened and stated, I wish to expose Duke Yunyang for corruption and misconduct. At this declaration, an uproar erupted within the hall. Duke Yunyang was known for his forthrightness and integrity. To accuse him of wrongdoing was indeed hard to believe. Duke Yunyang, standing tall and composed, stepped forward and declared, Your Majesty, this is utterly unfounded. I'm being wronged. He cast a scornful glance at Baron Wanning, muttering under his breath about the man's treachery. Duke Yunyang had served the current emperor since his days as crown prince, and the emperor was well aware of his character. However, given that allegations have been made, it could not be ignored. Baron Wanning, what evidence do you have? The emperor inquired after a moment of contemplation. I possess a letter written by Duke Yunyang to Wang Yud. I beseech your majesty to review it, Baron Wanning replied. Wang Yud, who had once held the position of the 6th-ranked judicial officer in the capital, had perished in a fire half a month ago, along with a sum of imperial funds that had vanished without a trace. Present, the emperor commanded. Eunuch Lu stepped forward to receive the letter, bowing as he presented it to the emperor, who glanced at it before tossing it onto the table. Baron Wanning, is it not rather rash to accuse Duke Yunyang solely based on this letter? Seeing the emperor's barely contained anger, Baron Wanning immediately knelt, saying, Your Majesty, I came upon this letter by chance. I would never dare to deceive your majesty. Baron Wanning, matters of corruption are typically handled by the Court of Judicial Review. When did it become your place to intervene? Shen Jiayan stepped forward, his tone icy as he confronted him. Waning Bo was taken aback. Shen Jiayan had never shown interest in meddling with trivialities. What had prompted him to take the initiative today? Your Majesty, I, as a loyal subject of the Qi, have the duty to inform the Emperor upon discovering any violations of the law, Waning Bo said, forcing a calm demeanor. Your Majesty, I have no connection whatsoever with Wang Yud, and I am entirely unaware of the correspondence mentioned by Waning Bo. I implore your Majesty to discern the truth, said the Duke of Yunyang in a subdued tone. This matter shall be entrusted to the Dali Temple for investigation. The Duke of Yunyang is to be temporarily detained there. Emperor Qi replied, his voice steady. Although he trusted the Duke, He knew that overlooking the issue would not silence the court's whispers, nor would it uphold the Duke's reputation. It was imperative to uncover the truth to prove his innocence. The Duke understood this reasoning and knelt, expressing his gratitude. "I thank your Majesty for your great kindness." As the court adjourned, the guards came to escort the Duke of Yunyang. Shen Jiayan waved them off and stepped forward, saying, "I apologize for the inconvenience caused to Lord Lu. I shall personally ensure the truth is revealed." "Thank you, Master Shen," the Duke replied before striding out of the hall. His life lived with integrity, disdainful of such underhanded dealings. "Master Shen, I trust you will uphold justice and not betray the Emperor's trust," Waning Bo remarked, his demeanor resembling that of a smiling tiger. "Waning Bo, I advise you to seek your own fortune," Shen Jiayan retorted coldly. Waning Bo glared at Shen Jiayan's retreating figure, his teeth clenched in frustration. With evidence meticulously arranged, he was determined to bring down the Duke of Yunyang. Could it be that Waning Bo harbors resentment due to failed matrimonial pursuits with the chief family? It seems plausible. The Duke of Yunyang does not strike me as someone who would engage in such actions. The crowd buzzed with speculation, the majority leaning in favor of the Duke. Waning Bo, infuriated, stormed off. Since the matter had been handed to the Dali Temple, it was imperative to expedite the investigation. Shen Jiayan personally led a contingent to the Duke of Yunyang's residence. Liuli was about to fetch some cassava flour from the kitchen to prepare a snack for Lu Zhaozhao when she noticed several officials entering the Farong courtyard. She hurriedly ran back to Haitang courtyard. Lu Zhaozhao was at her desk painting when she heard Liuli's breathless knocking. "Miss, it's bad news. Master Shen has come with officials to the Farong courtyard." Lu Zhaozhao sprang up and flung open the door, asking which Master Shen. "Master Shen Shitsi, Master Shen." Her heart sank. With her second brother absent from the capital, the arrival of the Dali Temple's officials could only mean trouble for her father. "Gulme, we must go to Mother." Without pausing to arrange her hair, she swiftly gathered her long locks and headed towards the Farong courtyard. In the Farong courtyard, Xie, sensing the prolonged absence of the Duke of Yunyang and the arrival of officials from the Dali Temple, surmised that something was amiss, though the specifics eluded her. "Madam Duke of Yunyang, pardon the disturbance," Shen Jiayan said, bowing respectfully. Xie found Shen Jiayan somewhat peculiar, but this was not the time for inquiries. She glanced at the officials behind her and asked, "Master Shen, may I know what has transpired?" He recounted the events truthfully during this morning's court session. Waning Bo accused the Duke of Yunyang of being linked to the recent loss of silver funds within the court. "The Duke is currently at the Dali Temple. This is utterly impossible. I implore the Dali Temple to restore the Duke's honor at the earliest," she replied, resolute in her defense of her husband. Xie did not exhibit any impatience, for she was well aware of the character of the Marquis of Yunyang. Naturally, the Dali Temple would never wrong an innocent person. "Please rest assured, Lady Ho," Shen Jiayan spoke softly. Observing the numerous officials surrounding the courtyard, Xie realized that a search was imminent. Fangzhu supported her as she stepped aside, and she gently remarked, "Please, Lord Shen, proceed as you see fit." "Lady Xie," Shen Jiayan waved his hand, and the officials commenced their search. Xie scrutinized Shen Jiayan. The capital whispered of his arrogance and ostentatious behavior, yet she found him to be humble, courteous, and composed. Indeed, one should not fully trust such rumors. Chapter 11. Venting frustrations as Lu Zhaozhao entered the Farong courtyard, she immediately spotted Shen Jiayan standing aside, while officials rummaged through the interior. She quickly approached Xie and anxiously inquired, "Mother, what is the matter?" Xie embraced Lu Zhaozhao and gently patted her hand, soothingly saying, "It is nothing, Zhaozhao. Do not be afraid. I am here." Shen Jin noticed the ink stains on her cheek and stepped forward, producing a handkerchief from his pocket, softly advising, "Wipe your face." Hearing this, she raised her hand to touch her cheek, observing the black smudge on her delicate fingertips. In a fit of irritation, she seized the handkerchief and vigorously wiped her fingers before tossing the soiled cloth back to him. Though she understood that Shen Jiayan was merely following orders to search the residence, she could not suppress her resentment toward him. Xia observed their exchange with a slight frown and softly admonished, "Zhaozhao. My lord, we have found it." An official bowed and presented a letter. As all eyes were fixed on the letter, Shen Jiayan discreetly concealed the handkerchief that Zhaozhao had used within his sleeve before accepting the letter with one hand. Lord Shen, may I inquire what this is? Xie asked. Shen Jiayan offered no response, but merely unfolded the letter for them to glimpse. Recognizing the handwriting of the Marquis of Yunyang, Xie noted its striking resemblance. However, she was certain it had been forged. Aside from herself and the Marquis, the only others permitted in the study were two young servants, one of whom must have been bribed. Lady Ho, I take my leave, Shen Jiayan remarked, glancing at Zhaozhao before turning to exit the residence with his entourage. Xie led Zhaozhao into the inner chamber. Mother, what is truly happening? Today, Marquis Yunyang claimed in court that my father is involved with the missing silver funds from a court. He is speaking nonsense. That is slander, Zhaozhao exclaimed anxiously. I just read that letter. Although it closely resembles my father's handwriting, it is certainly not penned by him. The fact that it appeared mysteriously in the study indicates that there is a traitor within our household, Xie said in a hushed tone. Mother is right. We must apprehend this individual swiftly. Do you think Marquis Yunyang bears a grudge against us for rejecting the marriage proposal? Zhaozhao pondered, a hint of concern in her voice. Although she understood that the fault did not lie with her, she feared it might implicate her father. Xie gently stroked her hair and reassured, Zhaozhao, this matter has nothing to do with you. This person is narrow-minded and has likely harbored resentment toward your father for some time. The emperor has entrusted this matter to the Dali Temple, and they will undoubtedly restore your father's reputation. I hope so, she murmured softly. Xie glanced at the ink stains on her cheek and tentatively inquired, Zhaozhao, are you being truthful with your mother? It seems that you cannot hide your feelings for that young Master Shen any longer. Lowering her head, she replied, Mother, I have feelings for him. Xie understood immediately and continued, and what of him? He likely does not harbor the same feelings for me, she said. Xie chuckled softly and shook her head, knowing too well that Shen Jiayan's actions today did not suggest indifference. However, it was not the time for romantic entanglements, and they must resolve the matter at hand promptly. Fear not, Zhaozhao. The emperor is a wise ruler, and the court of judicial review is known for its keen perception. Your father will be safe, Xie reassured her gently. Xie coaxed Zhaozhao back into the courtyard and called for Feng Zhu, shutting the door behind her. In a hushed tone, she instructed, Feng Zhu, keep a close watch on Jixiang and Rui, and observe if they have any dealings with outsiders. Yes, my lady, Feng Zhu replied respectfully. Xie settled onto a small couch, her thoughts consumed by the plight of the imprisoned Marquis Yunyang, as well as the circumstances of Zhao Yu and Zhao Ran in their marital home. Particularly concerning was Zhao Yu, who had married into the royal family and now faced a troublesome concubine in the fourth prince's residence. In the fourth prince's mansion, upon hearing of the Marquis Yunyang's imprisonment, Zhao Yu, in a state of urgency, disregarded all decorum and hastened to the fourth prince's study, where he would typically be occupied with official matters at this hour. The steward, noticing her hurried arrival, immediately bowed and greeted, Greetings, princess consort. Is His Highness present? I have matters to discuss with him. Zhao Yu rarely visited the study, as her days were typically spent nurturing her children and managing household affairs. Princess consort, His Highness is currently unavailable, the steward replied, just as a woman's delicate laughter echoed from within. She recognized the voice of concubine Liang. The steward, anxiously observing her expression, noted that Zhao Yu exhibited no signs of displeasure. Since entering the mansion as a consort 4 years prior, she had accepted her fate of being unable to share a lifetime with just one person. Thus, she had devoted herself to her duties, striving to remain true to her principles. She adjusted her hair, which had become somewhat disheveled in her haste, straightened her posture, and spoke, Your Highness, I have urgent matters to discuss with you. The steward dared not obstruct her, standing nervously to the side. Today, the dynamics seemed unusual. It was not common for His Highness to summon concubine Liang, yet here was the princess consort, unexpectedly confronting the situation. The door opened, and the fourth prince emerged with an inscrutable expression, followed by concubine Liang, who wore an air of arrogance. I greet Your Highness, Zhao Yu said, bowing respectfully. Your Highness, I have come to inquire about my father's situation. Before the fourth prince could respond, concubine Liang interjected with scorn, "Sister, your father, the Marquis Yunyang, has engaged in corruption. How can you still have the audacity to see his highness? I had thought the princess consort to be the most courteous of ladies. Yet it seems you're no different from that Miss Lu San. Indeed, you are cut from the same cloth." As the legitimate eldest daughter of the Marquis Yunyang, Lu Zhaoyu had been raised to be polite and sensible. While she could endure personal grievances, she would not tolerate the dishonor brought upon her family or allow anyone to insult her sister. "Liang, mind your words," the fourth prince admonished sharply. Concubine Liang was taken aback by his reprimand, providing Lu Zhaoyu the opportunity to step forward and grasp her arm firmly. In disbelief, the onlookers stared at her. For Lu Zhaoyu had always been gentle and demure. Not only had she never laid a hand on the concubine Liang, but she had also refrained from scolding even the servants of the household. "You dare strike me?" The concubine Liang gasped, clutching her cheek. "I am the legitimate wife, and you, a mere concubine. To neglect to bow before me is one thing, but to insult the Yunyang Marquis is quite another. I would not fear presenting this matter before His Majesty." Lu Zhaoyu replied calmly. She possessed such confidence because she hailed from the Yunyang Marquis, having been personally bestowed the title of the fourth prince's consort by the emperor, and she had borne the sole heir, Qi Rongyan, for the fourth prince. Turning gracefully to the fourth prince, she offered a courtesy and stated, "Your Highness, I am aware that my actions today are unbecoming. I do not require punishment from you. I shall voluntarily confine myself for a month, but only until my father's name is vindicated. I take my leave." The fourth prince watched Lu Zhaoyu hasten away, a flicker of annoyance crossing his features as he silently lamented, "This is a calamity. Your Highness, the prince's consort is too audacious. She dares to strike a maid before you." Concubine Liang clung to his sleeve, feigning innocence. The fourth prince, expressionless, withdrew his arm and coldly replied, "Liang, you have overstepped your bounds by offending the prince's consort. From this day forth, you shall be confined for 3 months. Your Highness, do you not comprehend my words?" The fourth prince shot her an incredulous glance. Suppressing her resentment, concubine Liang bowed and said, "I take my leave." Chapter 12. Rebuke Lu Zhaoyu did not return to her chamber, but rather ordered a carriage to take her directly to the Yunyang Marquis. Upon disembarking, she unexpectedly encountered her sister, Lu Zhaoran, who was also returning home. "Elder sister, you have returned," Lu Zhaoran exclaimed as she approached. "Are you well at the Zhou residence? Have they troubled you due to our father's predicament?" Lu Zhaoyu asked with concern, fully aware of the challenges women face during family crises. "I am fine, elder sister. Although my mother-in-law has her grievances, my father-in-law and Zhou are reasonable individuals. I simply ignore her," Lu Zhaoran replied softly. "And you, elder sister?" When the emperor arranged the marriage, there was another daughter of the Yunyang Marquis eligible to wed, but knowing your straightforward nature, father worried you would be mistreated in the imperial family, and thus you expressed your willingness to marry. "I am well, do not worry. Let's return home. With such turmoil, I fear for our younger sister's peace of mind," Lu Zhaoyu gently urged, taking her hand. Very well. In the Furong courtyard, Lu Zhaozhao was dining with Madame Xie, but today lacked the usual liveliness, as both mother and daughter were consumed with their own thoughts. As Lu Zhaoyu and Lu Zhaoran entered, they bowed and greeted mother. Upon hearing their voices, Lu Zhaozhao immediately turned and called out, "Elder sister, second sister." Lu Zhaoyu and Lu Zhaoran smiled at her. "Zhaoyu, Zhaoran, why have you returned at this hour?" Madame Xie inquired anxiously, glancing at the darkening sky. "Mother, upon hearing the news of father, I could not remain still," Lu Zhaoyu softly replied. "Indeed, mother," Lu Zhaoran echoed. Madame Xie urged them to sit and reassured them. "Do not worry. No one can wrong your father for deeds he has not committed. The Dali Temple will surely restore his honor. As for you, if anyone dares to trouble you because of this incident, do not endure it. Our Yunyang Marquis will not fall. Do not worry, mother." "We understand," they replied. They responded in unison, acknowledging that this matter concerned the court, and, as women, they could not interfere excessively. Their only recourse was to refrain from burdening their mother with worry during such times. "Zhaozhao, are you well?" Lu Zhaoran inquired. noticing that her usually lively and cheerful younger sister had grown somewhat subdued, evoking a pang of sympathy within her. "Second sister, I am fine," Zhaozhao quickly replied, fearing that her sisters would be anxious. "Do not be afraid, Zhaozhao. Your sisters are here, and it won't be long before elder brother and second brother return." Zhaoyu gently reassured her. "I know," Zhaoyu acknowledged, as both she and Zhaoran had already been married, prompting Xie to advise them to return home early. Upon exiting the gates, they found Zhou waiting at the entrance. After bidding farewell to Zhaoyu, he departed. "Ajun, let us return home," Zhaoyu softly suggested. "Princess, that person appears to be His Highness." Ajun pointed to a figure approaching on horseback in the distance. Zhaoyu was somewhat astonished. After the commotion she had caused earlier in the day, he had come to fetch her. "Your Highness," she greeted as the fourth prince dismounted and approached her. "Let us return," he said in a calm tone. They boarded the carriage together, and she glanced at him, asking, "Your Highness, are we not riding back?" The fourth prince did not respond directly. Instead, he stated, "What happened today is not your fault. You need not be confined." "Thank you, Your Highness." At that moment, her mind was preoccupied with concern for when her father would be released. Noticing her distracted demeanor, the fourth prince sighed softly, and they traveled in silence. 3 days later, Xie had matters to attend to outside the residence, leaving Zhaozhao alone at home. She felt restless and resolved to visit the Dali temple to seek out Shen Jiayan. However, before she could leave, a servant reported that the heir of the Marquis of Yunyang had arrived. "Miss, this person is utterly shameless. His father has maliciously implicated Lord Ho. Yet he dares to come here," Zhenju exclaimed in scorn. "Indeed, miss, we need not concern ourselves with him," Liuli advised. "He must be taking advantage of my mother's absence to come here, so I shall see what he intends," Zhaozhao replied. Since the Marquis of Yunyang dared to falsely accuse her father, she would ensure that Qi Mian would not have it easy either. They were cut from the same cloth. Zhaozhao, accompanied by Liuli and Zhenju, arrived at the main hall of the Yunyang Marquis' estate, where she sat upright in the main seat. Qi Mian had long harbored resentment over her initial rejection of marriage, and now, with the Marquis of Yunyang imprisoned, he could not restrain himself from seeking her out despite his father's admonitions against causing trouble at this time. Upon entering, he saw Zhaozhao seated regally, and the sight of her extraordinary beauty intensified his animosity. He sneered, "Even at this moment, you still consider yourself the esteemed Miss Lu San, beloved by all? I have never sought anyone's flattery. If you feel flattered by me, it is solely due to your own sense of inferiority," Zhaozhao replied languidly. Qi Mian's face darkened at her words, and in a fit of rage, he retorted, "Zhaozhao, your father is corrupt. As the legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Yunyang, your fortunes have come to an end. Perhaps you should plead with me, and I might take you in." "You dare!" Qi Mian exclaimed, touching his forehead and staring in disbelief at the blood on his fingers. Zhaozhao glanced at the shattered pieces of the blue and white porcelain teacup scattered on the ground, gently shaking her head in lamentation. Rising to her feet, she fixed her gaze upon him and spoke, "Qi Mian, if your household lacks mirrors, I suggest you take a moment to reflect upon your own visage. You are merely the son of a marquis, yet you dare to propose that I become your concubine? How audacious of you! Furthermore, my father is innocent and has never been condemned by the emperor. By what right do you accuse him of corruption? You are hardly worthy." Qi Mian had never encountered such a sharp-tongued woman before, left momentarily stunned by her rebuke. Enraged, he retorted, "Zhaozhao, it seems the daughters of the Yunyang Marquis are utterly devoid of decorum. Were it not for the Duke of Yunyang, your father would not have been wronged in this manner. Yet here you stand, rebuking us for a lack of propriety." In response, Zhaozhao seized a cup of hot tea and splashed it directly onto his face, catching him off guard with her audacity. He raised his hand, intending to strike her, but Liuli stepped forward to shield her, while Zhenju swiftly overpowered him, forcing him to the ground. Being a man of little talent, lacking both literary and martial prowess, he was no match for Zhenju and could only kneel there, howling in despair. "Qi Mian, let me make this abundantly clear. The sight of you is distasteful to me. If you dare cross the threshold of the Yunyang Marquis again, the outcome will not merely be this. Zhaozhao stated coldly. Zhenju, allow him to leave, lest he injure your hands. Acknowledging that he would gain no advantage here, Qi Mian begrudgingly cursed, Zhaozhao, I await the day you come to beg for my favor. With that, he scuttled away in disgrace. My lady, the Duke of Wanning's household is far too overbearing, Liuli exclaimed, unable to bear seeing Zhaozhao wronged. Liuli, Zhenju, I must step out for a moment. Please inform Sister Feng Zhu to keep a close watch on the household and alert Mother immediately if anything seems amiss, Zhaozhao instructed as she donned her hood. My lady, where are you going? We shall accompany you, they protested. No need. I will return shortly, she replied before making her exit. Chapter 13. A visit to the prison. Zhaozhao stood outside the gates of the Dali Temple for what felt like an eternity, taking a deep breath before raising her hand to knock. The door swung open from within, revealing a stern official who barked. Who dares to make a commotion at the Dali Temple? I seek to speak with Lord Shen, Zhaozhao replied, standing tall and speaking softly. The official assessed her appearance, noting her hood obscured her features, and coldly responded, Lord Shen is preoccupied with official duties. He cannot be seen at your whim. Begone. He began to close the door. Quickly, she interjected, Please, I implore you to announce my presence. Zhaozhao of the Yunyang Marquis wishes to meet him. The official hesitated, his hand still on the door, and inquired cautiously, Miss Lu San? Indeed, she nodded gently. Upon hearing her name, the previously unyielding official's demeanor transformed entirely. With a smile, he said, It seems I was blind to the esteemed presence before me. I beg your pardon, Miss Lu San. Allow me to escort you to see Lord Shen at once. Though puzzled by the sudden shift in his attitude, Zhaozhao expressed her gratitude softly. Watching her retreating figure, the official let out a long sigh of relief. Lord Shen had specifically instructed that if Miss Lu San were to arrive, she must not be turned away. Had he allowed her to be dismissed, he would surely face dire consequences. Shen Jiayan was engrossed in reviewing official documents in his study when he noticed Zhaozhao entering. He set down his pen and spoke gently. Please, feel free to express your concerns. Zhaozhao was aware that despite his seemingly nonchalant demeanor, he possessed a remarkable ability to solve cases. She inquired, Sir Shen, is there any progress regarding my father's case? Upon hearing her address him formally as Sir, Shen Jiayan felt a pang of sympathy, but she was in good spirits. She would affectionately call him young Master Shen, but during times of distress, she would refer to him as Shen Jiayan, rarely addressing him with such formality. Since I am responsible for this matter, I assure you I will uncover the truth. You need not worry, Shen Jiayan stated earnestly. May I see my father? She asked, fully aware that her request was somewhat inappropriate. However, the thought of not being able to ascertain her father's well-being left her restless. Yes, but I must accompany you. He replied, Is that truly possible? Zhaozhao asked, her face lighting up with hope. Of course, let us go, he said, rising to his feet. Zhaozhao followed closely behind him, her eyes fixed on his back. She suddenly perceived Shen Jiayan as a gentleman, at least not as malicious as Qi Mian, who would revel in another's misfortune. It was merely that he did not hold her in high regard. Lost in her thoughts, they soon arrived at the entrance of the Dali Temple prison. Shen Jiayan turned to her and cautioned, If you feel frightened, just grasp my sleeve. I'm not afraid. She insisted, repressing her trepidation. Though she often engaged in playful antics, she was, after all, a well-protected lady from a respectable family and had never set foot in such a dismal place. Yet, at that moment, she cast aside her apprehensions. The Dali Temple prison housed officials and their families who had committed offenses. The atmosphere was dim, filled with faint echoes of men's curses and women's cries. Zhaozhao, startled, clutched his sleeve tightly and shut her eyes. Shen Jiayan turned back to grasp her hand, softly reassuring her, Do not fear. I am here. Thus, she was led forward by him. Upon reaching a corner, he slowly released her hand, saying, Go on. Your father is just beyond. I shall wait for you here. Zhaozhao nodded and took a few steps forward. Through the iron bars, she spotted her father, the Marquis of Yunyang, seated on a wooden bed. The bedding was neatly arranged, and the blankets were clean. With a trembling voice, she called out, Father! The Marquis, startled by her voice, hurried to the railing and exclaimed, "Zhaozhao, what are you doing here?" "It is Shen Jiayan who brought me," Zhaozhao replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazed at her slightly gaunt father. The Marquis, not suspecting any ulterior motives, assumed that Shen Jiayan had brought her out of respect for Lu Jinrong. Seeing her red-rimmed eyes, he smiled and said, "Why are you crying? I am perfectly fine. How are you and mother faring at home?" He inquired with concern. "Father, we are all well. I only hope for your swift exoneration," Zhaozhao replied, holding his hand tightly. The Marquis patted her hand and said solemnly, "Do not worry, Zhaozhao. No one can wrongfully accuse me of crimes I did not commit. This is no place for you. You should return home soon." "Father, I believe you. Please take good care of yourself," she urged, observing her father's reassuring smile, a reflection of pride in his daughter. "Very well, be safe on your way back," the Marquis advised. Zhaozhao restrained her tears and turned away. At this moment, she could not afford to cry, for she must not add to her father's worries. Observing her slightly flushed cheeks, Shen Jiayan took a handkerchief from his pocket and offered it to her, saying, "If you wish to cry, then do so." Zhaozhao shook her head. Upon exiting the Great Li Temple prison, she bowed respectfully and said, "Thank you, Master Shen, for your assistance today. I shall return home now." "Allow me to see you back," Shen Jiayan replied, gazing at her. "No need, I can manage on my own." After taking a few steps, she suddenly halted, turned around, and said, "Shen Jiayan, in the past, I was foolish and I apologize. I shall not entangle you any further." With that, she hurriedly walked away, fearing her own regret. Shen Jiayan had rendered her such significant help, and now he was diligently concerned about her father. Thus, it would be remiss of her to continue yearning for his beauty, for that would be utterly ungrateful. However, in her swift departure, she failed to notice the darkening expression on Shen Jiayan's handsome face upon hearing her words. She claimed that she had been foolish in the past and would no longer pursue him. How could Zhaozhao so easily abandon her affections? Yet, it was also his fault. As long as she was his, her heart would eventually follow. Just as Zhaozhao left, Mo Jiang, who had been stationed at the Yunyang Marquis' residence, returned. Noticing Shen Jiayan's grim demeanor, he anxiously reported, "Young master, today Qi Mian visited the Yunyang Marquis' residence and encountered Miss Lu San. What was his purpose?" Shen Jiayan had stationed him there partly to prevent suitors from approaching and partly because, despite Mo Jiang's penchant for gossip, he possessed exceptional martial prowess, particularly in lightness skills, making him adept at scaling walls and rooftops. Qi Mian had attempted to humiliate Miss Lu San by proposing that she become his concubine, but he received a harsh lesson, sustaining a head injury inflicted by her and a beating from her maid. Recalling the girl's swift movements, Mo Jiang felt a shiver of fear. Shen Jiayan scoffed coldly. Qi Mian dares to suggest that Zhaozhao become his concubine? He must be under the delusion that he is worthy of her as a legitimate wife. Break his legs and let him crawl back. Mo Jiang shuddered at the command. Realizing that Miss Lu San was indeed the young master's Achilles heel, whoever dared to touch her would meet their demise. He would need to be more respectful in the future. "Yes, young master," Mo Jiang complied and exited. Upon returning home and finding Zhaozhao absent, Xie learned of Qi Mian's visit and was immediately anxious to seek her out. Just as she was about to leave, Zhaozhao returned. "Zhaozhao, how could you go to the Great Li Temple alone? It is far too dangerous for a young lady like you," Xie said, filled with apprehension. "Mother, I met with father today, and he is well." Zhaozhao eagerly shared the good news. "You saw your father?" Xie responded incredulously, as everyone knew that the young Master Shen was stern and unyielding. Otherwise, they would have long sought a way to see the Marquis of Yunyang. Indeed, Zhaozhao nodded affirmatively. Relieved to know that the Marquis was safe, Xie recalled what Luli had said and grasped Zhaozhao's hand, saying, "Zhaozhao, do not concern yourself with Qi Mian any longer." "Understood, mother," Zhaozhao replied with a smile. Chapter 14. The Truth in the Evening. Fang Zhu commanded a servant to bring Ji Xiang before Mrs. Xie. She bowed and said, "Madam, Today I personally witnessed Ji Xiang meeting secretly with the heir of the Marquis of Yunyang. Ji Xiang and Ru Yi were originally two orphans who, out of compassion, were taken in by the Duke of Yunyang to serve as his attendants. However, human greed is insatiable. He repaid kindness with betrayal. Realizing that the matter was now exposed, Ji Xiang knelt and prostrated himself, pleading, "Madam, I was bewitched by folly. I have wronged the Duke. Please spare my life for the sake of my diligent service to him." Mrs. Heir regarded him and asked, "Speak, who instigated you?" "It was the Marquis of Yunyang. He promised me 50 taels if I secretly placed a letter in the Duke's study," Ji Xiang replied. "You have served the Duke for 5 years, during which he has never chastised you, and has even taught you to read and write. He never intended to use his kindness against you. Yet you have repaid his generosity with treachery. Now, the Duke is imprisoned. If you are willing to testify for him, I may spare your life. If not, you shall face a brutal death." Upon hearing the phrase brutal death, Ji Xiang trembled in fear and quickly responded, "Madam, I am willing, I am willing." Mrs. Heir raised her gaze and commanded, "Feng Zhu, take him away and confine him under strict watch." "Yes, madam." The following day, the entire capital was abuzz with the news that Shi Mian, the heir of the Marquis of Yunyang, had his leg broken and crawled back to the Marquis's residence. The Marquis's wife fainted on the spot. Though the Marquis favored his illegitimate son, seeing his legitimate heir so grievously injured was a matter of shame, and he was determined to seek retribution. However, before he could act, his own demise approached. At the Duke of Yunyang's residence, Mrs. Heir looked at Lu Zhaozhao, whose eyes were shadowed with worry, and asked, "Zhaozhao, did you not sleep well last night?" "Mother, I merely stayed up late reading a novel." "It is of no consequence," Lu Zhaozhao replied, trying to appear spirited. In truth, she had read little. Preoccupied with anxiety for her father and vexed with herself for having told Shen Jiayan that she would no longer pursue him, finally falling asleep in the early hours. "Zhaozhao, you must learn to retire earlier," Mrs. Heir advised with a smile. "I understand, mother." "Madam, the second young master has returned," Feng Zhu announced at the door, her voice tinged with joy. No sooner had she spoken than Lu Jinrong entered, clasping his hands and greeting, "Mother, I have returned." Mrs. Heir looked at her son, who had grown thinner and darker since his departure, and said, "It is good that you are back. Your father, mother, I am already aware of Father S.'s situation. Do not worry. The matter I have investigated is indeed related to the missing silver. I have found an important witness, and am preparing to enter the palace to report." Lu Jinrong replied, "Brother, does this mean father can be released?" "Yes," Lu Jinrong nodded. "Jinrong, when you enter the palace, take Ji Xiang, the servant who has been by your father's side. He has confessed that the letter found in your father's study was hidden at the behest of the Marquis of Yunyang." "Understood, mother. I shall go to the palace with Lord Shun immediately," Lu Jinrong said as he prepared to leave. At that moment, chaos reigned in the Marquis of Yunyang's residence, as he felt an inexplicable sense of unease upon learning of the Emperor's urgent summons. Upon arriving at the Xianjing Hall, he caught sight of Shen Jiayan and Lu Jinrong, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. He knelt and declared, "I have seen your majesty." The emperor, however, disregarded him and instead turned to Shen Jiayan, stating in a low voice, "Repeat what you just said in front of the Marquis of Yunyang." Stepping forward to stand beside the Marquis, Shen Jiayan proclaimed loudly, "I wish to accuse the Marquis of Yunyang of corruption and attempting to frame the Duke of Yunyang." With the unfortunate deceased unable to offer rebuttal, he reassured himself and feigned composure, saying, "Lord Shun, assertions must be substantiated by evidence. One cannot simply speak without regard because your mother is a princess." "Marquis Yunyang, are you insinuating that I favor my own?" The emperor responded with displeasure. "Your majesty, I would not dare," came the Marquis's quick reply. "Your majesty, I have a witness," Shen Jiayan interjected. "Bring him forth." A guard led in an individual whose appearance was disheveled and grimy. Upon recognizing him, the Marquis gasped, "Did you not perish? Perhaps it is not my time yet." "Disappointing you, my lord, the culprit, Wang Yud, greeted the emperor, exclaiming, "Long live your majesty." As he bowed deeply, "What is the meaning of this?" the emperor inquired, gazing at the resurrected Wang Yud. "Your majesty, I deserve death. When you allocated the funds, the Marquis of Yunyang approached me, proposing we fabricate a story of lost silver, and we would split the wealth. In a moment of folly, I acquiesced. Later, seeing that Lord Shen was investigating, the Marquis intended to silence me and pin the blame on the Duke of Yunyang. And how did you escape? On that day, I had indulged in drink, and upon returning home, I was met with flames and saw the Marquis's men lurking at my doorway. In my fright, I fled back to my hometown. Wang Yud recounted, bowing again. Your Majesty, every word I speak is true. I do not seek your mercy, only that the true instigator be brought to justice. You lie. I bear you no grudge. Why would you defame me? This is clearly the work of you and the Duke of Yunyang. Letters exchanged between you have already been found in his study. The Marquis retorted, his voice strained. Your Majesty, I have another witness. Lu Jinrong interjected, bowing respectfully. Bring him forth. Zhixiang, trembling with fear, was dragged in and began to bow fervently. The emperor commanded, Who are you? Speak the truth. Your Majesty, I am but a servant of the Duke of Yunyang. Recently, the Marquis of Yunyang approached me, instructing me to place a letter in the Duke's study when he was not looking, promising me 50 taels. Blinded by greed, I complied. He explained, Your Majesty, this servant cannot be trusted. He is a lackey of the Duke. The Marquis protested. Your Majesty, I possess evidence. Zhixiang produced a jade pendant from his bosom, causing the Marquis's eyes to widen in shock. Your Majesty, this pendant was taken from me while I spoke with him, unnoticed. Such an item is typically worn close to the body. It could not have been acquired without intimate proximity. Your Majesty, I lost this pendant some time ago. Who would have thought it would be found by him? The Marquis stammered. Observing his unrepentant demeanor, Shen Jiayan scoffed, Marquis Yunyang. You truly will not shed a tear until you see the coffin. Your Majesty, this is the silver that the young Master Qi used at the Yihong building a few days ago. Please determine if it corresponds to the silver that has gone missing from the court. Eunuch Lu presented the silver ingot to Emperor Qi, who, upon seeing it, turned pale with fury and exclaimed, With the evidence against you, what further excuses can you muster? He realized his fate was sealed, and the Yunyang Marquis was doomed. With a heart heavy as lead, he uttered, Your Majesty, I confess my guilt. The Yunyang Marquis Qi Run has engaged in corruption and falsely implicated the Marquis of Yunyang. Henceforth his title shall be stripped, and he shall face execution in the autumn, while his remaining family shall be exiled 3,000 miles to the southwest. Wang Yud, the deputy judge of Zhengzhou, is to be dismissed from his post and subjected to lifelong confinement. The commoner expresses gratitude to your Majesty for your great mercy. To be spared a life is already a testament to your benevolence. Wang Yud immediately bowed in gratitude. As for this young servant, since he is associated with the Marquis of Yunyang, you may dispose of him as you see fit. Emperor Qi instructed Lu Jinrong. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. Lu Jinrong replied respectfully. Chapter 15. Vindication. The Yunyang Marquis and Wang Yud were taken away, and Lu Jinrong escorted Zhixiang out, leaving only Emperor Qi and Shen Jiayan in the Shenzhen Hall. Emperor Qi rubbed his forehead and spoke in a somber tone. Now that Wang Yud is alive, what then of the corpse discovered in their residence? During the initial examination, it was evident that the deceased did not match Wang Yud's age. Further inquiries revealed that a young servant had gone missing, whose height, physique, and age closely resembled that of the burned body. I feared that notifying you might alert the culprits, so I chose to remain silent. Shen Jiayan replied softly. One wonders who you have followed. Though young, your mind is quite astute. Emperor Qi chuckled lightly. I merely wished to serve the Qi with utmost dedication until my last breath, he continued. You may serve, but spare the dedication. Otherwise, I will have difficulty explaining to the Empress Dowager and your mother. Emperor Qi thought to himself, feeling exasperated with his nephew. Return and ensure the Marquis of Yunyang gets home safely. He has been wronged in this affair. Emperor Qi instructed. I shall obey, replied Shen Jiayan. Upon the Marquis of Yunyang's return home, the first order of business was to deliver Zhixiang to the authorities. Such a person could not remain close. To let him go free would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains, and one could never be certain when he might commit treachery again. Turning him over to the government would fulfill the promise made by the Xie family long ago. The winds of fortune shifted dramatically. The Wanning Marquisate fell into ruin, while the Marquis of Yunyang was vindicated. Those who had previously distanced themselves from the Marquis of Yunyang during his misfortunes now eagerly sought to ingratiate themselves, including the Chongping Marquisate. Sister Xie, it is truly a joyous occasion that the Marquis of Yunyang has been cleared of his grievances. My lord specifically instructed me to convey his congratulations, the Lady of Chongping said, her face beaming with delight. The Xie family, however, was no longer as warm as before. It is easy to offer assistance in times of prosperity, but providing support during adversity is a different matter altogether. She bore no ill will towards them, but such self-serving families were not ones with whom the Marquis of Yunyang could ever forge alliances. Should misfortune strike, how could they protect her daughter? Likely, she would be the first to be sacrificed. She lifted her teacup and took a delicate sip, speaking softly, I acknowledge your kind intentions, Lady of Chongping. The Lady of Chongping was aware of her missteps. When the Xie family had sought to meet her, she had feigned illness to avoid unnecessary trouble. Sister Xie, are you upset with me? I truly was unwell during those days. It was not my intention to neglect our meeting, she explained. Once again, my esteemed lord has never confided in me regarding matters of the court. I truly remain in ignorance. Lady Xie wishes not to escalate this matter, for both the Marquis of Yunyang and her son are entrenched within the court. To acquire another adversary would only heighten our risks, and if necessary, we may simply reduce our interactions in the future. The Lady of the Marquis is overly concerned. Affairs of the court are best left to men, and do not pertain to us, Lady Xie remarked with a composed smile. Upon hearing this, the Lady of the Marquis of Chongping beamed with delight. Sister Xie speaks wisely. Yet the marriages of our daughters must be overseen by us mothers. Would you not agree? She inquired. Both Ji Cheng and Baozhu, upon their return home, have sung praises of your daughter Zhaozhao, commending her beauty and talent. However, I wonder if Zhaozhao harbors any feelings for my son Ji Cheng. The Lady of Chongping probed cautiously. Dear lady, I implore you to exercise caution in your words. My daughter Zhaozhao is yet unmarried, and should this conversation be overheard, it may tarnish her reputation, Lady Xie replied, her expression darkening. Admiration is one thing, but if it were to be misconstrued as something more intimate, that would be an entirely different matter. Oh dear, Sister Xie, forgive my bluntness. I spoke without considering the implications, the Lady of Chongping said with a forced smile. Lady, there are many matters to attend to within the estate today, so I shall take my leave. I hope for your understanding. Lady Xie signaled her intent to bid farewell. The Lady of Chongping, skilled in navigating social nuances, discerned the underlying message and, though somewhat perturbed, forced a smile. Sister Xie, I shall not impose further. Farewell. As Fangzhu watched the Lady of Chongping depart, she expressed her displeasure, saying, Madam, it is a pity that others regard the Lady of Chongping as amiable and generous. In my eyes, she is merely a smiling tiger. Lady Xie remained silent, seated upon a small couch, contemplating. With such a lady at the helm, it seemed the Marquis of Chongping's household was not so tranquil. Indeed, one must tread carefully to discern the true character of others. Fortunately, Zhaozhao does not fancy that young Master Shui. Otherwise, with a mother-in-law like that, marital harmony would be a challenge. Yet the one Zhaozhao admires. Once the Lady of Chongping entered her carriage, her demeanor shifted dramatically, and she seethed. That Lady of the Marquis of Yunyang is insufferably ungrateful. I extended an olive branch, and she refused to take it. And that Miss Liu, though possessing finer looks, carries herself with such arrogance that even my son does not regard her. Does she presume to aspire to marry a prince? Only then did she recall that indeed, the household of the Marquis of Yunyang had produced a princess consort. Madam, do not let their words vex you. Be wary of harming your own health, urged a woman servant at her side. Had it not been for Ji Qing's affections, I would not have gone out of my way to engage with them. Once she enters my household, I shall have ample opportunities to teach her a lesson. The Lady of Chongping retorted with indignation. Upon her return to the estate, Shui Jicheng hesitantly inquired, Mother, what did Lady Xie say? Shui Baozhu glanced at her mother's displeased expression and scoffed. What else could she say? Initially, when the Marquis of Yunyang faced difficulties, Aunt Xie refused to even meet her. Now she wishes to forge a familial bond. How could they possibly acquiesce? Second brother, you should abandon this notion. Baozhu, how can you speak of Aunt in such a manner? She must have her own reasons for her actions, Zhou Yuan interjected, displaying understanding. Indeed, upon hearing this, the lady of Chongping's expression softened immediately. Ah, Yuan is so sensible. Very well, I shall not meddle further. If you wish to disgrace yourselves, do so at your own discretion. Shui Baozhu finished speaking and strode out, casting a piercing glance at Zhou Yuan as she passed. She believed that with Zhaozhao unable to marry her second brother, she would seize the opportunity instead. What a delusion, given her mother's temperament. She would never accept a daughter-in-law from such a family background. Mother, I have taken a liking to Miss Lu San. I wish to marry her, Shui Jiqing stated earnestly, fully aware that his family had erred in this matter. When the Yunyang Marquis faced its turmoil, he had been at home preparing for examinations, and thus was oblivious to the events unfolding in the court. Had he known, he surely would not have remained passive. Jiqing, Miss Lu San is still quite young. You should spend more time with her, and when an appropriate opportunity arises, I shall personally propose, remarked the Madam of Chongping Marquis. Yes, mother, he replied. Zhou Yuan's expression shifted, and she quickly dabbed at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief. The Madam of Chongping turned to her and asked, Yuan, what troubles you? Aunt, I merely saw you devoted to your cousin and was suddenly reminded of my mother, which made me momentarily melancholic, she said, her voice tinged with a pitiful tone. The Madam of Chongping understood her unspoken thoughts all too well. She had already devised a plan. Once Jiqing was wed, she would take it upon herself to elevate Zhou Yuan to the status of a concubine, thereby ensuring that Lu Zhaozhao would pose no threat. Approaching Zhou Yuan, she took her hand and said, Good child, this is your family now. Do not weep. Seeing you like this pains me as well. Thank you, Aunt, for your kindness. Zhou Yuan replied, bowing respectfully. The Madam of Chongping smiled contentedly, unaware that outsiders might mistake her affection for her niece for something more genuine, oblivious to their hidden agendas. Chapter 16. The hunting expedition. Since their last encounter, Lu Zhaozhao had not seen Shen Jiayan for half a month. She had assumed that they had reached an understanding and that she would no longer pursue him, a notion he seemed to welcome as it afforded him peace. September marked the most auspicious time for hunting, a season when the emperor would lead the princes, princesses, and esteemed officials to Zhongling Mountain for the autumn hunt. And this year was no exception. On this particular day, Lu Zhaozhao rose early, eager to prepare herself, for she adored lively gatherings, especially as Jianing was certain to accompany her. Liuli was busy packing Lu Zhaozhao's belongings when she turned and said, Liuli, do not forget to bring my new riding attire. Understood, Miss, Liuli replied softly. Miss, you bring your riding attire every year, yet you have never worn it. Pearl chimed in from his side. This year, my lady will undoubtedly wear it, Lu Zhaozhao replied with a mischievous glint in her eyes. She had never learned to ride. In previous years, she had wished for Shen Jiayan to teach her, but he had always refused, and she was reluctant to seek help from others, leaving her with no opportunity to don riding attire. However, this year was different. She could use this chance to demonstrate her resolve to Shen Jiayan. Miss, I have finished packing. Shall we set off? Liuli asked with a smile. Let's go. Lu Zhaozhao replied briskly as she rose and walked outside. The autumn hunt was an exceedingly significant occasion for the Qi dynasty, symbolizing favorable weather, national prosperity, and the well-being of its citizens. At the entrance of the Yunyang Marquis, the carriage was already waiting. Lu Jinrong assisted Lu Zhaozhao into the carriage, and she cheerfully settled beside Madame Xie, who embraced her and remarked, You seem quite enthusiastic today. Mother, when have I not been enthusiastic? She murmured while leaning against Madame Xie. Enough about you. We will be staying there overnight. Did Liuli pack you some warmer garments? Madame Xie inquired. Yes, yes. Lu Zhaozhao nodded in affirmation. The mother and daughter engaged in light conversation for a while, until Lu Zhaozhao began to doze off. Xie, noticing this, chuckled softly and covered her with a blanket. Approximately an hour later, the carriage came to a halt. Xie gently pinched Lu Zhaozhao's cheek and called out softly, "Zhaozhao, we have arrived." Lu Zhaozhao slowly sat up, rubbing her eyes, and lifted the carriage curtain to peek outside. She observed that the area around Zhongling Mountain was already filled with carriages from various households, yet there was no sign of Jianing. Still not coming down? Peeking like a thief, Lu Jinrong remarked as he lightly tapped her forehead while standing beside the carriage. Lu Zhaozhao covered her forehead and turned to complain, "Mother, second brother hit me." Xie, accustomed to their playful bickering, raised her hand to soothe Lu Zhaozhao's forehead and feigned anger at Lu Jinrong, saying, "Jinrong, do not bully your sister again, or I shall have your father break your legs." Seeing Lu Zhaozhao's triumphant expression, Lu Jinrong laughed lightly. "I was wrong. My sister is the jewel of the family, beyond reproach. Are you satisfied now?" "Quite satisfied," Lu Zhaozhao replied with a smile as she jumped down from the carriage and turned to assist Xie in getting down. "The emperor has arrived. The empress dowager has arrived." Following the crowd, Lu Zhaozhao bowed in greeting. "Long live the emperor! Long live the empress dowager! Everyone, please rise. Let us enjoy this day together as sovereign and subjects," the emperor said with a touch of warmth in his manner. Upon rising, Lu Zhaozhao noticed Jianing gazing at her with a bright smile, prompting her to smile back. As she turned her head, she caught sight of Shen Jiayan looking at her with a similar smile, sending a shiver down her spine. This was rather unusual. She had known Shen Jiayan for many years, but had never witnessed such gentleness from him. He typically bore an aloof demeanor. Was it possible that he had been possessed today? Quickly, Lu Zhaozhao turned her head away, avoiding his gaze. Shen Jiayan, noticing her refusal to look at him, immediately wore a glum expression, causing Princess Jianing to stifle a laugh. All the princes and princesses were present today, including the crown prince from Empress 1, the fourth prince, Princess Jianing, the second prince from Consort Shu, the fifth prince from Rongzhao Yi, and Princess Luqing from Limeiren. The emperor and empress went proceeded to the main tent, while the others returned to their respective tents to change. Lu Zhaozhao also followed Xie back to her own tent. "Liuli, please fetch my riding attire," Lu Zhaozhao called out cheerfully as she entered the tent. "Yes, miss," Liuli replied. Xie, observing her lively demeanor, smiled helplessly. "Zhaozhao, you cannot ride. Why wear riding clothes?" Lu Zhaozhao lifted her chin slightly, as Liuli helped her fasten the buttons on her attire. Once dressed, she twirled around beside Xie, eagerly asking, "Mother, does it look good?" The red riding outfit adorned the blossoming young girl, accentuating her fair complexion and graceful figure, making it hard for anyone to falsely declare it unattractive. "Very beautiful," Xie said, adjusting her collar. "Mother, I wish to learn to ride today," Lu Zhaozhao said softly. In previous years, she had refrained from learning to ride partly because Shen Jiayan would not teach her, and partly because Xie had always disallowed it out of concern for her safety. Xie understood that she had always desired to learn. In previous years, she had felt that Lu Zhaozhao was still too young and feared that she might injure herself. "Very well, if you wish to learn, then learn. But remember, do not overexert yourself," Xie advised with meticulous care. "Mother, you are the best. I shall go find Ning Ning now," she said joyfully. "Go ahead, but be cautious," Xie replied. Lu Zhaozhao exited the tent with a sense of delight, but before she could reach Jianing's tent, she spotted Shen Jiayan approaching her. Memories of her earlier indiscretions flooded her mind, and she felt a deep urge to find a crevice to hide in, opting instead to lower her gaze and pretend she had not seen him. "Lu Zhaozhao, what are you looking for?" Shen Jiayan's voice came with a hint of teasing. "I'm looking for a crevice," she retorted without a moment's thought. His light laughter made her realize the absurdity of her own words, and her cheeks flushed crimson. She raised her head, a hint of annoyance in her tone as she said, "Shen Jiayan, I am here." A smirk danced at the corners of his mouth. Seeing him in such a mischievous manner, she thought he must have lost his senses. His behavior was entirely uncharacteristic. Yet, considering that he had facilitated her meeting with her father and cleared her father's name, he could be regarded as her benefactor. "I have other matters to attend to. Please excuse me," Lu Zhaozhao said, attempting to leave. "Lu Zhaozhao, let me teach you how to ride," he proposed suddenly. She looked at him in horror, unable to believe her ears. Shen Jiayan had taken the initiative to offer her riding lessons. Had this been in the past, she might have been elated. But now she was determined to let go. If she were to develop feelings for him again, she would become the person she had vowed not to be. No, that won't be necessary. I will find someone else to teach me. I wouldn't want to trouble young Master Shen, she insisted, shaking her head as she spoke. Seeing her refuse without hesitation, Shen Jiayan playfully threatened, "Then who do you plan to ask? Xu Yichen? Just look at his slight build. Are you not afraid he might throw you off the horse?" Chapter 17. Misunderstanding. Zhaozhao was puzzled by his sudden mention of Xue Jicheng. Observing his displeased expression, a thought flickered through her mind. Could it be that Shen Jiayan harbored feelings for Xue Jicheng? It was no wonder he had remained indifferent to her pursuit for so long, and now, upon the mention of Xue Jicheng, he exhibited this reaction. Although the capital was home to some frivolous youths, she had not anticipated that Shen Jiayan would be captivated by Xue Jicheng's handsome visage. A pang of sorrow struck her. It truly was a pity. Shen Jiayan regarded her with expressions that shifted like a chameleon. "Zhaozhao, what are you thinking?" he inquired. She tentatively asked, "You don't want me to seek Xue Jicheng to learn riding because you're jealous, are you?" Having dreamed of her day and night, Shen Jiayan had grown weary of merely longing for her. All he desired was to bring her home as his bride, and he had grown indifferent to whether her affections were solely for his handsome face. "Zhaozhao, it seems you are not as foolish as I thought," Shen Jiayan said, bending down to meet her gaze. However, rather than blushing as he had expected, she looked at him with disbelief, her heart gradually sinking into despair. "Zhaozhao, what is that expression on your face?" Shen Jiayan was somewhat perplexed. Is it so difficult for her to accept that he confessed his feelings for her? Zhaozhao took a deep breath, patted his shoulder, and resolutely stated, "Shen Jiayan, rest assured, I will never speak of this matter." Before he could fully comprehend her words, she dashed towards Jianning's tent, leaving Shen Jiayan in a state of confusion, faintly sensing that Zhaozhao might have misunderstood something. Upon seeing Zhaozhao approaching, Jianning joyfully rose to welcome her. Noticing her strange expression, she quickly asked, "Zhaozhao, what is the matter?" Zhaozhao remained silent. Glancing at the palace made behind Jianning promptly waved her hand, instructing, "You all may leave." Lu Li and Zhen Zhu exited together, leaving only Zhaozhao and Jianning inside the tent. She grasped Jianning's hand, her excitement palpable, and exclaimed, "Ning, I have discovered a great secret today." "What secret?" Jianning inquired, curiosity piqued by Zhaozhao's fervor. "Your cousin. He likes men," Zhaozhao revealed. And if not for the seriousness etched on her face, Jianning might have doubted her sanity, thinking perhaps she was envious of love gone awry. "Ning, quiet. I promised him I wouldn't tell anyone," Zhaozhao added, glancing nervously towards the entrance. "Where did you hear that, Zhaozhao?" Jianning was aware of how her cousin looked at Zhaozhao. She was certain that Shen Jiayan had feelings for her. How could he possibly like men? Who else could I have heard it from? Shen Jiayan himself admitted it. Zhaozhao responded, "Impossible. Zhaozhao, you need to explain this to me thoroughly." Zhaozhao recounted the entire conversation she had with Shen Jiayan, and upon finishing, Jianning was left speechless. She truly could not fathom how Zhaozhao's mind worked. Usually so astute, how could she be so oblivious when it came to matters of the heart? Jianning would sooner believe that Shen Jiayan liked men than accept that he had feelings for her. "Now do you believe me?" Zhaozhao poured herself a cup of tea. Jianning, with a resigned nod, replied, "I believe, though it is hard to accept. However, this matter cannot be revealed by me. It must be addressed by the person involved." The thought of her cousin's expression upon learning this news almost made her laugh. "Jianning, do you wish to learn how to ride a horse?" Zhaozhao asked, looking up. "Zhaozhao, please spare me. How could I possibly learn a ride?" "Although I can accompany you," Jianning replied, rising to take her hand. Zhaozhao stood up in turn and said, "All right, I will seek out my second brother to teach me. I cannot let this riding outfit go to waste." Jianning nodded in agreement, certain that today would be an entertaining day. "Then let us go." Indeed, trouble often finds its way to those who invite it. As Zhaozhao and Jianning exited the tent, they did not encounter Lu Jinrong, but instead collided with the furious Xiao Yurou. Upon seeing Lu Zhaozhao, Xiao Yurou was reminded of the punishment she endured, losing face in the process. Glancing at the Princess Jianing beside Lu Zhaozhao, she begrudgingly performed a respectful curtsy and greeted, "Greetings, Your Highness." Yaning replied softly. As a princess of the Qi, she would not stoop to Xiao Yurou's level. However, Xiao Yurou's constant antagonism towards Zhao left her with little patience. Lu Zhaozhao had no intention of engaging with her. Just as she was about to leave, she heard Xiao Yurou's sarcastic remark. "Miss Lu-san, are you still planning to bother young Master Shen for horseback riding this year? I wonder if he is willing." "Who said I wouldn't want to? I will be delighted." The crowd turned their gazes as Shen Jiayan strode towards Lu Zhaozhao. Gazing at the man before her, she suddenly lost her desire to learn horseback riding. Having just discovered his secret, she feared he might resort to silencing her. "No need. You are a person of high standing with many matters to attend to. I shall not impose," she replied, her voice tinged with a hint of despair. "Zhaozhao, I finally found you," Shui Baozhu exclaimed as she rushed over, followed closely by the refined Shui Jicheng. Lu Zhaozhao glanced back and forth between Shen Jiayan and Shui Jicheng, perplexed by the situation. "Your Highness, I have seen the princess." Shui Baozhu first bowed to Jianing before turning to Lu Zhaozhao with wide-eyed admiration. "Zhaozhao, you look absolutely stunning in riding attire." "Thank you." "Humph." Xiao Yurou rolled her eyes at the attention Lu Zhaozhao was receiving, clearly displeased. "Xiao Yurou, why are you everywhere? Do you truly not realize how annoying you are?" "Su Baozhu Zito." Shui Baozhu, you and Lu Zhaozhao are of the same ilk. Uncouth and unrefined. Miss Xiao, Lu-san is a companion to Princess Jianing, and her sister is even a royal consort. Are you attempting to insult the royal family? Shen Jiayan spoke languidly, yet his words carried a chilling undertone. Xiao Yurou was taken aback. She had not anticipated Shen Jiayan would defend Lu Zhaozhao. Lu Zhaozhao was equally surprised, glancing at Shui Baozhu and then at Shui Jicheng. Could this be a case of love extending to all associated? Yaning, aware that Xiao Yurou was no match for Zhaozhao, chose to remain silent until her cousin spoke. She straightened her posture and said seriously, "Miss Xiao, I hope you do not forget my mother's teachings, and do not forget the pain once the wounds have healed." Realizing she would gain nothing today, Xiao Yurou, not wanting to face confinement again, obediently replied, "I shall heed your highness's teachings." "Zhaozhao, weren't you eager to learn horseback riding?" "Now that my cousin and young Master Shui are here," Jianing teased, nudging Lu Zhaozhao. Ning wished to steer clear of their tangled emotions. Xu Yicheng, his ears flushed, spoke softly, "Miss Lu-san, if you wish to learn, I can teach you." Shen Jiayan, observing Xu Yichen's timid demeanor, scoffed inwardly. Could such a person truly protect Lu Zhaozhao? In front of the crowd, he pulled Lu Zhaozhao closer, saying, "There is no need for young Master Shui to trouble himself. Miss Lu-san shall be entrusted to me." Chapter 18. Anger. Shui Jicheng's expression dimmed instantly. As a fellow man, he could perceive Shen Jiayan's affection for Lu Zhaozhao. He was the heir to the Duke of Gua, a high-ranking official, while he himself was merely a young lord of a marquisate. Lu Zhaozhao, feeling the grip of Shen Jiayan on her wrist, became more convinced of her thoughts. He clearly wished to keep her away from Shui Jicheng. She tugged her wrist free from his grasp, forcing a smile as she said, "I feel a bit tired today and do not wish to learn anymore. I shall return to my tent now." With that, she hurried away, disregarding everything else. As Xiao Yurou observed that Lu Zhaozhao had departed, she gracefully withdrew, while Shui Baozhu took the despondent Shui Jicheng by the hand and left as well. Yaning, noticing the grim expression on Shen Jiayan's face, chuckled softly and leaned closer to him, whispering, "Cousin, I have something to discuss with you." "I have no desire to listen." Shen Jiayan replied coldly. "Are you certain? Don't you wish to know why Zhaozhao behaved so peculiarly today?" Jianing teased with a mischievous grin. "Why?" Shen Jiayan inquired. Curiosity piqued. Jianing extended her hand, and without hesitation, Shen Jiayan retrieved a stack of silver notes from his pocket and placed them in her palm, urging her to speak quickly. With barely contained laughter, Jianing leaned into his ear and whispered, Zhaozhao thinks you have a fondness for Shui Jiqing. As soon as she finished, she burst into uncontrollable laughter. Shen Jiayan's expression darkened significantly as he turned to the still laughing Jianing and coldly asked, "Is that truly amusing?" He pondered why Lu Zhaozhao had acted so strangely. Her imagination was quite bold indeed. "Cousin, I truly admire you. How do you manage to make Zhaozhao think you are enamored with such a handsome fellow?" Without responding, Shen Jiayan turned on his heel and strode away. Observing his furious demeanor, Jianing shrugged, feeling quite accomplished for having aided him. Otherwise, his pursuit of love would be a lengthy endeavor. This was a decisive cut to the chaos. Madame Xie, surprised by Lu Zhaozhao's swift return, inquired, "Why are you back so soon?" "Mother, I did not see second brother," Lu Zhaozhao replied, having wandered about only to encounter those she wished to avoid. "Your second brother has gone to find your father. Liuli, assist the young lady in getting ready. We must also prepare to depart." Madame Xie raised her hand to smooth Lu Zhaozhao's somewhat disheveled hair. "Yes, madam." Liuli stepped forward to help Lu Zhaozhao with her attire. In Qi, all ages and genders excelled in horseback riding and archery. Thus, during the autumn hunting festival, young men from various households would compete. Since Shen Jiayan turned 15, he had claimed the top spot each year. "Jiayan, I am determined to win this year." "You had best be cautious," the fourth prince said with a smile. "Your Highness, you expressed the same sentiment last year," Shen Jiayan replied nonchalantly, bow, an arrow in hand. "You insolent boy," the fourth prince retorted, though his tone lacked genuine anger, as they were like brothers, having grown up together, and shedding royal titles made little difference. Today, Shen Jiayan was not focused on the hunt. His gaze lingered on Lu Zhaozhao, who was animatedly conversing with Jianing and Lu Zhaoyan, oblivious to the fact that she had become a source of vexation for someone. She chattered away, while Lu Zhaoyan looked upon her with delight. As Emperor Qi and Empress would emerge from the main tent, the crowd bowed, saying, "We have seen the Emperor. We have seen the Empress. Please rise," the Emperor instructed. Observing the eager participants with satisfaction, his heart swelling with pride at the peace and prosperity of the nation. This was what he longed to witness. This year, as in years past, those who capture the most game will be handsomely rewarded, he declared. "Long live your majesty." The crowd swiftly mounted their horses. Yet Shen Jiayan remained still. The emperor glanced at him and inquired, "Why do you still linger?" "Your majesty, should I secure the first prize?" "I humbly request your consent for one favor," Shen Jiayan replied, bowing respectfully. The emperor inwardly rolled his eyes at the audacity of that insufferable boy. Throughout his life, he had been able to obtain rare treasures that even princes and princesses could not possess. Yet he still had the audacity to make requests. "Perhaps once you claim the top prize," the emperor replied with a hint of exasperation. "Thank you, your majesty," the boy replied, mounting his horse, one hand gripping the reins while the other held a bow and arrow, grinning at Lu Zhaozhao with an air of certainty. Startled, Lu Zhaozhao shivered slightly, sensing an inexplicable chill. "Set off," commanded the emperor, and the group galloped into Zhongling Mountain. Lu Zhaozhao lamented her inability to ride a horse, wishing she could join them. As she secretly mourned her predicament, Shui Baozhu, clad in a sleek riding outfit, strode over and cheerfully asked, "Zhaozhao, would you like to join me for the hunt?" "Baozhu, you can ride?" Lu Zhaozhao's eyes sparkled with admiration. Shui Baozhu, touched by the brightness in her gaze, felt her heart soften. How could someone be so endearing? "Of course, my riding skills are quite comparable to those of my second brother. I will take you with me." Lu Zhaozhao felt a surge of excitement. At that moment, Xie was drawn away by other ladies for conversation, and she turned to Lu Zhaoyu, saying, "Elder sister, I wish to go." "Do so," Lu Zhaoyu replied, fully aware of her sister's fondness for lively gatherings. Furthermore, Zhongling Mountain was teeming with guards, ensuring safety. "Miss Shui, I trust you will take good care of Zhaozhao," Lu Zhaoyu said gently. "Rest assured, your highness, I will look after Zhaozhao," Shui Baozhu declared boldly, eliciting light laughter from those around them. With a swift motion, Shui Baozhu mounted her horse and extended a hand to help Lu Zhaozhao. It was her first time atop a horse, and naturally, she felt a wave of nervousness, instinctively clutching the horse's ear. "Zhaozhao, you need not be so tense. With me here, you won't fall, Shui Baozhu reassured her. As the horse galloped forward, Lu Zhaozhao initially felt anxious, but Shui Baozhu's adept, riding soon, eased her fears. Baozhu, you are truly remarkable, she exclaimed softly. Yet my mother always scolds me for not behaving like a proper lady, constantly chastising my mischievous nature. There was a hint of melancholy in Shui Baozhu's expression as she spoke. She could not fathom why her mother favored the pretentious and conniving Zhou Yuan, who says a lady must only play the guqin or paint. I greatly admire someone as spirited and fearless as you, Lu Zhaozhao replied sincerely. This is the first time I have ever heard someone say such a thing, Shui Baozhu murmured. From a young age, she had been different from most girls. She was uninterested in music, chess, calligraphy, or painting. Had she been born a boy, she would have aspired to become a general. Yet as a girl, she was deemed an oddity in her mother's eyes. Baozhu, look, there's a rabbit, Lu Zhaozhao exclaimed excitedly, pointing to a small gray rabbit not far away. Shui Baozhu skillfully reined in her horse, drew her bow, and aimed. Just as she was about to release the arrow, a swift whoosh echoed as an arrow flew in from the side, striking the rabbit's leg. Before Shui Baozhu could react, Lu Zhaozhao glanced towards the direction of the shot and locked eyes with Shen Jiayan, who had a pair of enchanting peach blossom eyes. Chapter 19. Intentions, Shen Jiayan. What on earth are you doing? We spotted that rabbit first, Lu Zhaozhao exclaimed, filled with righteous indignation. What you see is yours, and now you see me, which means I belong to you as well. Shen Jiayan regarded her sitting atop Shui Baozhu's horse, and found her increasingly irksome. Shameless, Lu Zhaozhao muttered under her breath. Shui Baozhu glanced between the two, seemingly grasping the situation. She consoled Zhaozhao, do not worry, there are plenty of mountain hares in Zhongling. I will catch another one for you. Lu Zhaozhao glared fiercely at Shen Jiayan before turning to Baozhu and saying, let us go. Just as Shui Baozhu reached for the reins, Shen Jiayan, who had been several steps away, suddenly galloped over. In a fleeting moment, as he brushed past them, he swiftly wrapped his arm around Lu Zhaozhao's waist and pulled her onto his horse, riding off into the distance. Shui Baozhu was left in bewilderment. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would hardly have believed that the illustrious young Master Shen could resort to such brazen abduction. By the time she regained her senses and attempted to pursue them, they had already vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Lu Zhaozhao was equally dazed, and as she began to comprehend the situation, she immediately struggled to push him away, exclaiming, Shen Jiayan, are you out of your mind? Let me down. Shen Jiayan tightened his grip around her waist, fearing she might fall, while she continued to squirm in his embrace. Sensing the shift in his own feelings, he lowered his voice, threatening, if you keep squirming, I will toss you off. Infuriated, Lu Zhaozhao reached out to pinch his waist, eliciting a muffled grunt from him. Ugh! Shen Jiayan dismounted and promptly lifted Lu Zhaozhao off the horse. Confounded by his sudden madness, she demanded, what on earth are you doing? He remained silent, advancing step by step toward her. She glanced around, noting the absence of any onlookers, and at that moment, she realized she had lost her advantage. Retreating cautiously, she boldly declared, Shen Jin, I warn you, if you dare to harm me, my father and brother will not let you go. Shen Jiayan scoffed, seizing her wrist, and with a smirk, he said, now you are afraid. Yet when you were spouting nonsense, you showed no fear. Just as she attempted to rebut, she recalled her promise to Ning Ning, recognizing her own culpability. Softening her tone, she confessed, that matter was my fault, but I assure you I only told Ning Ning. I will never bring it up again, I swear, raising 3 fingers with unwavering determination. Shen Jiayan found her earnestness amusing, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he replied, if you do not clarify things for me today, I will leave you here to be fed to the wolves. Do not try to scare me. There are no wolves here, Lu Zhaozhao retorted, her confidence wavering. Was he truly debating the existence of wolves? Shen Jiayan questioned directly, who told you I favored men? Seeing his flustered expression, she was a bit perplexed, thinking, hadn't he admitted it himself? You said so, she stated. I truly wish to know what filthy thoughts occupy your mind. I do not fancy men, let alone that pretty boy. The person I like is you, Zhaozhao declared, as Shen Jiayan cradled her face, gazing intently into her eyes. He held a deep admiration for her, though he could not recall precisely when it began. What lingered in his memory was their first encounter, where she served as a companion to Jianing. At that time, everyone feared him, yet she sweetly addressed him as brother. Zhaozhao felt a tremor in her heart as Shen Jiayan professed his affection for her, recalling how she had once persistently pursued someone who remained indifferent. Trembling, she reached out to touch his forehead and asked, "Shen Jiayan, are you speaking nonsense?" Upon witnessing her incredulous expression, he leaned down and gently pressed his lips against her forehead. He had intended to wait until she matured further, until she truly understood what it meant to love, but at this moment he could wait no longer. He desired to marry her without delay. They would have a lifetime to cultivate mutual affection, yet he was resolute in his intention to claim her first. Zhaozhao felt the soft caress on her forehead, causing her cheeks to flush instantly. She pushed Shen Jiayan away, indignantly exclaiming, "Even if you are fond of me, you cannot act lewdly. It is a shame that the noble ladies of this capital consider you a gentleman, unaware that you are but a scoundrel." Shen Jiayan gazed at her chattering red lips, his expression darkening slightly as he chuckled. "Before you, I have never claimed to be a gentleman, nor do I wish to be one." Faced with his fervent gaze and the shy declarations he uttered, Zhaozhao covered her ears and protested, "Stop it. I do not wish to hear any more. Hurry and take me back to find Baozhu." In that moment, she finally comprehended the sensation she had evoked in Shen Jiayan when she had once teased him. Her cheeks felt as though they might burn her hands. He gently pried her delicate hands away from her ears and coaxed, "Zhaozhao, call me brother, and I shall escort you home." Her cheeks flared crimson once more, reminiscent of a peach exuding an enchanting fragrance. Childhood memories flooded her mind, and she clenched her fists, striking his chest in frustration. "Shen Jiayan, be quiet." Amused by her playful demeanor, Shen Jiayan made no effort to stop her, a smile gracing his lips as she continued to hit him. "Zhaozhao, are you there?" From a distance, Shui Baozhu's voice called out, prompting Zhaozhao to halt her actions and rush towards the sound. Shen Jiayan wrapped his arm around her waist and stated, "Since you did not oppose me, I shall take it as your consent." "What have I consented to?" Zhaozhao glared at him, bewildered by his behavior akin to that of a rogue. Were it not for his handsome visage, she would have struck him long ago. Shen Jiayan offered no response, instead raising his gaze to spot Shui Baozhu approaching, and he released his hold on her slender waist. Upon seeing that Zhaozhao was unharmed, Shui Baozhu's worry subsided. Though her instincts told her that Shen Jiayan would never harm her, she rushed to Zhaozhao's side, grasping her hand and asking, "Zhaozhao, are you all right?" "I am fine," Zhaozhao replied, feeling as though she had ingested bitterness without the means to express it. How could she articulate that Shen Jiayan, that rogue, had suddenly acted so inappropriately? "Miss Shui, Zhaozhao has been with you all day and has not encountered me. I do not wish to hear any idle gossip. Do you understand?" Shen Jiayan's demeanor turned cold and serious in front of others. Shui Baozhu was no fool. She could easily discern the implications behind his words. The grand atmosphere of openness has flourished, yet there are always those who prefer to engage in hushed gossip. The events of today, known only to the parties involved, were witnessed solely by her. Should this knowledge be divulged, it would signify that Shen Jiayan was indeed warning her. With an air of confidence, she addressed him, assuring, "Rest assured, Sir Shen, since there is nothing amiss, I shall consider today's events as if I had not seen them." Shen Jiayan cast a glance at Zhaozhao before galloping away. Chapter 20. A request for imperial favor. Zhaozhao softly muttered a curse as she watched his retreating figure, calling him a scoundrel. Shui Baozhu observed her slightly flushed cheeks and recalled the earlier display of Shen's protection over her, teasingly inquired, "Zhaozhao, do you perhaps harbor feelings for the young master Shen?" "My admiration lies solely with his visage," Zhaozhao replied, laughter spilling forth, for indeed Shen Jiayan's countenance was unmatched in the entire capital. "Zhaozhao, you truly possess discerning taste," Shui Baozhu chuckled, doubling over in mirth. "Baozhu, please cease your laughter," Zhaozhao implored. Exasperated, Very well, I shall quiet down. The day is waning. Let's enjoy a little longer before returning, Baozhu responded. Agreed. Upon their return to the tent, they found the others had not yet arrived. Setting aside Shen Jiayan's sudden outburst, Zhaozhao felt a sense of joy. She patted her dress, which had gathered some dirt, and smiled. Thank you for today, Baozhu. For what? If you enjoyed it, I shall take you out often in the future. Baozhu declared with a boldness that rivaled any man's. Zhaozhao, charmed by her spirited nature, smiled warmly, thinking that if she were a man, she would gladly wed her. Very well, it is a pact, she said softly. Shui Baozhu nodded in agreement, her gaze then falling upon Xie, who seemed to be searching for someone. Zhaozhao, is Anxia looking for you? Upon hearing this, Zhaozhao turned to see Xie approaching, and she felt a twinge of unease. Baozhu, I shall take my leave now. Do hurry back, Baozhu encouraged, watching her retreating figure with a smile. From a moment she had seen Zhaozhao at Princess Jianning's birthday banquet, she had sensed a kinship between them. Initially, she was delighted at the prospect of her mother's intention to ally with the Yunyang Marquis, believing it would be a splendid match for her elder brother. However, now she found herself wishing against it. For such a radiant girl ought to live freely and exuberantly, not be ensnared in the mire of her family's troubles. In the capital, it is widely acknowledged that the Chongping Marquis' household upholds a reputation of integrity. Yet only the family members are privy to the truth that it is merely a facade. Zhaozhao returned to the tent, where Lili dressed her in a delicate light blue skirt. Xie, holding a handkerchief, teasingly remarked how the once pristine young lady had turned into a little mud monkey. Unbothered, Zhaozhao wiped her face, but as her hand brushed against her forehead, she suddenly recalled the unexpected kiss from Shen Jiayan, causing her cheeks to flush. Xie noticed her sudden embarrassment and promptly inquired why her face had turned so red, suggesting she might be ill. Cursing him silently in her heart, Zhaozhao quickly shifted the conversation, saying, It's nothing, mother. Do you know how extraordinary Baozhu is? She can ride and also excels in archery. Since the last encounter, when the Chongping Marquis' wife had refused to see her, Xie had abandoned her hopes of a familial alliance. However, matters between adults were separate from those of children, and seeing Zhaozhao's admiring expression, she chuckled, If you like her so much, then persuade her to teach you more. Naturally, Zhaozhao replied, Mother, do you think my second brother can achieve the top prize this year? The emperor has declared that whoever secures the top spot will be richly rewarded. Xie shot her a sidelong glance, murmuring with young Master Shen around, How can your second brother hope to be the best? After saying this, she smiled while assessing Zhaozhao, the teasing intent evident. Mother, Zhaozhao lamented her earlier reluctance to admit her affection for Shen Jiayan. What shame was there in that? After all, Shen Jiayan possessed exceptional character, looks, and family background. Only such a young man was worthy of her daughter. In Xie's heart, her daughter deserved to marry the finest young man in the world, living a life free from worries, filled with peace and joy. Mother, you're truly wonderful, Zhaozhao smiled, nestling against Xie. Xie gently stroked her hair, laughing. You still behave just like when you were a child, so fond of being cuddled. Madam, Miss 3, the Marquis, and the second young master have returned, announced Jinju from outside the tent. Mother, let us go take a look, Zhaozhao said, rising and assisting Xie out of the tent. Upon emerging, they were greeted by the sight of many returning with their spoils. Emperor Qi and Empress Wen also stepped out, observing the bounty brought back, with Emperor Qi exclaiming joyfully, Well done, our fine sons of the Qi. Zhaozhao scanned the crowd, spotting her father and second brother. Even Shui Jiqing had returned. Yet there was no sign of Shen Jiayan, causing her heart to race. Could there truly be wolves in the mountains? Your Majesty, look, young Master Shen has hunted a spotted deer, exclaimed Lu Gonggong beside the emperor, pointing towards Shen Jiayan in the distance. Upon hearing his name, Zhaozhao felt a wave of relief wash over her. Raising her eyes, she indeed saw a spotted deer, a rare prize. Indeed, Emperor Qi proclaimed with delight, You lad, you possess some skill. Your Majesty, may I inquire if you still remember our agreement? Shen Jiayan, shedding his previous nonchalance, asked earnestly. Emperor Qi shot him a glare. Thinking to himself, this impudent boy, unwilling to concede even a little. He was curious to see what else he might desire. Surely he did not wish for the stars in the sky. "Speak, what do you want?" Emperor Qi asked, somewhat exasperated. Remained silent, kneeling before the crowd, which startled the emperor. Typically, he only performed such grand gestures during ceremonial rites. Was he truly seeking the imperial throne? "Your Majesty, I humbly request your blessing for my marriage." The sound of his heart pounding echoed within her. The emperor, initially taken aback, soon rejoiced, urging, "Speak up. Which family's daughter do you wish to wed?" At 21, dismissed all noble women, from princesses to daughters of esteemed families. The youngest daughter of the Duke of Yunyang, Princess Jingru, had been cherished by both the empress and the late emperor, who had devoted much effort to her marriage. With a resonant voice, declared, "I seek to marry the third daughter of the Duke of Yunyang." The emperor glanced at the radiant young lady among the crowd and understood. No wonder this young man, despite his age, was reluctant to marry. His heart belonged to someone. The third daughter of the family was a companion to Princess Jiayan and had only just reached maturity, yet he was eager to propose. Unconsciously, tightened her grip, caught between tension and a thrill, as if her long-standing, unreciprocated affection had finally been acknowledged. "Duke of Yunyang, are you satisfied with this marriage?" Although the emperor delighted in the prospect of his nephew's engagement, he could not grant a marriage without consulting the duke, a trusted minister. At that moment, the duke regarded as one might view a pig attempting to root through one's prized vegetables. If not for the emperor's presence, he might have raised his fist in protest. While he recognized unmatched standing among the young men of the capital, he was reluctant to agree to the union without consideration. The duke stepped forward, clasping his hands respectfully. "Your Majesty, I must consult my wife on this matter. Please forgive me for not acquiescing at this moment." Upon hearing this, a few in the crowd scoffed, for many families aspired to marry their daughters into the Duke of Guoguo's household. Yet here was the duke, hesitating. "Very well." The emperor replied, "I shall grant you 3 days. If you have no objections by then, I shall proceed with a marriage decree." He wished to issue an immediate edict, but, as a ruler, could not appear overly biased. "Thank you, Your Majesty," replied, a smile contained within his demeanor. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The Duke of Yunyang, though displeased, could not disregard the emperor's authority and accepted the decree. However, if was unwilling, he would refuse to comply with any imperial orders, with publicly proposing to and the emperor affirming the union. It seemed the marriage between the Duke of Yunyang and the Duke of Guoguo was all but certain. Many young ladies felt disheartened, while several young men lamented, regretting their missed opportunities to propose sooner. Though understood he could not compete with, hearing of her impending marriage stirred within him a sense of unwillingness, a feeling he had never experienced before. As observed, her head bowed and ears flushed, she understood the implications. A woman's marriage is a lifelong commitment to her husband. Should she choose unwisely, she might face endless hardships. When she was imprisoned, Shen Jiayan did not take advantage of the situation. Rather, he devoted himself entirely to helping Zhong Huai clear his name, demonstrating his commendable character. Zhongling Mountain lies several dozen miles from the capital, which is why it has become customary for everyone to spend a night there during the autumn hunt. As dusk descended, bonfires ignited all around. Lu Zhaozhao, Lu Zhaoyu, Jianing, and Shui Baozhu sat in a circle, with Shui Baozhu currently brushing oil on a leg of lamb. The tender meat, when roasted over the fire, immediately released an enticing aroma, and Lu Zhaozhao gazed at it with sparkling eyes. "Zhaozhao, how can you still be thinking about food at this moment?" Jianing gently nudged her and said. Lu Zhaozhao turned to see Jianing's excited expression, instantly understanding her curiosity. She whispered, "Ningning, I truly do not know what has happened. Just before today, your cousin barely acknowledged my existence." Jianing stifled a giggle, playfully tapping Lu Zhaozhao's forehead. "Zhaozhao, have you never realized that my cousin has feelings for you?" "I have considered it, but he has never admitted anything," Lu Zhaozhao replied with a resigned shrug. Since the age of 13, she had pursued him relentlessly, yet he had always remained indifferent. "I wonder what has changed today." "That was merely his stubbornness, Zhaozhao. Once you marry my cousin, you will become my sister-in-law." At the thought, Jianning's eyes sparkled with excitement, envisioning her close friend transformed into a sister-in-law. What an amusing notion. I haven't agreed yet. After all these years. She has finally turned the tables, Lu Zhaozhao teased. Come on, with a face like your cousin's, he is surely one of a kind. Would you really be willing to let him go? At that moment, under the vast sky, amidst the lively chatter, the two of them whispered to each other. Lu Zhaoyu, unable to discern their conversation, expressed her concern. Zhaozhao, do you truly wish for this marriage? If you do not, I will seek the Queen Mother's intervention. It was understandable for her to think so, as everyone else believed Lu Zhaozhao and Shen Jiayan were at odds. Rest assured, royal sister, Zhaozhao is certainly willing, Jianning laughed. Lu Zhaozhao felt a tinge of embarrassment. Although she had a thick skin, it was only when it came to Shen Jiayan. Observing her shy demeanor, Lu Zhaoyu understood that as long as her sister was willing, that was all that mattered. Jianning, what is making you so joyous? Please share it with the royal brother. The fourth prince and Shen Jiayan approached them, the fourth prince addressing Jianning, yet keeping his gaze fixed on Lu Zhaoyu as he casually sat beside her. Greetings, your highness. Shui Baozhu stood and bowed respectfully. Please, take a seat. The fourth prince waved his hand dismissively. Shen Jiayan naturally settled next to Lu Zhaozhao, producing a beautifully roasted rabbit from behind him and offering it to her with a gentle voice, for you. The delightful aroma of the roasted rabbit was irresistible, and Lu Zhaozhao found herself unable to refuse. Just as she reached out to take it, he withdrew it. The rabbit I was about to eat has flown away, Lu Zhaozhao exclaimed, a mixture of annoyance and embarrassment. Shen Jiayan chuckled, tearing off a leg and teasingly holding it to her mouth. No need to raise your voice. I can hear you. Go ahead and eat. As Lu Zhaozhao took a bite, her eyes narrowed in delight. This is truly delicious. Cousin, you are rather biased. Aren't you? We aren't even married yet you seem blind to everyone else. Jianning rolled her eyes in jest. Jianning, your cousin has only just managed to secure a wife. If you speak of her fleeing, be wary of your aunt's wrath, jested the fourth prince, who then rose to slice several pieces of lamb leg, presenting them to Lu Zhaoyu. Thank you, your highness, Lu Zhaoyu murmured softly, though a hint of melancholy flickered in the fourth prince's eyes. Would she cease to be so courteous towards him? Brother, if you continue to bully me, I shall take refuge at your residence and stay with sister-in-law, Jianning threatened with a mischievous grin. Lu Zhaoyu merely curled her lips in indifference. Such threats did not intimidate him, as the fourth prince's manor housed more than just her, including a secondary consort and several maidservants. Unexpectedly, the fourth prince placed the lamb before Jianning, admonishing her, eat up. Won't that silence your complaints? There is no accommodation for you in my residence. So stingy, Jianning retorted. Relishing her meal, Lu Zhaozhao, gnawing on a rabbit leg, glanced up to see Shui Baozhu appearing somewhat uneasy. She turned and naturally extended her hand towards Shen Jiayan, saying, I want more. Observing that she had yet to finish her meal and that she occasionally cast glances towards the Shui girl, Shen Jiayan discerned her intentions. Tear it yourself, he replied, holding the rabbit. Lu Zhaozhao, puzzled, looked up at him, surprised that he had resumed his restraint. She reached out to tear off another rabbit leg and handed it to Shui Baozhu, saying, Baozhu, do try this. It's quite delicious. Shui Baozhu accepted it with delight. And today, witnessing how the Yunyang Marquis' household treated Zhaozhao, she finally understood why Lu Zhaozhao possessed such an unblemished and sincere character. Upon learning of the emperor's intentions, the Yunyang Marquis did not hastily accept the prospect of wealth and honor. Rather, her sister's primary concern was whether Zhaozhao would be willing. It was no wonder that Xiao Yuro grew infuriated whenever she spoke of Zhaozhao. Even she felt a twinge of envy. Ningning, do you wish to drink? Lu Zhaozhao asked with a beaming smile. Absolutely. Wait for me. Father has brought a jar of plum wine personally brewed by mother. I shall fetch it, she replied, dashing off with her close maid towards the main tent. Still daring to drink? Shen Jiayan inquired with a light chuckle. Lu Zhaozhao paused, then recalled the incident from Jianning's birthday banquet, and with a soft huff, she muttered, as long as you don't take advantage of me or refuse to acknowledge it. Shen Jiayan, with his keen hearing, caught her words clearly. Should she wish it, He would gladly carry her back to the Duke of Guoguang's residence in a grand sedan chair the following day. After what felt like the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Jianing returned with someone in tow, who was holding a jar of wine. Upon recognizing the person behind Jianing, Shui Baozhu called out, "Second brother, what brings you here?" Jianing sat down and explained, "I happened to encounter young Master Shui on my way back. He said he was here to look for you." Shui Jiqing glanced at Lu Zhaozhao and Shen Jiayan, then turned away, speaking softly, "Mother has been anxious due to your absence and sent me to find you." Chapter 22, a test of which Shui Baozhu was no fool. Her mother had never been overly concerned for her. Her thoughts were solely occupied with her elder brother and second brother. It was clear that her second brother remained infatuated with Zhaozhao. "Young Master Shui, since you have arrived, please do take a seat," Shui Baozhu remarked, understanding the situation well enough that it did not escape Shen Jiayan's notice. He replied with a composed demeanor, "Your hospitality is much appreciated, young Master Shen," and then seated himself beside Shui Baozhu. Lu Zhaozhao lifted the carefully poured plum wine and began to savor it slowly, relishing its delightful blend of sweet and sour flavors. Observing her take sip after sip, Lu Zhaoyu, filled with concern, said, "Zhaozhao, you should drink less. It's fine. Big sister, I have quite a good tolerance for alcohol," Lu Zhaozhao boasted unabashedly. Upon hearing this, Shen Jiayan chuckled lightly, prompting an angry glare from Lu Zhaozhao. "You mustn't laugh." He obediently stifled his laughter, raising an eyebrow at her, while Lu Zhaozhao turned her attention back to her glass of plum wine. Since taking his seat, Shui Jiqing's gaze had been fixed on Lu Zhaozhao. He yearned to express his affection for her, promising to cherish her like a precious gem if she would have him. Yet, witnessing Shen Jiayan's blatant fondness for her left him feeling inadequate. "Ning, I feel a bit dizzy. I think I should go back to sleep," Lu Zhaozhao said unsteadily as she rose, fearing she might truly overindulge. Shen Jiayan, concerned for her safety, immediately stood up and steadied her by the shoulders, enveloping her in his protective embrace. "Master Shen, you and Miss Lu are not yet betrothed. Such behavior lacks the decorum of a gentleman," Shui Jiqing admonished, glaring at Shen Jiayan's hand. Shen Jiayan scoffed, casting a glance at the drowsy Lu Zhaozhao. He lowered his voice, "Shui Gongzi. Instead of meddling in my affairs with my future fiancé, you would do better to focus on your own advancement, lest you become a relic of the past, lost in antiquated ideals." Shen Jiayan's words were typically unforgiving, yet he spoke the truth. Shui Jiqing had participated in the imperial examinations, producing eloquent essays, yet achieving nothing of substance. Lu Zhaoyu, observing her sister nestled in Shen Jiayan's embrace, felt a twinge of helplessness. Fortunately, the couple was soon to be engaged, and their family, the Yunyang Marquis, was not one to adhere to outdated conventions, thus they would not mind such trivial matters. She approached Lu Zhaozhao and softly called out, "Zhaozhao, are you all right? Do you feel unwell?" "Big sister, I'm sleepy and wish to rest," Lu Zhaozhao replied, attempting to lean into Lu Zhaoyu's embrace, but Shen Jiayan held her firmly in place. "Jiayan, it would be best if you accompany me in taking Zhaozhao home," Lu Zhaoyu suggested. Though she trusted Shen Jiayan's character, she was hesitant to leave her in his care while she was intoxicated, especially since they were not yet betrothed. "There is no need for formalities, cousin-in-law," he replied softly. "Your Highness, I shall escort Zhaozhao home first," Lu Zhaoyu said, turning to the fourth prince with a bow. "I will accompany you," the fourth prince declared, seizing the rare opportunity for a private moment with her. Lu Zhaoyu's eyes widened slightly in surprise, yet she refrained from commenting. When Madame Xie saw Shen Jiayan supporting her daughter's return, she was momentarily taken aback. However, upon recognizing Lu Zhaoyu and the fourth prince following them, she felt reassured. She instructed Feng Zhu and Lu Li to assist Lu Zhaozhao onto the couch. "Mother," the fourth prince greeted respectfully. "Madam, I shall take my leave now, but I will visit with my mother on another day," Shen Jiayan expressed, implying that only a formal betrothal could warrant a visit from the esteemed Princess Jingro. "Very well," Madame Xie replied softly, not one to be coy. Since her daughter was willing, she would not stand in the way. "Mother, although Zhaozhao has had a bit to drink, she should be fine," Lu Zhaoyu interjected. concerned that Zhaozhao might awaken to reprimands. "The children born of one's own flesh are often well understood," chuckled Madame Xie. "Rest assured, I am aware. The sun has set. You should return and take a rest." After Zhaozhao bowed in respect to Madame Xie, she departed alongside the fourth prince. Observing her eldest daughter's retreating figure, Madame Xie felt a pang of sympathy. Her daughter possessed many admirable qualities, yet her adherence to propriety often restrained her spontaneity. This realization weighed heavily on Madame Xie's heart with a sense of guilt. In the past, the House of Yunyang did not hold its current esteemed position. The late Duke of Yunyang had two sons, the eldest, Liu Zhonghuai, who is now the Duke of Yunyang, and the second son, Liu Zhongyong, who is currently absent from the capital. When Liu Zhonghuai was merely the heir apparent, Madame Xie had just given birth to Liu Zhaoyu and Liu Jinrong. And with the outbreak of war at the borders, Liu Zhonghuai was compelled to follow his father into battle. During that time, Madame Xie had to manage household affairs alone, leaving her two children in the care of her mother-in-law. Thus, Liu Zhaoyu's temperament diverged from that of her siblings, Liu Zhaoran and Liu Zhaozhao. With a sigh, Madame Xie turned and entered her tent. The past was immutable. Now, her only wish was for the House of Yunyang to remain stable and for Zhaoyu to lead a more favorable life, free from the bullying of others. Upon returning with the fourth prince, Liu Zhaoyu loosened her outer robe, removed her hairpins, and took a cloth from a maid to wipe her face clean before instructing the maid to leave. She approached the fourth prince and instinctively assisted him in loosening his garments. The fourth prince gently grasped her somewhat chilled hand and softly said, "Allow me to manage this myself. You should rest first." Liu Zhaoyu responded quietly and obediently lay down, closing her eyes. The fourth prince, feeling a bit helpless, casually removed his outer clothing, dressed only in his inner garments, and lay down beside her. Hearing her steady breathing, he wrapped his arms around her waist and spoke. "Ayu, let us converse for a while." Liu Zhaoyu opened her eyes, slightly exasperated. "What would you like to discuss, Your Highness?" "Your temperament is quite unlike that of Zhaozhao." The fourth prince observed her expression intently as he spoke. When Zhaozhao's name was mentioned, a smile graced her face, and she replied gently, "Zhaozhao is the youngest in our family, cherished by both our parents and protected by us siblings. Naturally, she feels free to act as she pleases. However, despite her childlike nature, she is pure-hearted and virtuous, never capable of wrongdoing. Ayu, as my princely consort, you should embrace a more carefree existence and not confine yourself so rigidly," the fourth prince insisted earnestly. "Your Highness, I am indeed the princely consort. Yet there is also a secondary consort in our household. I must set a good example," Liu Zhaoyu replied, glancing at Qi Mu, who was encroaching upon her space. "Call me husband," the fourth prince stated, not wishing to hear another S name, and leaned down to silence her with a kiss. The following morning, Emperor Qi and Empress Wen were escorted back to the palace by the imperial guards, while the ministers and their families returned to their respective residences. Liu Zhaozhao, having drunk plum wine the previous day, was somewhat dazed despite not being intoxicated while seated in the carriage. Madame Xie had already informed the Duke of Yunyang about Liu Zhaozhao and Shen Jiayan's situation the night before. Observing Shen Jiayan, whom he had once regarded as youthful and promising, the Duke found him increasingly displeasing. Shen Jiayan, sensing the Duke's unfriendly gaze, understood that to marry the Duke's treasured daughter, he would have to endure some hardship. He respectfully clasped his hands and addressed him, "Uncle Liu." "Humph, the Emperor has yet to issue a decree, so young Master Shen need not be so familiar," the Duke retorted. Yunyang Marquis spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Upon hearing this, Shen Jiayan smiled, and Madame Xie helplessly called out, "My lord, it is time to return home." Hearing his wife's voice, the Yunyang Marquis reluctantly mounted his horse, while Shen Jiayan silently followed behind Liu Zhaozhao's carriage, until he witnessed Liu Zhaozhao being assisted into the Yunyang Marquis' residence. Chapter 23. The imperial marriage decree by the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees. The third daughter of the Yunyang Marquis, Liu Zhaozhao, endowed with noble qualities, gentle, virtuous, and of remarkable beauty, is to be wed to the heir of the Duke of National Defense, Shen Jiayan, as per the benevolent wishes of Her Majesty the Empress Dowager. A propitious date for the wedding shall be chosen. Thus it is decreed. Miss Liu, receive the decree. The announcement was made by eunuch Liu, who served by the side of the emperor, highlighting the significance the emperor placed on this marriage. Your servant thanks his majesty for the great favor, Liu Zhaozhao said, bowing deeply to receive the decree. Lord Liu, this is a marriage personally bestowed by the emperor, a singular honor in the capital. Young Master Shen is of esteemed character and boundless prospects. The third daughter is indeed fortunate, eunuch Liu remarked with a smile. Please, eunuch, come inside for a cup of tea. The Yunyang Marquis gestured graciously. Now, that Miss Liu shall be the future lady of the Duke of National Defense. She will also be the daughter-in-law of the esteemed Princess Jingru. The fortunes of a Yunyang Marquis' residence shall surely rise alongside her. Eunuch Liu accepted the invitation without hesitation. With pleasantries exchanged, and after enjoying a cup of tea, eunuch Liu rose to take his leave, stating, Lord Liu, I have matters to attend to in the palace and cannot linger. Safe travels, eunuch, the Yunyang Marquis replied as he escorted eunuch Liu out of the estate, only to return with a darkened expression. Noticing his displeasure, Madame Xie smiled and said, My lord, what troubles you? This is a marriage decree from the emperor himself. What dissatisfaction could you possibly harbor? The Yunyang Marquis looked at his delighted wife and daughter, and with a hint of irritation, remarked, It truly is a boon for that scoundrel. Father, Zhaozhao is still young. The emperor has merely granted a betrothal, and no wedding date has been set. When the time comes, it will be up to you and mother to decide. Liu Jinrong interjected slyly from aside, determined not to let Shen Jiayan easily claim his sister as a sister-in-law. Jinrong is right, my lady. Let us delay this for another 2 or 3 years. The Yunyang Marquis said, his eyes lighting up at the thought. Liu Zhaozhao was their youngest child, and he wished for her to remain by their side for as long as possible. My lord, your words are rather childish. While our Zhaozhao may be young, Shen Jiayan is already 21. Can we afford to wait? Can the Duke of National Defense or Princess Jingru afford to wait? Can the Emperor afford to wait? Madame Xie shook her head with a smile. Mother, I am not particularly eager to marry, Liu Zhaozhao quietly said, glancing at her visibly troubled father. But Shen Jiayan might be anxious to wed, Madame Xie teased. Mother, the Duke of National Defense's residence is merely 2 streets away from ours, even after marriage. Zhaozhao can return home any time, she continued, though she too wished for her daughter not to marry too early. Ultimately, she understood that they could not protect her forever. She must find a suitable husband. The Yunyang Marquis grunted, clearly displeased. In the Duke of Protection's residence, Duke Xinqingzhou and Princess Jingru sat in their chairs, observing the somewhat anxious Shen Jiayan across from them, and they both chuckled in unison. Father, mother, is it truly so amusing? Shen Jiayan remarked, a hint of helplessness in his voice. Just this morning, the emperor had issued a decree granting a marriage, and by afternoon, our family was already proposing, such a singular occurrence in the entire capital. After the duke spoke, he turned his gaze towards Princess Jingru. Before she could respond, Shen Jiayan teased his father, saying, Father, I have heard that you, too, were love-struck at first sight with mother. It is said you nearly caused grandfather to faint in your fervor to marry her. You rascal, you dare to expose your father's secrets, the duke retorted, puffing his cheeks in mock indignation. Princess Jingru covered her mouth, laughing. Her own story with the duke was indeed a cherished tale. In the past, when Xinqingzhou was merely the heir to the duke, he had been smitten with Princess Jingru at a banquet and audaciously sought her hand in marriage, much to the delight of the late emperor. After all, the princess marrying into the Wu family would not only impose a beneficial constraint on the duke's residence, but also mitigate the risk of military power shifting, achieving a dual advantage. However, upon returning home, Xinqingzhou faced a stern reprimand. After all, marrying a princess required one to tread with utmost caution. Yet, despite being soundly chastised, he remained steadfast, and eventually, the venerable Lady Shen could not bear to witness his plight and consented. Fortunately, over the years, their affection for one another had remained as fervent as ever, justifying the beating he had endured in his youth. Alas, your son has finally found a girl he truly desires. Let's grant his wish, Princess Jingru said with a gentle smile. Indeed, let us trouble the lady. the Duke said, casting a disapproving glance at Shen Jiayan. Then turning to Princess Jinru, he spoke softly. According to etiquette, it is unnecessary for her to visit in person. But seeing how earnest he is about this girl, and knowing my acquaintance with the CF family, it is only right that I accompany him to propose. Princess Jinru teased. Fortunately, I have already prepared the betrothal gifts. We are merely awaiting the bride's arrival. Mother Xia, I shall change into proper attire at once and accompany you to pay our respects, Shen Jiayan declared as he rose. You must go. It is a sight utterly unworthy of your father's eyes. Your current shamelessness pales in comparison to your earlier self, the Duke remarked irritably. Rest assured, I shall attend. Shen Jiayan replied with unyielding confidence. Go on, make haste. Your presence vexes me, the Duke said in exasperation, foreseeing that his son would undoubtedly become a henpecked husband in the future. Princess Jinru, accompanied by her maidservants, began to tally the betrothal gifts, even including a set of ruby headpieces that had been bestowed upon her by the late emperor at the time of her marriage. Dressed in splendid attire, Princess Jinru was assisted into the carriage by Shen Jiayan. Clad in a striking red ensemble, he appeared even more dashing, with an impressive procession of gifts trailing down the entire street. The thoroughfare was abuzz with onlookers, for the spectacle rivaled that of a royal wedding. In this era of peace and prosperity, the populace delighted in such joyous occasions, with many speculating, whose son is it that is marrying? The scale of this event is quite grand. Who else could it be? Just look at that carriage. It's clearly from the Duke of Protection's residence. Young Master Shen's mother is none other than the current princess, her status only second to that of a prince, so the grandeur is only to be expected. It is uncertain which fortunate young lady possesses such beauty, for in terms of appearance, it seems no young man in the capital could rival Master Shen. A somewhat plump woman, cracking sunflower seeds, remarked, provoking a chorus of laughter from those around her. Shen Jiayan, mounted on his horse, undoubtedly heard their words. A subtle smile crept upon his lips. Zhaozhao was his destined choice. Regardless of the reasons behind her marriage to him, she would forever be his wife. And in this lifetime, she was all he desired. Chapter 24. The betrothal gifts. When the servant reported that someone from the Duke of Guard's residence had arrived, Xie was somewhat caught off guard. She never anticipated that the imperial decree for marriage she received that morning would be followed by a visit from the Duke's household in the afternoon to deliver betrothal gifts. However, with Her Royal Highness, the princess, personally visiting, it was only proper for Xie to welcome her. She stepped forward, bowing respectfully. I greet Her Royal Highness. The princess. Though Princess Jinru was merely acquainted with Xie, the relationship between the Marquis of Yunyang and the Duke of Guard was forged on the battlefield, marking them as sworn friends. With the families on the verge of a union, she naturally would not adopt the airs of royalty. She quickly approached Xie, assisting her to rise, and gently said, Madam, please do rise. Today, I come merely as Jiayan's mother to seek your family's hand in marriage. Aunt. Shen Jiayan greeted with a respectful bow. Xie nodded in acknowledgement and turned to Princess Jinru, saying, Your Highness, please come in for a brief chat. By the entrance of the Marquis of Yunyang's residence, a crowd of onlookers had gathered, watching as box after box of betrothal gifts was delivered. It became clear to the spectators that the Duke of Guard's household was pursuing a marriage with the young lady of the Marquis of Yunyang, and it was evident that the only eligible daughter was Zhaozhao. Princess Jinru followed Xie into the Furon courtyard, while Shen Jiayan chose not to sit. Standing beside her mother, Xie instructed Feng Zhu to serve tea, and she took a delicate sip before speaking. Madam, today the Duke of Guard's household has acted rather abruptly. We should have prepared more thoroughly before coming to propose. However, my son cannot wait a moment longer, and the betrothal gifts I have prepared well in advance. Shen Jiayan, undeterred by the potential embarrassment, stepped forward with grace, proclaiming, Aunt, this marriage is one I sought from the emperor himself. Before you and my mother, I vow that I, Shen Jiayan, shall marry only Zhaozhao in this lifetime, never taking a second consort. Should I go against this oath, may I meet a tragic end. While Xie could sense his deep affection for Zhaozhao, she was taken aback by his declaration. In the capital, families such as the Marquis of Yunyang, who do not take concubines, are indeed rare. She believed that a man of Shen Jiayan's stature would not stoop to falsehood, especially with the imperial decree already bestowed upon them, leaving them with no choice but to comply. Xie turned to observe Princess Jingruo's expression. There was no sign of displeasure, rather a hint of satisfaction. The princess spoke. "Rest assured, madam, that Zhaozhao will become the future mistress of the Duke of Guard household. I shall never use my royal status to oppress her." Princess Jingru, the sister of the current emperor, the only daughter of the late emperor and empress dowager, is of unparalleled nobility. Having made such a promise, Madame se nature de harber no de satisfaction. She straightened her posture and spoke. "With your highness's words, I have no cause for concern. Young Zhaozhao is still quite youthful. Should there be any shortcomings in the future, I hope your highness will be understanding." The Duchess of Home modestly replied. Who in the capital does not know that the third daughter of the Yunyang Marquis is a paragon of beauty and talent? I wonder if today I might have the opportunity to meet the future daughter-in-law. As she spoke, she cast a curious glance at Shen Jiayan, genuinely eager to see what sort of maiden had captured the heart of her discerning son. "Feng Zhu, please invite the third young lady here," Madame Xie instructed her attendant. "Yes, my lady," Feng Zhu replied, bowing slightly before making her way towards Haidang Courtyard. In Haidang Courtyard, Lu Zhaozhao was nestled on a small couch. Taking a brief rest, Luli gently knocked on the door and called softly, "Miss, Sister Feng Zhu has arrived." Lu Zhaozhao slowly opened her eyes, adjusted her dress, and opened the door, rubbing her eyes as she inquired, "Sister Feng Zhu, is there something my mother wishes to discuss?" "Third young lady, the esteemed Princess Jingru and Master Shen have come. The lady requests your presence." As Lu Zhaozhao stood, her mind still clouded from sleep, she momentarily failed to grasp the situation. "Third young lady, the princess has come to deliver the betrothal gifts," Feng Zhu reminded her, stifling a smile at her dazed expression. "It is no wonder that Master Shen is eager. There are countless suitors who hold you in high regard." Suddenly, Lu Zhaozhao recalled that she had indeed been betrothed to Shen Jiayan, a union bestowed by the emperor. "Lu Li, assist the third young lady in her preparations," Feng Zhu instructed. Though merely a young maid, Lu Li understood the significance of the day. She adorned Lu Zhaozhao with a delicate visage, placing a golden begonia hairpin in her hair, complementing the pearl earrings that dangled from her fair earlobes. "Lu Li, this makeup seems rather heavy," Lu Zhaozhao remarked as she gazed into the mirror, her reflection appearing increasingly radiant. She was unaccustomed to such embellishments. "My lady, you are naturally beautiful. Even the simplest adornment makes you look like a celestial being," Lu Li jested. "Such banter," she said, playfully swatting at Lu Li. "If you doubt me, you may ask Zhen Zhu and Sister Feng Zhu," Lu Li replied, while Zhen Zhu offered a series of amazed nods. Feng Zhu chuckled. "Third young lady, you look splendid. Let's go." Lu Zhaozhao rose, smoothing her begonia-colored wide-sleeved dress, and softly declared, "Let us proceed." The distance from Haidang Courtyard to Furong Courtyard was not far. Yet, on the way, Lu Zhaozhao suddenly realized that if she were to marry Shen Jiayan, her mother-in-law would be a princess. Historically, many daughters-in-law have faced challenges from their mothers-in-law. If it were anyone else, she would be unafraid. Yet, this was a princess, and offending her could have repercussions for her parents. Contemplating this, she felt a twinge of regret. Entering Haidang Courtyard, Lu Zhaozhao walked gracefully, the hairpin swaying with her movements. She approached and bowed, saying, "Mother." Madame Xie stood to introduce her. "Zhaozhao, come and meet Her Highness, the princess." Lu Zhaozhao turned and offered a dignified bow. "This daughter pays her respects to your highness." From the moment Lu Zhaozhao entered, both Princess Jingru and Shen Jiayan's eyes were fixed upon her. Princess Jingru gazed upon the young lady before her, whose graceful figure and exquisite beauty were truly captivating. The clarity in her eyes evoked an immediate fondness. Even she could not help but be momentarily entranced, and as she discreetly observed Shen Jiayan's delight, she felt compelled to remark, "This lad truly possesses discerning taste." Indeed, this was Zhaozhao, exceptionally well-mannered. "Please rise," she gently urged as she assisted Lu Zhaozhao to her feet. Lu Zhaozhao, taken aback by the warm demeanor of the woman before her, was momentarily lost in thought. Though she shared a close friendship with Ning Ning, who often spoke of her aunt's wisdom, She had never anticipated her to be so amiable. Princess Jingru guided Lu Zhaozhao to sit, while Shen Jiayan took a seat beside her. She furtively turned to appraise him, but upon meeting his gaze, she quickly averted her eyes, mindful of maintaining an obedient facade before her elders. After a brief exchange of pleasantries between Madame Xie and Princess Jingru, the conversation shifted towards the impending marriage, with only the selection of a date remaining. Madam, I intend to consult the calendar bureau for an auspicious date. Do you have any objections? Princess Jingru inquired. The timing seems rather hasty, and we are ill-prepared, Madame Xie replied with a smile. Given that Lu Zhaozhao has only just reached her coming of age this year, she is still quite young. If she were to marry now and conceive, it could jeopardize her health. As her mother, I naturally wish to avoid any risk to my daughter. Princess Jingru, understanding the unspoken concerns shared by women, softly reassured her. Madam, do not worry. I will ensure that the marriage date is set for next year. Thank you, Your Highness. Madame Xie expressed her gratitude. Chapter 25. Refusal. With her head bowed, Lu Zhaozhao listened as they spoke. The realization that she was to marry Shen Jiayan filled her with a secret sense of triumph, a smile of satisfaction creeping upon her lips. Shen Jiayan, noticing the curve of her smile, gazed at her with tenderness. With all matters settled, Princess Jingru and Shen Jiayan stood to take their leave. Observing his reluctant gaze, Princess Jingru chuckled softly. Do not fret, your bride will not elude you. Madame Xie, surveying the array of betrothal gifts, smiled. For no mother could fail to feel pleased when witnessing her daughter being treated with such esteem. One particular ornate box caught her attention. As she gently opened it, she discovered a set of ruby-adorned headpieces, their craftsmanship far surpassing that of common folk. Upon examining one of the hairpins closely, she discerned that the set originated from the palace, likely a royal gift. Closing the lid, she turned to her servant, Feng Zhu. Have these betrothal gifts stored properly in the treasury, and ensure this headpiece is kept safe. Yes, madam, came a reply. Ultimately, their wedding date was set for March of the following year, leaving a span of 6 months until then. Soon, the entire capital was abuzz with the news of the union between the Duke of Guoguang's household and the Marquis of Yunyang's family. In the Chongping Marquisate, Madame Chongping looked at Xue Jiqing, who bore an expression of despondency, and reproached him. Jiqing, is a mere girl truly worth this sorrow? With a bitter smile, Xue Jiqing reflected on his life of compliance, having always been the obedient son. From a moment he first laid eyes on Lu Zhaozhao, he had pondered how such a radiant maiden could exist in the world, only to realize it was but a fleeting dream. He raised his head to look at the lady of Chongping, and for the first time in his life, he uttered words of defiance. Mother, why did you refuse to extend a helping hand when the Duke of Yunyang fell into misfortune? Is power truly so paramount in your heart? The lady of Chongping stared at him in disbelief, her mouth agape, and after a considerable pause, she admonished him sternly. Ji Cheng, are you questioning your mother? How dare you speak such unfilial words for the sake of a woman? Upon learning of Lu Zhaozhao's engagement, Zhou Yuan's heart soared with joy. She recognized that her opportunity had arrived. She stepped forward to support the furious lady of Chongping, gently saying, Aunt, Cousin Heir is merely momentarily distressed. After all, Miss Lu possesses remarkable beauty, rare among women. This remark, however, did not quell the lady of Chongping's fury. Rather, it intensified her perception of Lu Zhaozhao as a femme fatale who had bewitched her son. Be cautious with your words, cousin. This matter has nothing to do with Miss Lu, Ji Cheng declared before turning to leave. Yiqing, Aunt, please do not be angry. Take care of your health. Zhou Yuan helped her to sit down and offered her a cup of tea. The lady of Chongping accepted it, contemplating that her usually obedient son had dared to confront her for Lu Zhaozhao. With a crash, she slammed the teacup onto the table, scalding tea splattering onto Zhou Yuan's hand, causing her to wince. This Lu Zhaozhao is truly restless. Fortunately, she was not married into our family. Otherwise, she would be a source of turmoil, she remarked discontentedly. You speak wisely, Aunt, Zhou Yuan replied obediently. There are so many young ladies in the capital. I refuse to believe we cannot find someone better than her. With that, she rose and exited, leaving Zhou Yuan behind, her hands clenched, a shadow flitting across her eyes. As Shui Jiqing walked, he found himself at the entrance of the Duke of Yunyang's residence, lost in thought. Acutely aware that his chances had slipped away, he felt a pang of regret. If only he had not been so cowardly. Perhaps he could have won the heart of the girl he admired. He chuckled at his own folly. About to turn away when he spotted Zhaozhao emerging with her maid. "Miss Liu," he said, unable to suppress his feelings, stepping forward to speak with her. Today, Zhaozhao had pleaded with her mother, Madame Xie, for quite some time before being permitted to stroll out, and upon seeing Shui Jiqing, she was somewhat taken aback. "Young Master Shui, what brings you here?" "Miss Liu, I have something I wish to convey," Shui Jiqing said with urgency, fearing that if he did not express himself now, he might lose the chance forever. "Speak candidly, young Master Shui," Zhaozhao replied softly. She was not naive and could discern his intentions. However, even if she could not marry Shen Jiayan, she would never consider marrying him. Though young Master Shui was not a bad man, he was not a suitable match in her eyes. "Miss Liu, I am fond of you," Shui Jiqing confessed. At this, Lu Li and Zhenzhu swiftly positioned themselves in front of Zhaozhao, astonished that this seemingly refined young Master Shui could be so lacking in decorum. After all, their lady was already betrothed. "My apologies, Miss Liu. I have been presumptuous," Shui Jiqing hastily bowed, noticing the subtle displeasure in her gaze. "Young Master Shui, if you recognize your incursion, you ought to manage your feet and restrain your tongue." Shen Jiayan's voice resonated from behind. With a sigh, Shen Jiayan dismounted and, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, seized Zhaozhao's wrist. Zhaozhao cast a glance at the hand that held her own and chose not to resist. "Xue Gongzi, I'm already betrothed. There is no need to speak of this again," she stated softly. "Miss Liu, I apologize for the intrusion," Shui Jiqing remarked, observing the pair standing closely together, a picture of harmony that only served to amplify his own discomfort. After speaking, he staggered away. Zhaozhao shook her head at his retreating figure and gently patted Shen Jiayan's hand that gripped her wrist, saying helplessly, "He has left. You may let go now." Yet, he did not release her. Instead, he swept her up and mounted the horse, confining her against his chest. "Shen Jiayan, where are you taking me?" Zhaozhao exclaimed. "Zhaozhao, I am not in a good mood. It would be wise for you to comply." Shen Jiayan tightened his embrace around her waist. Understanding that he would not harm her, Zhaozhao did not struggle. Given his temperament, he rarely found joy, and the thought made her chuckle softly. Miss, Lu Li cried out in distress as she witnessed Zhaozhao being taken away. "Lu Li, cease your shouting. That is young Master Shen, the future son-in-law. He would not harm her," Zhenzhu reassured her. "Yes, you are right. My anxiety made me forget." Lu Li sighed in relief. Upon reaching the entrance of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, Shen Jiayan dismounted and led Zhaozhao inside. The innkeeper promptly approached, bowing, "Greetings, young Master Shen." Upon noticing Shen Jiayan still holding Zhaozhao, the innkeeper hesitated momentarily, but recalling the rumors of their engagement, he quickly understood. "Miss Liu," he said. "Innkeeper, a private room." Shen Jiayan commanded succinctly. "Understood. Please follow me," the innkeeper responded, leading the way. Once inside the private room, Shen Jiayan closed the door behind them and turned to Zhaozhao, his gaze fraught with complex emotions. Jealousy mingled with unease. Zhaozhao chuckled softly and remarked, "Shen Jiayan, may I interpret that expression as a sign of jealousy? To make the ever-composed young Master Shen lose his poise is indeed a remarkable feat." Chapter 26. Rising Tensions. Shen Jiayan, recalling Shui Jiqing's gaze upon Zhaozhao, felt an overwhelming urge to conceal her. How many young men in the capital resembled Shui Jiqing? He wondered. "Young Master Shen, I can't hear you. There's no need to shout. Please remain calm," she said, gently patting his shoulder with a smile. Zhaozhao, in the future, keep your distance from anyone surnamed Shui. He is not a good person." Zhaozhao could not help but laugh at his serious demeanor. In his eyes, it seemed there were no good people in the world apart from himself. "Did you hear that?" Shen Jiayan insisted, maintaining a stern expression. "Shen Jiayan, we are not yet married. Are you already trying to control me? If we do wed, will I be obliged to obey you in all matters?" She teased. Leaning closer to him, Shen Jiayan, captivated by her proximity, forced himself to look away and replied in a hushed voice, "Aside from this matter, I can concede to your wishes. Is that a promise?" Zhaozhao inquired, turning his face back to meet hers. "Indeed," he affirmed, guiding her to sit. "Shen Jiayan, why do you appear on my doorstep today?" Zhaozhao inquired, resting her chin on her hands, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Each day, he would deliberately pass by the gate of a Yunyang Marquis' residence, hoping to encounter her, and today, fortune smiled upon him. "I happen to be passing by." He feigned indifference. "I believe you as much as I believe in ghosts," she murmured softly. "What were you originally planning to do today?" Shen Jiayan asked with a light-hearted laugh. "I nearly forgot. I intended to buy some jewelry." "It's all your fault, so you'll have to compensate me," Zhaozhao replied, somewhat petulantly, though she was at an impasse, as her funds were currently with Lioli, leaving her utterly penniless. "All right, I will reimburse you after dinner," Shen Jiayan said, ordering several dishes that Zhaozhao particularly enjoyed. As she gazed at the array of dishes on the table, she was taken aback, realizing how similar their tastes were, unaware that he had chosen them specifically for her. After their meal, Shen Jiayan took her to the largest jewelry store in the capital, the Ruyu Pavilion. Zhaozhao was a frequent visitor there, and upon her arrival, the shopkeeper, a woman in her 30s, greeted her warmly. "Miss Lu San, we have many new styles in stock. Would you care to take a look?" "Then let's have a look," Zhaozhao replied softly. "Certainly, please come in," the shopkeeper beamed. Though she did not know Shen Jiayan, she was keenly aware of the movements of the noble families in the capital, particularly the recent buzz about the engagement between the Duke of Hugua and the Marquis of Yunyang. Zhaozhao browsed eagerly, while Shen Jiayan quietly followed her. Ultimately, she chose a white jade bracelet and an intricately carved orchid hairpin. Turning to him with a smile, Shen Jiayan retrieved a banknote from his pocket and placed it in her hand. She completed the payment, and the shopkeeper carefully wrapped the jewelry for her. "Miss Lu San, take care on your way," the shopkeeper said with a broad smile. "Shen Jiayan, consider this money as a loan from me. I will repay you next time." Zhaozhao exclaimed joyfully, clutching her newly purchased treasures. "No need to repay. Your happiness is enough for me," Shen Jiayan replied with a slight smile. Zhaozhao raised her gaze to scrutinize him. Recently, Shen Jiayan's kindness had become almost excessive. First, he had cleared her father's name. Then he had proactively sought a marriage decree from the emperor, and now he was buying her jewelry. Were it not for his singularly handsome visage, she might have suspected he had been replaced. Observing the flicker of thoughts in her eyes, Shen Jiayan softly reassured her, "Rest assured, I am still the same person. Now, let me escort you home." He accompanied her to her doorstep, watching her enter before turning to leave. He could only hope that time would hasten, bringing the day when he could take her home as his bride. Upon returning to the Haitang courtyard, Zhaozhao discovered that Lioli and Jinju were absent. The maid tidying up the courtyard informed her they had gone to the Furong courtyard. When Zhaozhao arrived, she found them kneeling at the entrance. Surprised, she asked, "Lioli, Jinju, what are you doing?" Xie emerged from within, chuckling helplessly. "Ah, you're back. These two maids have truly taken after you, so determined in their ways. They insisted on kneeling here, claiming they did not take good care of you, and Wu Ti respond to my calls." Zhaozhao quickly pulled the two of them up, saying, "I am perfectly fine. Now, hurry back and rest. Don't forget to apply some medicine. We mustn't risk injuring your knees." "Yes, miss," they replied. Watching them limp away, Zhaozhao felt a sense of helplessness and resolved to have the physician examine them, for the chilly weather could leave lingering ailments. Xie, observing Zhaozhao seated on a small couch enjoying pastries, inquired, "Pray tell, what transpired?" "Those two girls are very tight-lipped, only mentioning that you were taken away by Shen Jiayan." Taking a sip of tea, Zhaozhao recounted, "As soon as I stepped out, I encountered young Master Shui. To my surprise, he professed his affection for me, only to be interrupted by Shen Jiayan." Xie was taken aback, for she held a favorable impression of Shui Jiqing, believing him to be a child of discernment. However, given that Zhaozhao was already betrothed, his words seemed rather thoughtless. If overheard by the wrong ears, it could lead to unfounded gossip. "Young Master Shui is quite lacking in propriety," she remarked with discontent. What of it? During our last boating excursion, it was not only Bao Zhu who attended. He brought along his cousin as well. Zhaozhao replied nonchalantly. What? His cousin? Why did you not mention this before? What's there to say? I have no affection for him, nor any intention of marrying him. It holds no significance for me. From the previous incident, Zhaozhao discerned that while young Master Shui could be deemed a gentleman, he was overly soft-hearted, especially towards women. The man she intended to marry must be wholly devoted to her. My dear child, Xie said gently, wiping the crumbs from the corners of her mouth with a handkerchief. I am grateful once more that we did not form an alliance with the Chomping Marquis. Meanwhile, Shui Jiqing, dejected, left the Yunyang Marquis but did not return home. Instead, he sought solace in a tavern, drowning his sorrows in drink. By the time his family's servants found him, he had already succumbed to intoxication, sprawled across the table. A few young servants carried him back. Seeing him inebriated, the madam of the Chomping Marquis wasted no time, instructing the servants to assist him into his chamber. She then fetched a bowl of restorative broth from the kitchen, feeding it to him while directing the servants to take good care of him before she departed. As dusk fell, Zhou Yuan appeared at Shui Jiqing's door, holding a bowl of nourishing porridge. The servants promptly greeted her. Miss Zhou, I heard my cousin was drunk, so I specially prepared this porridge for him, she announced. The servants exchanged glances, one summoning the courage to speak. Miss Zhou, the young master is still unconscious. Perhaps you could return once he awakens? With a cold laugh, Zhou Yuan, now devoid of her usual gentle demeanor, responded imperiously. I merely wish to deliver a bowl of porridge to my cousin. Must I summon the madam to gain entry? Upon hearing this, the servant quickly bowed his head. I would not dare. He then stepped aside, allowing her to enter as she pushed the door open and shut it behind her. Chapter 27. Scheme. Zhou Yuan placed the porridge on the table and approached Shui Jiqing, slowly crouching down and softly calling, cousin. In his slumber, Shui Jiqing grasped Zhou Yuan's wrist, murmuring, Lu Zhaozhao. Hearing her cousin call out Lu Zhaozhao's name even in his dreams, a flicker of resentment crossed Zhou Yuan's eyes, questioning why some were born into nobility and lavished with affection. She merely wished to live with dignity, yet it seemed an insurmountable challenge. Observing Shui Jiqing, now thoroughly intoxicated and unresponsive, a wild thought flickered through her mind. Given her current predicament, even if her aunt were to arrange a match for her in the future, it would likely be with someone of humble origins, destined for a life of hardship. Rather than resigning herself to such a fate, she resolved to take a bold step. With determination, she trembled as she reached for the tie at her waist. As her outer garment fell to the ground, she cast away her last remnant of pride, a trivial sacrifice compared to the opulence that awaited her in the decades to come. Clad only in her undergarments, she slowly ascended the bed, removing the hairpin from her head to pierce her finger, allowing her blood to drip onto the bedding. Cousin, you hurt me. Outside, two young servants exchanged glances at the soft, inviting voice emanating from within and silently distanced themselves. After all, the sordid affairs of noble families were not uncommon, and, as mere servants, they could not afford to offend anyone. Zhou Yuan gazed down at the slumbering man beside her, lying down and resting her head on his shoulder, slowly closing her eyes with a faint smile gracing her lips. The following morning, Shui Baozhu accompanied the Duchess of Chomping to check on Shui Jiqing. Upon entering the courtyard, Lin Shi immediately sensed an unusual silence. She glanced at a young servant with his head bowed and inquired, Has the second young master not risen yet? No, my lady. The servant replied softly. Shui Baozhu felt an oddity in the air, observing the servants who dared not breathe too loudly. She curiously asked her mother, Is it possible that second brother has not sobered up? The Duchess of Chomping felt a twinge of unease, and as if compelled, she moved to push the door open. The servant anxiously interjected, My lady, what on earth has happened? Lin Shi snapped, her gaze fierce. Last night, Miss Zhou entered the young master's room, and she has yet to come out, the servant stammered. What did you say? A glimmer of anger flashed in her eyes as she turned and pushed the door open. Shui Baozhu stood wide-eyed in disbelief. How could Zhou Yuan dare to do such a thing? Yet, being an unmarried lady, she felt compelled to remain outside, too timid to intrude. Zhou Yuan had already awakened upon hearing the Duchess of Chomping's voice, Feigning sleep, she listened intently to Lin Shi's hurried footsteps drawing near, her heart racing uncontrollably. Although Lin Shi had mentally prepared herself, seeing Zhou Yuan disheveled on the bed ignited her fury. She rushed forward, grasping the young woman's scattered hair. Zhou Yuan winced in pain, her brows furrowing as she opened her eyes to see Lin Shi's menacing expression. "Aunt," she whispered softly. With a resounding slap, Lin Shi struck her, fuming, "You shameless wretch! How dare you call me aunt? I took you in out of kindness, and you dare to climb into my son's bed." Shui Jiqing, bleary-eyed and confused, awoke to find his mother glaring at him from the foot of the bed, and in surprise, he murmured, "Mother, what are you doing here?" Before Lin Shi could respond, Zhou Yuan pitifully called out, "Cousin." Shui Jiqing, who seldom drank, had indulged a bit too much the previous evening due to his sorrow. Still not fully grasping the events that had transpired, he slowly turned his head at the sound of a woman's voice behind him. Upon seeing the disheveled Zhou Yuan, he immediately averted his gaze, hastily adjusting his clothing and attempting to rise from the bed in a fluster. "Cousin, why are you here?" Shui Jiqing asked in a fluster. "I came last night to bring you porridge, but you, inebriated, Wu Ti let me leave and even pulled me onto the bed." Zhou Yuan spoke softly, her voice quivering with tears. "Impossible," Shui Jiqing hastily denied, though he had no recollection he would never engage in such outrageous behavior. "Cousin, are you refusing to take responsibility for Yuan?" Lin Shi observed her seemingly delicate niece with a sense of revulsion, akin to swallowing a fly. If Jiqing had already taken a wife, taking her as a concubine would be acceptable. However, as he was still unmarried, who among respectable families would marry their daughter into theirs? "Zhou Yuan, you claim that Jiqing held on to you, yet the servant was not far away. Are you mute?" Lin Shi, having lived in this household for decades, was not blind to her manipulations. "Aunt, I was terrified at the time. How could I dare to call for help?" Yuan understood that, given the Zhou family's decline, even her aunt looked down upon her. If that were the case, she might as well end her life. After speaking, she lifted the quilt and attempted to dash against the wall. Lin Shi and Shui Jiqing were taken aback by her sudden action before they could react. Shui Baozhu rushed in from outside, seizing Zhou Yuan and throwing her to the ground. "If you wish to die, do so outside. Do not tarnish the grounds of the Chongping Marquis." Lin Shi scolded angrily. Moments earlier, when she lifted the quilt, Shui Jiqing had spotted a trace of blood on the bed, and he staggered, questioning whether he had truly committed an unthinkable act in his drunken state. "Aunt, regardless, I am an innocent young lady. If you will not accept me, then I truly cannot go on living." Zhou Yuan's tears fell steadily to the floor, making an unknowing observer believe she was grievously wronged. Shui Jiqing smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Alas, one cannot escape the consequences of their own actions. Since I cannot marry the girl I desire, it matters not whom I wed." He draped his outer garment over Zhou Yuan's shoulders, gently helping her up as he spoke softly, "I will take responsibility." Hearing this, Zhou Yuan's heart soared with joy, though she struggled to suppress her visible delight. Lin Shi stepped forward and forcefully pushed Zhou Yuan aside, scolding, "You only wish to cling to our Chongping Marquis, don't you? Very well. Then you may become a concubine to Jiqing." Zhou Yuan had not anticipated Shui Jiqing's concession, yet Lin Shi would not tolerate her. "Unwilling, are you? Then I shall send someone to return you to your father. From then on, whether you live or die is your own fate," Lin Shi threatened. Zhou's mother was not Lin Shi's full sister, but rather a half-sister. After Zhou's father fell from grace, their mother, unable to bear the blow, passed away. Lin Shi had brought Zhou Yuan to the Chongping Marquis to cultivate a reputation for virtue. Now, with the Zhou family lacking anyone to advocate for her, if she were truly sent back, her uncle and aunt would surely not accept her. "Aunt, I am willing to be a concubine to my cousin." Lin Shi let out a cold laugh, having expected her to display more fortitude, but she had indeed inherited the weakness of her mother. In a chilling tone, she said, "If that is the case, mind your words. If even a whisper of this reaches the ears of Jiqing before he marries a legitimate wife, do not blame me for my lack of mercy." "Understood," Yuan replied, suppressing all her indignation and resentment as she spoke softly. Lin cast her a glance filled with disdain before departing without a backward look. Shui Baozhu, naturally, had no intention of lingering any longer. Before she left, She shot a look at Zhou Yuan that betrayed a hint of contempt. They both understood that this was Zhou Yuan's scheme, yet felt utterly powerless against it. The room was left with only the two of them. Shui Jiqing spoke softly. I apologize for yesterday's incident. You may return now. Zhou Yuan, stifling her sobs, donned her dress and wiped her eyes with a handkerchief, gently replying, Cousin, I shall take my leave now. Observing her retreating figure, Shui Jiqing let out a weary sigh. Once Zhou Yuan exited the courtyard, her demeanor transformed entirely. Clenching her handkerchief tightly, she mused to herself, So they look down on me, do they? Just wait and see. I shall turn the Chongping Marquis upside down. Chapter 28. Homecoming. Recently, the Xie family had been preoccupied with preparing a dowry for Lu Zhaozhao. While Lu Zhaozhao found herself persistently confined to her room by the Xie family, whether practicing needlework or learning the intricacies of household management. Her days were filled with tedious tasks. Zhaozhao, Xie called out, observing her daughter stifling yawns over a ledger, her eyelids heavy with sleep. Lu Zhaozhao placed the ledger on the table and pouted, Mother, can we call it a day? I am utterly exhausted. As a daughter of a prestigious family, Lu Zhaozhao had been groomed since childhood in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and needlework, as well as the management of household affairs. After all, young ladies from affluent families were expected to manage their households regardless of whom they married. Very well, we shall conclude for today, Xie said, setting aside the half-finished tiger head shoes and inspecting the ledger that Lu Zhaozhao had revised. A satisfied smile spread across her face. Though her daughter had a penchant for shortcuts, she was remarkably clever, often achieving with minimal effort what others labored for. Mother, these shoes are simply exquisite, Lu Zhaozhao exclaimed, admiring the tiger head shoes. Your sister-in-law is now nearly 4 months pregnant. Just the other day, I received a letter from your elder brother, stating that he has set off back to the capital. He should arrive shortly. Xie spoke softly. That is splendid news. It has been over half a year since I last saw my brother and sister-in-law, she replied, her face alight with uncontainable joy. Unlike Lu Jinhua, Lu Jinrong, as the heir to the Yunyang Marquis, had always been composed and serious, yet he was exceedingly indulgent towards Lu Zhaozhao, leading her to be quite attached to him from a young age. It's not just your brother and sister-in-law returning. Your second uncle and his family are coming back as well, Xie mentioned casually. Second uncle? Lu Zhaozhao queried, as she had little recollection of her second uncle's family, who had left the capital for their posts when she was very young. Unlike the Marquis of Yunyang, Lu Zhongyong had a reputation for his roguish behavior. While the late Marquis and Lady Lu were alive, he managed to temper his excesses, but following their passing, his conduct had only grown more outrageous. His wife, Ge, was equally ambitious, which made Xie less than fond of them. However, they were still the Marquis's blood relatives, and appearances had to be upheld. Indeed, your second uncle was summoned back to the capital by His Majesty recently and returned alongside your elder brother. They should be arriving soon. Oh, Lu Zhaozhao replied absently, her thoughts solely occupied with her brother and sister-in-law, indifferent to others. On this day, Lu Zhaozhao was indulging in a leisurely read while Zhenju gently kneaded her shoulders. With a contented sigh, she murmured, Zhenju, apply a bit more pressure. Of course, my lady, Zhenju replied with a smile, recalling the first time she had massaged Lu Zhaozhao, when the girl had grimaced in pain and nearly shed tears, leaving Zhenju quite alarmed, fearing she would be dismissed from the household. Just then, Liuli rushed in from outside, delivering the delightful news. My lady, the young master and his wife have returned and are now in the Ferrand courtyard. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhaozhao sprang to her feet, exclaiming, Wonderful! Liuli, help me get ready. I must go greet my sister-in-law and elder brother. My lady, do not hurry. The young master and his wife have returned. They want to be leaving any time soon. The second madam and Miss Ji are also in the residence. You must not forget your manners, or the madam will surely reprimand you, Liuli cautioned while assisting her with her hair. You cheeky girl, now you take the liberty of advising me. Lu Zhaozhao teased with a playful glance. Oh dear lady, how could I ever presume? Liuli replied, knowing that Lu Zhaozhao would not truly hold her accountable. With a soft laugh, Lu Zhaozhao said nothing more. Once Liuli had finished styling her hair, she deftly inserted the pearl hairpin that Shen Jiayan had gifted her into her updo, Pleased with her reflection, she made her way to the Furong courtyard. The Marquis of Yunyang had yet to conclude his audience, and upon Lu Zhongyong's return to the capital, he promptly entered the palace to pay his respects. Thus Gushi took the opportunity to bring her eldest daughter, Lu Zhaozhi, to meet Xie Shi. Upon entering the room, Lu Zhaozhao saw her elder brother and sister-in-law seated nearby. Wang Shi smiled gently at her, and suppressing her inner excitement, Lu Zhaozhao bowed and greeted. I pay my respects to mother. Ah, so this is Zhaozhao. What a lovely appearance you have, Gushi said warmly, taking Lu Zhaozhao's hand. Zhaozhao, greet your second aunt, Xie Shi said softly. Observing Gushi adorned with pearls and jewels, Lu Zhaozhao subtly retracted her hand and slightly bowed. I pay my respects to second aunt. Good child. Please rise. We are all family. This is your cousin, Zhaozhi, Gushi continued, pulling the young lady beside her. Lu Zhaozhi, clad in a pale pink RU skirt, though not as striking as Lu Zhaozhao, possessed exquisite features and a slender figure, making her a rare beauty nonetheless. Greetings, cousin, Lu Zhaozhao offered with a slight nod, foregoing any formalities. Greetings, sister Zhaozhao, Lu Zhaozhi responded, initially believing herself to be exceptionally beautiful. Yet, upon laying eyes on Lu Zhaozhao, she realized her defeat. Striving to conceal a flicker of jealousy, she replied softly. Lu Zhaozhi's gaze fell upon the pearl hairpin adorning Lu Zhaozhao's hair, her grip on her handkerchief tightening. That singular hairpin was undoubtedly worth far more than her entire ensemble of jewelry. As daughters of the Lu family, how could their fortunes differ so greatly? A sense of frustration began to brew within her. Today, as the couple of Lu Jinhua returned home, Gushi, despite her desire to forge connections with the Marquis of Yunyang's household, understood that there would be ample time in the future. She tactfully stated, sister-in-law, we shall take our leave for now. Once Zhongyong returns to the residence, we shall visit again. Sister-in-law has just returned to the capital, and I imagine there are many matters to attend to. I shall not overstay, Xie Shi replied, rising to leave. Once Gushi and Lu Zhaozhi departed, Lu Zhaozhao finally exhaled a sigh of relief. She quickly approached Wang Shi, her face lighting up with joy as she exclaimed, sister-in-law, I have missed you so much. Wang affectionately urged her to take a seat and softly remarked, I miss you dearly, little sister. How have you been? Lu Jinhua observed Lu Zhaozhao, whose gaze was entirely focused on her beloved sister-in-law, and with a hint of jealousy, commented, now you can only see your sister-in-law and have forgotten about your elder brother. How ungrateful of you, considering I traveled such a distance to bring you a gift. Upon hearing the mention of a gift, she eagerly exclaimed in a servile manner, how could that be? I think of my elder brother every day. Please do not wrongfully accuse me. Is that so? I thought with a husband. You might forget your elder brother, he teased. See, I had already informed him of Lu Zhao's engagement to Shen Jiayan in her letters. To be honest, he was satisfied with his brother-in-law, but he couldn't shake the feeling that he was giving away the precious daughter they had raised with such care for over a decade to that young man. Lu Zhaozhao blushed. Husband, please do not tease Zhao any further. Quickly present the gift. Seeing her flushed cheeks, Wang quickly interjected to defuse the situation. When Lu Jinhua saw that his wife had spoken, he took out a beautifully crafted box from his pocket and handed it to her. Lu Zhaozhao eagerly opened it to reveal a translucent jade pendant adorned with golden tassels and gemstones, the quality of which was exquisite and irresistible. Zhaozhao, do you like it? Wang asked with a beaming smile. I love it. Thank you, sister-in-law, she replied, glancing at the darkening expression on Lu Jinhua's face, and added sweetly, thank you, elder brother. You are the best. Chapter 29. The banquet. Lu Zhaozhao carefully placed the jade pendant back into its box and entrusted it to Lu Li for safekeeping. She looked at Wang's slightly protruding belly and her somewhat gaunt cheeks with concern, asking, sister-in-law, you seem to have lost some weight. Is it because my little nephew is too mischievous? Wang gently caressed her belly, smiling as she replied, oh, he's quite the handful. Jingyi, you have worked hard on this journey. From now on, you should rest comfortably at home and let the kitchen know if you crave anything. They will take good care of you, Xie said, treating Wang with the same tenderness as her own daughter, feeling a pang of sympathy for her thin daughter-in-law. Thank you, mother, Wang replied warmly. However, Xia was preoccupied with another matter. Today, Ge had hinted that she wanted her assistance in finding a prominent suitor for Lu Zhaozhi. Although she had no intention of meddling in such trivial matters, they were family after all. Yet, upon seeing Lu Zhaozhi today, she feared that the girl was quite proud. An ordinary nobleman would likely not catch her eye. She decided to take it one step at a time. Coincidentally, in a few days, the old matriarch of the Wushan Marquis would be celebrating her birthday, so she would take Zhaozhao and Lu Zhaozhi to the banquet, fulfilling her duties as their aunt. On the 8th day of the 11th month was the birthday of the old matriarch of the Wushan Marquis. Naturally, Lu Zhaozhao would accompany Xia to offer their congratulations. She yawned as she sat up from her bed, slipping on her embroidered shoes and walking to the water basin. Half closing her eyes as she accepted the handkerchief Lu Li handed her. "Miss, you should really rest earlier in the future. Those dark circles under your eyes are becoming quite pronounced," Lu Li advised gently from the side. Recently, Lu Zhaozhao had become enamored with reading books, often staying up until the late hours of the night. Today, having risen early once again, she felt somewhat dazed. "You might think that I would be content to remain in this little courtyard, engrossed in tales, but what choice do I have? My mother insists that I am soon to be wed and forbids me from going out, keeping me confined at home all day. My heart aches," lamented Lu Zhaozhao, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, as if she were truly wronged. Liuli and Jinju, having served her since childhood, were well aware of their young mistress's little ruses. Liuli teased her, saying, "My lady, do spare us the pretense. While others may be oblivious, we know full well how delighted you are with this marriage proposal." Upon hearing Liuli's words, Jinju joined in the laughter, for it brought them joy to see their mistress betrothed to a suitable match. Lu Zhaozhao felt a sense of embarrassment at her secret being unveiled. In playful annoyance, she reached out and lightly smacked Liuli, warning, "You audacious girl. Your tongue has grown ever sharper. Speak another word, and I shall see you married off post-haste to save myself from your incessant jests." Liuli was quick to appease her, saying, "My lady, I misspoke. I have no desire to marry anyone. I only wish to remain by your side and serve you. Then I shall be subjected to your incessant chatter all day," Lu Zhaozhao retorted, and the three of them erupted into laughter. As it was the celebration of the old lady Zhao's birthday, it was only fitting that the occasion be festive. She donned a wide-sleeved gown in begonia red, which accentuated her slender waist, adorned with a begonia flower on her forehead. The pearls in her hair swayed gently with her movements, captivating all who beheld her. Once adorned, Lu Zhaozhao, accompanied by Liuli and Jinju, made her way to the Furong courtyard. She respectfully greeted her mother, Madame Xia, and then turned to acknowledge her Aunt Ge, who sat nearby. "Greetings, second aunt," she said. Aunt Ge smiled and nodded, while Lu Zhaozhi, observing her sister's radiant appearance, remarked, "This attire truly enhances your beauty." "Dear sister." Lu Zhaozhao had already noted Lu Zhaozhi's presence. She wore a silver-white gown today, her hair simply adorned with a jade hairpin, exuding a fresh and ethereal charm. However, given that it was a birthday celebration, her attire did seem somewhat out of place. "Such flattery from my cousin," Lu Zhaozhao replied softly. Madame Xia then stood and announced, "Your sister-in-law is unwell and shall not be attending today. Let's be on our way." As it was the first banquet the second branch had attended since arriving in the capital, it was only natural for them to accompany Madame Xia. Lu Zhaozhao assisted Madame Xia into the carriage and sat on the opposite side. Lifting the curtain, she glanced at the carriage closely following them and turned to her mother, saying, "Mother, do you not think my cousin's attire is rather too plain for today?" It was not her intention to meddle, but after what had transpired with her father, she had grown increasingly aware of the difficulties faced by her elder and second sisters in their marital homes. Regardless of her cousin's actions, Lu Zhaozhi was still a member of the Lu family, and any missteps on her part could reflect poorly on the family as a whole. She wished to avoid any scandal that could ensnare her sisters. Madame Xia observed her daughter's growing discernment with great satisfaction. Recognizing that while a woman may be playful within the confines of her home, she must carry herself with dignity outside, lest she invite gossip. "I have already subtly hinted at this matter, yet your second aunt and cousin seem unperturbed. Therefore, we need not concern ourselves overmuch," Madame Xia gently advised. Upon reflecting on the discord between Zhaozhao and the eldest daughter of the Shao family, Mrs. Xie gently advised Zhaozhao, "Today is the birthday celebration of the old Madame Shao. During the lifetime of the late Marquis Shao, he shared a close bond with your grandfather. Therefore, it is imperative that you do not engage in any quarrels with a young lady from the Shao family today. Mother, you need not worry. I assure you that I will behave myself today," Zhaozhao replied with a smile. Mrs. Xie affectionately stroked her daughter's hair and sighed. The eldest daughter of the Shao family is indeed a pitiful soul. Her mother passed away early, and her father has since remarried, showing little care for her. Fortunately, she still has the old Madame Shao to look after her. Zhaozhao nodded gently. Although her disputes with Xiao Yuru were often instigated by Yuru's sharp tongue, it was true that Zhaozhao had not suffered any significant losses in their exchanges. Thus, it could hardly be said that they harbored deep animosity toward one another. As long as she refrained from provoking trouble, she resolved to no longer harbor resentment against her. After about half an hour, the carriage came to a halt before the gates of the Marquis of Yunyang's residence. Zhaozhao alighted from the carriage alongside Mrs. Xie, with Gushi and Lu Zhaozhi following closely behind. Although the current Marquis of Yunyang was rather unremarkable, the late Marquis had achieved great military feats during his time. The old Madame Shao, having fought alongside him, was held in high esteem, and thus her birthday banquet attracted the attention of ladies from various esteemed families. Zhaozhao gazed upon the old Madame Shao seated at the head of the table. Though her hair had grayed, her spirit remained vibrant. As Zhaozhao approached with Mrs. Xie, she greeted. Zhaozhao pays her respects to the old madam, despite her disagreements with Xiao Yuru. Such squabbles were merely the playful antics of young ladies and bore no real harm. The old Madame Shao was warm and courteous, once even expressing a desire for Zhaozhao to become her eldest grandson's bride, yet the intricate nature of the Shao family relations had led Mrs. Xie to decline the proposal tactfully. Zhaozhao has arrived. Come forth so that I may have a good look at you, the old Madame Shao said with a benevolent smile. Seated beside her, Xiao Yuru cast a fierce glare at Zhaozhao, who had managed to charm her grandmother. However, this time, Zhaozhao did not retaliate with a glare. Instead, she responded with a radiant smile. This unexpected reaction left Xiao Yuru perplexed. What could Zhaozhao be smiling about? While she acknowledged Zhaozhao's beauty, she found it unnecessary to resort to such feminine wiles. She was not easily swayed. Chapter 30. The dispute. Seeing that no one paid them any attention, Gushi and Lu Zhaozhi felt somewhat awkward. Gushi bowed and announced, "I am Gushi of the Lu family from Yunyang, paying respects to the old madam." Upon hearing this, the assembly turned their eyes towards the mother and daughter standing in the center, their faces betraying looks of disdain. With her head adorned in pearls and jewels, one might mistake the mother for a nouveau riche, while the daughter, clad in plain attire, truly became a subject of ridicule. Is the wife of the second branch of the Lu family. Please, take your seats, the old Madame Shao greeted amiably. Madame Xie, Xiao Yuru remarked, finding the sight of Lu Zhaozhi in her somber clothing quite disconcerting. Today was her grandmother's birthday celebration, and the choice of plain garments seemed inauspicious. Was she attempting to present herself as some delicate willow in their midst? Turning her gaze to Zhaozhao, who wore a bright smile, she found her much more agreeable. For at least Zhaozhao was genuinely pleasing to the eye, unlike someone who appeared rather dull. Yuru, there is still some time before the banquet begins. Why not take Zhaozhao out for a while? Don't let her feel stifled, the old Madame Shao suggested lovingly. Having lost her mother at a young age, Yuru relied heavily on her grandmother's care, which had contributed to her somewhat tempestuous nature, though her character was fundamentally good. Xiao Yuru, ever obedient to the words of the matriarch, reluctantly rose and addressed Lu Zhaozhao. Let us depart. In contrast to the stifling atmosphere within, Lu Zhaozhao was far more inclined to step outside for a breath of fresh air. Without a hint of hesitation, she promptly followed Xiao Yuru out. Gushi nudged Lu Zhaozhi gently, who then bowed to the matriarch before joining the two. Lu Zhaozhao, you truly possess remarkable talent to have elicited the second Master Shen's public proposal to the emperor, Xiao Yuru remarked, a hint of envy in her tone as they reached a secluded spot. For reasons unknown, Lu Zhaozhao found that Xiao Yuru was not as intolerable today as she usually was. Though her words remained cutting, Lu Zhaozhao replied playfully. Can I take that as a compliment, Xiao Yuro? With a haughty snort, Xiao Yuro retorted, Lu Zhaozhao, you are utterly shameless. What need is there for shame when it can win the affections of the second master Shen? Lu Zhaozhao declared boldly. Xiao Yuro's eyes widened in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that such words could escape the lips of the highly praised Miss Lu. Noticing her speechless reaction, Lu Zhaozhao stifled a laugh and continued, Xiao Yuro, we harbor no deep-seated enmity. Why must you persist in opposing me? The crux of the matter is that you cannot best me in argument. Or perhaps you too harbor feelings for Shen Jiayan, thus your jealousy towards me? This accusation was indeed a grave injustice. While Xiao Yuro often clashed with Lu Zhaozhao, it was not out of affection for Shen Jiayan. Rather, it stemmed from a jealousy of the love and affection Lu Zhaozhao consistently received from her family. If one were to characterize it, it would be more akin to envy, an unfulfilled longing. Lu Zhaozhao, cease your nonsensical banter. I do not feel that way, Xiao Yuro hissed, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. If it is not the case, then refrain from opposing me in the future. Otherwise, I might tell others that you wish to usurp my future suitor, Lu Zhaozhao replied with a hint of cunning. Only then did Xiao Yuro realize she had fallen into a trap. With indignation, she exclaimed, Lu Zhaozhao, do you think I enjoy conversing with you? You irritate me. Perfectly fine, for I am not particularly fond of you either, Lu Zhaozhao shrugged nonchalantly. Once outside, Lu Zhaozhi sensed the disdainful glances cast upon her by the young ladies. Biting her lip, she hastened to Lu Zhaozhao's side and whispered, Zhaozhao, there you are. Truly, you're difficult to find. Cousin, what brings you here? Lu Zhaozhao inquired, puzzled as to why she had left her second aunt's side. It is nothing of great import. The elders are engaged in conversation inside, and I felt it inappropriate to remain, so I thought to seek you out, Lu Zhaozhi replied, her voice laced with a subtle hint of grievance, as if subtly blaming Lu Zhaozhao for not considering her feelings. Xiao Yuro had always held a disdain for those who were excessively affected in their demeanor. Merely hearing her speak would send shivers down her spine. With an unkind tone, she addressed Miss Lu. Do you not realize your inappropriateness? Today is my grandmother's birthday celebration, and yet you chose to wear such plain attire. Did you not think it unsuitable? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhaozi's eyes immediately brimmed with tears as she choked out. Miss Xiao, my mother and I have just returned to the capital and are still unfamiliar with its customs. I prefer to remain understated. So why must you be so aggressive? Lu Zhao and Xiao Yuro exchanged glances, their vibrant skirts a stark contrast to Lu Zhaozi's simplicity, implying that they were the ostentatious ones. If you so cherish modesty, why come to my home? Perhaps you should have gone to the mountains and become a nun instead. Xiao Yuro retorted with scathing words. Her only concern at that moment was her grandmother, whom she wished to see live a long life. Yet Lu Zhaozi had chosen this occasion to provoke her. You are truly going too far, Lu Zhaozi exclaimed, tears streaming down her face, a sight that was indeed pitiable. Though the two present were not inclined to appreciate such beauty, Lu Zhao, feeling somewhat helpless, thought to herself that one could not argue with tears, wondering why she had to cry. If you dare to cause trouble in my home and disrupt my grandmother's celebration, I shall have you thrown out. Though Lu Zhaozi was indeed her cousin, it was prudent to consider the familial bond. Taking a deep breath, Lu Zhao implored, Cousin, please cease your crying. Today is old Madame Zhao's birthday, and if second aunt learns of this, she will surely reprimand you. Zhao, how can you side with an outsider against me? We are family, after all. Lu Zhao was at her wit's end, wanting to exclaim, cry all you want, but who can weep like you? At that moment, the announcement of Her Royal Highness, the Long Princess, has arrived, felt like a beacon of hope to Lu Zhao, who was weary of her cousin's antics, which painted her as the most pitiful of souls, victimized by others. The guests emerged upon hearing the announcement, and old Madame Xiao, leaning on her cane, greeted, I have the honor of meeting Her Royal Highness. Princess Jingru raised her hand to assist her, speaking kindly, Old Madam, please rise. Today, on behalf of His Majesty and the Empress, I come to wish you longevity and abundant blessings. Old Madame Zhao's somewhat clouded eyes glistened with tears. She understood that her son was not of great stature, yet the grandeur of the Wushun Marquis today was solely due to the Emperor's benevolence, honoring the memory of the late Marquis. "I humbly thank His Majesty and the Empress," old Madame Xiao said, bowing deeply as others helped her up. Today, Shen Jiayan accompanied Princess Jingru, but since his arrival, his gaze had been fixated on Lu Zhao, never straying. Lu Zhaozi, overwhelmed by the grandeur of the occasion, felt her tears dry up at the sight of Shen Jiayan, whose handsome and elegant demeanor made her heart race. Princess Jingru, noticing her son's unabashed admiration, turned with a smile. "Zhao is here as well. How fortuitous for you two young ones to converse." The crowd exchanged knowing smiles, for the union had been sanctioned by the emperor, with gifts exchanged and the wedding date set, leaving nothing to be concealed. At this moment, Lu Zhaozhi suddenly realized that this was indeed her sister Lu Zhao's future fiancé, Shen Jiayan. She clenched her hand hidden in her sleeve tightly, so much so that she didn't even notice when her nails broke, her feelings of resentment reaching a peak. Clearly, both were daughters of the Lu family, of similar age. Yet their fates were so vastly different. Chapter 31. The first kiss. Lu Zhao blushed deeply, and at the banquet, she was still seated beside Shen Jiayan. In the presence of their elders, she felt somewhat restrained, while Shen Jiayan, seemingly oblivious, served her food. She discreetly poked his waist with her finger in a place where no one could see and whispered, "Shen Jiayan, that's enough. You can't possibly be full after eating so little." Shen Jiayan, thinking he was quite familiar with her appetite, was caught off guard by her words. Lu Zhaozhao, displeased by his implication that she was gluttonous, gritted her teeth and replied, "Could you possibly refrain from talking?" Madame Xie and Princess Jingru exchanged knowing smiles, feigning ignorance. Meanwhile, Lu Zhaozhi observed them from the side, her gaze filled with jealousy as she noticed Shen Jiayan's attentiveness towards Lu Zhaozhao. After the birthday banquet, everyone departed, and the carriage from the Duke of Yunyang's residence awaited outside the Marquis of Yunyang's gates. Madame Xie boarded the carriage, and just as Lu Zhaozhao intended to follow, she heard Princess Jingru call out from behind, "Zhaozhao." Lu Zhaozhao turned around and bowed respectfully, "Your Highness." With a warm smile, Princess Jingru helped her up, growing increasingly fond of her delicate features. She gently patted Lu Zhaozhao's hand and said, "No need to call me Your Highness. You may refer to me as Aunt." "Yes, Aunt." From behind the curtain of the carriage, Madame Xie heard the commotion outside and lifted the curtain, intending to step down and pay her respects. However, Princess Jingru waved her hand and softly said, "Marquise, there's no need to come down. Let Jiayan escort Zhaozhao home." Madame Xie was not a person bound by rigid customs, given that the two were already betrothed. She saw no issue with it. She glanced at Lu Zhaozhao and softly remarked, "Then I shall return first. Let Master Shen take you back to the manor." With that, she winked at Lu Zhaozhao. As she watched her family's carriage gradually disappear from sight, Lu Zhaozhao realized who she would be following, thinking it was indeed a case of the student surpassing the master. Observing the two carriages parked side by side, Lu Zhaozhao discreetly assessed Shen Jiayan's expression, sensing that this might have been a scheme he had long planned. A maid helped Princess Jingru into one of the carriages, and she lifted the curtain, instructing, "Jiayan, make sure to take good care of Zhaozhao on her way home." "Understood," he replied softly. Shen Jiayan approached Lu Zhaozhao and naturally assisted her into the carriage, sitting beside her on the opposite side. Seeing his stoic face, she suddenly felt a playful urge. Leaning closer to him, she smiled sweetly and provocatively asked, "Shen Jiayan, do you find my makeup appealing today?" He met her gaze, taking in her fair, rosy complexion, glistening eyes, and full, red lips. His throat tightened as he suppressed the darker thoughts swirling within him, lowering his gaze and softly murmuring an acknowledgement. However, Lu Zhaozhao was not satisfied with his response. He had always been so indifferent. Today, she was determined not to let him have it his way. "Shen Jiayan, why do you dare not look at me?" As she spoke, she drew closer, inhaling the fragrant scent wafting from her neck, while the soft, delicate tone of her voice rendered him anything but the composed gentleman he aspired to be. He chuckled lightly, and when he raised his gaze again, it was imbued with a hint of predation. Faced with such an unfamiliar gaze, Lu Zhaozhao felt a sudden pang of fear. She had ventured too far. Just as she contemplated retreating, Shen Jiayan reached out, pulling her closer, leaning forward, one hand grasping her slender waist, the other cradling her face, and descended upon her long-desired red lips. In an instant, Zhaozhao's eyes widened, and, as reality struck her, she instinctively pushed him away. This kiss had been on Shen Jiayan's mind for an eternity. His restraint had been a trial of immense suffering, and today she had been teasing him incessantly. How could he possibly relinquish her so easily? In her nervousness, Zhaozhao momentarily forgot to breathe. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Shen Jiayan drew back slightly, whispering against her lips. Zhaozhao, breathe. Suddenly, she came to her senses, quickly covering her mouth and retreating to the corner of the carriage. Her face ablaze as she scolded, Shen Jiayan, you scoundrel. Shen Jiayan laughed, a mischievous, triumphant grin spreading across his face, his countenance perfectly embodying the notion of a charming rogue. Zhaozhao, if you feel wronged, you may kiss me back. I shall offer no resistance. He feigned a posture of complete submission. Zhaozhao, being somewhat timid, had only dared to provoke him because she believed he would not act against her. Now, she was unwilling to fall for his ploy again. Shameless, she muttered in indignation. Truth be told, she did not feel wronged. It was merely that for years she had always taken the initiative, and now, being overwhelmed by Shen Jiayan, she felt a surge of frustration. Having applied some lip tint earlier, she noted that some of it had transferred onto his lips, stirring her embarrassment further. With a flushed face, she tossed her handkerchief at him in disdain, saying, wipe it off. Shen Jiayan made no move to catch it, lazily responding, you can wipe it off for me. How delusional. Zhaozhao exploded with irritation, wishing she could bite him. Then don't wipe it. I don't mind being seen. With that, she truly ignored him, and seeing his resolve, she gritted her teeth and picked up the handkerchief, fiercely wiping it at the corner of his lips. Zhaozhao, I advise you to be gentle. Otherwise, if anyone catches on, he said with a playful smile, his demeanor teasing. Though she was furious, Zhaozhao could only temper her actions. As she observed the lipstick staining the handkerchief, her face grew even hotter. Was this a case of losing the game she had intended to win? Noticing her agitated expression, Shen Jiayan coaxed, Zhaozhao, do not be angry. If you're truly upset, you may hit me a few times. Be quiet, she replied, turning her face away. Tom was on her side. One day, she would undoubtedly settle the score with him. Seeing her quiet down, Shen Jiayan stifled a chuckle. Today had turned out to be an unexpected delight. Yet, while she appeared fierce, she was but a paper tiger. He must not press too harshly. Upon arriving at the Yunyang Marquis' residence, just before she alighted from the carriage, Zhaozhao stamped on his foot with all her might. However, to Shen Jiayan, it felt no more than a gentle scratch. Lioli and Jinju were waiting at the entrance of the CF family's Yunyang Marquis residence for Zhaozhao, who had just disembarked from her carriage. They hurriedly approached her to drape a cloak around her shoulders. Shen Jiayan, producing a package of pastries from seemingly nowhere, offered it to Zhaozhao, saying, the ones you adore the most. At that moment, she was tempted to fling the package at his face, questioning the facade of gentlemanly decorum. However, recognizing the pastries as innocent, she snatched the package from him and turned to leave. As she vanished from sight, Shen Jiayan shook his head gently, realizing he had inadvertently upset her. Yet, recalling the delightful sensation from earlier, he deemed the reprimands and beatings he might endure worth the cost. Chapter 32. Interrogation. Upon returning to Haitang courtyard, Zhaozhao found Lioli ready to assist her in removing her makeup. Observing the return of her naturally delicate lip color, Lioli remarked, Miss, the lip balm from this shop is rather subpar. It fades so easily. The words, spoken without intent, struck a chord with Zhaozhao, who abruptly rose to her feet. Lioli gasped, Miss, what is the matter? Quickly taking the cloth from Lioli's hand, Zhaozhao reassured her, it's nothing. Nothing at all. You may leave. I can manage on my own. By the time Lioli comprehended the situation, she had already been gently pushed out of the room by her mistress. She called back into the chamber, Miss, allow me to assist you. That one tea be necessary. Zhaozhao replied, her ears flushed as she sat before the bronze mirror. Feeling a bit flustered, she patted her cheeks, her gaze catching the package of pastries. Opening it, she extracted a rabbit-shaped osmanthus cake and bit into it forcefully, as if venting her frustrations on Shen Jiayan. The following day, Zhaozhao visited Furong Courtyard to pay her respects to Madame Xia. She bowed, addressing her mother. Madame Xie smiled, surveying her with a teasing glint in her eye. Zhao has come. Did you enjoy your time with Lord Shen yesterday? Mother, please do not jest, she said, sitting beside Madame Xie and wrapping her arms around her, indulging in a moment of affection. Now, whenever he was mentioned, her mind would be flooded with thoughts of that kiss. Very well, I shall not tease you further. After all, you are to be wed soon. Why do you still act so childishly? Madame Xie remarked with a fond smile. Madam, the second madam has arrived with Miss Ji, Fangzhu announced at the door. No sooner had she spoken than Gusher entered, her expression displeased, followed closely by the pitiful Lu Zhaozhi. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zhaozhao thought to herself, could they be here to settle scores? Indeed, Gusher wasted no time and directly confronted, elder sister-in-law, I recognize that you are now the Marquise, different from me, a mere wife of a fifth-rank official. However, Zhaozhao and Zhaozhi are sisters. How could she assist an outsider in humiliating her own cousin? Madame Xie, taken aback by Gusher's unjust accusations toward her daughter, instantly grew stern and replied, Sister-in-law, while I am unaware of the circumstances, is it not excessive to blame my daughter without understanding the facts? Shi, caught off guard by Madame Xie's firmness, momentarily faltered. She recalled a time when Madame Xie, though decisive, was far less unyielding than she appeared now. She was inherently someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Observing the situation with the Xie family, she unconsciously lowered her voice and said, Sister-in-law, should you inquire about what good deeds your daughter has done? Lu Zhaozhao nearly laughed in exasperation. Rising calmly, she asked second aunt, May I inquire what exactly I have done to displease you so greatly? Please enlighten me. Yesterday, when that Miss Xiao made things difficult for your cousin, not only did you fail to support her, but you also joined in mocking her. Is this how a younger sister should behave? Fixated on her without relent. In her youth, she had harbored jealousy towards Xie. After all, they were both women of the Lu family. Yet she was the esteemed wife of a noble heir, happily married, while she felt suppressed. Now, Xie's daughter seemed poised to overshadow her own. Lu Zhaozhao was at a loss for words. If there were a contest for their ability to distort the truth and create chaos, this mother-daughter duo would surely emerge as champions. Unable to contain herself any longer, she glanced at Xie, understanding that a mother knows her daughter best. With just a look, Xie grasped that her daughter was prepared to confront the issue. With Xie's silent approval, Lu Zhaozhao approached Gusher, standing half a head taller, which imparted an unspoken sense of pressure. Second aunt, first and foremost, I am Lu Zhaozhi's cousin, not her sister. Secondly, you claim I mocked her alongside others, but what exactly did I say? It was your cousin who wore plain attire to the birthday banquet of Lady Xiao. Those who knew she was there to celebrate would understand, while those unaware might mistake her for attending a funeral. Can we truly fault others for pointing that out? I was merely concerned she might disturb Lady Xiao, hence my gentle words of advice. You, at such a young age, how can you speak so mercilessly? Gusher stammered, incensed yet at a loss for words to counter her. As the saying goes, one should not be merciless when in the right. So, second aunt, you can see that I speak the truth. In that case, you have wronged me, and perhaps an apology is in order? Lu Zhaozhao said slowly. Xie stepped beside Lu Zhaozhao, addressing Gusher coldly. Sister-in-law, though you are an elder, my daughter is not someone who could be unjustly scolded. She is the daughter of the Duke of Yunyang and the future wife of the Duke of the Protectorate, of significant standing. If you persist in your refusal to acknowledge your error, then so be it. Our two families shall cease to have dealings with one another. Gusher felt a jolt of realization. As a newcomer to the capital, without Xie's support, it would be challenging to establish herself among the elite women of the city. Moreover, her son Zhongyong's future prospects might depend on her connection with her husband's family. Thus, she could not afford to jeopardize their relationship. With a resounding slap, Gusher suddenly turned and struck Lu Zhaozhi across the face, leaving it flushed. The shock in Lu Zhaozhi's eyes was palpable. Though Gusher typically favored her younger son, she had never resorted to violence against her. How dare you still call me mother? Speak of the misdeeds you have done. Hurry and apologize to Zhaozhao. Gusher gritted her teeth. Lu Zhaozhi did not perceive Lu Zhaozhao's earlier actions as a rescue. She felt humiliated and belittled. Yet at that moment, with tears brimming in her eyes, she could only whisper, Zhaozhao, I am sorry. It was my mistake, and I wronged you. Zhaozhao let out a light laugh and said, Cousin, I feel no sincerity in your apology. Thus, I shall not accept it. Zhaozhao was taken aback by her audacious disregard for her face, and tears welled in her eyes. Seeing this, Gu swiftly tugged at her, then stepped forward to grasp Xie's arm, saying, Elder sister-in-law, it is merely a childish quarrel. We must not allow it to tarnish our bond. Xie turned and settled onto a small couch, taking a sip from her teacup before softly replying, Indeed, but dear sister-in-law, please refrain from such impulsiveness in the future. You speak wisely. Today it was indeed my impulsiveness. Please do not hold it against me, Gus said ingratiatingly. Does sister-in-law have any further matters? If not, please take your leave. Zhaozhao is soon to be wed, and I have much to prepare, so I cannot keep you. Gu discerned her intention to dismiss her. Yet she had come today both to seek an accounting and to request Xie to invite the ladies of various households for a gathering, allowing her to showcase her daughter to the esteemed families. Elder sister-in-law, may I inquire how you have considered the matter I mentioned last time? Gu tentatively asked. Xie understood her underlying motive, recognizing that she merely sought a wealthy match for her daughter. It was a common desire, yet she feared it might not come to fruition. After all, which noblewoman would choose the daughter of a fifth-rank official as a daughter-in-law? Since you are so insistent, I shall arrange a gathering of those ladies on a suitable day. Seeing Xie finally relent, Gu was eager to take her leave, cheerfully saying, Then we shall bid you farewell for now. Xie softly replied. Mother, why did Second Aunt ask you to invite those ladies? Zhaozhao inquired. Xie did not conceal the truth, responding candidly. It seems she wishes to become acquainted with those ladies to find a suitable match for your cousin. Zhaozhao nodded, indifferent to others' affairs, as long as her cousin did not provoke her, for she could hardly endure her incessant weeping and felt an overwhelming urge to slap her. Chapter 33. Birthday November 20th marks Zhaozhao's birthday. Typically, young ladies of her age do not receive special celebrations at home. However, the Yunyang Marquis is different. They celebrate her birthday each year, and this year is no exception. She had risen early to wait in Xie's courtyard for her birthday gifts. The Marquis and his son had yet to return from court, while Xie was in the small kitchen preparing her favorite braised lioness head. Zhaozhao played chess and chatted with Wang. Sister-in-law, you and elder brother are both so handsome. My little nephew will undoubtedly be extraordinarily good-looking, she remarked, placing a piece on the board. Wang smiled gently and replied, Whether he is good-looking or not is of little consequence. What matters is that he possesses good character and is healthy and happy. Zhaozhao chuckled lightly. You speak true, sister-in-law. However, a thought struck her. By the time her little nephew was born, she would already be married, leaving her with a tinge of bittersweetness. Wang discerned her sudden despondence and could roughly fathom her thoughts. She gently took Zhaozhao's hand and softly spoke, Zhaozhao, you are a daughter of the Yunyang Marquis household. This will forever be your home. Your father, mother, brothers, and sisters-in-law will always be your steadfast support. So do not be disheartened. To marry the one you love is truly a matter of joy. Zhaozhao nodded with a smile, feeling warmth in her heart. She often believed that in her previous life, she must have performed numerous good deeds to be blessed with such a wonderful family. Before the Marquis and his family returned, 2 uninvited guests arrived, Gushur accompanied by Zhaozhao. Zhaozhao, I heard from my mother that today is your birthday. This is a special gift I selected for you. I hope you do not find it lacking, Zhaozhao said with a poised smile, placing the gift on the table. Despite her reluctance, she had to consider her father's reputation, and with a calm voice, she replied, Thank you, cousin. Aunt, please take a seat. My mother is in the small kitchen and will return shortly, Wang invited. Gushur, noticing Wang's slightly protruding belly, initiated a conversation. Jing-yi, your pregnancy is quite evident now. After a moment, she hesitated before adding, It looks rather round. It seems like it might be a girl. Whether boy or girl, it matters not. Wang thought little of her remarks. She shared a deep bond with her husband and had once been melancholic for years due to her inability to conceive. Her husband and mother-in-law had comforted her, allowing her heart to relax. Now, pregnant, even if the child were a girl, she would cherish her like a precious gem. Gushi, perhaps unable to contain her envy or simply ill-mannered, remarked, "Indeed, Jing Yi took 4 years to conceive after marrying Jinhua, and he has not taken a concubine, which speaks volumes about your standing in his heart. The gender of the child is of little importance." This veiled sarcasm even caused the usually gentle Wang to furrow her brow. Zhaozhao understood that the prolonged wait for pregnancy was a sore point for her sister-in-law, and it was irksome to have someone speak ill of it now that her wish had finally been granted. "Aunt, have you forgotten the family precepts of the Liu family? Allow me to remind you, for the descendants of the Liu family, men are prohibited from taking concubines, and women are not to become concubines." Upon hearing this, Gushi felt her pride stung, especially since Liu Zhongyang had not only taken one concubine, but had many undisclosed romantic entanglements outside. Liu Zhaozhi also lowered her head, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. "Liu Zhaozhao, your gift has arrived," called Liu Jinrong's voice from outside. Ignoring Gushi's slightly greenish complexion, Liu Zhaozhao rose carefully to assist Wang, exclaiming joyfully, "Father and the others are back." As soon as she finished speaking, they entered, hands laden with gifts. Upon seeing Shen Jiayan behind them, Liu Zhaozhao was taken aback and asked in bewilderment, "What brings you here?" Liu Jinrong glanced back with a hint of disdain, saying, "The esteemed Minister of Justice insists on tagging along. I wonder how you find the time for such frivolities." Surprisingly, neither Yunyang Marquis nor Liu Jinhua intervened, as they were not particularly fond of the individual who was poised to whisk their daughter and sister away. "Brother, guests are to be treated with courtesy," Wang interjected, recalling how her brother had once put Liu Jinhua through considerable trials when he sought her hand in marriage. Xia lifted the curtain and stepped inside. Shen Jiayan clasped his hands together and said, "Auntie, I apologize for the intrusion." Xia displayed no significant surprise, gently replying, "Young Master Shen has arrived just in time to savor my culinary skills." "Thank you, Auntie," he responded courteously. Liu Zhaozhao, beaming with delight, accepted the birthday gifts and handed them to the attendants Liuli and Jinju. Shen Jiayan presented her with an exquisite little box, softly uttering, "Liu Zhaozhao, wishing you joy on your birthday." "Thank you," she replied, for it is said that one should not strike a smiling face when someone kindly presents a gift. It is only natural to accept it graciously. "Jining could not come from the palace, but she entrusted me with a birthday gift for you, which I have arranged to be delivered to the courtyard," Shen Jiayan said with a smile, and Liu Zhaozhao's joy only grew upon hearing this. Noticing that Ji's expression was slightly off, Xia pretended not to notice and said, "Sister-in-law has also come. Let us dine together." Gu felt a lump in her throat from Liu Zhaozhao's words, but found herself unable to retort, just as she was about to voice her intention to leave. Liu Zhaozhao gently tugged at her sleeve, saying sweetly, "Thank you, Annie." As everyone took their seats, Liu Zhaozhao sat beside Shen Jiayan, and her proximity to him evoked memories of their encounter in the carriage, causing her cheeks to flush. Xia observed the two seated together and felt increasingly pleased. Only such a young man was worthy of her daughter. She delicately placed a lion's head dumpling into Liu Zhaozhao's bowl, softly saying, "Zhaozhao, this is made by your mother's own hands. Do give it a taste." With a smile, Liu Zhaozhao picked it up and took a bite, her eyes involuntarily narrowing with delight as she exclaimed, "It's delicious. Mother, you are truly amazing. If it pleases you, do indulge further," Xia replied affectionately. Shen Jiayan gazed at her with a smile, entirely disregarding the fiery glares from her brothers, especially Liu Jinrong, who interjected, "I say, young Master Shen, does my sister's face have flowers on it? Why are you staring at her instead of eating?" Embarrassed by her brother's teasing, Liu Zhaozhao retorted, her cheeks burning with indignation. Seeing her flustered, Liu Jinrong raised his hands in surrender, saying, "All right, I shall remain silent." However, when he caught the glimmer of pride in Shen Jian's eyes, he muttered under his breath, "Husband-slave." Liu Zhaozhao watched the subtle exchanges between the two with a flicker of jealousy in her eyes, tightening her grip on her chopsticks, and quickly adjusted her expression when she realized her reaction. After the meal, Liu Zhaozhao escorted Shen Jiayan out of the estate. As they walked side by side along the path, he paused at the corner, bending down to approach her, startling her into instinctively covering her mouth with her hand. Shen Jiayan chuckled, saying, Lu Zhaozhao, when did you become so timid? You used to have the audacity to undress me. Lu Zhaozhao glared at him, retorting, I was just a child then, unaware of my actions. He pondered thoughtfully. Indeed, you were quite young. Lu Zhaozhao felt that something was amiss with his words. It could not pinpoint what it was. Do you have something to attend to? If not, hurry back, she urged, giving him a gentle push. Shen Jiayan reached out and affectionately ruffled her hair, softly saying, Lu Zhaozhao, may you have peace and joy every year. With that, he turned and exited the Yunyang Marquis residence. Chapter 34. Heartfelt as she gazed at his retreating figure, Lu Zhaozhao sensed that something had subtly shifted within her. Initially, she had merely appreciated his striking appearance, lamenting the thought of not being able to behold him daily. However, now a vague yet sweet sentiment blossomed in her heart. With a gentle laugh, she turned, only to find Lu Zhaozhao standing a short distance away. Suppressing her smile, she inquired softly, Cousin, what brings you here? I've been watching for quite some time, worried about your absence, so I thought I would come and check on you. Lu Zhaozhao replied affectionately. Lu Zhaozhao found her words rather amusing. What could possibly be amiss in her own home? Lu Zhaozhao, with a hint of trepidation in her gaze, stepped forward, attempting to take her arm, but Lu Zhaozhao subtly sidestepped, stating, Cousin, I shall return now. Please feel free to do as you wish. Having clearly witnessed the earlier exchange, a dark seed of jealousy began to take root in Lu Zhaozhi's heart. Being of the same family. If Lu Zhaozhao could wed the heir of the Shen family, why should she not have the same fortune? Upon returning to the Haitang courtyard, Lu Zhaozhao joyfully began to unwrap her gifts. When she beheld the present from the Marquis of Yunyang, laughter escaped her lips. Seeing her reaction, Lu Li approached for a glance and remarked playfully, The Marquis remains as practical as ever. Inside lay a stack of silver notes, which reminded her of the silver notes Shen Jiayan had gifted at Ning Ning's birthday banquet. She carefully closed the box and handed it to Lu Li with a light smile, saying, Please keep it safe. Her two brothers had bestowed upon her precious jewelry, likely half of the capital's finest adornments, now residing in the Marquis's estate. As she unwrapped the gifts sent by Princess Jianning, she found a rare collection of storybooks, causing her to smile brightly as she exclaimed, Only someone who knows me would send such a thoughtful gift. Ning Ning truly understands me. Quick, see what the young Master Shen has sent. Lu Li and Zhen Zhu chimed in, teasingly. Although the young Master Shen had sent birthday gifts every year, this year felt distinctly different. Lu Zhaozhao too felt a flutter of anticipation. As she opened the box, her eyes fell upon a perfectly round, lustrous night pearl, unmarred by any impurities. My goodness, how beautiful! Zhen Zhu exclaimed in admiration. However, Lu Zhaozhao noticed a key lying quietly in the corner of the box. Upon inspecting it, she found nothing amiss. Perhaps it was merely an oversight by Shen Jiayan. She resolved to inquire about it at their next meeting. In the Furong courtyard, after Gushi had taken Lu Zhaozhi away, Xie retained Wang Shi for a private conversation, gently asking, Jing Yi, did your second aunt say anything unpleasant today? Wang Shi realized that concealing the matter from her mother-in-law was futile, and she had no intention of doing so. She recounted the events of the day, causing Xie to furrow her brow slowly. Gushi has become even more unreasonable than in her youth. Xie took her daughter-in-law's hand and said, Jing Yi, do not heed her nonsense. Regardless of whether it is a boy or girl, they are our children. There is no difference. What matters is your safety and that of the baby. Mother, I understand, Wang Shi replied softly, caressing her belly. As they conversed, the Marquis of Yunyang and Lu Jinhua entered the room, the Marquis smiling broadly as he said, Madam, it is getting late. You should rest. Xie playfully swatted him, retorting, Must you not be more respectable? You are soon to be a grandfather. Lu Jinhua and Wang Shi exchanged knowing smiles. Having witnessed such scenes countless times before, now accustomed to the spectacle, who would have imagined that the formidable Lord Yunyang, known for his prowess in the court, was also under the thumb of his wife. Jing Yi, return and take a rest, Xie gently instructed her daughter-in-law as she turned. Mother, then we shall head back. Lu Jinhua supported Wang Shi as they exited. Madam, we should also rest, he suggested. Yet Xie did not respond. Instead, seating herself upon a small couch and addressing Lord Yunyang, Sit down. I have something to discuss with you. Lord Yunyang paused, his mind racing to recall if he had erred in any way recently. Nervously, he took a seat and sought to placate her. Madam, if I have made any mistakes, please tell me, and I shall amend them. Your demeanor frightens me. Xiesher cast him a bemused glance, her expression suggesting that one might mistake her for a fierce matriarch. Today, my sister-in-law spoke of hosting a gathering for the ladies. I understand your frustration with my second brother, but he is, after all, family, so I agreed to it. Xiesher sighed softly. Having been married for over 20 years, Lord Yunyang knew his wife's temperament well. If not for his reputation, she would never concern herself with such trivial matters. Madam, you have borne the burden, he remarked, grasping her hand. Enough. Even if this gathering comes to fruition, my sister-in-law may not achieve her desires. Those noble families select their daughters-in-law with the utmost discernment. The suitable families may not even look favorably upon her, he countered, recognizing the need for restraint despite his loyalty to family. How can you say that? Today, when young Master Shen visited, your face was a picture of displeasure, Xiesher scolded him, her tone sharp. My dear wife, the thought of our cherished daughter being given to that insufferable young man brings me no joy, he lamented. Lord, rest assured, your precious daughter is likely reveling in her gifts at this very moment, Xiesher teased, suppressing a smile. A few days later, Gusher sent invitations to the ladies of various households, and they all arrived as promised, many doing so out of respect for Xiesher. To Xiesher's surprise, the lady of Chongping, Lin Shi, also graced the gathering, especially since the two families had ceased interaction since the engagement of Zhaozhao. Lin Shi had never thought highly of the wife of a mere fifth-rank official, but after the incident concerning Zhou Yuan, she was eager to finalize Xue Jiqing's marriage to prevent any further complications. As the saying goes, guests are to be treated with respect. Xiesher introduced sister-in-law. This is Lady Lin of Chongping. Please, lady, take a seat, Gusher said with a fawning smile. Although her time back in the capital had been brief, she had heard of the Chongping estate. Their second son was yet unmarried, and should her daughter, Zhaozhao, marry into the family, it would be considered a match of equal standing. However, this perception was solely Gusher's. Lin Shi did not share the same view. This is my eldest daughter, Lu Zhaozhao. Zhaozhao, greet the ladies, Gusher urged, eager to showcase her daughter as the guests assembled. Lu Zhaozhao, feeling somewhat awkward, bowed slightly, saying, Zhaozhao greets all the esteemed ladies. These ladies are astute individuals, fully aware of the intentions behind Ji's actions. Some scoffed, others watched with a sense of amusement, while a few families of slightly lower status genuinely entertained thoughts of connection. Although Lu Zhongyong held a modest official position, he shared maternal ties with the Marquis of Yunyang, and Lu Zhaozhao possessed both beauty and an appearance of refinement. After a series of social engagements, several families subtly expressed their interest in a potential alliance with their household, yet none were to Ji's satisfaction. She sought families of noble lineage and esteemed status. Xia, perceptive of Ji's discontent, recognized that matrimonial unions ought not to be overly concerned with social standing, as character and mutual affection hold far greater significance. She had extended her kindness as far as possible, and even if she voiced her thoughts to them, they would merely regard her as someone detached from their struggles. Thus, she found a convenient excuse to depart. Chapter 35. The Lantern Festival. As the new year had passed, the date of Lu Zhao's marriage drew ever closer, and the entire Yunyang Marquis residence bustled with activity. Xia busily organized the dowry, while Lu Zhao tried on her wedding attire and adorned herself with jewelry, feeling quite dizzy from the whirlwind of preparations. Lu Li, observing Lu Zhao resting her head on the table, stifled a laugh and said, Miss, Madam has just sent a new set of headpieces for you to try. With her eyes closed, Lu Zhao waved her hand weakly, replying, No more trying. I can't take it. My neck feels like it's going to break. Lu Li glanced at the array of jewelry scattered throughout the room, shaking her head in resignation. It was no wonder her young mistress felt overwhelmed. The weight of maternal expectations was indeed quite heavy. This marriage is exhausting, she murmured before drifting off to sleep. Lu Li gently covered her with a blanket and quietly exited. When Lu Zhao awoke again, the sky had darkened. She stretched and rubbed her tingling arms, calling out, Liu Li. Lu Li entered, carrying the evening meal, and cheerfully said, "Miss, you're awake. The kitchen has delivered dinner. You should eat a little." Having eaten a substantial lunch, Lu Zhaozhao was not particularly hungry now. She picked at her food for a few moments before setting down her chopsticks and rising to leave. As she stepped outside, she was greeted by a sky full of lanterns, reminding her that today was the Lantern Festival. "Is my mother at home?" Lu Zhaozhao turned and inquired. Knowing her father would likely have taken her mother out, Lu Li hesitated before responding, "Miss, just a moment ago, the Marquis sent word that he took Madame out. If you wish to enjoy the festivities, you could accompany the second young master." Lu Zhaozhao pouted, knowing full well the unpredictability of her brother's return. "Liu Li, help me style my hair and call for Zhenju. We shall go out." Lu Zhaozhao huffed as she sat at her vanity. Once she was properly attired, she made her way to Lu Jinrong's courtyard, only to be informed by a servant that the second young master had not yet returned. Confused, Lu Zhaozhao wondered when her brother had become so busy. Lu Li and Zhenju, watching Lu Zhaozhao stride forward with determination, asked with a smile, "Miss, shall we not wait for the second young master?" "No, who knows when he will return," she replied. Just as she stepped beyond the gate, she spotted Shen Jiayan standing outside. Turning to face him, she glanced at the grand plaque of the Yunyang Marquis residence, and then back at him with a puzzled expression. "Shen Jiayan, what are you doing at my doorstep?" "I am here to wait for you," he stated without reservation. Lu Zhaozhao chuckled lightly upon hearing his words and teased, "Oh, how is it that Lord Shen has found time today?" Shen Jiayan leaned closer with a smile and responded, "I originally had no time, but by detaining your second brother, I suddenly found some, especially since he has no wife anyway." Listening to his shameless remarks, Lu Zhaozhao scoffed, "Shen Jiayan, I have come to realize that your audacity knows no bounds." He then inquired with a grin, "Are we going to the Lantern Festival?" "Of course," she replied. Liu Li and Zhenju watched the pair strolling side by side ahead, unable to suppress their amused giggles, exclaiming that it was far more entertaining than any tale they could read. In the prosperous era of Deqi, the Lantern Festival was bustling with crowds, with vendors lining the streets selling a plethora of goods. Lu Zhaozhao gazed around, while Shen Jiayan remained steadfastly by her side. "Zhaozhao," she heard a voice call, and upon looking up, she noticed Shui Baozhu excitedly waving at her, followed closely by Shui Jiqing. She instinctively glanced at Shen Jiayan, only to find his expression less than pleased, which she inwardly criticized as petty. Shui Baozhu rushed to Lu Zhaozhao's side, wrapping her arms around her. "Zhaozhao, it's been so long. You look even more beautiful." "Of course, Baozhu. You have an eye for talent," Lu Zhaozhao replied. Baozhu giggled and pinched her cheek, exclaiming, "Zhaozhao, how can you be so adorable?" However, as she spoke, a chill ran down her spine. She looked up to see Shen Jiayan glaring coldly at her hand, prompting her to retract it immediately. "Miss Lu," Shui Jiqing greeted politely. He had been brooding at home, feeling melancholic for days, contemplating whether had the Chongping Marquis offered assistance when the Lu family was in distress, the outcome would have been different. "Young Master Shui," Lu Zhaozhao replied courteously, while Shen Jiayan let out a disdainful snort. "Zhaozhao, shall we go together?" Shui Baozhu feigned ignorance of Shen Jiayan's darkening countenance as she asked. "Certainly," Lu Zhaozhao nodded in agreement. Lu Zhaozhao and Shui Baozhu linked arms and walked ahead, while Shen Jiayan gazed at her, his eyes filled with unabashed affection as he admired her beaming smile and uplifted lips. "Young Master Shen, Miss Lu is a rare gem in this world. I hope you will not take her for granted in the future," Shui Jiqing suddenly interjected. Shen Jiayan sneered mockingly. "Young Master Shui, do you truly understand what it means to love? Or are you merely attempting to disguise your insatiable desires under the guise of affection for another's wife?" "You misunderstand, Shen Jiayan. Even if you are now in possession of beauty, it does not give you the right to mock my sincere intentions," Shui Jiqing retorted, having harbored feelings for Lu Zhaozhao since the very first moment he laid eyes on her. "You are mistaken. Lu Zhaozhao is mine by my own pursuit," Shen Jiayan asserted before dismissing him entirely. He approached Lu Zhaozhao and gently tugged at her hair, to which she turned back, reproaching. "What are you doing?" "For you," he said, presenting her with a candied hawthorn he had just purchased. She accepted it, muttering, "Shen Jiayan, Do not think that a single skewer of candied hawthorn can placate me. If you dare to tug my hair again, I shall retaliate. Zhaozhao, what brings you here? Just as Lu Zhaozhao bit into the sweet and sour candied hawthorn, she heard Lu Zhaoji's voice and secretly rolled her eyes, thinking, here we go again. Cousin. Lu Zhaozhao greeted in a flat tone, harboring little fondness for her cousin, whom she could only describe in 4 words, pretentious and affected. Shen Jiayan is also present. Lu Zhaozi raised her head and gently addressed Shen Jiayan, who was beside Lu Zhaozhao. Shen Jiayan merely responded with a cold hm, for he had never offered a kind expression to any woman other than Lu Zhaozhao. Zhaozhao, allow me to introduce these two, the eldest daughter of the Chongping Marquis, Shui Baozhu, and the second son, Shui Jiqing. Despite her disdain for them, Lu Zhaozhao could not afford to embarrass her cousin in front of others. Miss Shui, Master Shui, Lu Zhaozi said with a courteous bow. Shui Baozhu immediately discerned that Lu Zhaozhao and her cousin were of the same ilk. She spoke in a measured tone. Miss Lu, how is it that you are out with Shen Jiayan today? You are not yet wed, and if others were to see you, what rumors might arise? She turned to Lu Zhaozhao and whispered, though all 4 present could hear her, before Lu Zhaozhao could respond. Shen Jiayan protectively positioned himself behind her and coldly declared, I am betrothed to Lu Zhaozhao by the emperor's decree. It was I and my mother who sought this union, and only then did the Yunyang Marquis consent. Who dares to speak ill of this would be defying the emperor. Lu Zhaozi's eyes instantly brimmed with tears as she lamented, I merely wished to offer a kind reminder. Lu Zhaozhao leaned out from behind Shen Jiayan, her face radiant with a smile, and said, Cousin, save your kindness and your tears. If you wish to complain, you may certainly return to the Yunyang Marquis with second aunt. Shen Jiayan smiled indulgently, while Shui Jiqing observed the two with a tinge of discomfort in his heart, as he realized the stark contrast between himself and Shen Jiayan. Shen Jiayan cared not for anyone's gaze. He held an exclusive affection for Lu Zhaozhao. Ultimately, Lu Zhaozi walked away, her face concealed by her hands, sobbing. Lu Zhaozhao felt a sense of relief, and even found Shen Jiayan increasingly agreeable. Zhaozhao, we should take our leave, Shui Baozhu said reluctantly. Very well, Lu Zhaozhao replied with a smile. Chapter 36. The reveal. Lu Zhaozhao, do not look, Shen Jiayan said, stepping in front of her line of sight. Lu Zhaozhao lifted her head and said, Shen Jiayan, I wish to release a sky lantern. Let's go, he replied with a smile, taking her hand. They approached a stall selling sky lanterns and paused. Lu Zhaozhao picked up a lantern and cheerfully said, this one will do. Shen Jiayan promptly handed over the coins, and the stall owner, beaming with joy, accepted the payment and asked, young master, miss, would you like to have words inscribed on this lantern? Lu Zhaozhao, surprised by the vendor's address, inquired further, while Shen Jiayan's lips curved upwards in a restrained smile. Certainly, that is the specialty of our stall. He handed over the brush and ink, and Lu Zhaozhao thanked him before taking them. Joyful years ahead. May I accompany Lu Zhaozhao through the years? Lu Zhaozhao watched the lantern ascend gracefully, the contrasting scripts harmoniously intertwined, evoking a sense of inexplicable unity. Shen Jiayan, when did you begin to harbor feelings for me? She began to suspect that perhaps her affections were never one-sided. Shen Jiayan lowered his gaze to meet hers. Lu Zhaozhao, if you kiss me, I will tell you. His voice carried a long-suppressed emotion. He wished to lay bare his heart and reveal the depths of his affection for her. He cared not for her preferences, as long as she wished to remain by his side. Lu Zhaozhao rose on her toes and gently pressed her crimson lips against his jaw, retreating just as Shen Jiayan found himself momentarily entranced. In that fleeting moment, she observed the gradual brightening of his gaze. With a teasing tone, she inquired, so, you have liked me for quite some time, haven't you? Shen Jiayan pulled her into an embrace and softly whispered in her ear, Lu Zhaozhao, I have cherished you for a long while now. Upon receiving this affirmation, a myriad of memories flashed through Lu Zhaozhao's mind. She had pursued him relentlessly while he had evaded her advances. A glimmer of mischief danced in her eyes as she pushed him away and, with gritted teeth, demanded, Shen Jiayan, what were you holding back before? I wasn't, he stammered, the esteemed heir of the Shen family caught off guard by such a direct inquiry. Please, allow me to explain. You needn't say another word. I do not wish to hear your excuses. I am returning home, and should you dare to follow, I shall call off our engagement." With that, she turned on her heel and departed. Liuli and Jinju, standing a distance away, were oblivious to the unfolding drama, but hastily pursued her as she stormed off. The once unflappable Shen Jiayan stood frozen, his eyes slowly glistening with unshed tears as he absorbed her words about ending their engagement. Upon returning to Haitang courtyard, Liuli and Jinju exchanged glances and tentatively asked, "Miss, are you all right?" Zhaozhao erupted in laughter, her face alight with excitement as she replied, "Did I act convincingly just now?" Liuli and Jinju sighed in relief, their hearts settling as Liuli remarked, "Miss, you nearly gave us a fright." "What's the matter?" Jinju inquired, her curiosity piqued. Zhaozhao, bubbling with enthusiasm, responded, "Liuli, Jinju, do you know? Shen Jiayan confessed his feelings for me today." At this revelation, both girls were momentarily bewildered. It was evident to any discerning observer that the young master had been earnest in his intentions. "He said he has cherished me for quite some time. Do you understand?" "Miss, is this not a good thing? Why are you still upset?" Jinju asked, puzzled, taking a seat on the small couch. Zhaozhao poured herself a cup of tea and huffed. "He clearly likes me yet pretends to be aloof, while I revolve around him. This time, I shall ensure he revolves around me." Despite her boldness, she possessed a sense of pride. "Miss, I have a thought that I must share, though it may be inappropriate," Liuli said, struggling to suppress her laughter. "Speak freely," Zhaozhao replied, nonchalantly, taking a sip of her tea. Before she could swallow, Liuli remarked, "Miss, you currently resemble someone who has achieved a victory through cunning." Coughing as she was momentarily choked, Zhaozhao's cheeks flushed with color. Liuli and Jinju rushed to her aid, patting her back until she regained her composure, at which point she playfully scolded, "Liuli, how dare you speak to me in such a manner?" "Miss, I was wrong. I would never dare offend you. But shouldn't you inquire why the young master never spoke up before?" Liuli suggested gently. "I forgot," Zhaozhao admitted, her silence betraying her contemplation. "Well then," Liuli conceded, "even the mightiest cannot fault your actions." "Miss, the hour grows late. Allow me to prepare your water." "You should rest," Jinju offered. "Very well," Zhaozhao agreed. After changing into her night attire and removing her hairpins, she lay down and soon drifted off to sleep. In the study of the Guogong mansion, Shen Jiayan took a hearty gulp from a flask of strong liquor, his gaze fixated on the portrait of a woman upon the desk. With reddened eyes, he murmured, "Zhaozhao." Outside the door, Mo Han stood expressionless, while Mo Jiang peered furtively into the study and whispered, "What do you think is troubling the young master? He used to gaze at Miss Lu San's portrait so often, yet now that he is on the verge of marriage, why has he taken it out again and resorted to drinking? You should go in and inquire," Mo Han replied, his face as cold as ice. With the wedding day drawing ever closer, Shen Jiayan had lost count of the numerous visits to the Yunyang Marquis residence. However, Zhaozhao remained elusive, consistently refusing to show her face. When Xieshur questioned her, she merely stated that there was nothing amiss. At the Dali Temple, just as Lu Jinrong was about to return home, Shen Jiayan called out, "Wait a moment, please deliver this to Zhaozhao." With a resigned gesture, Lu Jinrong accepted the letter, jesting, "Shen Jiayan, how many letters have you sent? My sister has yet to respond to a single one. In my opinion, it would be best if you two called off the engagement." This was the second time he had heard those words, and he cast a cold glance at Lu Jinrong, who felt a shiver run down his neck and retreated, saying, "Shen Jiayan, I am Lu Zhaozhao's elder brother. If you dare to act against me, my sister will be even less inclined to engage with you." With that, he hastily exited, for this rascal was one who could elude even the emperor's authority when he misbehaved. Lu Jinrong headed straight to Haitang courtyard upon his return home, where he found Zhaozhao engaged in playing with a shuttlecock. He placed the letter upon the stone table and exclaimed, "Goodness, what are you two up to?" Zhaozhao picked up the letter and was about to enter the house when she suddenly turned and smiled, "Second brother, our ancestors are honored in the ancestral hall. Be careful with your words, or father might give you a beating." "You think I won't hit you today?" Lu Jinrong replied, rolling up his sleeves and preparing to charge at her. Unfazed, Zhaozhao saw Zhanju step forward to block the doorway, stating, "Second young master, I must apologize." Recognizing the futility of the situation, Lu Jinrong lowered his sleeves and turned to leave, realizing he could not best that girl. How ironic it was, as he had initially brought Zhenju into their lives, and now, in defense of her dear sister, she dared to challenge him. What kind of brother-in-law was he? Caught between a sister and her suitor, enduring the brunt of both their frustrations? His heart was heavy with burdens. Chapter 37. The Night Intruder as Night Fell. Lu Zhaozhao sent Zhenju and Luli away. Dressed in a thin inner garment, she sat on a small couch, immersed in a book, reveling in delight. Suddenly, the door was pushed open from the outside. She turned around, saying, "Luli, didn't I tell you to go to Shen Jiayan?" Startled, she sprang from the couch, hastily draping a dress over herself, and glared at the person with an inscrutable expression in the doorway, exclaiming, "Shen Jiayan, have you lost your mind?" He merely shut the door behind him and advanced step by step toward her. With nowhere to retreat, Lu Zhaozhao found herself cornered against the wall. Trembling as she declared, "Shen Jiayan, I warn you, if you dare to act recklessly, my father and brother will surely break your legs. How could you be so heartless?" He uttered in a hoarse voice. The two individuals were now exceedingly close, so close that she could detect the scent of alcohol emanating from him. Lu Zhaozhao's lips twitched slightly. The esteemed young master Shen, the Minister of Justice, had succumbed to drunkenness and displayed such unseemly behavior, even daring to invade her chamber. "Shen Jiayan, you are intoxicated. Return whence you came at once." Lu Zhaozhao had no desire to engage in a quarrel with the drunkard. He certainly had not entered through the front door. Otherwise, the servants of the Yunyang Marquis would have noticed his arrival. "I shall not leave. If I depart, you will wed another, will you not?" His eyes, tinged with redness, fixated intensely upon her crimson lips. As Lu Zhaozhao sensed the malice in his gaze, she instinctively cried out, "Zhen," yet, before she could utter another syllable, her voice was silenced. She attempted to push him away, but he restrained her with one hand while the other firmly clasped her slender waist. Realizing her feeble strength was no match for him, she decided against exhausting herself further. She could hardly believe he would dare to harm her. Lu Zhaozhao felt her lips tingling, and he finally withdrew slightly, though he did not release her. He leaned down, burying his face in the crook of her neck, whispering in a tone laced with affection, "Lu Zhaozhao, you are mine. You can only marry me." Feeling his gradually calming breath, Lu Zhaozhao found the situation both amusing and bewildering. Were she to recount this event, no one would likely believe her. She gently patted his back and called out, "Shen Jiayan, wake up." Shen Jiayan, tall and elegant, towered over Lu Zhaozhao, who could barely reach his shoulder. It took considerable effort for her to guide him to a small couch, after which she straightened her back and rubbed her aching waist. Observing the now slumbering Shen Jiayan, a smile crept onto her lips. "You who have ignored me all day, and yet you have now fallen into my hands," she thought with a sense of pride. She approached him and playfully pinched his fair, handsome cheek. Though intoxicated, Shen Jiayan retained a semblance of awareness. He swatted her hand away and coldly remarked, "Do not touch me." "Then may I touch you?" She leaned down and whispered in his ear. "Only Zhaozhao may," he murmured softly. For some reason, hearing those words stirred a twinge of bittersweet emotion within her. She retrieved a blanket from nearby and gently draped it over him, adjusting her own garments before calling out, "Zhenzu, Liuli." Upon hearing Lu Zhaozhao's voice, the two hastily emerged from the adjoining room, inquiring, "Miss, what is the matter?" "Zhenju, please go to the Songbai courtyard and summon my second brother," stating that I have matters to discuss with him, "but do not alarm anyone else," she instructed softly. Luli glanced at the darkening sky, uncertain of her mistress's intentions, yet resolved to follow her orders. Zhenju bowed and assured, "Do not worry, miss. I shall take care of it." "Luli, come with me," Lu Zhaozhao concluded, turning back into the room. Liuli followed closely behind, securing the door. Upon seeing someone on the small couch, she exclaimed, "Miss, who is this?" "Shu." Lu Zhaozhao raised her hand in a gesture for silence. Liuli hurried over to investigate, and, upon recognizing Shen Jiayan, she turned back to scrutinize Lu Zhaozhao from head to toe. Seeing that she appeared unscathed, she released a sigh of relief and whispered, "Miss, how did young Master Shen end up here? Are you all right?" Lu Zhaozhao smiled and shook her head. Speaking with a hint of exasperation, "I am fine. He is just drunk and does not know how he got in." The reason she had sent for her second brother was to preempt any potential trouble. In this world, there are no secrets that remain hidden. Should someone with ulterior motives discover this, they would surely concoct a scandal. Although they were already betrothed, if rumors spread of their clandestine rendezvous, her elder and second sisters would also be implicated. Liuli felt a chill run down her spine. Thankfully, it was young Master Shen this time. What if someone else had intruded? Lu Jinrong was roused from his slumber, initially prepared to express his annoyance, but upon realizing it was Lu Zhaozhao's maid, he quickly got up and followed Zhuanzhu back. He knocked softly on the door and called out, "Zhaozhao. Second brother, you may come in," Lu Zhaozhao replied. Lu Jinrong entered and inquired, "What is the matter? Why such urgency at this late hour?" Lu Zhaozhao gestured toward the small couch. Though Shen Jiayan was covered with a blanket, his masculine form was unmistakable. Taken aback, Lu Jinrong hastily approached, and upon recognizing his face, his concern swiftly morphed into anger. He pushed Shen Jiayan and exclaimed, "Shen Jiayan, how dare you trespass into my sister's chamber at this hour?" When Shen Jiayan remained unmoved, Lu Jinrong picked up a nearby teacup and splashed water upon him, shouting, "Shen Jiayan, get up." Seeing this, Lu Zhaozhao rushed forward to restrain him, saying, "Second brother, what are you doing? He is merely intoxicated." "I suspect he did this on purpose," Lu Jinrong huffed in anger, pondering how the many guards of Marquis Yunyang could have allowed such a breach. Lu Zhaozhao found it hard to defend him, as he had indeed acted inappropriately. She took a handkerchief and began wiping his face dry, then suggested, "Second brother, please take him back to your quarters. If anyone inquires, simply say you were discussing official matters." Upon hearing this, Lu Jinrong understood her intent immediately. He cast a scornful glare at Shen Jiayan and retorted, "If it weren't for your impending marriage, I would certainly break his legs." Lu Zhaozhao chuckled lightly and said, "Second brother, please take it back now. I need to rest. If he wakes up tomorrow, tell him that I am not angry. But he must not come to my courtyard in the middle of the night again. It is quite frightening." Together, Lu Zhaozhao and Lu Jinrong managed to help Shen Jiayan to his feet. Lu Jinrong supported him as they exited the Haidang courtyard. Watching their retreating figures, Lu Zhaozhao let out a soft laugh. "Liuli, Zhuanzhu, you both should return to rest as well," she said, settling back onto the bed and stifling a yawn. "Miss, I will stay at the door to keep you company," Zhuanzhu replied. "Miss, you should rest. We will remain at the door," Liuli echoed in agreement. Lu Zhaozhao understood that they were concerned for her, but staying outside on such a chilly February night would surely lead to illness. However, these two girls were resolute, and she gestured toward the small couch, saying, "Very well, you two can sleep on the small couch." "Yes, miss," they replied. The three of them extinguished the lamp and soon fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 38. The eve in the serene atmosphere of Haidang Courtyard, chaos reigned in Sonbai Courtyard. For the third time, Lu Jinrong pulled Shen Jiayan back from the door, wiping the sweat for his forehead and scoffing, "Shen Jiayan, I never imagined you could behave so disgracefully when drunk. Only Lu Zhaozhao, that naive fool, will be enchanted by you." "Silence. Do not speak of Zhaozhao," Shen Jiayan interjected, attempting to rise once more to leave. "Fine, I shall remain silent, but it seems I must have owed you both in a past life," Lu Jinrong retorted, gripping him firmly. The following morning, Shen Jiayan slowly sat up, shaking his throbbing head. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself face to face with the impeccably dressed Lu Jinrong. "Ah, so Shen Jiayan has awakened," he remarked with a sarcastic tone. Surveying the unfamiliar room and noting Lu Jinrong's dark expression, the events of the previous day flooded back to him. After hearing Lu Jinrong mention the word broken engagement, he had resorted to drinking heavily, subsequently finding himself inexplicably outside the gates of the Yunyang Marquis residence, and somehow he had entered Lu Zhaozhao as courtyard. Then, he had kissed her. Alarm bells rang in Shen Jiayan's mind. Undoubtedly, Lu Zhaozhao would be even angrier with him now. He rose, intent on rushing out, but was seized by Lu Jinrong, who gritted his teeth and said, "Shen Jiayan, do you dare return to my sister as courtyard? Do not presume that your position as my superior will prevent me from confronting you. It is my fault. I shall go and apologize to Zhaozhao," he said in a hushed voice. Lu Jinrong released him, exasperated. "Enough. Zhaozhao has said she is not angry anymore. With the wedding approaching, I do not understand what the two of you are fussing about." "She truly said that?" Shen Jiayan asked, a hint of disbelief in his tone. Indeed, hurry to the Dali Temple. If it is true, you can inquire with her personally after the marriage, Lu Jinrong urged, pushing him toward the door. It was a wonder how he managed to be such a diligent brother-in-law. Reflecting on the events of the previous day, Shen Jiayan turned and said earnestly, "Remember to raise the walls of Zhaozhao as courtyard." Lu Jinrong laughed in frustration, replying, "Is that necessary? Aside from you, that reckless scoundrel, I doubt anyone would dare invade the Yunyang Marquis residence." In recent days, an influx of exquisite jewelry and adornments had entered Haitang courtyard. Had it not been for a letter penned by Lu Zhaozhao, Shen Jiayan might have emptied out the Ruyuge altogether. On the eve of the wedding, Lu Zhaozhao sat on the small couch, gazing at the magnificent crimson bridal gown, feeling inexplicably emotional. From tomorrow onward, she would no longer be merely the third daughter of the Yunyang Marquis residence. She would also be Shen Jiayan's wife. "Miss, the lady has arrived," came Liu Li's voice from outside the room. Lu Zhaozhao slipped on her shoes, opened the door, and welcomed Mrs. Xie inside, softly saying, "Mother, you have come." Xie gently guided her to the small couch, softly clasping her hand as she spoke tenderly. "In the blink of an eye, my dear Zhaozhao is about to marry. I still remember how you looked when you were born." Since childhood, she had been the most cherished child in the Yunyang Marquis household, and she believed herself to be the luckiest girl in the world, especially now that she was to wed the man of her dreams. Yet, the thought of not being able to delight in her mother's presence daily made her heart ache with a tinge of sorrow. "Mother," Lu Zhaozhao said softly. Her nose slightly reddened. As the youngest daughter, she had never faced any hardship, and Xie was both delighted that her daughter was marrying a suitable match and apprehensive about any potential grievances she might encounter in the future. Embracing Lu Zhaozhao, Xie gently patted her back and advised, "Zhaozhao, after your marriage, strive to coexist harmoniously with young Master Shen. The wise and understanding Princess Rome will surely not cause you any trouble. Rest assured, mother, I am aware and will not bring shame upon our Yunyang Marquis household." Lu Zhaozhao replied quietly. A mother knows her daughter best. Xie understood that although her daughter was somewhat pampered, she would never falter when it came to matters of great importance. Recalling the purpose of her visit, Xie's demeanor shifted slightly as she retrieved a book and a small white porcelain bottle from her bosom, clearing her throat as she said, "Zhaozhao, keep this book and read it carefully. This bottle contains a remedy for bruising and swelling." Upon seeing the title diagram of avoiding fire, Lu Zhaozhao's cheeks flushed. Observing the bottle of ointment, she was puzzled about its purpose. With a curious tone, she timidly inquired, "Mother, why are you giving me this?" Gazing into her daughter's innocent eyes, Xie found herself at a loss for words and stood up, saying, "Just keep it safe. Why are you asking so many questions, my dear?" Watching Xie's hasty departure, Lu Zhaozhao couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Lowering her gaze to the book on the table, she suppressed her embarrassment and trembled as she turned to the first page. There, she saw a depiction of a man and a woman seated across from each other. Although the artist's skill left much to be desired, prompting her to pout slightly in disdain. Flipping to the next page, she was taken aback to find the couple in disheveled attire, with the woman's leg entwined around the man's waist. Her eyes widened in shock as she immediately closed the book, her ears flushed with embarrassment. Tomorrow, she would be wedded to Shen Jiayan. Covering her face with her hands in frustration, Lu Zhaozhao glanced at the book she had cast aside and let out a long sigh, placing it along with the ointment into a small box. The book felt like a scalding hot potato, almost burning her hands, so much so that she didn't even notice where she had tossed it. At the Duke of Guo's residence, Shen Jiayan sat at the desk, wearing a spring-like smile, while Mo Han pretended not to notice and turn away. Mo Jiang could hardly comprehend the situation. It was merely a marriage, yet it seemed to have enchanted the young master into a state of obsession. He rose to carefully fold each piece of artwork and neatly place them into the box. Starting tomorrow, he would be able to spend every day with her. On the 8th day of the 3rd month, deemed auspicious for marriages, Lu Zhaozhao was awakened by Xie's call at the break of dawn. Groggy and still half asleep, she shuffled into her slippers and began her morning routine. By the time she settled at the vanity, she was still yawning, prompting a helpless smile from Xie. Lu Zhaoyu and Lu Zhaoran hurried back to the Yunyang Marquis' residence early this morning. As they gazed upon their once little sister, who now stood on the brink of marriage, Their hearts were filled with a tumult of emotions. Fortunately, she was marrying the one she truly desired. Lu Zhaozhao's complexion was as smooth as jade, and her cheeks bore hardly a trace of fuzz. Granny Chuanchi gently prepared her face with 2 silver threads. And despite the tenderness of the process, she could not help but let out a soft sigh of pain. Granny Chuanchi tenderly combed her flowing black hair while reciting the auspicious phrases. 1 comb for a smooth journey, 2 for white hair at brow level, 3 for a house filled with children and grandchildren, and 4 for wealth and longevity. With the assistance of Lu Li and Jinzhu, Lu Zhaozhao adorned herself in the exquisite wedding attire carefully selected by the Xie family. Xie herself personally placed the phoenix crown upon her coiled hair. According to the customs of the Great Qi, it was customary for brides, especially those of legitimate status, to don the phoenix crown and red veil. Chapter 39. The grand wedding. Shen Jiayan, clad in resplendent red wedding garments, sat proudly atop a majestic steed, his face radiating joy. As he beheld Lu Jinhua standing at the entrance of the Yunyang Marquis' residence, a subtle smile graced his lips, for he knew that winning this bride would not be an easy endeavor. He skillfully dismounted and greeted elder brother. Today, the 4th prince and Zhou accompanied their ladies back to the Yunyang Marquis' residence, standing alongside Lu Jinhua. Shen Jiayan unceremoniously addressed them, elder sister-in-law, 2nd brother-in-law. The 4th prince's lips twitched slightly. This young man had forsaken his kin in pursuit of a bride, and yet he was his own cousin. Lu Jinhua, with a leisurely demeanor, replied, "Young Master Shen, securing a lady from the Yunyang Marquis' household is no simple feat." The atmosphere was jubilant, with a throng of onlookers gathered outside the residence, and upon hearing Lu Jinhua's remark, they erupted in cheer, declaring, "Young Master Shen, whether you can win the lady's heart will depend on your sincerity." Shen Jiayan declared with conviction, "I, Shen Jiayan, shall never let Lu Zhaozhao down. I shall treasure her like a precious gem and will not go back on my word." Lu Jinhua subtly shifted his stance and solemnly warned, "Young Master Shen, do not forget your words today. Let the wedding festivities begin." A child in the crowd cheered, while the young servants of the Yunyang Marquis' household began distributing wedding money to the onlookers. The wedding procession commenced with lively sounds and joyous clamor. Lu Zhaozhao, adorned in her phoenix crown and red veil, appeared even more enchanting with her exquisite makeup. Lu Zhaoran, upon witnessing her sister, felt her eyes welling with tears. They were of similar age, and before Lu Zhaozhao's marriage, she had always clung to her, affectionately calling her second sister. Just then, Princess Jianing entered with a beaming smile. As Lu Zhaozhao prepared to bow in greeting, Jianing extended her hand to his sister. Surprised, Lu Zhaozhao exclaimed, "Ning Ning, why have you come out today? It is your wedding day. You are my dearest friend. Of course, I must come to see you off," Jianing replied, holding her hand with a smile. Leaning closer, in a voice meant only for them, she whispered, "Zhaozhao, congratulations on fulfilling your heart's desire." Then, standing up again, she said with a smile, "Zhaozhao, I wish you and my cousin a lifetime of love and unwavering devotion until old age." "Thank you, Ning Ning," Lu Zhaozhao said, her eyes glistening with tears. The auspicious moment had arrived. Upon hearing those 3 words, the eyes of everyone in the room glistened with unshed tears. Lu Zhaozhao turned gracefully, lifting the hem of her gown, and knelt slowly before the Xie family, her voice trembling as she bid farewell to her mother, wishing her a long and prosperous life, free from the worries of old age and blessed with health year after year. Xie, holding back her tears, helped her rise and softly reassured, "Zhaozhao, you will always be a daughter of the Yunyang Marquis. Your father and I only hope for your happiness in the years to come." "Mother, I shall remember," Lu Zhaozhao replied. Xie received the red veil embroidered with phoenixes from Granny Chuanchi, softly uttering words of auspiciousness and good fortune, wishing for a harmonious union, mutual respect, and lasting love. The words flowed like a gentle melody, invoking the essence of a beautiful marriage. Lu Zhaozhao gazed at the sea of red, a tear tracing down her cheek. From this day forth, she would no longer receive the daily affection of her parents, but could only wish for their enduring health and happiness. With Granny Chuanchi's support, she stepped out of the chamber. Lu Jinrong, unusually serious, carefully lifted Lu Zhaozhao onto his back, whispering, "Zhaozhao, your elder brother escorts you to your wedding." With reddened eyes, she nestled her head against his broad shoulder, nodding gently. At the entrance of the Yunyang Marquis, upon seeing Lu Zhaozhao, Shen Jiayan's lips curled into an uncontrollable smile. Lu Jinrong gently set her down, taking her hand and saying, "Zhaozhao, the Yunyang Marquis will always be your support. Do not fear and do not let yourself suffer." Glancing at the beaming Shen Jiayan, he ground his teeth slightly and handed Lu Zhaozhao's hand over to him, saying sternly, "Today, I entrust Zhaozhao to you. If you dare to mistreat her, I will not spare you." "Rest assured, elder brother, that day will never come," Shen Jiayan replied, firmly grasping Lu Zhaozhao's hand, his voice resolute. She felt the warmth between their fingers and slowly allowed a smile to bloom on her lips. He led her to the bridal sedan chair, then mounted his horse, glancing back at the resplendent red palanquin with unabashed delight. As the procession began, with 8 bearers carrying the sedan and the streets adorned in vibrant red, Lu Zhaozhao sat within, secretly lifting a corner of the red veil to gaze through the beaded curtain at the spirited young man on horseback ahead of her. She felt a surge of joy at the prospect of marrying him. Before the sedan could reach the gates, the sound of firecrackers erupted at the Duke of Protectorate's residence. Granny Chuanchi helped Lu Zhaozhao down from the sedan and handed one end of the red silk to her while passing the other to Shen Jiayan. He accepted it with a smile and immediately grasped her hand. Lu Zhaozhao exclaimed, "Shen Jiayan, I am here," her voice brimming with laughter. The main gate of the Duke of Protectorate swung open, and someone shouted, "Welcome the bride." Shen Jiayan held her hand tightly, guiding her through the grand entrance. Marking the moment, Lu Zhaozhao became his legitimate wife. In the Yiqing courtyard, the Duke of Protectorate and the gentle Princess Jingru sat beaming at the high dais. They offered their reverence to heaven and earth, invoking eternal harmony. They bowed to the parental home, seeking blessings and health through all seasons. The couple bowed to each other, pledging lifelong companionship and unwavering love. They were led into the bridal chamber, where joy and laughter enveloped them as they settled onto the wedding bed. "Please, groom, unveil the veil," the crowd urged. The voice of the matron carried a hint of joy. Shen Jiayan, unable to contain his excitement, trembled as he slowly lifted the red veil. Lu Zhaozhao raised her eyes, and in that moment, their gazes met. It was as if she could perceive the surging love reflected in his eyes. A chorus of murmurs arose from the crowd, exclaiming that Miss Lu was indeed breathtakingly beautiful. A perfect match for her groom, a true union of talent and beauty. The matron intertwined a strand of their hair and softly recited the vow of marriage. "May you be united as husband and wife, with love and trust everlasting. May the young lord and his lady soon be blessed with children and enjoy a harmonious life together. Today, I shall ensure you are thoroughly intoxicated, young Master Shen." "Will you not allow young Master Shen to consummate the marriage then?" Laughter erupted among the guests. Typically, they would not dare to jest with Shen Jiayan. But today was different. The wedding night naturally called for revelry. Lu Zhaozhao's cheeks flushed uncontrollably, and Shen Jiayan bent down, taking her hand gently, saying, "Zhaozhao, wait for my return. Young Master Shen, refrain from whispering sweet nothings to your bride. There will be ample time for that tonight," came the teasing interjection. Shen Jiayan rose and, with a warm smile, addressed the woman beside him, "Elder sister-in-law, I entrust my wife to your care. Rest assured, brother, I will look after her and ensure she faces no discomfort," the woman replied playfully. Shen Jiayan turned back to Lu Zhaozhao, offering her a smile before joining the others in their departure. Chapter 40. The wedding night, as the matriarch of the Shen family was still alive. The Duke of Protecting the Nation's estate had yet to be divided. The late Duke and his deceased wife had 3 children, 2 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son, Shen Qingzhou, had only 1 son, Shen Jiayan, with Princess Jingru. The second son, Shen Qinghan, had 2 sons and a daughter with his wife Wu. The eldest son, Shen Jiachen, was merely 23 and had taken a wife, Lu. The second son, Shen Jiahua, was 17, while the youngest daughter, Shen Jiayan, was only 10 years old. Lu stepped forward gracefully, saying, "Sister-in-law, I am your elder sister-in-law, Lu Yiru. After a long day, you must be hungry. I have instructed the kitchen to prepare a meal for you, which will arrive shortly." Lu Zhaozhao replied softly, "Thank you, elder sister-in-law." Lu gazed at her, a hint of admiration shining in her eyes. This young lady was undeniably exquisite, and she complimented her second brother perfectly. Before long, the kitchen sent in the meal. Lu glanced at the sky outside, and, knowing that Shen Jiayan and Shen Jiayan were present, assumed her brother would return shortly. She engaged Lu Zhaozhao in gentle conversation for a while before taking her leave, leaving only Lu Zhaozhao and the maid, Lioli, in the new chamber. "Madam, the young master should return soon. Please go take a bath," Lioli suggested. Remembering the fire avoidance manual she had perused the previous night, Lu Zhaozhao felt her cheeks flush. However, she was Lu Zhaozhao. She could not show weakness. Compulsively maintaining her composure, she replied, "Yes, I shall bathe." She unfastened her wedding gown and settled into the petal-strewn bath, raising her fair arms to gently disturb the water surface. The steam enveloped her, rendering her cheeks a delicate shade of crimson, as Lioli tenderly washed her hair. With Shen Jiayan and Shen Jiayan assisting in warding off the wine, Shen Jiayan had not consumed much. He hurried back to the bridal chamber, but was momentarily startled by Lu Zhaozhao's absence. Just then, he heard the sound of water from the bathing area, and a smile crept across his face. In the purification chamber, Lioli softly urged, "Madam, it is time to rise. The water has grown somewhat cool, and the weather remains rather chilly. Be cautious not to catch a chill." Lu Zhaozhao understood that this matter could not be postponed any longer. Slowly, she stood up. Injinju, bowing her head, presented her with a handkerchief. Although both she and Lioli had served the madam since childhood, such intimate tasks were typically performed by Lioli. Catching a glimpse of Lioli's curvaceous figure, Lu Zhaozhao could not help but inwardly lament the fortune of the young master. Clad in a flowing red silk nightgown, Lu Zhaozhao's delicate waist was accentuated and her bosom rose prominently. As she emerged from the purification chamber, her gaze met Shen Jiayan's at the door, prompting her to instinctively adjust her gown, which caused his eyes to darken. Lioli and Jinju exchanged glances, suppressing their amusement, and slowly retreated, discreetly closing the door behind them. Noticing that her hair was still damp, Shen Jiayan approached her. The sight of his expression reminded Lu Zhaozhao of his drunken escapade into the Yunyang Marquis' residence. Causing her to nervously inquire, "Shen Jiayan, have you been drinking again?" He replied hoarsely, "No," and then took her hand, guiding her to the small couch. Gently, he retrieved the handkerchief from the rack and tenderly dried her hair. Feeling his gentle touch, Lu Zhaozhao's tension gradually dissipated. Surely, given Shen Jiayan's ethereal disposition, their wedding night would not be too arduous. As he caressed her half-dried locks, he concealed the heat in his gaze and softly urged, "Please, go to the bed. Do not catch a chill." After speaking, he hastily retreated to the bathing chamber, glancing down at his body's reaction with a sense of helplessness, genuinely concerned not to frighten her. Once he emerged from his bath, clad in a nightgown matching Lu Zhaozhao's, he approached the bed with slightly unsteady steps. Observing his demeanor, she assumed he was shy and playfully teased, "Shen Jiayan, are you nervous?" He lowered his gaze to the girl he had yearned for, cupping her face and earnestly leaning down to kiss her, whispering against her lips, "Zhaozhao, my heart is drawn to you." Lu Zhaozhao felt as though a fawn was bounding within her heart. She had certainly succeeded in capturing her husband's affection. Watching her trembling lashes, he could no longer contain himself. Kneeling on one knee upon the bed, he leaned closer, bestowing delicate, tender kisses on her forehead, cheeks, and the corners of her lips, ultimately nibbling on her earlobe. Lu Zhaozhao shivered and instinctively pushed him away. Shen Jiayan grasped her wrist, pinning it above her head, and fervently kissed her neck, eliciting soft, delicate gasps from her. One by one, their garments were discarded onto the bed, and Shen Jiayan's gaze grew filled with desire. Lu Zhaozhao distinctly felt the warmth against her thigh and, driven by curiosity, opened her eyes to glance down, only to widen them in shock. This was not at all what she had envisioned from the illustrations. What lay before her was in stark contrast to his handsome countenance, and fear washed over her, prompting her to struggle to rise. Shen Jiayan was unwilling to release her. He gently covered her startled eyes with his hand and softly coaxed, "Zhaozhao, do not be afraid. I shall be gentle." Before she could utter another word, Shen Jiayan kissed her deeply. "Ah, Shen Jiayan, you scoundrel." Lu Zhaozhao's eyes brimmed with tears, her lashes fluttering. Shen Jiayan, leaned down to kiss away her crystalline tears, gently caressing her hair to soothe her. After a moment, he restrained himself, his forehead veins protruding, one trembling hand grasping her waist. Zhaozhao felt the pain gradually ebb away, and, upon seeing Shen Jiayan's disheveled appearance, she couldn't help but chuckle softly. Noticing she seemed to be unharmed, he lowered his head to seal her lips, embarking on a passionate encounter in their bridal chamber, surrounded by the allure of the moment. Half an hour later, as Shen Jiayan gazed at the drowsy Zhaozhao nestled in his arms, he leaned down to kiss her slightly damp cheek, gently covering her with the bedding, leaving only her head exposed. In a hushed voice, he called for water. Liuli and Jinju entered with the water bucket, and as Liuli was about to assist Zhaozhao, Shen Jiayan, seated by the bed, interjected, "You may leave." "Yes, young master." Before exiting, Liuli and Jinju glanced back at the bed, but Shen Jiayan's presence shielded the scene entirely. Their lady was so delicate, they wondered if she had suffered. Once they departed, Shen Jiayan lifted Zhaozhao into his arms and carried her to the bathing area, gently placing her in the tub. She sighed in comfort. Noticing the bruises adorning her skin, he felt a pang of regret, realizing he had momentarily lost control earlier. After washing her, he cradled her back to the already prepared bed, rose to retrieve the ointment from the bedside, and meticulously applied it to her body. After dressing her in her undergarments, he tenderly embraced her, leaning down to kiss her hair, his voice laced with tenderness as he murmured, "Zhaozhao, you are finally mine." Zhaozhao, seemingly impatient, waved her hand and mumbled, "Shen Jiayan, stop it. I want to sleep." He grasped her hand and kissed it, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he held her close, shutting his eyes. Chapter 41. Please rest. The next morning, Zhaozhao was awakened by a flurry of kisses, soft and numerous, peppering her cheeks and neck. With a hint of irritation, she opened her eyes only to be met with a wave of soreness throughout her body, particularly in her waist and inner thighs. She pushed at the figure nestled against her neck. "Shen Jiayan, enough." Only then did she realize her voice was slightly hoarse. He raised his head slightly, a smile tugging at his lips as he softly said, "Zhaozhao, I applied ointment for you last night. Is there anywhere else that hurts?" Having lost her innocence the previous night, she had been unable to withstand his fervor, falling into a daze and drifting into sleep at some point. Rolling her eyes, she muttered in annoyance, "Big bad wolf." Shen Jiayan, aware of his fault, admitted sheepishly, "Zhaozhao, don't be angry. It was all my fault." Resigned, she sighed and, supporting her waist, asked, "What time is it?" Shen Jiayan instinctively reached out to massage her lower back, responding leisurely, "Just past the hour of the rabbit." Upon hearing this, she widened her eyes in alarm, hastily getting out of bed, but her legs weakened and she nearly stumbled. Shen Jiayan quickly caught her, chuckling softly, "It's all right. Your parents won't mind." Zhaozhao steadied herself and, with a hint of indignation, retorted to Shen Jiayan, "If you provoke our elders today, I will not let this matter rest." Shen Jiayan, his gaze fervently lingering on her chest, replied playfully, "My lady, whatever you wish to pursue, I shall humbly comply." "How shameless you are," she laughed, chiding him lightly. "Liuli, Zinsu, Komein." Zhaozhao adjusted her dress and softly called towards the entrance. Lu Li and Zhenju entered, carrying grooming supplies, and bowed respectfully, addressing them as young master, madam. Typically, Shen Jiayan did not require the service of maids, but on this, his wedding day, he naturally donned a crimson robe. He sat on a round stool, observing Zhaozhao as she prepared her makeup. Lu Li meticulously outlined her brows with a fine brush and applied lip color, ensuring that her appearance was impeccable for her debut at the Duke of Protection's residence. Clad in a red silk embroidered gown, Zhaozhao's radiant and elegant visage was a sight to behold alongside Shen Jiayan. He gently took her hand and said, "Let's go." As they exited the courtyard, Zhaozhao was momentarily taken aback by the name of the courtyard, Jia Courtyard. "Is this related to me?" She turned to Shen Jiayan, who had not ceased smiling, and inquired, "Is this courtyard name connected to me?" He tightened his grip on her hand and candidly replied, "Indeed, it is Zhao for Zhaozhao and Jia for Jiayan." Hearing this, Zhaozhao felt a sweetness in her heart, letting out a light laugh. Shen Jiayan turned to gaze at her face, joining in her laughter, reveling in the fact that he had finally married the woman of his dreams. They proceeded to old Madame Shen's Bao Hall. Upon entering, Lu Zhaozhao beheld the dignified figure of old Madame Shen seated in the main position, clad in a deep green gown that exuded both grace and authority. Accepting the teacup from a nearby maid, Lu Zhaozhao knelt respectfully, stating, "Granddaughter pays her respects to grandmother, wishing you longevity and good health." This was old Madame Shen's first encounter with Lu Zhaozhao. Although she was yet to ascertain her character, one could deduce that a woman capable of garnering the affections of her willful grandson must possess remarkable qualities. She tenderly accepted the teacup, taking a sip before affectionately saying, "Good child, rise. Do take good care of Jiayan in the future." After speaking, she handed Lu Zhaozhao a red envelope from a maid. Lu Zhaozhao graciously accepted it, softly thanking her grandmother. Before she could react further, Shen Jiayan had already stepped forward to assist her in standing. The Duke of Protection let out a disapproving hum, indicating his disdain for his son's antics, while Princess Jing Ro discreetly pinched him, prompting him to change his expression to one of cheerful compliance. As Lu Zhaozhao turned, she encountered the smiling faces of the Duke of Protection and Princess Jing Ro, and she let out a quiet sigh of relief. Kneeling, she presented tea, saying, "Daughter-in-law pays her respects to father and mother, wishing father eternal vigor and mother everlasting beauty." The Duke of Protection swiftly accepted the tea and presented her with a generous red envelope. "Thank you, father," Lu Zhaozhao expressed as she received it. Princess Jing Ro sipped her tea and gently helped her to her feet, warmly saying, "Zhaozhao, from this day forth, this shall be your home. Should Jiayan ever mistreat you, do not hesitate to inform your mother. I shall advocate for you. Zhaozhao, this was given to me by your grandmother when I married your father. Please take it," Princess Jing Ro added, handing her a pair of exquisite jade bangles. Lu Zhaozhao felt somewhat out of place. Although the Yunyang Marquis was also a prestigious family, the Duke of Protecting the nation's estate truly surpassed it in grandeur. Her mother-in-law spoke of her maternal grandmother, who was none other than the current Empress Dowager, a testament to their esteemed lineage. Lu Zhaozhao graciously expressed her gratitude for the kindness shown by her mother-in-law. Shen Jiayan softly introduced her to his second uncle and aunt. Lu Zhaozhao respectfully acknowledged them, greeting her second uncle and aunt with a gentle smile. Mrs. Wu, with her spirited nature and straightforward demeanor, candidly remarked on how truly beautiful Jiayan's new wife was, and as she spoke, she handed Lu Zhaozhao a prepared red envelope. Lu Zhaozhao accepted it graciously, and after greeting the elders, it was time to meet Shen Jiayan's siblings. Excluding the Lu family member she had met the previous day, Shen Jiayan patiently introduced each of them. Shen Jiayan bore a resemblance to Shen Jiayan, though Jiayan had enchanting peach blossom eyes, while Jiayan's expression appeared more aloof. Shen Jiahao, youthful and lively, smiled and greeted Lu Zhaozhao as his second sister-in-law. He then playfully teased Shen Jiayan, remarking on his good fortune in marrying the most beautiful woman in the capital. Shen Jiayan, visibly displeased, shielded Lu Zhaozhao behind him and warned Jiahao to keep his distance from his sister-in-law, threatening to give him a beating if he did not. Although Shen Jiahao was the biological brother of Shen Jiayan, he often preferred to tease Shen Jiayan, quickly realizing his older brother's petty nature had resurfaced. He pouted slightly, lamenting that his brother had forgotten his siblings after marrying. The onlookers found this amusing and chuckled softly. Lu Zhaozhao playfully tugged at Shen Jiayan's sleeve, for she had prepared gifts for his younger siblings. Shen Jiayan, upon receiving her present, beamed with joy and sweetly thanked her. "It is no trouble at all," Lu Zhaozhao replied with a smile. She received a hairpin from Lu Li and approached Lu Shi with a warm smile, presenting it as a gift. Lu Shi, feeling a bit shy, instinctively glanced at Shen Jiayan, who quietly encouraged her to accept the thoughtful gesture. Lu Shi accepted the gift, softly expressing her gratitude. "Shall we dine now?" This afternoon, Jian and Zhao must go to the palace to express their thanks, announced old Madame Shen, rising with the support of Nurse Lu. Shen Jian, oblivious to his surroundings, assisted Lu Zhaozhao, who blushed and whispered that she could walk on her own. He pretended not to hear her protest, refusing to release her hand. As they sat at the table, Lu Zhaozhao was astonished to see that nearly half of the dishes were her favorites. Princess Jingru noticed her surprise and chuckled softly, saying, Jiayan has long informed us of your preferences. Do try them and see if they suit your taste. Shen Jiayan placed a scallion shrimp ball into her bowl, and upon tasting it, she exclaimed how delicious it was. Then do indulge yourself further, old Madam Shen said kindly. Lu Shi observed their interaction, a hint of envy flickering in her eyes. Stealing a glance at the expressionless man beside her, she felt a twinge of melancholy, thinking that this was perhaps what it felt like to marry one's beloved. Chapter 42. Expressing gratitude. The meal concluded with a delightful atmosphere, and after dining, Shen Jiayan took Zhaozhao to the palace. We pay our respects to your majesty, Shen Jiayan said, bowing. I, the humble wife, also pay my respects to your majesty. Zhaozhao followed suit, bowing deeply. In the hall of political affairs, Emperor Qi sat before the dragon table, observing the two individuals performing their obeisance, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. You may rise, he gently coughed, uttering the command. Thank you, your majesty, they replied. Now that you are married, I am at ease. I need not worry about your matrimonial affairs any longer, and I can finally enjoy a good night's sleep. Emperor Qi teased with a smile. I am overwhelmed with gratitude, Shen Jiayan responded, though his demeanor belied any sign of fear. The emperor had grown accustomed to it. After all, how could he not, considering that Jiayan's mother was his own sister? Very well, take your bride to meet the Empress Dowager. She has long awaited your arrival. The emperor gestured dismissively. I take my leave, Zhaozhao said, bowing alongside Shen Jiayan as they exited the hall. As soon as they stepped out, Shen Jiayan grasped Zhaozhao's hand once more. With a hint of exasperation, she said, Jiayan, this is the imperial palace. I am well aware, he replied softly. He was determined to hold her hand, and she acquiesced. Jiayan, I've noticed you bear some resemblance to your elder brother. But I am far more handsome, he replied, tilting his head. Indeed, Zhaozhao chuckled softly, reminiscing how this very face had captivated her in the past. In the Siso Palace, Jianing sat beside the Empress Dowager and whispered, Grandmother, when Zhaozhao arrives, please do not make things difficult for her. The Empress Dowager pretended to glare at her, chiding. You little rascal, do you perceive me as a fearsome figure? Jianing pouted. Who does not know that Grandmother fondest is for the princess? Among all her grandchildren. Besides me, it is her cousin who is favored. Quickly, she wrapped her arms around the Empress Dowager's, playfully declaring, How could that be? Grandmother is the best in the world, beautiful and kind-hearted. The Empress Dowager chuckled softly, tapping her forehead. You are the sweetest-tongued in the entire palace. Your Majesty, the young Master Shen and his wife have arrived, a palace maid announced, lowering her head as she bowed. The Empress Dowager straightened her posture, and Zhao Mama assisted her in adjusting her attire. This was not Zhaozhao's first encounter with the Empress Dowager, yet she could not help but feel a twinge of nervousness. In her memory, the Empress Dowager was a figure of strict decorum, rarely smiling. Shen Jiayan led Zhaozhao into the chamber, and Jianing observed their intertwined hands with a smile, scrutinizing Zhaozhao. Feeling slightly flushed, Zhaozhao withdrew her hand and respectfully saluted. I pay my respects to your majesty. I pay my respects to grandmother. Shen Jiayan added with a gentle smile and a bow. The Empress Dowager scrutinized her closely, noting that her demeanor differed somewhat from that of the fourth prince's consort. Her manners were quite appropriate, and her beauty had blossomed even more splendidly over the years. Please, rise and sit, the Empress Dowager said warmly. Shen Jiayan naturally assisted her to her feet, and they settled on one side. The Empress Dowager inquired, Zhaozhao, how do you find your new home in the Duke of protecting the nation's residence? Just as Zhaozhao was about to rise to respond, Shen Jiayan pulled her back down. The Empress Dowager chuckled. We are all family here. There is no need for such formalities. Just call me grandmother, as you do with Jiayan. Zhaozhao was taken aback by the affection, softly replying, in response to grandmother, all is well. That is wonderful to hear. Grandmother wishes you both a love that endures and a bond that lasts until the end of time. The Empress Dowager smiled. Thank you, grandmother. Grandmother, it has been quite some time since you last saw cousin. Would you permit me to take Zhaozhao out for a while? Cousin can keep you company, Jianing said with a smile. The Empress Dowager, aware of the close friendship between the two, chuckled softly with a hint of resignation. Go on, go on. Thank you, grandmother. Jianing immediately rose, taking Lu Zhaozhao's hand as they set off. Just after a few steps, they heard Shen Jiayan's voice behind them. Jianing, slow down and take care of Zhaozhao. I know. Married men can be quite nagging, Jianing mumbled. Upon exiting the Sisho palace, Jianing's eyes sparkled as she whispered to Zhaozhao, how was last night? Lu Zhaozhao blushed, covering her mouth with her hand, and retorted, Ning. If you keep talking nonsense, I shall ignore you. Observing Zhaozhao's rosy complexion and recalling her cousin's beaming expression earlier, Jianing concluded that their wedding night must have been delightful. She laughed. All right, I shall refrain from further comments. Pulling Lu Zhaozhao into the octagonal pavilion, she sighed lightly, Zhaozhao, I truly envy you for marrying the one you desire. As royal daughters, though they enjoy the highest privileges in the world, they are also burdened by inescapable responsibilities. Their marriages often affect the entire family, and even Jianing, as the most esteemed legitimate princess, cannot simply follow her heart's desire. Lu Zhaozhao understood this well and spoke softly, Ning, you're the finest of women. You will surely marry the one you love and live a life full of joy and peace. Zhaozhao, you are so kind. Your marrying my cousin is indeed his fortune earned over 8 lifetimes, Jianing said, holding her hand. Inside, the Empress Dowager glanced at the content Shen Jiayan and asked with a smile, is the bride to your liking? Very much so, he replied earnestly. Since she pleases you, you should have a child soon so that this old woman can hold her great-grandchild, the Empress Dowager said, sipping her tea. Thinking back to their candid meeting yesterday, she remembered how slender she was, easily grasped by one of his hands. How could someone so delicate bear children? Moreover, she was still young, and he was unwilling to expose her to any risk. Grandmother, I suddenly recall that I have official duties to attend to, so I must take my leave for now. I shall visit you another day, Shen Jiayan stated as he rose. The Empress Dowager shot him a glance. What official duties do you have now that you are newly married? You clearly heard me urging you to have children, and you are unwilling. With a resigned smile, she waved her hand. Go on. He bowed respectfully and departed. When Shen Jiayan found Lu Zhaozhao, she was engaged in lively gossip with Jianing, both of them laughing heartily. He leaned down and softly said, Zhaozhao, let us return home. Seeing his gaze almost glued to Zhaozhao, Jianing shook her body and said, Cousin, could you perhaps exercise a bit of restraint? I'm getting goosebumps. I cannot help it, he replied candidly. Lu Zhaozhao noticed that since yesterday, Shen Jiayan had been quite flirtatious, and his transformation post-marriage was remarkable. Zhaozhao, once I leave the palace, I shall come find you to play, Jianing whispered provocatively close to Lu Zhaozhao's ear. Shen Jiayan wrapped his arm around Lu Zhaozhao and said, Let's speak properly. What is with the closeness? Lu Zhaozhao playfully pushed him away and turned to Jianing, saying gently, Ning, I shall head back now. Remember to come find me when you leave the palace. I will, definitely, Jianing replied with a smile. Chapter 43. The return. By the time they returned home, dusk had already settled. The kitchen had long prepared dinner. Lu Zhaozhao washed her hands and eagerly took a seat at the round table, while Shen Jiayan attentively peeled shrimp for her. She relished the moment, as it was indeed a delightful experience to not have to lift a finger. After their meal, Liuli and Jinju had already prepared the water. Liuli gently inquired whether the lady wished to bathe. Instinctively, she glanced at Shen Jiayan, who was gazing at her with a warm smile. Remembering the events of the previous night, she felt a slight flush and calmly replied, Let's go. However, her somewhat flustered steps betrayed her. Seated in the bathing tub, Lu Zhaozhao could hear his low, amused laughter. She rubbed her ears, which felt as if they were on fire, and softly muttered, Shameless. After changing into a fresh nightgown and drying her hair, she slipped on her shoes and exited the cleansing room, only to find Liuli and Jinju preparing to refill the water. Shen Jiayan's gentle voice interrupted, You may leave now. They exchanged glances and bowed before withdrawing. Lu Zhaozhao looked at him in confusion as he rose and casually loosened his outer garment, heading toward the cleansing room. She hurriedly stepped forward, grasping his arm and inquiring, What are you doing? He replied with an air of nonchalance, Bathing. You mustn't go, she insisted. Why not? As Lu Zhaozhao gazed at his handsome face, An unusual urge to give him a good thrashing surged within her. Taking a deep breath, she declared, "If you wish to bathe, prepare fresh water. You are not to use what I have already used." With a teasing smile, Shen Jiayan suddenly leaned down and pressed a kiss to her forehead. By the time Zhaozhao realized what had happened, he had already swaggered into the cleansing room. Frustrated and embarrassed, she turned away, kicked off her shoes, and burrowed under the covers, even concealing her head. When Shen Jiayan emerged, he noticed a small mound under the blanket. He chuckled softly as he extinguished the candle and lay sideways on the bed, propping his head up with one hand. Zhaozhao, are you not afraid of suffocating yourself?" Zhaozhao threw off the covers, her forehead glistening with a light sheen of sweat. She glared at him and said, "Shen Jiayan, you are truly annoying." He lowered his head, kissing her soft lips, and coaxed gently, "Call me husband." With a playful glint in her eye, she wrapped her arms around his neck and sweetly called out, "Jiayan Gich." His expression darkened momentarily, desire unmistakable in his gaze. He cradled her face in his hands, only to hear Zhaozhao innocently say, "Husband, we must return tomorrow. Let us rest early tonight." Shen Jiayan, staring at her enchanting visage, gritted his teeth and declared, "Zhaozhao, you will regret this." Humph. Tomorrow, he would accompany her back to the Yunyang Marquis' residence. He was determined to have his way. Shen Jiayan, consumed by a fiery passion with no outlet, buried his face in her neck, kissing her fiercely, prompting a soft gasp from Zhaozhao. Eventually, they grew tired from their playful banter and fell asleep in each other's embrace. At dawn, a ray of sunlight filtered through the gauzy curtain, illuminating Zhaozhao's face. She instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes, drowsily murmuring, "Shen Jiayan." Hearing the commotion from within, Liuli understood that she was awake. Gently, she knocked on the door and called out, "Madam, are you awake?" Reluctantly, Zhaozhao sat up from the bed, lifted the curtain, and called toward the door, "Liuli Zhenju." "Kumin." Zhaozhao accepted the handkerchief handed over by Lu Li to wipe her face, while Zhenju stepped forward to arrange the bedding. Glancing towards the door, she inquired with curiosity, "Where is Shen Jiayan?" Lu Li softly replied, "Madam, the young master is practicing martial arts in the courtyard." Upon hearing this, Zhaozhao's interest was piqued, and she immediately rose to head outside, prompting Lu Li to hurriedly fetch a cloak and follow her. There, she beheld Shen Jiayan executing a series of martial arts, moves with fluid grace and robust strength. Leaning against the doorframe, she watched with great delight. Shen Jiayan turned around and asked, "Is Madam satisfied with the performance?" Caught in the act of peeping, Zhaozhao felt no embarrassment. After all, he was her rightful husband, and it was only natural to steal a few glances. With that, she turned and returned to the room to continue her makeup, followed closely by Shen Jiayan. Once they were both prepared, they departed for the Duke of Protection's carriage. Zhaozhao yawned repeatedly, and Shen Jiayan gently draped his arm over her shoulder, leaning down to say, "Sleep a little longer. I will wake you when we arrive." At his words, she closed her eyes and began to doze off. At the Furong courtyard, the members of the Yunyang Marquis awaited Zhaozhao's return, a scene that should have been joyous. However, Gushi and Zhaozhi insisted on joining the gathering, much to the annoyance of others. "Second aunt, is there truly nothing happening at your estate? Today is Zhaozhao's return, not Zhaozhi's. Your presence here is rather inappropriate," Lu Jinrong remarked with a light laugh, playing with the ring on her finger. Gushi, taken aback by such words from a younger relative, flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger, responding, "Child, we are all family. As your aunt, what reason do I have to refrain from attending?" Recently, Gushi had faced numerous setbacks, as the noble ladies had little interest in forming connections with her. Consequently, Zhaozhi's marriage remained unresolved. She pondered that since Shen Jiayan was the son of the Duke of Protection, any suitor associated with him would undoubtedly possess a distinguished lineage. Perhaps she could leverage this opportunity to secure a suitable match for Zhaozhi. "Second aunt, I hope you find success in your endeavors," Lu Jinrong candidly expressed to Gushi. "Jinrong, let us refrain from such comments. Zhaozhao will be returning shortly," Xie interjected at an opportune moment. No sooner had she spoken than a servant announced, "The third young miss has returned." Lu Zhaozhao and Shen Jiayan entered side by side, and she performed a respectful bow, saying, "I pay my respects to father. I pay my respects to mother." Shen Jiayan greeted them with a respectful clasp of his hands, stating, "Your humble son-in-law pays his respects to you, esteemed father-in-law and mother-in-law." Seeing Lu Zhaozhao's rosy complexion, Xie discerned that she had been well taken care of, gently saying, "Please rise, take a seat." Lu Zhaozhao settled beside Xie, softly calling, "Mother, now that you are married, how can you still act like a child? Be careful, or Jiayan will tease you," Xie said with a smile. Before Lu Zhaozhao could respond, Shen Jiayan chimed in, "Mother-in-law, as long as Zhaozhao is happy, that is all that matters. He would welcome her affection every day if it meant she would be endearing towards him." The Yunyang Marquis, hearing this, grunted softly, acknowledging the young man as perceptiveness. Zhaozhao is indeed fortunate to have married such a distinguished and considerate son as Shen. Unlike your cousin, who has not even had the opportunity to converse with someone of his caliber, Gusher remarked with a hint of envy. "Dear sister-in-law, today marks Zhaozhao's return. Such comments are most inappropriate," Xie whispered, her brows furrowed. As a mother herself, she empathized with Gusher's sentiments. Yet she understood that decorum must be maintained in every situation. Today, Lu Zhaozhi presented herself once again as a delicate and fragile figure. She bowed slightly to her aunt, apologizing, "I beg your pardon, my mother meant no harm. She merely wishes to share in Zhaozhao's happiness." "Indeed, sister-in-law, please do not harbor any resentment towards us," Gusher hastily clarified. Xie chose to disregard their exchange, rising to address Lu Zhaozhao and Shen Jiayan. "Please remain seated. I shall check on the preparations in the small kitchen." "Mother, I will accompany you," Lu Zhaozhao said, rising and following her. Before exiting, she cast a glance at Shen Jiayan, silently hoping for his fortitude, as her father and elder brother were notoriously formidable. Chapter 44. Discovery. Lu Zhaozhao flitted behind Xie like a small sparrow, chattering incessantly. Xie occasionally turned back, smiling in response. "Mother, why do you not ask if I am well, or if I have been mistreated?" Lu Zhaozhao murmured, clutching Xie's arm. Xie affectionately ruffled her hair, teasing, "Given your rosy complexion, it hardly seems you have suffered. Besides, as long as you do not bully others, I shall count my blessings." Xie's playful banter elicited a laugh from Lu Zhaozhao. After ensuring that the lunch was being prepared, Lu Zhaozhao returned to the main room with Xie. Upon entering, she heard her second brother jesting with Shen Jiayan. "You, in your blissful newlywed state, have left me with no respite." Shen Jiayan chuckled lightly. "If you were to marry one day, I would certainly grant you an extended holiday. Why must you bring that up?" Lu Jinrong grumbled in discontent. Before he could finish, he felt a piercing glare directed at him, prompting him to fall silent. Xie interjected, "Jiayan speaks truthfully. Your sister is now married, so you must hasten your own pursuits, lest you become an old bachelor who would wish to marry you then. Your mother is right. You are the most concerning among us," Yunyang Ho chimed in. Lu Jinrong grimaced, realizing all attention was on him, observing the married men around him. He could not help but think of his father and elder brother. Even Shen Jiayan, once a carefree youth, was now bound by domesticity. The thought alone was daunting. "Very well, it is indeed my fault. I have hindered our family's progress," Lu Jinrong said with a resigned shrug. "At least you recognize it," Xie replied with a light laugh. Lu Zhaozhao stifled a laugh at the exchange while Shen Jiayan gazed at her with affectionate admiration. However, this scene did not appear as delightful to Lu Zhaozhi, who was consumed by jealousy. How could fate be so unkind, bestowing all good fortune upon Lu Zhaozhao alone? Catching sight of Lu Zhaozhi's envious stare fixed upon Lu Zhaozhao and Shen Jiayan, Xie, a seasoned observer, discerned the jealousy and resentment in her expression. Displeased, she furrowed her brow, having initially thought the girl was merely raised with a petty mindset, unaware of the darker thoughts brewing within her. Clearing her throat deliberately, Xie drew Lu Zhaozhi's attention, prompting her to quickly lower her gaze. Rising, Xie announced, "I imagine you are all quite hungry. Lunch is ready. Let us dine." At the dining table, Lu Jinhua and Lu Jinrong seized the opportunity, particularly Lu Jinrong, who relentlessly urged Shen Jiayan to drink. Lu Zhaozhao could no longer bear to watch and interjected, "Second brother, if you continue to make him drink, you might as well have him sleep in your courtyard tonight." Upon hearing this, a light chuckle erupted from the others. But Lu Jinrong shivered at the memory of the last time this fellow drunkenly stormed the Yunyang Marquis' residence. Shen Jiayan reached out to grasp Lu Zhaozhao's hand, his smile growing bolder. Observing Shen Jiayan, who was already slightly intoxicated, Lu Zhaozhao supported him and said, "Mother, I will escort him back to Haidang courtyard to rest." "Go ahead," Sies said softly. Lu Zhaozhao helped him back to Haidang courtyard, and just as she assisted him onto the bed, Shen Jiayan turned and pinned her beneath him, leaning down for a kiss. Detecting the scent of alcohol on his breath, she frowned and remarked, "Shen Jiayan, you truly reek." He chuckled, burying his face in her neck, proclaiming, "You smell delightful." Lu Zhaozhao shivered in response, pushing him aside and sitting up. She pinched his cheek and said, "Shen Jiayan, you really have no shame." Gazing at the now sleeping Shen Jiayan, she smiled, taking the thin blanket from the bed to cover him. After tidying her slightly disheveled dress, she opened the door softly, saying, "Jinju, you stay here. I will go to Furong courtyard, mother." "Yes, my lady," Jinju replied with a courteous bow. In Furong courtyard, both the Marquis of Yunyang and his son had official duties to attend to, so they left first. Lu Zhaozhao entered the room and sat beside Wang Shi, smiling as she said, "Sister-in-law, after just 2 days apart, why does it seem your belly has grown even larger?" Wang Shi was now over 8 months pregnant, with only a month remaining before her due date. The baby was in a rapid growth phase, and she gently touched her belly, laughing softly. "Indeed, he is quite mischievous, kicking me all day long. But you, are you adjusting well at the Duke of Guo's residence? How is Her Highness the Princess?" Wang Shi inquired with concern. "I am well. My mother-in-law treats me kindly," Lu Zhaozhao replied, lightly touching Wang Shi's belly. "Zhaozhao, you have indeed married into a prominent family. If a suitable young man comes along, do not forget your cousin," Gushi interjected opportunely. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhaozhao glanced at Lu Zhaozhi, smirking. "Does she truly think I am blind?" At the dining table today, her eyes were practically glued to Shen Jiayan, so full of affection. "Pray tell, what sort of young man would be deemed suitable for my cousin in your eyes, second aunt?" Lu Zhaozhao inquired. Gushi was momentarily taken aback, awkwardly responding, "He must possess exceptional knowledge and appearance, and his family background cannot be too low." Xie could no longer endure the conversation and coldly interjected, "Sister-in-law, today is Zhaozhao's return visit. You should take your leave. I have some private matters to discuss with my daughter." Gushi, suppressing her irritation, said, "Elder sister-in-law, I shall take my leave then." After speaking, she disregarded Lu Zhaozhi and turned to leave. Lu Zhaozhi slightly bowed before making her way to the door when Lu Zhaozhao, observing her retreating figure, slowly spoke, "Cousin, do not forget the teachings of the Lu family. A woman must not become a concubine." Lu Zhaozhi paused, realizing the implication of her words, that despite her marriage to Shen Jiayan, she might still be relegated to the status of a concubine should she employ any underhanded tactics. She clenched her handkerchief, forcing a smile, and replied, "Zhaozhao, you jest." With that, she fled the scene. Witnessing this exchange, it became abundantly clear to Xie, who stated unequivocally, "Zhaozhao, pay no heed to your second aunt's words. We shall not involve ourselves in the matters of the second branch henceforth." "Yes, mother. Your daughter understands," Lu Zhaozhao replied with a nod. Upon returning to the Lu residence, Gushi, observing Lu Zhaozhi's distressed demeanor, scolded, "How can you be so ineffectual? Lu Zhaozhao has managed to marry into the Duke of the Protectorate's family. Why can't you achieve the same?" Lu Zhaozhi scoffed inwardly. Lu Zhaozhao was the legitimate daughter of the Yunyang Marquis family, renowned throughout the capital as the third Miss Lu. "Mother, do you truly wish for me to marry into a prominent family for my sake, or is it merely to pave the way for Lu Jinyan?" she inquired, gazing at Gushi. When Gushi gave birth to Lu Zhaozhi, she was disheartened to have a daughter. fearing her position would be overshadowed by concubines until Lu Jinyin was born, allowing her to finally establish her standing in the Lu family. Consequently, she devoted nearly all her attention to her son, viewing her daughter merely as an embellishment. Even so, she could not tolerate Lu Zhaozhi's defiance. Gushi rose, angrily declaring, "Lu Zhaozhi, if you feel this way, then you may decide your own marriage. Marry whomever you wish." "Mother, what if I desire to marry Shen Jiayan?" she asked, a hint of stubbornness in her eyes. Such audacity shocked Gushi, who, despite her shallow perspective fixated on climbing the social ladder, understood the principles of propriety and honor. The notion of a cousin coveting her sister's fiancé was undeniably disgraceful should it become public knowledge. It could jeopardize Jin Yin's prospects for marriage in the future. "Have you lost your mind?" Ye Shi exclaimed. "Indeed, I have lost my mind," Lu Zhaozhi retorted, before dashing out, leaving Gushi in stunned silence. In the evening, once Shen Jiayan had sobered from his intoxication, Lu Zhaozhao accompanied him back to the Duke of the Protectorate's residence. In the Zhaojia courtyard, Lu Zhaozhao, clad in a water-red nightgown, sat on a small couch engrossed in a book, her delicate feet curled slightly. Shen Jiayan emerged from the cleansing chamber, a smile gracing his lips as he sat beside her. She set her book aside, looked up at him earnestly, and said, "Shen Jiayan, you are now a married man. Uphold your duties as a husband and refrain from pursuing frivolous affairs." Shen Jiayan was momentarily taken aback, his thoughts consumed by her. He gently pinched her cheek and chuckled. "Lu Zhaozhao, your talent for unjust accusations has certainly grown." "Humph," Lu Zhaozhao huffed, picking up her book once more, engrossed in a pivotal moment of the story. He reached over, snatched the book from the table, and lifted her into his arms, eliciting a surprised gasp from her. Soon, the room was filled with the soft murmurs of a woman and the heavy breaths of a man. In the early morning, Lu Zhaozhao nestled in Shen Jiayan's embrace, sleeping soundly, when Lu Li gently knocked on the door and announced, "Young master, madam, someone from Bao and Mo Tang has arrived, saying that the eldest aunt has returned and wishes to see you." Shen Jiayan had long awakened, merely cradling Lu Zhaozhao in a brief slumber. Upon hearing a remark, he softly replied, "Understood." The previous night, the two had engaged in playful banter for quite some time. Lu Zhaozhao, nestled against his chest, drowsily inquired about the matter at hand. He gently ruffled her hair and coaxed, "It's nothing. You may continue your slumber." Lu Zhaozhao nodded and drifted back to sleep. An hour later, she slowly opened her eyes and asked what had transpired. Seeing her awake, Shen Jiayan leaned down to kiss her forehead and nonchalantly replied, "It's nothing. Your aunt has returned, and grandmother has summoned us." Lu Zhaozhao playfully kicked his calf and remarked, "Why didn't you wake me? Aunt is an elder. It is improper to keep her waiting." With that, she rose from the bed and called for Lu Li to assist her in grooming. Dressed in a pomegranate red skirt and adorned with a ruby headdress, she turned to find Shen Jiayan perusing her script. She promptly approached and snatched it away, exclaiming, "Shen Jiayan, you must not look. Is it not evident that the lady enjoys such tales?" Shen Jiayan raised an eyebrow. "Stop your prattling. We must hurry and not keep grandmother waiting," she retorted, extending her hand to pull him out the door, leaving the script entitled "Forcefully Wedded to a Beauty" on the table. In Baomo Tang, beside the old matriarch, Shen, sat a woman of exquisite attire, none other than Shen Jiayan, the youngest daughter of the late Duke of Guoguang. "Sister-in-law, please forgive my frankness. Jiayan's wife seems rather lacking in decorum, making an elder wait for so long. One wonders how the Yunyang Marquis raises its daughters," Shen Jiayan remarked sharply as she adjusted her hair. Princess Jean grew, set down her teacup, and spoke softly. "Zhaozhao is still quite young. It is natural for her to indulge in sleep. Who could have anticipated that my sister would return home so early? Besides, Zhaozhao is my daughter-in-law. It is not for others to instruct her." Confronted, Shen Jiayan fell silent, knowing the weight of her status as the esteemed princess of the Qi. The old matriarch Shen turned her head and calmly said, "Jiayan, do not speak so recklessly." No sooner had she finished speaking than Lu Zhaozhao and Shen Jiayan arrived hand in hand. With a smile, she bowed respectfully and greeted, "Greetings to grandmother and mother." "Zhaozhao, This is your aunt, whom you have yet to meet, the old matriarch Shen kindly introduced. Shen Jiayan looked at the striking young woman before her and let out a disdainful huff. So this is a charming vixen. Greetings, aunt. Zhaozhao slightly bowed. Shen Jiayan did not respond, and Shen Jiayan reached out to his sister in rising, gently saying, "Please have a seat. Jiayan, regardless of the circumstances, she is your elder. You ought to show some respect," Shen Jiayan admonished. "Aunt, my wife's health is precious. She must not be overexerted. Surely, you did not return this early merely to trouble her?" Shen Jiayan stated coldly. Zhaozhao sensed a tension in the air, though she was unaware of the underlying issues. Princess Jingru cast a sidelong glance at Shen Jiayan and chuckled softly, appreciating her son's evident affection for his wife. As the door curtain lifted, Mrs. Wu entered with Lu Shi, bowing and addressing the matriarch. "Mother, this morning, Zhaozhao felt a bit feverish, and thus the daughter-in-law arrived late. Should we summon the physician?" The old matriarch Shen asked anxiously, aware that the Guoguang Duke's household already had few offspring, and any mishap must be avoided at all costs. "Rest assured, mother," Wu said softly, "the physician has stated it is merely a case of catching a chill. I have already administered the medicine, and there is no cause for concern now." "That is a relief. Please take a seat," sighed the old matriarch Shen. "Greetings, aunt," Lu respectfully curtsied. However, Shen Jiayan did not show gratitude. Instead, she scoffed. "It has been over a year since you married into our family, yet you remain childless. If not for the misfortune that befell your elder sister, how could a mere concubine like you ever aspire to enter the esteemed Duke of Gui's household? And now you dare to act as if you are the young mistress?" With Princess Jingru and Shen Jiayan present, she refrained from criticizing Lu Zhaozhao directly and directed her ire towards Lu. "Is she a rabid dog, attacking everyone in sight?" Lu Zhaozhao mused silently. Though Lu Zhaozhao had little acquaintance with Lu, she could discern that Lu was a gentle soul. Seeing her forlorn amidst the crowd, and contrasting that with the haughty demeanor of her so-called aunt, was indeed repugnant. Wu stood protectively in front of Lu, her voice tinged with anger as she retorted, "Jiayan, your words are excessively harsh. No matter the circumstances, Yuru is the rightful wife of Jiashan, the young master of the Duke of Guo's household. How can you speak of her in such a manner?" "Second sister-in-law, I am merely voicing my discontent on behalf of Jiashan. It is truly a laughingstock that a nobleman from the Duke of Guo's household should wed a concubine." The old matriarch struck the ground firmly with her cane, her irritation palpable as she commanded, "Silence. Mother, my daughter-in-law has matters to discuss with Zhaozhao, so we shall take our leave," Princess Jingru announced as she stood. With a sigh, the old matriarch replied, "Very well, go." Princess Jingru exchanged a knowing glance with Wu, who understood the unspoken communication and curtsied. "Mother, I too take my leave." As they exited Baoma Hall, Wu could not help but express her frustration. Shen Jiayan has become increasingly uncouth. How can she claim to be the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Gui's household without a semblance of grace? It was no wonder Wu was incensed. Shen Jiayan was the only daughter of the old matriarch, and her temper was inevitably spoiled. Despite the opposition of many, she had insisted on marrying the heir of the Marquis of Yunyang, who was nothing but a roguish flirt. Their union had led to an unexpected pregnancy prior to marriage, causing the old matriarch to fall gravely ill from distress. Over the years, Shen Jiayan occasionally returned to the household, and despite the old matriarch's frustration, she could not impose strictness upon her. Observing Lu's evident despondency, Princess Jingru offered consolation. "Yuru, do not concern yourself with the opinions of others. Your life is your own." Wu gently took Lu's hand and added, "Your aunt is correct. Pay no mind to that madwoman." "Thank you, aunt. Thank you, mother, I understand," Yuru replied softly. Yet within her heart, a tension tightened. Originally, it was her elder sister, Lu Yuding, who was betrothed to Shen Jiayan. However, as the wedding date approached, her sister had met with an unfortunate incident and had been missing ever since, leaving her no choice but to take her place. She often pondered whether, had her elder sister married him, he might have been happier and not so perpetually morose. Chapter 46. Illness. Lu Zhaozhao observed Lu Yuru with a pang of sympathy. Yet as a new bride in the Duke of Gui's household, it was perhaps not the right moment for her to speak. She returned to the courtyard with Shen Jiayan, and as soon as they entered the room, she could not contain herself, exclaiming, "Is my aunt mad? Why does she lash out at everyone?" He chuckled softly, shaking his head as he guided her to sit upon the small couch, recounting various past events in detail. After listening, Zhaozhao felt no sympathy for Shen Jiayan, as a legitimate daughter of a noble house. She had disregarded her family's honor and engaged in a clandestine affair, and thus must bear the consequences of her own choices. Shen Jiayan spoke gently, "Zhaozhao, I will always protect you. With me around, no one can bully you. You shall forever remain the most carefree young lady in this capital." Upon seeing his sincere and fervent gaze, her heart stirred, prompting her to inquire, "Then why did you previously refuse to acknowledge me?" At the mention of this matter, Shen Jiayan's expression became somewhat awkward, and he replied solemnly, "Because you were only enamored with my appearance." Zhaozhao's eyes brimmed with disbelief. Although she had indeed admired his handsome visage, she had never imagined that it was the sole reason for his indifference towards her. She paused for a moment, then burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Shen Jiayan, how utterly charming you are!" Feeling a warmth rise to his ears, Shen Jiayan gently cradled her head with one hand, rising to cross the small table and kiss her. Zhaozhao softly closed her eyes in response. After a long while, he released her and whispered near her lips, "Zhaozhao, I desire nothing more in this life than to grow old with you." "All right," Zhaozhao replied softly, a smile gracing her lips. At Bao Mo Tang, the elderly Lady Shen sighed deeply while observing Shen Jiayan beside her, weariness evident in her voice as she asked, "Speak. What brings you back this time?" "Mother, I am your own flesh and blood. How can you look upon me with such disdain? Even if I have erred in the past, I was but a child then," Shen Jiayan replied, a hint of displeasure in her tone. Lady Shen had been a remarkable woman in her youth, never imagining her child would grow to be as she was. Ultimately, it was their failure as parents that had led to her current state. They could not blame others. "Jiayan, you're a mother now as well. In the future, you must be more mindful of your actions and words," she advised earnestly. "Mother's words are duly noted, but I wish to discuss something with you," Shen Jiayan said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Speak," Lady Shen responded, discreetly covering her lips with a handkerchief as she coughed lightly. Shen Jiayan grasped Lady Shen's hand, her face alight with joy as she said, "Mother, my cousin from the Yu family has just turned 16, possessing both beauty and grace. Meanwhile, my sister-in-law's son, Zhaozhao, is still unbetrothed. Why not strengthen our ties through marriage?" However, the Yu family's reputation was less than pristine. Even now, the current Earl of Rongyan, having married Shen Jiayan, had numerous concubines both within and outside the household, adept at sweet-talking. Lady Shen was unwilling to form any further alliances with them, and dismissively replied, "Zhaozhao is still quite young, and there's no rush to arrange a marriage. Besides, he is quite close to Jiayan and shares a similar disposition. He would heed your suggestion." Being her own daughter, Lady Shen did not wish to overly embarrass her, believing her gentle refusal would be understood. She was taken aback when Shen Jiayan's next words provoked her ire. "Mother, why not let Jiayan take her as a concubine?" "Shen Jiayan, what nonsense are you speaking? Jiayan is already married." Old Madame Shen was nearly overcome with anger, feeling as if her breath had been taken away. Her daughter had truly lost her senses. Seeing this, Mama Lu hurriedly stepped forward to pat her back, anxiously inquiring, "Old Madam, are you all right?" "Old Madam," Shen lowered her head and waved her hand dismissively. Mama Liu, glancing at Shen Jiayan helplessly, said, "Miss, please do not provoke the old madam further. She is advanced in years, and her health is already poor." Shen Jiayan felt no guilt for her words. Were it not for her trepidation towards Princess Jinru, she would have even wished for Shen Jiayan to become engaged to her. She tossed her handkerchief and declared defiantly, "What did I say wrong? That Lu woman has been married into our family for nearly 2 years now and has yet to bear a single child. Not dismissing her would only serve to grant her maternal family face. You get out." Old Madam Shen hurled her cane to the ground and pointed at her, scolding vehemently. Seeing her truly enraged, Shen Jiayan dared not linger. She quickly rose and said, "Mother, please do not be angry. Today I was in the wrong. I shall take my leave and visit you again when I have the time." With that, she hurriedly departed. Old Madame Shen watched her retreating figure, a tear rolling down her cheek. How had it come to this? In her old age, old Madame Shen, having been provoked during the day, fell ill and became somewhat delirious as night fell. Mama Lu, alarmed, promptly sent for the physician and notified the members of the household. When Shen Jiayan and Lu Zhaozhao received the news, they were dining, and Lu Zhaozhao hastily gathered her hair into a casual bun without even having time to fix it properly. As they reached the entrance, they encountered Lu Shi, who was also rushing in. Lu Zhaozhao called out, "Sister-in-law." Lu Shi smiled and nodded, saying, "Second brother, second sister, let us go inside. Your elder brother has yet to return home." Inside, the physician was diligently taking old Madame Shen's pulse while Princess Jingru and Wu Shi stood by the bed. The Duke of Huwa kept vigil at the bedside, and the second master was anxiously pacing the room, exclaiming, "Physician's son, how is my mother?" The physician raised his hand to halt him, and the Duke of Huwa spoke in a deep voice, "Second brother, do not fret. Allow the physician to examine her properly." Upon hearing this, the second master sighed and sat down in a nearby chair. After a while, the physician slowly withdrew his hand from the pulse and sighed, stating, "Your Grace, second master, the old madam is advanced in years and has been stimulated today. In a moment of agitation, her heart has been affected, leading to her state of confusion. I shall prescribe her a tranquilizing remedy, and she must take good care of herself, avoiding any further stress." "Thank you, physician," the Duke of Huwa murmured softly. Once the physician exited, the Duke of Huwa covered old Madame Shen with a blanket and rose, saying, "Mama Lu, come with me to the side room. I have something to inquire." "Older sister, leave this to me. You all go and find out what happened. This matter must be connected to Shen Jiayan," Wu Shi remarked indignantly. Princess Jingru, being the head of the household, felt it imperative to be present in such circumstances. She nodded and followed them out. "Mama Lu, what on earth transpired today that caused my mother to fall ill?" the Duke of Huwa inquired. Mama Lu looked up at Lu Shi and sighed, saying, "Your Grace, today Miss returned home and spoke with the old madam in the evening," after which the old madam fainted. The second master, in a fit of rage, hurled a delicate glazed teacup to the ground, producing a jarring sound that startled Lu Zhaozhao, who instinctively shivered. Shen Jiayan quickly shielded her, gently patting her back. "Second brother, what are you doing?" The Duke of Guagua, taken aback by the frightened women in the room, promptly chastised him. The second master, realizing his actions were inappropriate, attempted to temper his fury and rebuked, "Elder brother, how can Shen Jiayan bear any resemblance to our Shen family? One wonders if she was mistakenly taken in." Years ago, when old Madame Shen was pregnant with Shen Jiayan, she was already over 30. The labor was arduous, nearly resulting in the demise of both mother and child. Upon hearing this, the Duke's expression shifted, and he clenched his fists, softly admonishing, "Second brother, do not speak recklessly. Enough. Thankfully, this incident has passed without calamity. Your concern for mother is appreciated. Let us speak no more of her," Princess Jingru interjected. Upon hearing his wife's words, the Duke ceased his reprimand and gently said, "You all should rest now. I will remain here to care for mother tonight. Elder brother, I shall accompany you," the second master quietly offered, having always held immense admiration for his father and elder brother. Thus, no matter how the Duke chastised him, he never harbored a single word of resentment. Princess Jingru, aware of the Shen brothers' filial piety, refrained from further persuasion, offering a few gentle reminders before turning to lead Lu Zhaozhao out. Once outside, she softly remarked, "Zhaozhao, were you frightened? Your second uncle merely has a fiery temperament. He means no harm." "Mother, I am fine," Lu Zhaozhao replied with a smile, feeling that her second uncle was a person of genuine character, far superior in nature to that of her aunt. Shen Jiayan hurriedly approached, cupping his hands in greeting to Princess Jingru. "Aunt, how is grandmother?" "Rest assured, your grandmother is well. However, your wife has faced some grievances today. You should comfort her," she thoughtfully suggested, reflecting on how this child had grown under her watchful eye. Handsome, learned, and of exemplary character. yet perpetually oblivious to matters of the heart. Shen Jiayan instinctively glanced towards Lu Yuro, who stood quietly, her face devoid of excessive emotion. He softly expressed, "Thank you, Aunt." As he approached Lu Yuro, he cleared his throat and said, "You should return to rest. I will check on grandmother. Do not wait for me." Lu Zhaozhao distinctly noticed the melancholy in Lu Yuro's eyes upon hearing this. Turning to see Shen Jiayan already hurrying towards the old madam's chamber, she sighed softly and said, "Sister-in-law, would you accompany me back?" Lu Yuro understood her kind intention and managed a faint smile, replying, "All right. Young master, please escort mother back to Yiqing courtyard. I will return with sister-in-law," Lu Zhaozhao instructed. Shen Jiayan glanced at the darkening sky and, with some reluctance, replied, "I will take you back. It is quite late." Princess Jing Ro smiled wryly. No wonder the old adage says that after marrying, one forgets their mother. Yet, there is nothing wrong with this. A husband should care for his wife. However, it is clear that Zhaozhao wishes to share some intimate words with you, Ro, while my son, entirely preoccupied with his wife, fails to perceive it. She tugged at Shen Jiayan, saying, "Enough, there are people everywhere in this residence. Your wife cannot be lost. Hurry and take me back." With that, she winked at Lu Zhaozhao. "Mother, do mind your status," he chuckled softly. "What status?" "Out in public, I am the Grand Princess, bound to consider the royal family's dignity. But at home, I am merely your mother." "Let us be off," she chided lightly. Lu Zhaozhao watched the graceful figure of the Grand Princess Jing Ro and smiled softly, finding her mother-in-law quite amusing. It was no wonder she resembled Ning Ning so closely in temperament. "Zhaozhao, let us return as well," Lu Shi suggested, stepping forward to link arms with her. As they strolled along the narrow path, their maid followed respectfully, but kept her distance. "Sister-in-law, do not take Aunt's words to heart today. She had scolded me thoroughly before you arrived," Lu Zhaozhao gently advised. Grateful for Lu Shi's support on her wedding day, she wished to reciprocate kindness. Lu Shi chuckled lightly, though the forced smile tugged at one's heartstrings. "I have always been the least conspicuous among the daughters of the family. My mother once told me it is better to be a humble wife than a high-born concubine. Thus, since I became aware of my surroundings, I have never aspired to climb the social ladder. I only wished for a sincere partner." She paused before continuing, "However, when my legitimate sister suddenly vanished, my father could not bear to relinquish the high status of the Duke of State, and so this marriage fell to me. I selfishly thought that if I became the lady of the Duke's household, my mother would fare better in the Lu family. It seems all these circumstances are but divine retribution for me." Perhaps she had held her feelings for too long. Her voice carried an undeniable bitterness, and as she spoke further, it began to tremble. Lu Zhaozhao sensed there was more to the story than she had anticipated. She squeezed Lu Shi's hand gently, offering soft reassurance. "Sister-in-law, you're not to blame for this. A gentle and considerate woman like you will surely be recognized for her worth by my brother one day." Lu Shi dabbed at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief, feigning ease as she replied, "I am fine, so you need not worry about me. Thankfully, my mother-in-law and father-in-law are understanding people. My current life is incomparably better than before." Her father had only married her mother, leaving no illegitimate children in the Duke Yunyang's household. Yet it was clear that the life of a concubine was not easily endured. Though it was common for such women to face hardship, children remained innocent. If given a choice, who would not wish to live with dignity? "Sister-in-law, as the saying goes, heroes do not inquire about one's origins," Lu Zhaozhao remarked with a smile. Lu Shi, touched by her bright smile, couldn't help but smile in return, secretly thinking that perhaps only a girl who had been deeply cherished could blossom into such a pure and unblemished being. After parting ways at a fork in the path, Lu Zhaozhao returned to her courtyard, feeling somewhat fatigued as she leaned against the round table. Zhenju approached, offering to massage her shoulders, while Li softly inquired, "Miss, after a day of turmoil and the dinner not prepared well, shall I ask the small kitchen to prepare something fresh?" "There's no need. It's too late. Just boil 2 bowls of noodles," she murmured softly. "Yes, my lady," Li replied, bowing slightly before heading to the small kitchen. The pearl massage technique was exquisite, and she was almost lulled into slumber when she suddenly sensed an unusual pressure on her shoulder. Turning her head, she discovered that the person behind her had, unbeknownst to her, transformed into Shen Jiayan. "Awake now, are you hungry? Here, have some," he said, as he sat beside her and lifted a bowl of noodles to feed her. Zhaozhao did not decline and opened her mouth to take a bite. They sat in silence, one feeding while the other ate, until she waved her hand after consuming about half a bowl and declared herself full. Shen Jiayan naturally took the remaining noodles and savored a few bites. Zhaozhao felt a slight flush on her cheeks. Even her own parents would not eat from her used bowl. Reflecting on Lu Shi, she rested her chin on her hand and remarked, "Shen Jiayan, my sister-in-law is truly pitiable. She is so gentle, yet why is she bullied by everyone?" Shen Jiayan, perceiving the underlying meaning in her words, reached out to stroke her head and said, "Zhaozhao, I will treat you exceedingly well. If you dare provoke my anger, I shall divorce you and have my father and brothers break your legs." Zhaozhao huffed softly. "Breaking legs is acceptable, but divorce is not," he replied with utmost sincerity. Chapter 48. The album today, Shen Jiayan's wedding leave concluded. He rose early, donned his attire, while Zhaozhao slept soundly beneath the covers. He leaned down to place a gentle kiss upon her forehead, then raised the curtains slightly to obscure the light before tiptoeing out of the room. Liuli and Jinju had long awaited outside the door, aware that the young master typically did not require maidservant's assistance, so they refrained from entering uninvited. "No need to wake the lady. She shall rise whenever she pleases," Shen Jiayan said softly. "Yes, I understand," Liuli replied with a bow. Jinju glanced at Shen Jiayan's retreating figure and turned to Liuli, chuckling softly. "Our lady truly deserves good fortune. She is bound to have a house full of grandchildren in the future." "Indeed, the young master marrying Our Lady is his blessing," Liuli responded with a smile. The two exchanged compliments about Our Lady with great enthusiasm, their conversation lively. Zhaozhao slept soundly until the hour of the rabbit. Liuli was applying her makeup when she gently inquired, "When did the young master leave?" "He departed at the hour of the tiger," Liuli answered. Zhaozhao slipped a white jade bracelet on her wrist and replied, "That should suffice. Let us visit the Bauma Hall to see grandmother." "Yes, my lady," Liuli agreed, hastening her brow application. That day, the young masters of the household were either attending court or studying. Upon Zhaozhao's arrival at Bauma Hall, she found only Princess Jingru, Lady Wu, and Lu Yiru present. She bowed and greeted, "I have come to see mother, second aunt, and sister-in-law." Lady Wu and Lady Lu nodded with smiles, while Princess Jingru rose to pull her into a seat and asked, "Zhaozhao, did you rest well last night?" "Mother, I rested quite well," she replied. "Is grandmother feeling better?" she asked with some concern. "Your grandmother is much improved. She had a bowl of porridge this morning and took her calming medicine. She has just fallen asleep," she replied softly. "That is wonderful," Zhaozhao said gently. Lady Wu, who had been caring for the elderly matriarch the previous day, was unaware of the events in the secondary chambers until the second master informed her, at which point she learned of Shen Qingyun's repugnant actions. She spoke with a hint of irritation, addressing her sister-in-law. "No wonder mother has been so upset. Which daughter behaves like her? Not only is she unthoughtful, but she also seems eager to turn her family upside down." Princess Jingru and Madame Wu entered the duke's residence one after the other, and Princess Jingru had never acted with the airs of a royal. Madame Wu, in turn, always held this elder sister-in-law in high regard. Thus they had never quarreled despite being sisters-in-law. Only Shen Jiayan, who had a penchant for taking advantage of others since childhood, dared not provoke Princess Jingru and instead sought favors from Madame Wu. Coming from a noble family herself, Madame Wu was indifferent to such trifles. However, while she was generous, she was not a fool. Over time, her aversion towards this younger sister-in-law grew, yet she refrained from severing ties out of respect for the second master. Indeed, yesterday the Duke was greatly angered. Upon returning to the estate this morning, he secluded himself in his room for quite some time. Qingyun had truly gone too far this time, Princess Jingru sighed. This was not her first offense. After all, when she engaged in that scandalous affair with the young master of Rongan, did she ever consider preserving the family's dignity? Realizing that Zhaozhao and Lu Yiru were still present, Madame Wu quickly fell silent. Oh well, when she returns, we shall stay by Mother's side. Surely she will behave herself in our presence. Princess Jean spoke softly. Since marrying into the Duke's family, her mother-in-law had been kind, her sisters-in-law harmonious, her husband affectionate, and her son dutiful. With a satisfactory daughter-in-law, there was little to complain about, save for this unruly sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, I shall heed your words, Madame Wu replied decisively. There is nothing to attend to with mother. Let us wander about the estate. Zhaozhao must also begin learning how to manage the household, Princess Jean suggested. Rising to her feet, Madame Shun had long ceased to manage matters, and it was Princess Jean who handled the majority of the household affairs. The responsibilities once held by Madame Wu were transferred to Lu Yuru upon her arrival at the estate. I too wish to clear my mind. The thought of Shen Jiayan ignites my fury, Madame Wu remarked as she stood. Lu Zhaozhao and Princess Jean chuckled softly behind her. Zhaozhao mused that her second aunt was rather straightforward. The group spent a good part of the day wandering the estate. Princess Jean entrusted a set of storeroom keys to Lu Zhaozhao, advising her that she could ask her or Madame Wu if she had any questions. Upon hearing this, Madame Wu immediately interjected, Sister-in-law, spare me. I detest managing household matters. Just the thought of it gives me a headache. Turning to Zhaozhao, she continued, If you have any uncertainties, do not hesitate to seek your sister-in-law, and should anyone dare to bully you, you may certainly come to your second aunt. Princess Jean shook her head in exasperation, while Lu Zhaozhao bowed and smiled. Thank you, second aunt. Carrying the heavy keys, Lu Zhaozhao returned to the Zhaozhao courtyard. As she gazed at the keys, she suddenly recalled that Shen Jiayan had once gifted her a key on her birthday. However, she couldn't remember where she had placed it. She rose and began searching the room. Liuli and Jinju approached, asking, Madam, what are you looking for? We can assist you. No, I will search myself. She waved her hand dismissively. She rummaged through the room almost thoroughly, but found nothing. Sitting on a round stool, she panted slightly and suddenly noticed a small box beside the dressing table. She stood up, approached it, and opened it. Indeed, it was inside. She picked it up and smiled, exclaiming that she had found it. Shen Jiayan had accompanied the Duke of Hugua to Baomotang to visit the old matriarch, and upon returning to the courtyard, he heard Lu Zhaozhao's voice as soon as he entered. He waved his hand, and Liuli and Jinju respectfully withdrew. Unbeknownst to her, he quietly stood behind Lu Zhaozhao and asked softly, Madam, what have you found? Startled, Lu Zhaozhao turned around and glared at him, saying, Shen Jiayan, you nearly frightened me to death. Shen Jiayan reached out to touch her hair, chuckling lightly. A mere touch cannot frighten you. She held up a key and asked, What is this? Naturally, Shen Jiayan recognized it. It was the birthday gift he had given her. He gently replied, This is the key to your private treasury. All my possessions are within. Lu Zhaozhao examined the key and then looked at him. However, Shen Jiayan's gaze was drawn to a book within the box. He reached over Lu Zhaozhao, picked it up, and with a playful smile, asked, Madam, could you tell me what this is? At first, Lu Zhaozhao did not comprehend, but upon seeing the cover, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she immediately reached out to snatch it away, saying, I don't know. Quickly give it back to me. He would not allow her to succeed. With one hand around her waist and the other holding the album, he teasingly said, Since Madam does not know, shall we learn together? Lu Zhaozhao pinched his waist sharply, her face aglow with embarrassment as she retorted, Shen Jiayan, you shameless man. A gentleman should not gaze upon that which is improper. Lu Zhaozhao, I am not a gentleman. I am merely your husband, he replied with a light chuckle. Unable to endure his teasing any longer, she pushed him away forcefully and ran out. Shen Jiayan watched her retreating figure, his smile growing more unrestrained as he casually sat down and began to peruse the album. Chapter 49. Punishment. As night fell, the sounds emanating from within the room, enough to redden one's cheeks and quicken one's heartbeat, prompted Liuli and Jinju to quietly lower their heads and move away. Inside, through the sheer curtain, one could faintly see the two disrobed figures. The woman's eyes sparkled with vitality, her skin glistening with fragrant sweat, while the man held her slender waist tightly, his eyes filled with restrained desire. Shen Jiayan, she softened, leaning against his bare chest and murmuring sweetly. He chuckled softly, capturing her rosy lips in a kiss, enveloping the room in an atmosphere of romance. The following day, Zhaozhao, glancing at the marks on her neck, felt a rush of embarrassment, fervently twisting her handkerchief and silently cursing him as a beast. Liuli stifled a laugh while helping her cover the marks with fragrant powder. She indignantly declared that she would secure the door that night, forbidding him from entering. Understanding her temper, Liuli responded softly. The previous day, she had arranged with her sister-in-law to review the accounts together, and after dressing, she went to Lingyun courtyard to find Lu Shi. Upon her arrival, Lu Yiru welcomed her with a smile, and only then did Lu Zhaozhao realize that Wu Shi was also present. She curtsied and cheerfully asked, "Second aunt, did you not say you would not come yesterday?" Wu Shi replied helplessly, "It's your mother-in-law who insisted I accompany you. Just pretend I am not here." Saying so, she picked up a nearby book and began to read. Lu Yiru and Lu Zhaozhao exchanged smiles, and Lu Shi instructed someone to brew a fresh pot of tea for Lu Zhaozhao. The two then sat at the round table and began to review the account books. Before her marriage, Lu Zhaozhao had also studied household management and accounting. Whenever she encountered uncertainties, she would inquire a few questions, and Lu Yiru would patiently explain everything to her. By the end of the morning, she truly felt she had acquired quite a bit of knowledge. It occurred to her that Lu Yiru, during her time at home, likely had limited exposure to such matters. To reach her current level of understanding must have required considerable effort and dedication. And Lu Zhaozhao felt a sense of admiration for her perseverance. As lunch approached, Lu Zhaozhao stretched her back and softly addressed her second aunt, elder sister-in-law. "I shall take my leave now. Thank you for today." Mrs. Wu waved her hand dismissively, saying, "It's nothing. I shall return as well. We can go together." Lu Yiru, aware that her mother was newly married to Shen Jiayan, chose not to invite her to lunch and gently said, "Mother, I will see you both out." Outside, the maids, noticing the silence in the room, began chatting amongst themselves in a corner. The second lady and the duchess had both recently entered the household, and even though the latter had given birth to the legitimate grandson, she still found herself overshadowed. Now, with the young lady of the heir just having entered the residence, it seemed she too would overshadow the eldest lady. "Who can deny it? Our second branch can never compare to the first," remarked one maid. Yet, the second lady seems to heed the duchess's every word. "One wonders what she thinks," replied another. The two maids were engrossed in their conversation, unaware that Lu Zhaozhao and the others had already approached from behind. This was the elder sister-in-law's courtyard, and with elders present, it was not their place to speak. Mrs. Wu's expression darkened as she exclaimed, "How dare you gossip in the Duke's residence? Do you wish to endanger your lives?" The two maids immediately fell to their knees, pleading for mercy, tears streaming down their faces as they cried, "Second lady, we were wrong. We shall never do it again. If they dare to gossip today, they will betray their master tomorrow. Such people cannot be kept," Mrs. Wu declared. "Yiru, find someone to sell them off." She turned to Lu Yiru, who responded, "Mother, I understand. Second aunt, let me escort you back," Lu Zhaozhao said at an opportune moment, sensing that her second aunt shared a close bond with her mother-in-law and would likely not take offense at such matters. "Very well, let us go," Mrs. Wu replied with a smile. On the narrow path, Lu Zhaozhao softly reassured her second aunt, "Rest assured, I am someone who abhors cunning schemes. I simply wish to coexist harmoniously with elder sister-in-law, just as you do with my mother-in-law. I have no intentions of overshadowing her." She believed that it was essential to communicate openly rather than feign ignorance, as even the best relationships could develop cracks otherwise. Mrs. Wu, being straightforward, recognized Lu Zhaozhao's sincerity in her words. She paused, gently grasping Lu Zhaozhao's hand, and said, "Second aunt knows you are a good child. I am quite hot-tempered. When I first entered the household, I frequently quarreled with your second uncle. It was thanks to your father and mother-in-law mediating that we became a loving couple." At this point, Mrs. Wu chuckled lightly and added, "Later, when I gave birth to your elder brother, your mother-in-law was not displeased at all. Instead, she frequently came to keep me company. At that moment, I pondered, she is indeed the esteemed legitimate princess of the great Qi and the rightful matriarch of this household. Yet, she has never caused me any distress. What then do I have to be dissatisfied about? Lu Zhaozhao, upon hearing this, smiled and remarked, "You and my mother are both virtuous individuals. Your mother is indeed a rare gem in this world, yet I am different. Before my marriage, I was rather indolent, and managing affairs has never been my forte. Why not simply enjoy a life of ease?" After we spoke, she chuckled. "In this regard, I find myself quite similar to my second aunt." She nodded in agreement. "Then you shall wait for the day you become a mother-in-law?" Wu teased. As they chatted and laughed their way back to the courtyard, upon entering, they were met by two unfamiliar men standing at the study's entrance. Zhenju instinctively stepped forward to shield Lu Zhaozhao, while Mo Jiang felt a tremor in his heart. He had witnessed this girl as formidable prowess in combat before. She was indeed precise and ruthless. The two men clasped their fists in greeting, and Mo Han spoke. "We have the honor of meeting the lady. We are the personal guards of the young master." Recalling this, Mo Jiang could not suppress his grievances. Back when the young master was still unmarried, they could roam freely within the courtyard. Now that he is wed, unless specifically summoned, they are not permitted to step inside at will. What a bitter predicament. Lu Zhaozhao nodded gently, yet for some reason, she felt a sense of familiarity with Mo Jiang's figure. At that moment, Shen Jiayan emerged from the study, softly approaching her and saying, "Zhaozhao, you've returned." Lu Zhaozhao had not forgotten how fierce he had been the previous night. She huffed and retorted, "Big-tailed wolf. Do not be upset. I had the kitchen prepare your favorite meal. Let us return to our room and wait," Shen Jiayan replied, and Lu Zhaozhao, upon hearing this, arrogantly pushed past him and entered, with Shen Jiayan following closely behind, smiling. Mo Jiang observed the young master's eager demeanor and could not help but exclaim, "This lady possesses remarkable skills. She has truly ensnared the young master." Zhenju, hearing this, immediately responded with displeasure, "What nonsense are you spouting? Is our lady someone you can casually discuss? She is quite a lovely young woman. Why is she so fierce?" Mo Jiang lamented, "Why does everyone pick on me? Mind your own business. You are not permitted to speak ill of my lady," Zhenju retorted, only to be pulled away by Lu Li. Mo Jiang made a face at her retreating figure, turning to meet Mo Han's gaze, who coldly remarked, "Immature." Chapter 50. Premature birth after accompanying Lu Zhaozhao for lunch. Shen Jiayan returned to the study to attend to official matters. With the recent complexities at the Dali Temple, he found himself perpetually busy, seeing him so engrossed in work. Lu Zhaozhao thoughtfully sent someone to deliver a late-night snack, and he was pleasantly content, reflecting on how increasingly considerate his wife had become. At the hour of the dog, he finally completed all his tasks and prepared to return to the main house to embrace his sweet, soft wife for a restful night. However, upon reaching the door, he discovered it was locked from the inside. With a light laugh, he called out, "Zhaozhao, please unlock the door for me." "I will not," came a reply. Undeterred, Shen Jiayan turned to the nearby window and exerted just enough force to push it open. Lu Zhaozhao, hearing no movement at the door for quite some time, assumed he had left, only to hear a rustling sound from the window. She rose, clutching her bedding, and peered out to find none other than the esteemed Shen young master climbing through the window. Gritting her teeth, she admonished, "Shen young master, please conduct yourself with dignity." Shen Jian bent down to plant a light kiss on her lips and replied with a grin, "Be good. I shall bathe now. You may sleep first." With that, he playfully began to remove his outer garments. Lu Zhaozhao let out a soft hum, turning her head to bury herself once more in the soft bedding. By the time Shen Jiayan emerged from his bath, she had already drifted into a deep slumber. He extinguished the candlelight and embraced her in his arms. Having been married for over half a month, her days consisted of familiarizing herself with household affairs alongside Lu Yuru, indulging in leisurely reading, painting, and experiencing little difference from her days before marriage. On this particular day, Shen Jiayan had gone to the Dali Temple. With nothing to occupy her, Lu Zhaozhao made her way to his study to paint, where she brought to life the vibrant plum blossoms with her brush. A maid stood at the door, bowing politely, and announced, "Madam, someone from the Yunyang Marquis' residence has arrived." Lu Zhaozhao set down her brush and rose, only to see Feng Zhu standing at the entrance. Anxiously, she inquired, "Sister Feng Zhu, Has something happened at home? Ever since the last incident involving the Marquis, I have felt quite apprehensive. Third miss, the young lady has given birth to a son this morning. The madam has sent me to inform you. Fang Zhu replied with a smile. Lu Zhaozhao was momentarily taken aback. She recalled that her sister-in-law was only 9 months pregnant. How is my sister-in-law? Do not worry, Mississippi. Although the young lady has delivered a month early, both mother and child are safe. Fang Zhu reassured her. Sister Fang Zhu, let me tidy up, and I will return with you. Lu Zhaozhao replied softly, knowing that after so many years of marriage, her sister-in-law must have been extremely cautious, and there would be no reason for a premature birth. Miss, you have only just married. Is it appropriate to return home at this time? Fang Zhu expressed her concern. There's no issue. Zhenju, please go to Yiqing courtyard and inform my mother that I have matters to attend to at the Yunyang Marquis' residence. Zhenju is quick, and she will return shortly. Yes, madam, I will go at once. Lu Li helped Lu Zhao change into a new skirt and rearranged her hair, applying makeup. By the time she was ready, Zhenju had returned, bowing as she reported, Madam, the Duchess has said you may return without hesitation. Should you need anything, just let her know, and later, when the heir returns home, he will come to escort you. Fang Zhu smiled upon hearing this, realizing that the third miss was indeed faring well, allowing the madam to rest easy. Lu Zhaozhao boarded the carriage bound for the Yunyang Marquis' residence with Fang Zhu. Upon her return, she headed straight to the courtyard of the Wang family. As soon as she entered, she heard the sound of a baby crying. The maids, seeing her return, hurriedly announced, Madam, the eldest young lady, the third miss has returned. Xie Shi and Wang Shi were soothing the baby, both momentarily startled. They had only intended to reassure her, never expecting her to return so directly. As the maid's words faded, Lu Zhaozhao quickly stepped inside. Xie Shi rose and said, You, my girl, what are you doing running about so soon after your wedding? Despite her words, her face was filled with joy. Mother, I have informed my mother-in-law, and it was with her consent that I returned, Lu Zhaozhao explained, noticing Wang Shi reclining on the bed, looking slightly fatigued. She forced a smile and gently asked sister-in-law, How are you? I am fine. Do not worry, Wang Shi replied with a smile. Lu Zhaozhao gazed down at her little nephew, noting that due to her brother and sister-in-law's fair complexions, the child appeared not ruddy like others, but rather tender and pale. Since Wang Shi had just given birth that morning, she lacked a bit of energy. Xie Shi promptly requested that the child be taken away, instructing the maids to take good care of Wang Shi before leading Lu Zhaozhao out. As soon as she stepped outside, she inquired of her mother, What exactly happened? Why did my sister-in-law unexpectedly give birth early? Mrs. Xie glanced at Lu Zhaozhao and sighed softly. Among her 3 daughters, Lu Zhaozhao possessed the most astute mind, capable of discerning any concealed matters. Your cousin is currently in discussions regarding a match with the Marquis of Chongping, Mrs. Xie whispered. How could the Marquis' wife ever agree, given her temperament? Moreover, what does this have to do with my sister-in-law's premature delivery? Mrs. Xie gritted her teeth and continued, Recently, there have been rumors in the capital suggesting that young Master Shui has taken a concubine before even marrying. Families of standing in the capital would certainly be reluctant to marry their daughters to him. Your second aunt proactively approached to discuss a match, but your cousin was unwilling, often seeking solace from your sister-in-law. Yesterday, she accidentally slipped and, to her surprise, pushed your sister-in-law down with her. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhaozhao exclaimed angrily, Is she out of her mind? If she is unwilling, she should speak to her mother, not trouble a pregnant woman. Indeed, this child is truly misguided. Your elder brother has already gone to confront her, Mrs. Xie remarked. Insane, Lu Zhaozhao cursed again. Come, let us return home first. Your elder brother should be back shortly. Lu Zhaozhao accompanied Mrs. Xie back to the Furong courtyard. They had barely settled when they heard the commotion at the door, with Gushi shouting, Jinhua, what are you doing? Zhaozhi didn't mean it. Upon stepping out, Lu Zhaozhao saw her elder brother, filled with rage, gripping Lu Zhaozhi, who was weeping uncontrollably. Jinhua, let go of her, Mrs. Xie said calmly. Lu Jinhua flung her to the ground, and Gushi stepped forward, saying, Sister-in-law, we are family. Zhaozhi didn't do it on purpose. This is too much from Jinhua. With a cold expression, Mrs. Xie replied, Too much? Your daughter nearly harmed my daughter-in-law and grandchild. You dare speak of too much? If it weren't for the Marquis's face, I would send her to prison. Sister-in-law, she is still young. Besides, it was not intentional. How will she discuss a match if this gets out? Dear aunt, how amusing you are. My cousin is nearly 18. What does being young have to do with it? Is it not intentional when she bothers my sister-in-law day after day? Is it not intentional when she falls right before her? Is she disabled? Lu Zhaozhao scoffed. Gusher, having experienced Lu Zhao's sharp tone, muttered, You married? Still meddling in your family's affairs. Though Zhaozhao was married, she would forever be a daughter of the Yunyang Marquis house. Why should she not speak or take charge in her own home? Mrs. Heir retorted. Sister-in-law, I have nothing more to say. Let her apologize to Jingyi and kneel at the ancestral hall. We shall consider this matter settled. Henceforth, our two families need not interact anymore, Mrs. Xie stated coldly. Upon hearing the latter part, Gusher sighed in relief at first, but upon realizing Mrs. Xie's words about ceasing their interactions, she urgently replied, Sister-in-law, we are family. Who considers you family? Nonsense. Lu Zhaozhao interjected. Chapter 51. Schemes. Lu Zhaozhi felt utterly disheveled at that moment. Upon hearing Lu Zhaozhao's words, she struggled to rise, yet was firmly restrained by Lu Jinhua, who held Lu Zhaozhao down. Just because you have what a worthy husband, do you think you can freely insult me? What gives you the right to marry the son of the Duke of Protection, while I am left to wed a man that no one desires? Second aunt, your daughter is inquiring about you. Lu Zhaozhao turned to Gusher, letting out a mocking laugh. Zhaozhi, do not speak nonsense. What is wrong with young Master Shui? Gusher, fearing her daughter might say something inappropriate in her desperation, quickly interjected. Lu Zhaozhi, do you not realize that even young Master Shui is beyond your reach? He may possess a gentle heart and a soft disposition, but he is honest, kind, and sincere, qualities you utterly lack. Lu Zhaozhao replied softly. Lu Zhaozhao, you are nothing but a venomous woman. Young Master Shen must be blind to have married you. She spat indiscriminately. No longer pretending to be sisters, are we? Lu Zhaozhao asked with a cold smile. She crouched down and whispered in her ear, Conceal your sordid thoughts. Shen Jiayan is my husband. He would not even spare you a glance. You may test this if you wish. Lu Zhaozhi's eyes widened as Lu Zhaozhao stood upright beside Xie Shi. Lu Jinhua offered her no further opportunity for retort, pulling her away, while Gusher dared not utter another word. After all, should they truly involve the authorities, not only would Zhaozhi's marriage be ruined, but also Jin Yin's future. Zhaozhao, do not associate with her in the future. Her intentions are impure, Xie Shi advised, focusing on Lu Zhaozhi's retreating figure. Understood, Lu Zhaozhao replied softly, though she feared that the desire for tranquility would be thwarted by the relentless winds of human malice. Once a heart strays, it is difficult to mend. Entering the house with Xie Shi, the mother and daughter began to engage in casual conversation. Mother, why hasn't T's second sister returned today? Your elder sister is a prince's wife and must oversee the vast prince's residence. She cannot return easily. Yet, considering her temperament, she should not have stayed away. Xie Shi remarked. Your second sister is with child, Xie Shi revealed, her face lighting up with joy. Truly, good fortune the family seemed to come one after another. That is splendid news. It spares us from Aunt Zhou's incessant criticisms. Let us see what she has to say now. Lu Zhaozhao said with a smile as she picked up a piece of pastry. Lu Zhaoran's straightforward nature often led to blunt remarks, inviting her mother-in-law's scrutiny. Fortunately, her father-in-law was understanding, and Zhou always protected her, allowing her to find comfort in the Zhou household. Madam, third young Master Shen has arrived. Fang Zhu called from outside. Shen Jiayan entered, bowing respectfully to Xie Shi. I pay my respects to my mother-in-law. Your sister-in-law is finished with her matters, Zhaozhao. You may return with Jiayan, Xie Shi said, taking Lu Zhaozhao's hand. Mother, then I shall take my leave, Lu Zhaozhao said with a hint of reluctance. Go on, be well with Jiayan, Xie Shi replied, though with a heavy heart. It was not fitting for the newlyweds to remain at their maternal home. Yet knowing that Lu Zhaozhao was thriving in the Duke's residence brought her some solace. Upon leaving the Furong courtyard, Shen Jiayan took her hand in his. Do you know of the recent rumors circulating in the capital? Lu Zhaozhao asked with a smile. How could I be unaware? It is impossible to ignore, especially with Lu Jinrong chattering beside me all day. What rumors are you referring to? He inquired knowingly. Lu Zhaozhao glanced up at him and replied. About young Master Shui. Lu Zhaozhao. Do not entertain thoughts of him, he said firmly. Lu Zhaozhao observed his serious demeanor, as if he were facing a formidable adversary, and let out a soft laugh. She rose on her tiptoes and gently pressed her lips to the corner of his mouth, teasingly remarking, Lord Shen, you seem rather possessive. Shen Jiayan smiled, wrapping his arms around her waist, leaning down to kiss her. However, Lu Zhaozhao playfully raised her hand to block him, chuckling, Be careful, Shen Jiayan. This is my home. You might end up with a broken leg. He took her hand, softly kissing her palm, and gently said, Let us go home. This tender scene was inadvertently witnessed by Lu Zhaozhi, who had just limped out from the Wang residence. They stood there resembling a perfect couple, while she felt out of place, a sense of resentment brewing within her. On that day, Lu Zhaozhao was leisurely seated on a small couch, engrossed in a novel, when Luli entered bearing a letter, bowing slightly. Madam, a letter for you. Who sent it? She inquired, taking the letter from her. The servant at the door mentioned it was delivered by the eldest daughter of the Chongping Marquis. Luli found this somewhat strange. Although her mistress had some acquaintanceship with Miss Shui, it had not reached the point of correspondence. Lu Zhaozhao opened the letter, read it through, and then snorted, tossing it casually onto the small table. Madam, what troubles you? Luli asked. Surely this person cannot be sane, employing such methods. Although I do not recognize the handwriting, the distinct aroma of tea within is certainly beyond what Shui Baozhu could produce. Among the women I know, she is the only one capable of such finesse. In that case, I shall indulge her. Nothing of concern. Luli, help me get ready. We are going to the Zui Xianlu. Lu Zhaozhao said with a smile, Since my dear cousin refuses to lead a quiet life, I shall accompany her to the end. Luli, more discerning than Pearl, cautiously suggested, Madam, should we inform the young master? No need. Someone will inform him on our behalf. Lu Zhaozhao cryptically replied. At the Dali Temple, Shen Jiayan was engaged in a discussion with Lu Jinrong regarding a case when a servant entered, bearing a letter. Lord Shen, a letter for you, he announced, bowing. Shen Jiayan did not lift his gaze and asked in a calm tone, Who delivered it? I do not recognize him. Just a servant who pressed the letter into my hand, insisting that you must open it personally before departing. Shen Jiayan accepted the letter without hesitation, unfurling it in front of Lu Jinrong, who teased, Lord Shen, newly married, and already receiving secret notes from a fair lady. Be wary, or Zhaozhao may cast you aside. Do not speak nonsense. That is not the case, he replied quietly. His expression shifted as he glanced at the letter, quickly handing it to Lu Jinrong before rising and hastily departing. Shen Jiayan, where are you going? Have you become so mysterious after marriage? Lu Jinrong murmured, glancing down at the letter. I must go, Shen Jiayan replied. Lu Jinrong, startled, swiftly tucked the letter into her bosom and hurried after him. At the Zui Xianlu, Lu Zhaozhao ascended to the second floor, accompanied by Lu Li and Pearl, to honor Shui Baozhu's invitation. Upon entering the private room, she found Shui Jiqing seated elegantly at the table, and a smile crept across Lu Zhaozhao's face, confirming her expectations. Upon her entrance, he appeared somewhat taken aback. Hastily rising to inquire, Miss Lu San, what brings you here? Young Master Shui, do take a look. This is indeed the handwriting of Baozhu, Luli said, producing the letter from her sleeve and extending it towards Shui Jiqing. After perusing the contents, he furrowed his brow and shook his head, resolutely declaring, This is certainly not Baozhu's handwriting. Miss Lu San, may I ask who entrusted you with this letter? That is a question for you to ponder. For I believe young Master Shui was originally meant to meet someone here today. Lu Zhaozhao replied with a light laugh. She glanced at the incense burning on the round table, stepped forward, and extinguished it with a cup of tea. Shui Jiqing was not a fool. He had intended to meet Lu Zhaozhi this day, hence the arrangement at this location. Yet, it was Lu Zhaozhao who had arrived. Miss Lu San, I apologize for the trouble I have caused you, he said, cupping his hand in apology. There is no need for such formality. Today, as events may very well turn the tables on who causes whom trouble. I trust that young Master Shui will speak justly on my behalf, she replied. Although Shui Jiqing may not have been an ideal suitor, he was undeniably a man of virtue. Chapter 52. A calculated move, rest assured, Miss Lu San. I shall speak the truth, he asserted with earnestness. How does young Master Shen treat you? Shui Jiqing inquired, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips as he spoke. He must treat you exceptionally well. He is indeed very kind to me, Lu Zhaozhao replied, her lips curving into an involuntary smile. Young Master Shui, do not let those rumors trouble you. If you have truly erred, strive to make amends. If not, then simply disregard them. Shui Jiqing chuckled softly at her words, acknowledging. Miss Lu San speaks wisely. Meanwhile, downstairs upon entering the tavern, Shen Jiayan and Lu Jinrong unexpectedly encountered the hurried Lu Zhaozhi. With a hint of surprise, she asked, Cousin, young Master Shen, are you here for a meal as well? What are you doing here? Lu Jinrong questioned, his expression inscrutable. It was too coincidental that someone had delivered a message to Shen Jiayan stating that Lu Zhaozhao was clandestinely meeting Shui Jiqing, prompting her appearance. I was supposed to meet young Master Shui here today, but I felt unwell this morning, hence my late arrival. She feigned modesty as she spoke. Shen Jiayan ascended the stairs with urgency, while Lu Jinrong cast a contemplative glance at her before following suit. Shen Jiayan's haste was not born of distrust in Lu Zhaozhao. On the contrary, he had complete faith in her. His concern lay in the possibility that Shui Jiqing might take advantage of the situation. He forcefully opened the door to the private room, and upon seeing Lu Zhaozhao sitting there unharmed, his anxious heart finally found peace. Lu Zhaozhi stood at the doorway, peering into the room. Covering her mouth, she slowly reddened in the eyes, trembling as she pointed at Lu Zhaozhao and cried out, Zhaozhao, you have already married young Master Shen. Yet you dare to meet with young Master Shui in secret. How could you face young Master Shen? I am your own cousin. How can you do this to me? Shen Jiayan paid no heed to her words, moving beside Lu Zhaozhao and gently asking, Are you well? Young Master Shen, she is nothing but a fickle woman. Lu Zhaozhi interjected. Lu Zhaozhi, be silent, Lu Jinrong retorted, shoving her into the room and closing the door behind them. Cousin, while you may be Lu Zhaozhao's elder brother, I'm still your cousin. You cannot simply favor one side over the other, she complained. What significance does being a cousin hold? Lu Jinrong replied disdainfully. Lu Zhaozhi could hardly believe it. She turned to Shen Jiayan and pitifully said, Young Master Shen, we are both victims here. I trust my lady. Shen Jiayan, gazing steadfastly into Lu Zhaozhao's eyes, replied resolutely. Hearing this, Lu Zhaozhao smiled gently, teasingly curling her fingers around his. She rose and approached Lu Zhaozhi, swiftly delivering a resounding slap. Lu Zhaozhi, clutching her face, was about to retaliate, but was seized by Lu Jinrong, who grasped her wrist. Shen Jiayan stepped forward protectively, coldly warning her, If you dare lay a finger on her, I will ensure the entire Lu family suffers for it. Young Master Shen, today it was clearly her private meeting with my future husband. How can this possibly be my fault? Lu Zhaozhi questioned, her eyes glistening with tears of innocence. Miss Lu, I urge you to choose your words carefully. My association with you is merely a matter of parental arrangement. There are neither formal betrothal gifts nor a marriage contract, making our connection tenuous at best. Moreover, my meeting with Miss Lu San today was not a clandestine affair, Shui Jiqing stated with calm detachment. Cousin, have you finished your performance? Lu Zhaozhao mockingly inquired, brandishing the letter in her hand. I cannot comprehend what you are saying, Lu Zhaozhi stammered, her composure unraveling. This was entirely contrary to her expectations. She had assumed that upon witnessing this scene, Shen Jiayan would be enraged, leaving Lu Zhaozhao no chance for explanation, and only abandonment awaited her. Lu Jinrong produced a letter from his bosom, comparing it with the one in Lu Zhaozhao's hand, confirming they were penned by the same hand. He pulled Lu Zhaozhi to the round table and insisted, Write it. I refuse to write anything. Why should I? It is clearly her fault. Montauk Jiyoung, take that official from today to the Lu residence and ensure the messenger from today is found Shen Jiayan commanded. Yes, young master. Mo Jiang replied with a bow before exiting. Young master Shen, my relationship with Miss Lu San is entirely innocent, devoid of any scandalous implications, Xue Jicheng remarked, his gaze fixed on Lu Zhaozhi. Lu Zhaozhao is an exceptional young lady, but I am unworthy of her. Thus, I wish her all the best in life. I trust her, and she is now Mrs. Shen Jiayan declared, asserting his claim even in this moment. Zhaozhao Jiayan, let us return to the Yunyang Marquis residence. This matter is not trivial and must be reported to our elders, Lu Jinrong stated. Mohan, ensure she is taken back as well, Shen Jiayan instructed, wrapping his arm around Lu Zhaozhao as they exited the room. Lu Zhaozhao and Shen Jiayan shared the same carriage. Once settled, she playfully planted a kiss on his cheek, cheerfully remarking, Shen Jiayan, you performed admirably today. This is your reward. He chuckled, pulling her into his embrace, kissing her deeply. After a long moment, he gently pulled away, smiling. Now that is a reward. She laughed and playfully tapped him, whispering, Shen Jiayan, did you ever doubt me today? Never, he replied. Why? Lu Zhaozhao asked with curiosity. Because I am far more handsome than he is, and you are not blind. With me by your side, how could you possibly be interested in him? He teased. How conceited. At the Yunyang Marquis residence, both the Marquis and Madame Xia were present. Lu Jinrong recounted the entire sequence of events clearly. Upon hearing, the Marquis was enraged, exclaiming, how dare she act in such a manner? Zhaozhao, do not fear. Today, your father will certainly stand up for you. Though Lu Zhongyong was his own brother, Zhaozhao was his flesh and blood. He would not allow anyone to scheme against her. Otherwise, he would be unworthy of being her father. Xia stepped forward and grasped Lu Zhaozhao's hand, saying, Zhaozhao, with your father-mother by your side, no one shall bully you. Or that wretched child. Lord Yunyang inquired with indignation. Father-in-law, I have had her detained, and someone has already gone to the Lu residence to conduct a search. I shall ensure Zhaozhao does not suffer this injustice. He responded with a bow. At that moment, Lord Yunyang felt some satisfaction with his son-in-law, not merely for his actions, but for the unconditional trust he had shown Zhaozhao during this troubling time. Trust is paramount in a marriage. Jinrong, send someone to invite your uncle and aunt, Xia softly instructed. Lu Jinrong turned and departed, and shortly thereafter, Lu Zhongyong and Gu arrived in haste. Elder brother, what on earth has transpired? Lu Zhongyong questioned urgently. Having just returned home to find officials from the Dali Temple searching the courtyard, followed by a message that Lord Yunyang sought him. Perhaps you should inquire of your precious daughter what good deed she has done, Lord Yunyang declared, tossing 2 letters onto the ground. Lu Zhongyong and Gu exchanged glances before bending down to retrieve the letters. As parents, they were well acquainted with their daughter's handwriting. Elder brother, what does this mean? At that moment, Mo Han brought Lu Zhaozhi forward. Seeing her disheveled appearance, Gu rushed to ask, Zhaozhi, what on earth happened to you? Uncle, aunt, my cousin is perhaps unable to articulate the truth. I shall speak on her behalf. Today, she deceived me in the name of Miss Xue to meet young Master Xue, and she even sent a servant to inform my husband to catch us in the act. Truly, she is quite the schemer, Lu Zhaozhao scoffed. Chapter 53, The Outcome, Father, Mother. I have none. It is Lu Zhaozhao who wrongs me, she declared, her defiance unwavering. Mo Jiang, bring forth the witnesses, Shen Jiayan commanded coldly. Mo Jiang entered, holding several writing samples and a servant in custody. He bowed, saying, Your Grace, this is the servant who delivered the message. These writing samples were found in Lu Zhaozhi's room. Zhongyong, we have both witness and evidence. Your daughter has committed such a vile act. What further excuses can you offer? Lord Yunyang pressed, suppressing his fury. Elder brother, children are often ignorant and make mistakes. We are family. Let Zhaozhi apologize to Zhaozhao, and we shall consider the matter resolved, shall we? Ye hastily interjected. That is unacceptable. Before Lord Yunyang could respond, Shen Jiayan spoke first. Lord Lu, my wife is considerably younger and has suffered this indignity. Do you think a mere apology will suffice? Do you hold our noble family in contempt, or do you disdain my mother? His voice carried a hint of menace. The noble family was already in a precarious position, and with the added presence of a princess, the Lu family dared not offend further. Faced with the choice between protecting a daughter or safeguarding the entire Lu household, Lu Zhongyong made up his mind. With a sharp slap, he approached Lu Zhaozhi and struck her hard, exclaiming, "Wretched child, how dare you act so recklessly? You are unworthy to remain a daughter of the Lu family. From this day forth, you shall return to the countryside of Pingzhou." "Master, you cannot do this. Zhaozhi is our own flesh and blood. You cannot abandon her," Gu cried out, kneeling and weeping as she clutched Lu Zhaozhi. "Ye, will you protect this ungrateful daughter or our son Jinyan? The choice is yours to make." Lu Zhongyong bore no resemblance to the Marquis of Yunyang. He was selfish and cold-hearted, unwilling to offend the powerful for the sake of a wayward daughter. As expected, upon hearing this, Gushir slowly released her embrace of Lu Zhaozhi, and in a fit of hysteria, she cried out, "Mother, will you also abandon your daughter? Do you truly hold only Lu Jinyan in your heart? Why then did you give birth to me?" She raised her gaze to Lu Zhaozhao, who nestled beside Shen Jiayan. Cursing, "Lu Zhaozhao, you did this deliberately, didn't you? You knew all along, didn't you? If one wishes to keep a secret, one must not act in a way that invites suspicion. It is bad enough that your intentions are corrupt, but to be so foolish as to act upon them. If you lack the wits to refrain from wrongdoing, then you must accept the consequences." Lu Zhaozhao replied with disdain. "Shen Jiayan, did you hear that? She is a venomous woman. She cannot fathom why everyone unconditionally sides with Lu Zhaozhao. She simply refuses to accept her fate. What wrong has she committed? I am an official of the court and the heir of the Duke of the Protectorate. What right do you have to call me by my name? My wife has committed no wrongdoing today. Merely asking you to leave the capital is already a kindness. Should she wish to end your life today, I would gladly hand her the knife." Shen Jiayan spoke with an air of indifference, for Lu Zhaozhao was his destiny. Anyone who obstructed her would face retribution 1,000-fold. "Lu Zhongyong, take your daughter away. From this day forth, consider me as good as non-existent," the Marquis of Yunyang said coldly. Lu Zhongyong recognized that there was no room for negotiation. He turned to Gushir and said, "Take this disgraceful creature back. We shall send her away today." With that, he flung his sleeve and left. Though Gushir favored her son, Lu Zhaozhi was still her own flesh and blood, and she softly urged, "Zhaozhi, return with your mother." Lu Zhaozhi forced a bitter smile, staggering as she stood. Today, she finally understood that she was unloved by her father and mother, and she could not compare to Lu Zhaozhao. With a rueful smile, she murmured, "Lu Zhaozhao, I concede." Saying this, she stumbled away, and Gushir hurried to follow her. Lu Zhaozhao felt no pity for her. One reaps what one sows. Had she not discovered Lu Zhaozhi's schemes in time, she might have faced utter disgrace, and the Marquis of Yunyang's household would have lost face as well. Her elder and younger sisters would have been unable to hold their heads high in their husbands' families. With the matter settled, Xie instructed the kitchen to prepare dinner. After the meal, Lu Zhaozhao and Shen Jiayan took their leave and returned to the Duke of the Protectorate's residence. In a Zhaojia courtyard, Shen Jiayan emerged from the bathing chamber while Liuli stood by, drying Lu Zhaozhao's hair. Puzzled, she asked, "Madam, since you already knew this was a trap, why did you go? Wildfires cannot be extinguished. They will sprout anew with the spring breeze. Since she harbors ill intentions towards me, even if I evade her this time, what the next? Rather than remain in constant vigilance, it is far better to eradicate the root of the problem. As long as she stays away from the capital and does not seek to bring me misfortune again, that is sufficient," Lu Zhaozhao replied with a light laugh. Liuli seemed to grasp the meaning, nodding in agreement. "You are right, madam. Liuli, it is getting late. You should retire for the night." "Yes, madam." She bowed and withdrew. At that moment, Shen Jiayan emerged from the bathing chamber, and as Lu Zhaozhao looked up at him, before she could utter a word, he swept her into his arms. "Madam, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. We must not let it go to waste." Shen Jiayan whispered enticingly in her ear, then gently placed Lu Zhaozhao on the bed, leaning forward to kiss her. One hand caressed her waist delicately, while the other unabashedly grasped her softness, eliciting a soft moan from her. The flickering candlelight cast shadows, and the gentle sounds of their intimacy mingled with heavy breaths, signaling their harmonious union. In Lingyun courtyard, Lu Shi sat on a small couch, observing the repeatedly heated birds nest on the round table. Through the window, she gazed at the ever-bright candlelight in the study and sighed softly. Rising, she picked up the bowl of bird's nest she had painstakingly prepared for a long time, murmuring, "Elru, you may have some. Madam, this is what you personally made for the young master. How could I possibly partake? Perhaps you should deliver it to the study." "Urged you she es de votre med, Elru." "There's no need. You may take it away," she replied with a downcast tone. Elru, witnessing Liu Xi's incontenable sorrow, reflected on her past. Once, she had been a maid responsible for cleaning in the Liu household, and when she accidentally wet Liu Yuyao's shoes, she was punished to kneel under the scorching sun for 3 hours. It was Liu Yuru who had spoken up for her. Yet she faced ridicule from a young lady afterward. From that moment, Elru vowed her unwavering loyalty. She had initially believed that marrying into the Protectorate Duke's residence would bring her lady a life of comfort, yet she never anticipated such a scene. Elru hesitated to voice her thoughts, ultimately choosing silence as she withdrew. Liu Yuru extinguished the candle, and indeed, the candlelight in the study also dimmed, as 2 silent tears cascaded down her cheeks. She understood that she was but a concubine, unworthy of him. Had it not been for her father's insistence on the marriage, she would never have wished to burden him, especially as others laughed at the notion of a distinguished young master marrying a mere concubine. Truthfully, he had treated her well over the past 2 years, with mutual respect, and she had nearly convinced herself that there was nothing wrong with their arrangement, until she witnessed how Shen Jiayan treated Zhaozhao, and she could no longer deceive herself. Chapter 54. A joyous occasion in the early morning. After finishing breakfast, Lu Zhaozhao prepared to visit old Madame Shen at Baoma Hall. Upon exiting her courtyard, she unexpectedly encountered Shen Jiayan and Shen Jiayan. He greeted her with a respectful gesture, second sister-in-law. Although Shen Jiayan had only met Lu Zhaozhao once, she adored her beautiful sister-in-law and the gift she had brought. Breaking free from Shen Jiayan's grasp, she eagerly approached Lu Zhaozhao and cheerfully asked, second sister-in-law, "Are you coming to visit grandmother with us?" Lu Zhaozhao smiled and took her hand softly, replying, "Of course." Seeing her captivated by beautiful people, Shen Jiayan teased, "Ihan, be careful holding second sister-in-law's hand. You wouldn't want second brother to get jealous." The little girl huffed, "Second brother isn't that petty." Lu Zhaozhao smiled silently as the trio chatted merrily along the path. At Baoma Hall, Zhao Momo was feeding old Madame Shen a calming soup when Lu Zhaozhao entered, bowing respectfully to pay her respects. "Good child, please rise," the old lady said kindly. "Grandmother, did you miss me?" Shen Jiayan asked with a grin as she dashed to old Madame Shen's bedside. The old lady embraced her with a smile, saying, "Grandmother has missed you dearly." "Zhaozhao, Zhao, please take a seat," old Madame Shen beckoned. With age, her greatest desire was to witness her descendants thrive and the family united. "Thank you, grandmother." As they settled down, the maid at the door lifted the curtain and announced, "Old Madam, the eldest young lady has arrived." Liu's eyes were shadowed with an unmistakable fatigue. "Good, take a seat. Today the Baoma Hall is truly lively. Seeing you children brings me a renewed spirit," smiled old Madame Shen. "Sister-in-law, did you not rest well last night?" Lu Zhaozhao inquired softly. "It's nothing, just a late night," Louis said with a smile. "Zhaozhao, you're all. Do try the new delicacies from the kitchen and see if they suit your palate." Lu Zhaozhao picked up a piece and took a delicate bite. The texture soft and sweet. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Delicious. This is even better than the pastries from the outside shops. If it pleases you, indulge a little more, and take some back for Jiayan later," old Madame Shen said, just as Louis let out a dry heave. "Yuruo, what is wrong?" Liuru covered her mouth with a handkerchief, suppressing waves of nausea. "Grandmother, it's nothing, perhaps just something I ate this morning." Observing her reaction, Lu Zhaozhao recalled her elder sister and sister-in-law experiencing similar symptoms during their pregnancies. She tentatively asked, "Sister-in-law, could it be that you're with child?" The question struck like a bolt of lightning, leaving both old Madame Shen and Liru momentarily stunned. Once the realization dawned on her, old Madame Shen joyfully exclaimed. Quick! Fetch the doctor. Yes, I shall go at once. Lu Mama hurriedly departed. After about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the physician arrived. He carefully took Louis's pulse and, after a moment, withdrew his hand, saying, Congratulations, old madam. Congratulations, eldest young lady. You are 2 months pregnant. Is this truly so? Old madam, Shen asked in astonishment. The Duke's household had long desired offspring, and it had been nearly 2 years since Louis married Shen Jiayan. Now, their hopes seem to be finally realized. Rest assured, my skills are sufficient for this task. However, the eldest young lady has been experiencing some emotional distress lately, which has caused her pulse to be somewhat unstable, the physician explained. Upon hearing of her pregnancy, Louis was momentarily incredulous. Before she could fully relish the news, she heard the physician mention the instability of the pregnancy. She quickly asked, Doctor, is the child safe? Do not worry, eldest young lady. I will prescribe some calming medicine for the pregnancy. If you take it regularly, all should be well, the physician reassured her. Here, give him a reward. Old Madam Shen said, her joy evident. Thank you, old madam, the physician replied with a smile, then departed to prepare the prescription. Sister-in-law, congratulations. Lu Zhaozhao genuinely expressed her happiness for her. Thank you, Louis said softly, gently caressing her belly. Yuruo, should you ever feel wronged, do speak to grandmother. She will advocate for you. Do not bottle up your feelings, old Madam Shen advised earnestly. Yes, thank you, grandmother, Louis replied gratefully. This is wonderful. I shall become an aunt. I will no longer be the youngest in the family. Shen Jiayan exclaimed joyfully, and laughter erupted among the group. Since Louis's pregnancy was confirmed, old Madam Shen's spirits had notably improved. She was preoccupied with thoughts of holding her great-grandchild. However, with Louis expecting, most household affairs had fallen to Lu Zhaozhao, who sighed in worry. Madam, there are still 2 stacks of ledgers left to review. Do take a look, Luli said, observing Lu Zhaozhao, who appeared drowsy. Lioli, please spare your lady. Had I known marrying Shen Jiayan would be so arduous, I would have never entangled myself with him. She lamented sorrowfully. My lady, are you having regrets? Shen Jiayan, clad in a resplendent red official robe, entered with a menacing smile. Lu Zhaozhao, slumped over the table in despair, replied, Shen Jiayan, why not just divorce me? Being a marquise is far too burdensome. Shen Jiayan sat on a low stool beside her, pulling her onto his lap with a gentle laugh. It's too late for regrets, Lu Zhaozhao. Now you wish to abandon your husband and children? Where is the abandonment? She retorted playfully. Abandoning a husband is even less acceptable. Shen Jiayan leaned down to plant a soft kiss on her. Lioli had discreetly exited when he returned. Lu Zhaozhao nestled in his embrace, playfully complained, Shen Jiayan, these ledgers give me a headache, my hands ache, my neck hurts, I am utterly uncomfortable. I shall take a look. Lu Zhaozhao looked up with a mischievous smile. No need, no need. I can manage the ledgers myself. If you are free, take me out to see a play. Very well. The day after tomorrow is my day off. We shall go out for some fun. Excellent. Lu Zhaozhao thought her aim was achieved, but as she tried to rise, he held her tightly, chuckling, Lu Zhaozhao, you truly are a little ingrate. I'm not. After some playful banter, Shen Jiayan released her and went to the bathing room to change. Lu Zhaozhao sighed, opening the ledgers and resignedly began to examine them, her frown deepening with every glance. Little did she know, the vast Duke of Guo's residence had monthly financial flows amounting to thousands of taels. Any oversight could result in significant losses. It appeared that being the head of the household was no easy task. Hearing commotion from the bathing room, she spoke, Shen Jiayan, how is it that mother and sister-in-law manage to keep such meticulous accounts? He chuckled, my lady, you are the renowned Miss Lu San of the capital. Who could rival you? Flatterer. Your mother, being of royal descent, is naturally adept at such matters, but sister-in-law is truly remarkable, having learned so well. She is gentle and kind. Brother is indeed fortunate. Reflecting on Lu's troubled demeanor, she added indignantly, it hardly seems fair. Fear not, he shall have his time to lament. He chuckled, currently. He is most grateful for marrying Lu Zhaozhao. What could be more rewarding than holding a fragrant, soft wife in his arms each day? Chapter 55. Day off today, is Shen Jiayan's day of rest. The couple arose early, first visiting the elderly matriarch Shen, then proceeding to Yiqing courtyard to pay respects to Princess Jingro. To pay respects to mother, Zhaozhao curtsied. "Rise, please." Noticing their attire, Princess Jingro gently reminded, "Jiayan, take good care of Zhaozhao and return early." "Understood, mother," he replied respectfully. Shen Jiayan then took Zhaozhao to the theater, where the performers sang melodiously on stage. Below, Zhaozhao wept as if rain had fallen on pear blossoms. Shen Jiayan stifled a laugh, holding a handkerchief to wipe her tears. Zhaozhao glared with eyes as red as a rabbit's and reproached Shen Jiayan, "Don't think I can't see through you. You are mocking me." A smile crept upon his lips as he gently coaxed, "How could I dare? Please don't cry. Your eyes are all red. If we return home like this, others might think I have bullied you." Zhaozhao lifted her hand to wipe her face with his sleeve. For it was not her fault she cried. The play they had just witnessed was undeniably heart-wrenching. "Let's go. I will take you to buy some jewelry," Shen Jiayan said, taking her hand and rising. As Zhaozhao was still savoring the emotions from the play, they approached the Ruyu Pavilion, when a female voice called out from a distance, "Cousin, what a coincidence." Zhaozhao glanced up to see a young girl standing beside Shen Jiayan, appearing to be merely 14 or 15 years old, with a round face and bright, round eyes that made her look endearingly charming. Only just married and already coaxing her husband into idleness, Shen Jiayan remarked in a sarcastic tone, eyeing Zhaozhao's exquisite attire and jewelry. "Aunt, if you cannot speak properly, it would be wise to keep your mouth shut. This is not the Roman Duke's residence, and it is not your place to make decisions here," Shen Jiayan retorted coldly. Shen Jiayan, taken aback by his blatant disregard for her authority, exclaimed, "Shen Jiayan, I am your own aunt. Is this how you speak to your elders?" Zhaozhao could not fathom how, within the esteemed protectorate duke's household, where even the matriarch and younger siblings were reasonable individuals, such a foolish and ignorant person could exist. With a light laugh, she replied, "Aunt, it was you who greeted me with cold jibes from the moment we met. How can you now accuse me of being the aggressor? If we are to discuss elders, the current emperor, the empress, and the dowager empress are all our elders. Do you wish to be treated as their equal?" With that, she turned to leave in a huff. "Cousin, I am truly sorry," the young girl, Gu Yuang, said with a slight bow. "Yuang, hurry over here," Shen Jiayan called out in annoyance. Hearing her name, Gu Yuang lowered her head and quickly approached. Shen Jiayan shot Zhaozhao a glare before turning to leave, but stumbled over a stone. Had it not been for Gu Yuang's timely support, she would have certainly fallen. Shen Jiayan raised her hand in anger, exclaiming, "What good are you?" After scolding, she climbed into the carriage, while Zhaozhao clearly saw the young girl's eyes redden with unshed tears as she followed her mother into the carriage. Zhaozhao was utterly astonished. It was said that even a tiger would not harm its own cub, yet Shen Jiayan publicly struck and scolded her daughter without hesitation. Truly, there was something gravely wrong with her. She turned to Shen Jiayan and asked, "Is she really your biological mother?" Shen Jiayan shrugged, saying whether she is her biological mother, "I cannot say, but Gu Yuang is certainly not born of her." "What's the story?" Zhaozhao inquired with a curious expression. Shen Jiayan, noticing the sparkle in her eyes, chuckled softly. "Zhaozhao, you are quite adorable. Do tell," she urged. "She is the daughter of the Roman Duke and a mistress. That mistress was once favored, and had she not passed away from illness, my aunt's life would likely have been even more difficult. After Gu Yuang's mother died, to showcase her own virtue and generosity, my aunt took Gu Yuang into the household to raise her close by." Zhaozhao, after listening to him, expressed her disbelief, saying that if he truly cared, he should simply leave it be. It is utterly disgraceful to keep a young lady close, yet treat her poorly. Furthermore, there's that Lord Roan, who entrusted his own daughter to a venomous woman, bearing no responsibility whatsoever. Truly, no man is to be trusted. "Humph," Shen Jiayan, caught in the crossfire, flicked her forehead with his fingers and remarked, "Zhaozhao, you are being rather unfair." Zhaozhao retaliated by pinching his waist hard and ominously warned, "If you dare to betray me, I will haunt you even in death. Ouch. Lu Zhaozhao. Are you plotting to murder your husband? Shen Jiayan grinned. Oomph. She released him and entered the Ruyuj pavilion, where the shopkeeper warmly approached her with a smile, saying, Miss Lu San, or should I say, Lady Young Master, it has been quite a while since you last graced our humble shop. How could I forget you, dear shopkeeper? Lu Zhaozhao replied with a light laugh. Indeed, how can anyone forget you? Please, choose anything you fancy, and I shall have it delivered to your residence. The shopkeeper said enthusiastically. Before her marriage, Lu Zhaozhao was known for her lavish spending, and now, having married into a prominent family and possessing striking beauty, every piece of jewelry she adorned became a testament to her allure. Hence, the shopkeeper's eagerness was entirely understandable. Turning to Shen Jiayan with confidence, she said, Money, please. Shen Jiayan raised an eyebrow and smiled. Isn't all the family's wealth in your hands? Your monthly allowance, Lu Zhaozhao reminded him, amused by her avarice. He chuckled. There was once Zhou Pa Pai, and now there's Lu Pa Pai. Despite his words, he handed over the money without hesitation. Lu Zhaozhao accepted it with satisfaction and began to select her treasures meticulously. Her collection of jewelry had grown so vast that her dressing box could no longer accommodate it. She wished to choose a piece for Lu Shi, not only as a gesture of gratitude for her guidance, but also to celebrate her pregnancy with a thoughtful gift. After much deliberation, she finally selected a pair of red agate earrings, which would undoubtedly complement Lu Shi's fair complexion. She also picked a hairpin adorned with sapphires for Princess Jingro. Noticing that she hadn't selected anything for him, Shen Jiayan inquired, Is there nothing you fancy for yourself? I already possess enough jewelry, she replied, before proceeding to the counter to settle the bill. Shen Jiayan pointed to a hollowed plum blossom hairpin and said, What about this one? The shopkeeper, smiling, handed the hairpin to him, saying, Lady Young Master is indeed fortunate. He gently placed the hairpin in Lu Zhaozhao's hair, declaring, I am fortunate to have married such a beautiful wife. You certainly have an eye for beauty, Lu Zhaozhao replied, her eyes sparkling as she touched the hairpin nestled in her hairstyle. After enjoying lunch, the couple strolled through the streets for quite some time before happily returning home, completely unaffected by Shen Jiayan, who in Lu Zhaozhao's eyes had become as unhinged as a rabid dog. In the Rome and Bo residence, Shen Jiayan glared coldly at Gu Yuing, who was kneeling on the ground, as her features increasingly resembled those of her wretched mother. Every glimpse of her face reminded Shen Jiayan of the disgraceful incident where she, a legitimate daughter of a prestigious family, almost lost to an actress. With a chilling voice, she scolded, You little wretch, do you still aspire to attach yourself to the Guogongfu? Let me assure you, as long as I am here, you shall not succeed. Mother, I did not, Gu Yuing replied, her eyes reddening as she shook her head. Do not feign pity here. Kneel for 2 hours without thinking of seeking the elder's protection, lest I employ my means to deal with you. With that, she strode away with an air of superiority. Chapter 56. A Visit, My Lady. Are you well? Gu Yuing's devoted maid inquired, observing her flushed cheeks. It is nothing, she replied calmly, displaying none of the naivety expected from a 15-year-old girl. My lady, though you are not the madam's biological daughter, you are nonetheless of the elder's blood. She has gone too far. Shall we inform the elder? Not yet. The time is not ripe, she murmured, almost as if speaking to herself. She had endured until this day solely to avenge her mother. The enmity for her mother's murder was unforgivable. Isn't this my dear sister? Why are you kneeling here again? It was Gu Changjun, the only son of Shen Jiayan. Though he had yet to reach adulthood, he was a notorious libertine, frequenting establishments of ill repute and surrounded by a throng of concubines, all while Shen Jiayan indulged him without restraint. Elder brother, she softly called, suppressing her disdain. Gu Changjun approached her, his demeanor lewd, asking, I heard from mother that you encountered Shen Jiayan today. Is his wife truly as beautiful as they say? Elder brother, she is my cousin's wife. Such remarks are rather disrespectful, Gu Yuing replied, her head bowed. Pa, what is there to be coy about? She is merely a woman. I am curious to see what makes her so special, he retorted. Gu Yuing glanced at his retreating figure. In her childhood, Shen Jiayan had taken her to the Duke of Hugu's estate, where they had treated her with a semblance of kindness, far superior to the disdain shown by her so-called stepmother. If Gu Changjun were to entertain thoughts of her cousin's wife, it might be beyond Shen Jiayan's protection. But if her quest for vengeance inadvertently harmed the innocent, would her mother hold her accountable? At the Duke of Hugu's estate, Zhaozhao had intended to deliver earrings to Madame Lu, but seeing the day was waning, she feared disturbing her rest. Thus, she and Shen Jiayan proceeded to Yiqing courtyard with the hairpin. Princess Jingru was seated on a small couch, engrossed in a book. Upon noticing Lu Zhaozhao's arrival, she rose and took her hand, saying, "You have returned. Mother, this is for you. Please see if it pleases you," Lu Zhaozhao said with a smile, handing her the cosmetic box. Princess Jingru admired her delicate daughter-in-law and the hairpin, exclaiming, "Indeed, my daughter-in-law is considerate. I cannot compare her to that scoundrel." "Mother, you are right," Shen Jiayan remarked nonchalantly. Complimenting his wife is akin to praising him. Princess Jingru playfully glared at Shen Jiayan before turning back to smile at Lu Zhaozhao, saying, "In a few days, it will be your grandmother's birthday. Your father wishes to make arrangements. With your elder sister-in-law expecting and your second aunt seldom involved, the task falls to us." "Mother, I understand," Lu Zhaozhao nodded obediently. "Your father will be back shortly. You may stay for dinner. I will have the kitchen prepare some dishes you enjoy," Princess Jingru concluded before rising to leave. "Shen Jiayan, it seems we have more to attend to. What shall we do?" Lu Zhaozhao pouted. Shen Jiayan glanced at her and softly whispered in her ear, "How about I make an effort tonight? Once you are with child, your mother won't allow you to manage anything." His words were rather unseemly, prompting her to shoot him a disapproving look. After dining at Yiqing courtyard, they returned to Zhaojia courtyard, where Lu Li and Zhen Zhu had been waiting at the entrance. Upon her arrival, they hurriedly approached and inquired, "Madam, the water is ready for your bath. Would you like to bathe now?" "Shen Jiayan, you may go ahead. I still have some accounts to settle. I shall join you once I finish," Lu Zhaozhao replied, taking a seat at the round table and sighing at the account ledger. "Better a short pain than a long one." Shen Jiayan observed Lu Zhaozhao with a shadowed gaze and lowered his voice, saying, "You may leave now." Lu Zhaozhao, one hand on the abacus and the other flipping through the ledger, was busily calculating when she heard Shen Jiayan's hoarse voice from the cleansing room. "Zhaozhao, could you bring me a clean cloth?" With her mind preoccupied with the accounts, she stood up, casually grabbing a cloth from the rack and entering, saying, "Here you are." He did not take the cloth, but, with a smirk, swiftly loosened her clothing. Before she could react, he grasped her wrist and pulled her into the bath. "Ah, Shen Jiayan, what are you doing?" Lu Zhaozhao exclaimed, wiping the droplets from her face. "Madam, you have worked hard today. Allow me to personally assist you with your bath," he declared, having already stripped her of her garments. Lu Zhaozhao felt a mix of anger and embarrassment, finding herself powerless against his audacity. An hour later, Shen Jiayan emerged from the cleansing room, carrying a drowsy Lu Zhaozhao in his arms. With a twinkle in his eyes, he placed delicate kisses upon her forehead, draping a silk quilt over her and drawing the curtains closed. He then strolled to the round table and meticulously resumed her accounts. The following day, Lu Zhaozhao stretched languidly on the bed. Recalling the absurdity of last night's events with Shen Jiayan, her cheeks burning with embarrassment, she hastily rose, poured herself a cup of tea, and drank it in one go. "Madam, are you awake?" Lu Li called from the doorway. "Lu Li, come in," she replied softly from her seat at the round table. "Madam, may I assist you with your grooming?" Lu Li offered. "Indeed, after I review the accounts. I shall visit Lingyun courtyard to see my elder sister-in-law and deliver her the earrings," Lu Zhaozhao responded, casting a glance at the ledger. To her astonishment, the previously disorganized accounts were now neatly stacked, and upon flipping through, she noticed annotations had been made. "Lu Li, no one else has come by this morning, have they?" "Madam, aside from you and the young master, no one else has entered. It must be that the young master wished to spare you from fatigue and took care of it himself," Lu Li smiled. At that moment, Lu Zhaozhao felt elated, but the memory of his excessive behavior from last night made her mutter playfully, "A display of undue affection may be a sign of ulterior motives." She then rose and seated herself at the dressing table, Cheerfully instructing, Lu Li, let us begin. Of course, madam, Lu Li replied, having recently experimented with a new hairstyle. After completing the styling, she couldn't help but exclaim, Madam, you are truly stunning. Let's be on our way to Lingyun Courtyard, Lu Zhaozhao said with a smile. In the Lingyun Courtyard, as Lu Zhaozhao stepped inside, a sharp female voice pierced the air. Lu Yuro, do you consider yourself something of worth? You have entered the Duke of the Protectorate's residence only by stepping upon the remains of my daughter. The courtyard was already filled with maidservants, who promptly bowed upon seeing Lu Zhaozhao. She could surmise from the commotion within that it was likely Lu Yuro's biological mother causing the ruckus. Madam, please refrain from such behavior. Our young mistress is with child, came the anxious voice of Lu Ru, unable to endure the scene any longer. Lu Zhaozhao hastened into the room, where she found Lu Ru protectively shielding Lu Yuro, while Madame Lu was pushing her away. Presumptuous! Who dares to cause a scene within the Duke of the Protectorate's residence? Lu Zhaozhao asserted, adopting the demeanor befitting a young lady of nobility. Madame Lu ceased her actions and raised her eyes to scrutinize Lu Zhaozhao. Noticing her lavish attire and striking beauty, she deduced her identity. Madame Lu was the type to bully the weak and fear the strong. She smiled and said, Ah, it is the young Duke's wife. It seems the flood has swept the Dragon King's temple, causing a family to not recognize one another. I am Yuro's mother. You may address me as Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu, may I inquire what you were just doing? My sister-in-law is currently with child. Should you harm the heir of the Duke of the Protectorate, I fear that my second aunt and elder brother would not easily let your Lu family off. Lu Zhaozhao stated with a stern expression. Chapter 57. The gift. Currently, Lu's father held merely a fourth-rank official position. The alliance between the Lu family and the Duke of the Protectorate was established due to Lu Yuro's grandfather having saved the old duke in the past. Hence the engagement. It was for this reason that, following the incident involving Lu Yunyang, even though Lu Yuro was a daughter of lesser status, the Duke of the Protectorate still consented to the union. Dear young Duke's wife, you jest. My actions were merely a moment of desperation. How could I intentionally harm Yuro? Madame Lu hastily clarified. Yuro, there are matters at home. I shall not linger. When you find time, do visit, as Aunt Zhao is quite eager to see you. The veiled threat in her words was clear even to Lu Zhaozhao, an outsider. Before departing, Madame Lu offered Lu Zhaozhao a gentle smile. Lu Zhaozhao promptly moved forward to support Madame Lu, softly saying, Sister-in-law, are you well? Please sit down. Lu Yuro, cradling her belly, gently shook her head and replied, I am fine, Zhaozhao. Thank you for your assistance today. Sister-in-law, now that you are with child, you must exercise utmost caution. She intended to convey that since it was evident Madame Lu was not a benevolent person, it would be wise to avoid her. However, this was ultimately a family matter, and it was not her place to advise. Thus, she opted for a more subtle warning. Lu Yuro understood her good intentions and recognized Lu Zhaozhao as a kind-hearted individual, despite being a legitimate daughter of a Marquis family and the future Duchess. She had never looked down upon Lu Yuro, a mere daughter of a minor official, but instead treated her with respect. In her heart, Lu Yuro regarded Lu Zhaozhao as a sister, albeit one who was more fortunate than herself. Zhaozhao, I am aware. Today my biological mother sought me out to request that I speak on behalf of her ineffectual son before my uncle and Jiachun, in hopes of securing him a position in the officialdom. Lu Yuro candidly revealed the situation. Lu Zhaozhao was not particularly surprised. Since Lady Lu had come to their residence, it was evident she had matters to discuss. However, her approach was far from polite, laden with harsh words, revealing her foolishness. It seemed that my sister-in-law had likely not acquiesced to her demands. Lu Zhaozhao murmured, had she agreed, the earlier confrontation would not have occurred. Despite the esteemed position of the Duke of protecting the nation, my uncle was known for his clear distinction between public and private affairs. He would never stoop to such actions. Moreover, matters of the court were not for a mere woman of the inner chambers to meddle in. Lady Lu sighed. My legitimate mother always assumes I am here to bask in the comforts meant for my legitimate sister. Each time she sees me, Her resentment is palpable. Little does she know that I tread cautiously each day, fearful that any misstep might implicate my aunt. Yet, my legitimate mother persistently uses my aunt as leverage against me, leaving me at a loss. Sister-in-law Lu Zhaozhao suggested, if that is the case, you might simply convey to Lady Lu that father and elder brother wish to remain uninvolved in this matter. I doubt she would dare to speak further. However, my Aunt Lu was currently most concerned with her unborn child, second only to the well-being of her own aunt. She had once been a virtuous woman from a respectable family. It was only due to dire straits that she would consider becoming a concubine. Sister-in-law, while I know not the temperament of your mother, I surmise she must hold you dear. If Lady Lu can threaten you once, she may do so again. Yielding to her demands each time is untenable. Rather than allow this to fester, it would be prudent to cut through the chaos. As long as your mother is not within the Lu residence, none can threaten you. Lu Zhaozhao understood that her words were somewhat presumptive, yet her desire to assist her friend was genuine. Hearing this, Lady Lu felt a stirring within her heart. She recognized that Zhaozhao had proposed the most sensible solution, albeit one that contradicted societal norms. Even in ordinary families, divorce stirred great scandal, let alone in noble households. Furthermore, her mother was merely a concubine, and she could not conceive of an alternative approach. Zhaozhao, you are correct. If I allow my legitimate mother to persist in her threats, my child will inevitably endure a similar fate one day. Lady Lu appeared to resolve herself. Though women are often seen as weak, a mother's strength is formidable. Sister-in-law, this matter requires careful deliberation. You must not overstrain yourself at present, Lu Zhaozhao advised gently. Lady Lu nodded, taking Lu Zhaozhao's hand and speaking softly. The time for grandmother's birthday is drawing near. Although I may not be of much assistance, do not hesitate to let me know where I can lend a hand. Then allow me to express my gratitude in advance. I believe this pair of earrings suits you splendidly. Do take a look and see if they please you, Lu Zhaozhao said, smiling as she accepted the earrings from Lu Li and presented them to Lady Lu. Though Lady Lu rarely indulged in jewelry, she could discern the earrings' considerable value, and she hastily declined. Zhaozhao, how could I accept such an extravagant gift from you? Please, take them back and wear them yourself. Sister-in-law, this is but a token of my gratitude. You have imparted so much knowledge to me. You are as a mentor. Please accept it. The heir should be returning soon, and I must take my leave, she said softly as she rose. Lady Lu no longer protested, accompanying Lu Zhaozhao to the door. Green Ru, standing behind her, remarked, the heiress wife is truly a remarkable person. Lady Lu gazed down at the earrings resting in her palm, her eyes glistening with emotion. For 2 years of marriage to Shen Jiayan, he had never gifted her jewelry. She whispered, indeed, she is a truly exceptional woman. In the Zhaozhao courtyard, as Lu Zhaozhao stepped into the premises, she immediately spotted Shen Jiayan seated in the pavilion. Approaching him quietly, she playfully covered his eyes and, in a teasing tone, asked him to guess who she was. Shen Jiayan chuckled softly, raising his hand to grasp hers, jesting, of course, it is my beautiful and gentle wife. Lu Zhaozhao released her hand and sat beside him, laughing as she replied, young Master Shen, I have noticed that your flattery has become increasingly slick. Do take care of your words when you step outside. One mustn't inadvertently win the heart of some young lady. With a smile, Shen Jiayan wrapped his arm around her waist and murmured, I only desire the affection of you alone. Lu Zhaozhao playfully swatted him and said, Today, I visited Ling Yun courtyard to see my sister-in-law and encountered Lady Lu. I must say, her haughty demeanor rivals that of my aunt. Having met Lady Lu, Shen Jiayan remarked that she was indeed as formidable as his aunt, but he doubted she would dare to provoke Lu Zhaozhao, supporting his head with one hand. He laughed. I imagine my wife triumphed splendidly today. Before long, she had departed, muttering, young master, madam, lunch is ready, said Lu Li from the side. Wonderful. I am quite famished. This afternoon, I must discuss shopping matters with my mother, replied Shen Jiayan, teasingly taking her hand. My dear young master's wife has truly become quite the busy person, scarcely sparing a thought for her husband. Young master, you shall have to wait your turn. I shall grant you my attention when I am free. Lu Zhaozhao laughed in response. Lu Zhaozhao, you are becoming increasingly audacious. Almost to the point of raising the roof, he replied, his tone filled with undeniable affection. Chapter 58. The Feast on the 20th of April. It was the birthday of the venerable Madame Shen. The Bao Mo Hall was bustling with guests, as prominent ladies from the capital came to offer their congratulations. Princess Jingro and Madame Wu sat beside Madame Shen, while Lu Zhaozhao accompanied Shen Jiayan nearby. Shen Jiayan arrived late, accompanied by Gu Chongjun and Gu Yuing, and she bowed gracefully, saying, Mother, I wish you blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity akin to the southern mountains. Rise, Madame Shen replied softly, for she no longer held any expectations for this daughter. Her only wish was for her to refrain from causing further trouble. After rising, Shen Jiayan exchanged a knowing glance with Gu Yuing, who obediently bowed and said, Happy birthday, grandmother. As anticipated, her words ignited whispers among the ladies present, speculating on the Shen family's virtue, marveling at how they treated the children of a concubine as if they were their own. Shen Jiayan couldn't help but smile in satisfaction upon hearing their remarks. Child, please rise, Madame Shen said gently. Gu Shang Yun Insuth. Saluting Madame Shen before his gaze couldn't help but wander toward Lu Zhaozhao, instantly captivated, his eyes betraying a gluttonous longing. It was evident that the daughters of noble families were incomparable to those of the brothels. He believed he had been discreet, yet when he looked up, he found Shen Jiayan approaching him with a frosty expression, causing him to startle. Cousin, he stammered, his voice trembling. Mind your eyes. If you cannot, I would not hesitate to assist you in removing them, Shen Jiayan said coldly. Gu Shangyun, Feizent, quickly exquisite. While Gu Yuing observed his cowardly demeanor with a silent scoff, inwardly labeling him a fool. Shen Jiayan turned and returned to Lu Zhaozhao's side. As he settled down, he heard her softly say, Shen Jiayan, you are truly wonderful. He gently stroked the top of her head and smiled tenderly. Seeing that most guests had arrived, old lady Shen stood up and expressed her gratitude. Thank you all for coming to celebrate my birthday today. Let us commence the banquet. The seating arrangement was divided into male and female sections. Lu Zhaozhao rose and joined Lu Shi at their table, while Shen Jiayan sat beside them with Gu Yuing. As Lu Zhaozhao lowered her head to eat, she pretended not to see Shen Jiayan. However, some people, unable to bear the silence without rebuke, could not help but voice their grievances. Lu Zhaozhao, you didn't even greet me. Is this the upbringing of your Yunyang Marquis residence? Shen Jiayan remarked. Lu Zhaozhao put down her chopsticks and replied with a chuckle. Aunt, you surely understand the principle of silence during meals. Moreover, today is grandmother's birthday. Are you certain you wish to stir trouble on this day? Shen Jiayan was momentarily at a loss for words, turning to see Lu Shi mockingly comment. It seems you intend to rely on your son's status. It remains uncertain whether the child you carry is a boy or a girl. Lu Zhaozhao glanced at Lu Shi with concern. Lu Yuru smiled gently at her, then turned to Shen Jiayan, speaking calmly. Aunt, regardless of whether it is a boy or girl, she is still of the Shen lineage. Grandmother has not treated you harshly simply because you are a woman. Shen Jiayan was astonished that a mere illegitimate daughter of the Lu family would dare to retort. Just as she was about to explode, Lu Zhaozhao interjected. Aunt, perhaps you should temper your anger. With so many ladies present, you would not want to tarnish your virtuous reputation. Mother, let it go. My cousin has not said anything wrong, Gu Yuing whispered from the side. She is not wrong. Are you implying I am? Shen Jiayan snapped, harshly twisting Gu Yuing's arm. Lu Yuru, do not forget why you're seated here today. Your legitimate sister lies in an unmarked grave while you have usurped her marriage, carrying the child meant for her husband, basking in the glory of being the esteemed First Lady. Are you not afraid that she will come to haunt you in your dreams? Shen Jiayan said with a sinister tone. Lu Yuru clutched her abdomen tightly with her handkerchief, and Lu Zhaozhao, noticing her pale complexion, quickly asked, Eldest sister, do you feel unwell? Should we summon a doctor? Zhaozhao, I'm fine. Do not alarm grandmother. Lu Yuru replied, waving her hand dismissively. Lu Zhaozhao turned her gaze back to Shen Jiayan, who wore a smug expression. Coldly, she remarked, while I am unaware of the connection between that eldest daughter of the Lu family and my elder brother, it is well known that my sister-in-law is lawfully married to him. Although you are the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Protecting the Nation, having married the Earl of Rongan, you are now merely an earl's wife. If we were to discuss status, you may find yourself lacking the standing to lecture us. Sister-in-law, I will accompany you home, Lu Zhaozhao said, rising to assist Lu Yuru. Princess Jingru did not dine with them, as her presence would likely draw everyone to curry favor with her. Thus, she returned to Yiqing courtyard first. Wu Shi remained to attend to the ladies, and soon noticed Lu Zhaozhao supporting Lu Shi. She hurried over, anxiously inquiring, Yuru, do you feel unwell? Mother, I'm fine, Lu Yuru replied, but Wu Shi, seeing her pale face and Shen Jiayan's resentful demeanor, understood that Shen Jiayan had likely instigated another scandal. Suppressing her anger, she softly said, Zhaozhao, please assist Yuru back home. Your second aunt cannot leave at this moment. Second aunt? You need not worry, Lu Zhaozhao assured her. Lu Zhaozhao escorted Lu Yuru out of Bao and Motang. Wu glanced at Shen Jiayan and coldly remarked, today, out of respect for your mother, I shall not hold this against you. However, should there be a next time, I will not show you mercy. Shen Jiayan, watching her retreating figure, slammed down her chopsticks in frustration. Now that she was down on her luck, everyone felt entitled to lecture her. If that were the case, no one should expect to enjoy a peaceful life. Shen Jiayan rose to search for Lu Zhaozhao, but could not find her. Wu interjected, Jiayan, Zhaozhao has accompanied your sister-in-law back. Upon hearing this, he lifted his leg to leave, prompting Wu to ask, where's your elder brother? Shen Jiayan glanced over to the male guest table and replied, he is dining over there. Wu's anger flared instantly. If only her son were as considerate as Jiayan. She would not have waited until today to have a grandchild, oblivious to the fact that her daughter-in-law was being bullied. At that moment, Shen Jiayan was at the table drinking. Someone jested, now, with Shen Xiong's bright future and his wife expecting, why indulge in melancholic drinking? Are you still pining for Miss Lu? Shen Jiayan frowned and stood, saying, the deceased are gone. How can you jest about her? Seeing his genuine anger, someone attempted to mediate. Shen Xiong, do not take offense. He is merely speaking without thought. Do not stoop to his level. The offending party quickly stood to apologize. Shen Xiong, I spoke thoughtlessly. Please do not be angry. I shall drink a cup in penance as an apology. With that, he raised his cup and drank it all in one go. You all carry on. I have matters to attend to, he stated before departing. Shen Xiong. Lu Zhaozhao returned Lu Yuru to Lingyun courtyard. Seeing that she appeared unharmed, she intended to leave. Just as she stepped outside, she spotted Shen Jiayan waiting at the entrance. She immediately approached him, teasing, young Master Shen, what brings you here? I came to find my lady. Have you seen her? Shen Jiayan replied with a smile as he bent down. She has left. You should head back, Lu Zhaozhao said, playfully reaching for his hand, which he held tightly. Chapter 59. Return after the birthday banquet of the old matriarch. Lu Zhaozhao was finally free from the daily burden of accounts. In recent days, Emperor Qi had been vigorously addressing corruption among court officials, and the Dali Temple was overwhelmed with affairs. Shen Jiayan had not been able to rest properly for several days. One morning, Lu Zhaozhao arose and gazed at the sleeping figure beside her. She pressed her lips together and gently tapped his prominent nose, then with a smile, donned a robe and quietly rose. Lu Li was in the small kitchen preparing breakfast, and when Zhen Zhu saw her open the door, she seemed surprised and softly inquired, Madam, it is still early. Would you not like to sleep a little longer? Lu Zhaozhao closed the door behind her and softly replied, I shall not sleep anymore. The young master has yet to awaken. Please ask Lu Li to assist me with my makeup in the side room and fetch some glutinous rice flour from the kitchen. I wish to have sweet rice balls. Yes, madam. I shall go at once, Zhen Zhu replied with a smile, bowing respectfully. When Shen Jiayan woke and noticed Lu Zhaozhao's absence, he quickly rose to find her. Entering the room, he saw that she was already up and chuckled softly. Awake so early? It seems your claim of being tired last night was a ruse. His eyes sparkled with mirth. Be quiet. Lu Zhaozhao's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. In recent days, he returned home only after dusk, so preoccupied with his affairs that he scarcely had time to partake in the evening meal, appearing weary to the core. Yet, once he reclined upon the bed, he transformed into a different being altogether, brimming with an inexhaustible vigor. Little did she know that he was exerting considerable restraint. The woman he adored lay beside him each night, her gentle warmth and exquisite beauty proving irresistible to any man. Upon sensing her genuine displeasure, Shen Jiayan hastened to apologize. "Zhaozhao, do not be upset. It is merely my thoughtlessness." He then drew her slender waist into his embrace. "Shen Jiayan, if you continue to speak nonsense, I shall retire to the study for the night," Zhaozhao threatened, glaring as she tugged at his ear. "Ouch, my lady, a situation has arisen," exclaimed Pearl, entering in a flurry, her expression tinged with urgency. Zhaozhao released his ear and turned to Pearl. "What has happened? Why the haste?" Pearl, aware that her entrance was ill-timed, paid it no mind as she relayed, "I just encountered Green Rue, the maidservant attending the eldest madam. She was in a rush to summon the physician, claiming that the eldest madam has experienced a miscarriage. How could such a thing occur?" Zhaozhao felt an ominous premonition stirring within her as she pressed further. "What happened to the second madam?" "The second madam has already gone," Green Rue replied. "This morning, Lady Lu arrived at the estate with Miss Lu." "Miss Lu? Lu Yuang?" Zhaozhao instinctively glanced at Shen Jiayan, who appeared utterly unconcerned. "I must visit Lingyun Courtyard." He grasped her hand gently, speaking softly. "Do not rush. I shall accompany you." The sudden return of someone who had been missing for nearly 2 years stirred confusion within her. What could be the meaning of this return to the Duke of protecting the nation's residents, especially if it caused the eldest sister-in-law to suffer a miscarriage? Zhaozhao was bewildered, and Shen Jiayan, noting her perplexed expression, cautioned her, "Zhaozhao, both Lady Lu and Miss Lu are not a virtuous character. Remember to keep your distance from them. They may act out of desperation." It was evident that Zhaozhao had yet to grasp the full implication of his words. Upon reaching the threshold, she heard Lady Lu declare, "It is Yuang who has a betrothal with the Duke of protecting the nation. Now she merely serves as a concubine for Jiaqing. What harm is there in that?" Zhaozhao's eyes widened in disbelief. What sort of person could utter such shameless words? As she approached, the maidservants at the entrance quickly parted the curtain, allowing her to stride into the room. Inside, she found Madame Wu seated with a pallid countenance, while Lady Lu wore a sharp and disdainful expression. Beside her stood a young lady clad in a pale pink dress, her striking phoenix eyes reminiscent of Lady Lu's. "Second aunt, has the physician arrived? Is my sister-in-law well?" Zhaozhao, disregarding all else, fretted at the thought of any misfortune befalling the child, fearing that her sister-in-law might succumb to despair. Madame Wu, recognizing Zhaozhao's close ties with Lu Yuru, rose and composed herself, stating, "The physician has seen her. It was a moment of intense distress. She has now taken calming medicine and just fallen asleep. Such a fragile creature, this little illegitimate daughter. How dare she usurp my daughter's fortune and love? I see her only as a pretender," Lady Lu sneered from the side. "Madame Lu, you must not go too far. Yu Rou is now the young mistress of our protectorate duke's residence, and she is my daughter-in-law. Who has given you the right to speak of her in such a manner?" Initially, Mrs. Wu harbored dissatisfaction due to the fact that the Lu family is of lowly birth. After all, any mother would feel aggrieved if her son married a commoner. However, after 2 years of acquaintance, she has come to realize that Lu Yurou is a virtuous child, intelligent, discerning, and free from deceitful intentions. "Dear mother-in-law, I am aware that our Lu family cannot aspire to the status of the protectorate duke's household, yet my father-in-law owes his life to the old duke. Surely, you have not forgotten that." Madame Lu, maintaining her haughty demeanor, adjusted her hairpin as she spoke. Mother Green Rue, supporting the pallid Lu Yurou, emerged from the inner chamber. "Yurou, why have you come out? Return to your resting place and take care of yourself," Mrs. Wu urged gently as she stepped forward to assist her. "Sister, I understand that you are now the rightful wife of Jia Chun, but there was once a time when he and I shared mutual affection. Had it not been for my unfortunate accident," Lu Yuing said, her eyes glistening with tears. "My poor daughter," Madame Lu lamented, patted her thigh. elder sister, though I am a concubine's daughter, I am aware of propriety and righteousness. I cannot partake in the circumstance of sisters sharing a husband, Lu Yuro asserted resolutely. Lu Yuro, I am the legitimate eldest daughter of the Lu family. How dare you speak to me in this manner? Is it your sense of shame that allows you to steal my husband? Lu Yuying, spoiled by Madame Lu since childhood, revealed her true nature with just a few words. Pray tell, where has Miss Lu been for these past 2 years? And how has she returned? Lu Zhaozhao inquired coolly, unconvinced that a person could vanish without reason for 2 years only to reappear inexplicably. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuying's eyes flickered with a hint of panic. Madame Lu hastily grasped her hand, saying, Yu Ying has suffered greatly. Before her wedding, she fell from a horse and tumbled to the bottom of a cliff. Thankfully, she was rescued by a kind-hearted soul, but she sustained a head injury and lost her memory. Only recently has she begun to recall her past. If that is indeed the case, should not Miss Lu be preoccupied with how to cherish her family? Why, upon her return, is she so intent on claiming her sister's husband? Lu Zhaozhao retorted with a hint of mockery. Lu Yuying was no fool. She discerned the derision in Lu Zhaozhao's words. However, having grown accustomed to her domineering nature, she rashly retorted, What are you? Merely a flirt who relies on her looks to ensnare men. And yet you dare speak to me? With a swift motion, Lu Zhaozhao delivered a sharp slap. Do not mistake the temperance of a noble lady for weakness. Lu Yuying, silence yourself. You shall not speak of Zhaozhao in such a manner. Lu Yuro exclaimed in anger. She could endure humiliation herself, but not for Zhaozhao, who was the person who treated her best in this world, apart from her aunt. She could not allow Zhaozhao to suffer even an ounce of grievance on her account. Yuying, are you all right? Madame Lu quickly inquired, supporting her. Chapter 60. Divorce having never been struck before, Lu Yuying snapped back to her senses and instinctively raised her hand to retaliate. Yet before she could do so, Shen Jiayan burst in, seizing her wrist and forcefully pushing her aside, a chilling aura surrounding him as he coldly declared, If you dare to lay a finger on her, I assure you, you will not leave the Protectorate Duke's residence today. Lu Yuying trembled with fear. Upon learning of the engagement with the Duke of Guo's residence, she had indeed considered the possibility of winning over Shen Jiayan. Although they were both offspring of the Duke's household, marrying him would elevate her to the esteemed position of Duchess. How could she not be tempted? Thus, she had once mustered the courage to express her feelings to him. Yet his reaction was as cold as ever, dismissing her with a command to leave. Young Master Shen, it was your wife who first humiliated me. Now she feigns innocence, she thought bitterly. Wuxia observed her pretentious demeanor with disdain, furrowing her brow. How had she failed to see Lu Yuying's true nature before? Thankfully, Zhechen had not wed her. Otherwise, she would have been a source of turmoil. Shen Jiayan paid her no heed, instead enveloping Lu Zhao in his embrace. Lu Zhao, who detested such theatricality, scoffed, Miss Lu, the Duke of Guo's residence cannot accommodate someone like you. Best you take your leave. On what grounds do you claim I cannot stay? Neither Zhechen nor my mother has said anything, Lu Yuying retorted dismissively. Simply because I am the legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Yunyang and the future wife of the Duke of Guo, Lu Zhao replied, leisurely settling onto a small couch with a playful smile. Zhao's sentiment echoed my own. I only acknowledge Yuying as my daughter-in-law, and as for Miss Lu, I wish her well in finding a suitable husband. Wuxia interjected, grasping Lu Yuying's hand. Mother, you should at least inquire about Zhechen's opinion, she insisted. Fully aware of Shen Jiayan's character, he was upright and soft-hearted and would never abandon her. Second, madam, the young master has returned, a voice announced. As the words fell, Shen Jiayan lifted the curtain and entered. Noticing Lu Yuying's pale complexion, he felt a flicker of concern. Before he could speak, Lu Yuying rushed toward him with tear-filled eyes. Softly sobbing, Jiayan, Miss Lu, please get up, Shen Jiayan said gently. Jiayan, come here, Wuxia exclaimed in anger. Was her son blind? How could he remain indifferent while his wife was being mistreated? Mother-in-law, since Jiayan has returned, why not ask for his opinion? Lady Lu suggested. What? Shen Jiayan's gaze met Lu Yuying's, and he clearly perceived the disappointment in her eyes, which inexplicably stirred a sense of unease within him. Over their 2 years of marriage, Lu Yuanying had been a flawless wife, and he did cherish her. However, being with her constantly reminded him of Lu Yuanying's demise, a consequence of his actions, which filled him with profound guilt, ultimately rendering him unsure of how to face his wife. Jiachen, look, it was originally Yuanying with whom you were engaged. Now that she has returned, why not take her as a secondary wife? This way, she and Yuanying can support each other. Lady Lu seized the opportunity to propose. Mother, although I once had an engagement with Miss Lu, I am now married to Yuanying, and it is not permissible to act in such a manner, Shen Jiayan stated firmly, casting a glance at Lu Yuanying to convey his stance. Jiachen, so you choose not to care for me anymore? Everyone in the capital knows I was your fiancé. Now you marry another, leaving me with no face to continue living, she lamented, attempting to dash towards the wall, but Shen Jiayan swiftly intervened to stop her. Lu Zhaozhao chuckled softly, initially believing there to be a formidable character involved, only to find it was merely a blubbering fool. Rest assured, my dear brother, this Miss Lu is not one to succumb to despair. Had she possessed such resolve, she would not have come knocking today. Madame Lu, sensing their unwillingness to relent, grew anxious and brazenly declared, the Duke of protecting the nation's household has more than just Jia Chun as a son. If he refuses to marry, there is still young Master Shen, and if all else fails, there's also young Master Shen San. What sort of riffraff do you think can enter the Duke's residence without consulting me? At that moment, Princess Jing Ro gracefully entered, her tone sharp and exuding royal authority. Upon seeing her, Madame Lu and Lu Yuanying ceased their commotion, quickly bowing in respect. Your Highness, we pay our respects to the princess. Princess Jing Ro offered a gentle smile to Lu Zhaozhao, taking a seat beside her, then turned to address the mother and daughter with a stern expression. Madame Lu, did I just hear you suggest that my son marry your daughter? Madame Lu, drenched in cold sweat, realized the gravity of the situation, thinking it was a matter for the second household that the princess would not involve herself in. She quickly knelt, saying, Your Highness, I dare not presume. It was merely a slip of the tongue. Lu Yu rose and said, Aunt, this matter arises from me, so let me handle it. Over the years, she had endured for her aunt's sake, marrying at her father's behest and tolerating her stepmother's bullying. Now she was unwilling to endure any further. She gazed at the tearful Lu Yuanying, then at the sympathetic Shen Jiayan, and chuckled softly, as if she were the one tearing apart their fated love. Shen Jiayan, let's divorce. She raised her eyes to him, her usual warmth replaced by a hint of resolve. The room fell silent, and Shen Jiayan's eyes widened in shock. It felt as though an invisible hand was tightening around his heart, causing sharp pangs of pain. He shook his head, declaring, I do not agree. Wu Shi immediately stood and approached, saying, Child, your mother understands you have suffered, but you cannot harm yourself while pregnant. Mother, Yu Ro replied gratefully, I appreciate your kindness, but for the past 2 years, my husband and I have been living in a state of mutual indifference. I may not know whom he truly cares for, but I suspect it is not me. With bitterness, Lu Yu spoke. Shen Jiayan yearned to counter her claim. Yet he indeed harbored feelings for Lu Yuanying, though not of affection, rather guilt, as she had once ventured forth to pray for him. Now that she had returned safely, he found solace in that, never anticipating that his wife would seek a divorce. Jiachun, Lu Yu persisted. Since my younger sister is willing to relinquish her claim, then we... Lu Yuanying moved to grasp his arm, but he sidestepped her. I refuse. I will not agree to a divorce. He reiterated his stance firmly. Princess Jing Ro discreetly smirked, pondering that this farce might just bridge the gap between the young couple, allowing them to live harmoniously thereafter. She lightly cleared her throat and said, Madame Lu, Miss Lu, regardless of their marital affairs, I hereby declare, as long as the Duke's household remains intact, Lu Yuanying shall not set foot within it. Guards, please escort them out. As soon as she finished speaking, the maids of Lingyun courtyard immediately dragged them out, particularly Green Ru, who could hardly suppress her desire to slap the two of them across the face. Lady Lu, I am aware that Yu Ro's aunt is dependent on you for her livelihood, but if you dare to harm her, then Lord Lu's prospects will come to a halt right here. Do you understand? I understand, Lady Lu replied, her face pale with fear. Chapter 61. Jealousy. Upon hearing that Princess Jingru had even thought of her aunt, Lu Yuru's eyes turned red, and she bowed, saying, "Thank you, aunt. Please rise. We are family and need not speak as strangers. Rest well inside, for you are with child, and must not strain yourself," Princess Jingru kindly advised. Madame Wu supported her and said, "Your aunt is right. Any matters can wait until you are in better health. If Jiachen dares to upset you again, I shall assist you in teaching him a lesson," casting a fierce glare at her wayward son. Lu Yuru, gently caressing her belly, remained silent. She no longer cherished the hope of marital harmony, but merely wished for a day when she could live peacefully with her aunt and child. "Sister-in-law, please rest well. We shall take our leave," Lu Zhaozhao softly remarked. "Thank you for today," Lu Yuru replied quietly. Lu Zhaozhao, along with Shen Jiayan, accompanied Princess Jingru out of Lingyun courtyard. "Mother, I am immensely grateful for your assistance today. Otherwise, Lady Lu and Miss Lu would surely have staged a scene akin to a stubborn pig refusing to be scalded," Lu Zhaozhao said with a light laugh. Princess Jingru patted her hand gently, saying, "The Lu mother and daughter are not honorable individuals. Consider this. Lu Yuanyang returned after being missing for 2 years, and we have no idea what transpired during that time, yet they have the audacity to come and demand marriage. There must be something amiss." Lu Zhaozhao nodded in agreement. After the last incident where Lu Zhaozhi attempted to frame her, she understood that once a person harbored malicious intent, it was impossible to reason with them. Therefore, Lu Yuanyang would not easily relent. "After all this commotion, you two should hurry home and rest. There is no need to see me off," she said softly. "Mother, take care," Princess Jingru replied as she headed towards Yiqing courtyard. Shen Jiayan stepped forward, entwining their fingers, and whispered, "Let us go." Lu Zhaozhao glanced up at him with a teasing smile, observing his slightly guilty expression as he rubbed his nose. Once back at Zhaozhao courtyard, Lu Zhaozhao turned and nestled into the small couch, smiling wryly as she said, "Shen Jiayan, are you going to confess, or shall I ask you directly?" Although Lu Yuanyang appeared to be approaching elder brother today, her eyes frequently darted towards you. She is not blind. Seeing her jealousy, Shen Jiayan felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. He eagerly moved closer, intending to embrace her, but Lu Zhaozhao fixed him with a piercing gaze and warned, "Shen Jiayan, if you cannot clarify things today, you shall sleep in the study." Upon hearing her threat, Shen Jiayan immediately suppressed his playful grin and, assuming a serious demeanor, declared, "Zhaozhao, I assure you, I have no connection whatsoever with Lu Yuanyang." Lu Zhaozhao rose and circled around him, suddenly standing on tiptoe to tug at his ear, her tone fierce as she recalled past grievances. "Shen Jiayan, I never even mentioned anything, yet you confessed on your own. Do you dare claim that you had nothing to do with Lu Yuanyang? You, who once ignored me, now flirt with another girl?" Fearing she would tire from standing on tiptoe, he quickly bent down to allow her to grasp his ear, chuckling softly, "My lady, if you wish to strike me, you need only say so. There is no need for excuses." "Oomph." Lu Zhaozhao released her grip and huffed as she sat beside him. Shen Jiayan gently cupped her face and planted a light kiss on her cheek, speaking earnestly, "Zhaozhao, trust me. From the very beginning, my heart has belonged solely to you." How could she not believe him, given his past demeanor? He had been so unapproachable that even she found it difficult to get close, let alone others. "Shen Jiayan, you are utterly ridiculous," Lu Zhaozhao retorted, raising her eyes. "You two truly are a delightful couple." Lu Zhaozhao was startled and quickly turned to see the fourth prince standing at the door, a broad smile on his face. She rose and performed a slight bow. "Brother-in-law, rise. We are all family here. No need for such formalities," the fourth prince replied lazily. "I imagine you and Shen Shizi have matters to discuss, so I shall have someone prepare some refreshments." With that, he hurried off to the kitchen, his ears slightly flushed. If he returned home and mentioned this to his elder sister, she would surely scold him. "Your Highness, please take a seat," Shen Jiayan said casually as the fourth prince settled into a chair. He teasingly remarked, My little sister has not changed at all since she was at home. I can only imagine how difficult life must be for you. Indeed, it could not compare to the fourth prince's life of leisure, surrounded by numerous wives and concubines. I wonder if my sister-in-law allows you into the main chamber. Shen Jiayan raised an eyebrow and inquired. Do you even know the meaning of striking the person but not the face, exposing the flaw but not the shortcoming? The fourth prince retorted angrily. I merely missed court for a day, and yet here I find myself in this predicament. He raised his hand to pour himself a cup of tea, but the fourth prince snatched it away and drank it in one gulp. After you presented the list of corrupt officials yesterday, Father was furious. Today, after court, he specifically instructed me to remind you not to let a single one escape justice. Yesterday, Shen Jiayan had submitted a memorial detailing the evidence he had gathered regarding the implicated officials directly to Emperor Qi. Does His Majesty suspect that I would act with favoritism? Shen Jiayan chuckled lightly. The fourth prince scoffed. He knew Shen Jiayan's character well enough. Otherwise, he would not have directly implicated his own uncle, the Marquis of Yunyang. I have heard that your aunt is quite difficult to deal with. If Father were to issue a decree for a house search, your family's troubles would begin. The fourth prince remarked, not out of concern for the family, but rather for his aunt, Princess Jingru, who would surely have her hands full. As long as she doesn't cause trouble, the Duke of Protecting the Nation's residents will manage just fine without her support. What matters is that she doesn't upset her daughter-in-law. Otherwise, regardless of familial ties, I would show no mercy. At that moment, Zhaozhao entered, carrying a tray of refreshments, which she gently placed on the table. Brother-in-law, how has my elder sister been these days, especially with Yuan? The fourth prince cleared his throat and chuckled. Your sister is now a prince's wife. In the entire prince's residence, aside from me, she holds the highest status. Who could possibly bully her? Who knows? That Liang's side consort is quite arrogant, murmured Zhaozhao softly. Her elder sister, endowed with both beauty and talent, possessed a gentle disposition. Had it not been for the emperor's decree, countless suitors would have vied for her affection. Despite the fourth prince's noble status, her sister was not lacking in any regard. Now, she not only had to manage the vast prince's residence, but also attend to the affairs of various concubines. Just thinking about it made Zhaozhao feel a sense of exhaustion on her sister's behalf. The fourth prince, having trained in martial arts from a young age and possessing keen hearing, caught every word of Zhaozhao's murmurs. If it were anyone else, he would surely impose a grave penalty for such disrespect, but this was the beloved younger sister of his wife. He could not harm her in the slightest. Moreover, he could not best Shen Jiayan in a confrontation either. He was certain that if he dared to intimidate Zhaozhao, that young man would undoubtedly retaliate with a punch. Rest assured, no one dares to bully your sister. Besides, you may not have witnessed your elder sister's prowess in a fight, the fourth prince said with feigned casualness. Zhaozhao found this hard to believe. Her sister was gentle by nature and had never shown anger at home. She promptly defended. That must be the fault of the other party. You are right. It is indeed their fault, the fourth prince replied with a smile, though it was forced, for he was the one who had been struck. Shen Jiayan, I have conveyed my father's intentions to you. I shall return to the manor now. With that, the fourth prince stood and departed. Why the hurry? Zhaozhao muttered as she watched his retreating figure. Never mind him. Come, accompany me for a nap. Shen Jiayan said as he scooped her up and carried her to the bed. Zhaozhao had risen early that morning and was now feeling drowsy. Nestling in Shen Jiayan's embrace, she closed her eyes as he gently kissed the top of her head and held her tightly. When she next opened her eyes, the sun had set. Shen Jiayan was seated beside the bed, engrossed in a book. Upon noticing her awakening, he teasingly remarked, Madam, you seem to be sleeping even more soundly than I. Zhaozhao propped herself up on the bed, and Shen Jiayan, observing her slightly dry lips, rose to pour her a cup of tea, tenderly offering it to her lips as he softly urged, drink some water. She lowered her head to take a sip and lazily inquired, What time is it? It is the hour of the rooster, he replied, gently wiping away the water at the corner of her mouth. Through the window, Zhaozhao heard the rhythmic sound of rain. Slipping on her shoes, she pushed open a corner of the window, and the coolness of the rain enveloped her. Shen Jiayan draped a garment over her shoulders from behind, saying, You just woke up. Don't let the wind blow on you. Zhaozhao smiled as she leaned against him, pondering about her sister-in-law's current state. Having suffered such great indignities today, if it were her, she would not rest until the heavens turned upside down. In Lingyun courtyard, Lu Yuro leaned weakly against the headboard, while Lu Zhu, with reddened eyes, administered a miscarriage prevention medicine to her. Reflecting on the events of this morning, she could not suppress her indignation. Early today, Lu Yuru was meticulously stitching garments for her young master when Lady Lu barged in with Lu Yuang. The Lu family had concealed their secrets exceedingly well. They had not received a whisper of news. Lu Yuru, upon seeing the seemingly resurrected figure before her, was momentarily taken aback and called out, "Elder sister." Lu Yuang glanced at her slightly protruding abdomen, her malice openly displayed in her eyes. Seeing this, Elru hastily positioned herself in front of her mistress, only for Lu Yuang to raise her hand and deliver a slap. Lu Yuru exclaimed, "Elder sister, what has Elru done wrong? By what right do you strike her?" Elru, eyes lowered, noticed the swelling on her cheek and whispered, "Madam, I am unharmed." How profound is the bond of sisterhood, indeed. One a servant, the other a concubine, truly a pair of peas in a pod. Lu Yuing derisively wiped her hands and retorted, "In the past, during our time at the Lu residence, you were always this sharp-tongued." Elru looked up and said, "Miss, my lady is now the esteemed wife of the Duke of the protecting nation. You cannot easily humiliate her." Lu Yuru replied, "You are but a substitute. Now that I have returned, what face do you have left to continue as the esteemed wife? If you are willing to relinquish your position, I might still allow you to be a concubine." Lu Yuing spoke haughtily, fully aware that demoting a wife to a concubine was impossible. Yet she thought that with Lu Yuru's timid nature, perhaps a mere threat would suffice to induce a miscarriage. Lu Yuru staunchly declared, "Elder sister, I married in accordance with my father's wishes, and my union with Shen Jiayan was legitimate. I have done nothing wrong." Lu Yuying retorted, "Ah, Lu Yuru, you have grown wings and now disregard the hierarchy of our births. While Yuang cannot manage you, as your legitimate mother, I certainly can. Kneel before me." Lady Lu commanded imperiously. "Mother, I cannot kneel," Lu Yuru replied, her gaze unwavering. This was the first time she had openly defied Lady Lu, who was taken aback by the audacity of her usually obedient concubine. "Very well, you dare to defy your legitimate mother and insult your legitimate sister. Upon my return to the residence, I shall certainly inquire of Zhao how she has raised her daughters," Lady Lu threatened, fully aware of the leverage she held. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuru's expression shifted dramatically. "If there is to be retribution, let it be directed at me and not my aunt. Then kneel and bow your head to beg for forgiveness." Lady Lu sat back, her demeanor haughty, while Lu Yuang wore a similarly arrogant expression. "Sister-in-law, if you allow this once, what will happen next?" The words of Lu Zhao echoed in her ears. "Mother, although I am not your biological child, I have called you mother for over a decade. Now, as I carry a child, you come to my husband's home to bully me. If this were to spread, it would undoubtedly tarnish Father S.'s reputation, and he would not be pleased." Lu Yuru enunciated each word with clarity. Before Lady Lu could respond, Lu Yuang unexpectedly pushed her hard, furiously rebuking, "How dare you use Father to threaten us?" Her fury stemmed from the fact that upon returning, Lu Father had forbidden her from going out freely and had not informed others of her survival. A daughter had disappeared for 2 years without reason, leaving her experiences shrouded in mystery, and it was inevitable that others would speculate. "Madam, are you all right?" Upon seeing Lu Yuru's pallid complexion, Lu Ru was filled with urgency and hurriedly called out towards the door, quickly summoned the second madam and the physician. The maid at the entrance immediately dashed outside. "Madam, do not take their words to heart today. You are the legitimate wife of the eldest son, carrying the heir of the protectorate duke's estate. You shall surely be blessed in the years to come. Moreover, the eldest son has stated today that he will never marry the eldest daughter." Lu Ru consoled her gently. Lu Yuru placed a hand on her abdomen, feeling a bitter sorrow within. For the past 2 years, she and Shen Jiayan had maintained a respectful distance, with only she knowing the depths of her anguish. Though he harbored no affection for Lu Yuang and would not take her as his wife, he also did not cherish her. She bore him no resentment. She merely wished to escape this existence. "Young madam, the eldest son has returned," announced the maid at the door. Lu Ru observed Lu Yuru's expression, and seeing her silent, she rose to open the door. Shen Jiayan stood at the threshold, drenched from the rain. Lu Ru performed a respectful bow, and he approached Lu Yuru's bedside. Considering her pregnancy, he kept a slight distance and, with a hoarse voice, inquired, "Yuru, do you feel unwell?" However, Lu Yuru felt an icy distance due to his retreating posture. With a tone of detachment, she replied, "Thank you for your concern, sir. The child is fine." "Yuru, I'm asking about you. Do you feel unwell?" Shen Jiayan softened his voice. "Am I of any importance to you, sir? When have you ever regarded me?" Lu Yuru could no longer restrain herself and questioned him. Before he could respond, she turned away and lay down with her back to him, saying, "Sir, I have spoken out of turn. Please do not hold it against me. I imagine you are preoccupied with official matters and will not linger in the main quarters. I am rather fatigued today and shall not attend to you." Seeing her close her eyes, Shen Jiayan contemplated saying something further, but decided that she indeed needed rest. With a gentle sigh, he turned and left. As she heard his departing footsteps, a single tear traced down her cheek. Chapter 63. The House Search in the 21st year of Jingping, during the 5th month. Emperor Qi vigorously rectified corrupt officials and purged the court's administration. Officials of all ranks in the capital, even those of noble lineage, were gripped by anxiety. Shen Jiayan, serving as the chief adjudicator in this matter, was known for his impartiality. Lord Rongyan, though holding a title, occupied merely a nominal position in the court. Nevertheless, he had not been idle over the years, exploiting his office to oppress the common folk for personal gain. The officials of the Dali Temple surrounded the Rongyan estate. And Shen Jiayan coldly declared, "By order of the emperor, Lord Rongyan is guilty of corruption and abuse of power. The evidence is undeniable. Effective immediately, his title is revoked. All assets are confiscated, and he is to be imprisoned in the Dali Temple." Lord Rongyan was but a gilded fade, a hollow cushion filled with decay. Had it not been for his connection to the Protectorate Duke's family, he would have likely faced numerous accusations by now. Witnessing the grim turn of events, he turned to the already shocked Shen Jiayan for assistance, pleading, "Jiayan, we are one in marriage. You cannot abandon me." Shen Jiayan, once enamored by his charms and sweet words, now looked upon his portly figure and the remnants of his former handsomeness with distaste. Reflecting on the many concubines he had brought into their home over the years, she replied with a hint of revulsion, "My lord, I am merely a woman of the inner quarters. I cannot save you." "Ah, Shen Jiayan, how could you be so cruel? Do you think that by severing ties with me, you will escape a dire fate?" Shen Jiayan retreated a few steps and spoke, "Lord Bo, even if I can no longer be the lady of the Marquis, I remain the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Protecting the Nation, the sole daughter of my mother." Her words were not merely directed at Lord Rongyan, but also aimed at Shen Jiayan. At that moment, she seemed to have entirely forgotten the near demise of the old matriarch, Shen. Lord Rongyan, gazing at the woman who had shared his bed for over a decade, scoffed. "Did you forget your status as the legitimate daughter of the Duke when we secretly entwined our fates and conceived a child? Be silent." Shen Jiayan glared at him in anger, for this matter had become a source of ridicule among the noble ladies throughout the capital, who whispered of her disgrace. "Take him away," Shen Jiayan gestured, indicating he had no time to listen to this wretched couple's quarrel. His wife awaited him at home, eager for him to finish yesterday's game of chess. "Father," Gu Yuing softly called, understanding that her mother's death was inextricably linked to her father's actions. If he truly wished to protect someone, how could he have failed? It was merely an instance of unrequited affection. Yet in the years that followed, whether out of guilt or occasional pity, he had indeed offered her the scant care she received. Lord Rongyan glanced back at Gu Yuing, whose visage bore a striking resemblance to her mother. Unlike the other women, her mother had remained unsullied by the murky waters of the world. However, the temptations of this realm were far too numerous, and ultimately, he had betrayed her. "Yuing, I'm sorry," he said, before being taken away by the guards of the Dali Temple. Gu Yuing tightened her grip on her handkerchief. He should indeed apologize, but it ought to have been directed at her mother. As Lord Rongyan was led away, Shen Jiayan casually raised a hand, and the remaining guards began searching the premises. Gu Chongjun, witnessing his father's departure in silence, finally spoke weakly as he observed box after box of gold and jewels being taken away. "Cousin, will all of this be confiscated?" Shen Jiayan glanced down at him with a cold stare. "Are your ears defective, or do you wish to join your father in prison?" Though Shen Jiayan had little affection left for Lord Rongyan, her son was her flesh and blood. She quickly stepped in front of him, adopting a tone of authority. "Jun, no matter what, Chongjun is still your cousin. How can you intimidate him so?" "Aunt, you may want to reconsider," he replied nonchalantly. "The emperor has decreed that anyone who obstructs official duties will be deemed a conspirator. And I must remind you, if you do not collect your dowry at this moment, it will be entirely confiscated." Despite the dissatisfaction of the old duke of protecting the nation and Lady Shun regarding this marriage, they could not bring themselves to mistreat their own flesh and blood. Consequently, a dowry of 128 sedan chairs was transported into the Lord Rongyan's residence. The residence, though adorned with a title, was diminished by Lord Rongyan's many indiscretions, leaving little of her dowry intact. Otherwise, she would not have frequently returned to the duke's estate to plunder. Upon hearing this, Shen Jiayan could no longer attend to anything else and hurried back to her courtyard. After a flurry of organization, she discovered that her originally substantial dowry of 128 loads had dwindled to scarcely 28. Anger surged within her, and as she looked up, she spotted Gu Yuanyang standing at the door with her head bowed. She swiftly approached and delivered a resounding slap. "Cursing, you wretched child, born of a mother, yet abandoned by her. Your father has now been imprisoned because of you, and from this day forth, no one will protect you. You deserve to be sold to a pleasure house. Mother, I beg you, do not sell me to a pleasure house. I will do whatever you ask of me." Gu Yuanyang pleaded, tears streaming down her face, adopting a subservient demeanor. Seeing her in such a state brought an inexplicable satisfaction to Shen Jiayan. Perhaps because when one is in misfortune, they cannot bear to see others prosper. She had suffered, and thus wished for others to suffer even more. She disdainfully lifted Gu Yuanyang's chin. Though her beauty was not breathtaking, she was certainly a charming young woman, and keeping her around might prove advantageous in the future. Little did Shen Jiayan realize she would come to deeply regret this decision, but that was a matter for another time. "Gu Yuanyang, should you ever dare to displease me, you shall taste the bitterness of your actions," she declared arrogantly. "Yes, my daughter would never dare to defy her mother," Gu Yuanyang replied, bowing her head. Though if Shen Jiayan had deigned to look upon her, she would have seen the glimmer of triumph in her eyes. In just an hour, the grand estate of the Roman Marquis was thoroughly searched and emptied. Shen Jiayan prepared to leave, but Shen Jiayan urgently pointed at the 20 or so chests and said, "Jin, these are all my dowries. Have your guards take them to the Guogong mansion." Seeing her lack of shame, Shen Jiayan only found it natural and mockingly asked, "Aunt, you are a married woman. Why do you wish to return to the Guogong mansion?" Shen Jiayan was taken aback by his question. In her mind, regardless of what transpired or what action she took, her parents and brothers should always stand as her safeguard. "I am your aunt, the legitimate daughter of the Guogong mansion. Now that my husband's family is in turmoil, what is wrong with returning to my family?" She asserted with conviction. "Under normal circumstances, it would not be a problem, but let us not forget that my grandmother is still bedridden. Who do you think is responsible for that? What face do you have to return to the Guogong mansion?" Shen Jiayan questioned coldly. "That is a matter between me and your grandmother. It is not for you, a junior, to meddle in," she retorted defiantly. "You are correct. It does not fall upon me, a junior, to intervene. In that case, you may have your son assist you in moving these 20 or so chests to the Guogong mansion," he said, turning his back and departing without a glance. "How dare you, Shen Jiayan, relying on your mother, the princess, to bully your elders? We shall see what becomes of this." Chapter 64. Returning home in the month of May, the peonies in the Zhaozhao courtyard had bloomed magnificently. Lu Zhaozhao sat upon the swing that Shen Jiayan had crafted for her, her eyes fixed intently on the flowers. Behind her, Zhenzhu softly inquired, "Miss, may I assist you in gathering a few branches to adorn your room?" "Zhenzhu, do you think peonies would make a delightful pastry?" Lu Zhaozhao asked. her eyes sparkling with excitement. Zhenju exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Li, both unable to suppress a smirk. She had thought her lady appreciated the flowers. It seemed instead she wished to hastily pluck their beauty. "Madam, if you wish to dine from the little kitchen, it is certainly within our capabilities," Pearl said, concealing her amusement. A young maid in the courtyard approached and curtsied, saying, "Madam, I have heard that the elder aunt has returned. Why has she come back?" Zhaozhao inquired, somewhat perplexed. She was aware that Shen Jiayan had been preoccupied with assisting the emperor in purging the court's affairs. Since her father was renowned for his integrity, she believed that this matter would not adversely affect the Yunyang Marquis. Thus, she had not paid it much mind. The young maid lowered her head and replied, "I overheard others say that today the heir has confiscated the property of the Roman duke's residence." Upon hearing this, Zhaozhao was not overly surprised. Although she had never met the duke, she assumed that if the son followed in his father's footsteps, the duke could not be of good character either. "Madam, should you not pay her a visit?" Liu Li tentatively suggested. "I shall not. After all, she is currently too preoccupied to trouble me. We shall see what transpires when the heir returns later," Zhaozhao answered leisurely. Liu Li nodded in agreement, adding, "Every time Shen Jiayan encounters Our Lady, she must make some derisive remark, as if she cannot abide the success of others." At Balmoral, Shen Jiayan knelt before the old matriarch Shen, weeping, "Mother, I find myself utterly at my wit's end. You cannot abandon me." Years ago, she had nearly perished in childbirth to bring forth this daughter, a child she had fought to protect with her life. Yet, the daughter's recent behavior had truly disheartened her as a mother, though she ultimately could not bring herself to forsake her. With a grave demeanor, she stated, "Jiayan, you may remain at the Duke of Guo's residence. However, with Yuru pregnant and Zhaozhao newly married to Jiayan, you, as an aunt, ought not to cause them any further trouble. Should you do so, I will not be able to protect you." Shen Jiayan knew her mother would never completely abandon her, and she readily assured, "Mother, rest assured I understand." "Very well, take the children back to your quarters and rest," the old matriarch said wearily. Lately, she had felt an unsettling sense of unease, unsure if it was merely due to her advancing years. Watching her spirited retreat, the old matriarch murmured softly, "Am I too indulgent with her?" Lu Momo sighed gently. Having accompanied the old matriarch since her youth, witnessing her grow, marry, and bear children, she had seen her life come to fruition. With a loving husband, promising children, and dutiful daughters-in-law, the old matriarch's life seemed complete, save for the disappointment that her eldest daughter had somewhat lost her decorum. "Madam, every generation has its own fortunes. Your eldest daughter is now a mother herself. She will surely come to understand certain matters in time," Lu Momo advised softly. "Let's hope that her understanding does not come too late," the old matriarch replied quietly. In Zhaojia courtyard, Zhaozhao observed the freshly baked peony pastries and lifted a piece to her mouth, exclaiming in admiration, "The culinary skills of this little kitchen are quite commendable. Liu Li, Pearl, do taste them as well." Liu Li and Pearl smiled as they accepted and savored the treats. Liu Li playfully remarked, "In terms of culinary appreciation, our madam must surely be the foremost. Should she claim second place in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting? I dare say no one would dare to claim the first," Pearl added with a laugh. Zhaozhao chuckled in response. "You two little maids are becoming increasingly sweet-tongued." "Madam's guidance is indeed exemplary," Liu Li said earnestly, causing Zhaozhao to smile broadly. "Madam, what brings you such joy?" Shen Jiayan inquired with a beaming smile as he entered. The maids, Liu Li and Zhenju, upon seeing the young master return, quickly bowed and retreated. The lady treated them exceptionally well, and they had never aspired to rise above their station. Thus they would not intrude upon their master's intimate moments. Zhaozhao pinched a piece of peony cake, declaring, "The kitchen has prepared this anew. Do have taste." Shen Jiayan bent down to accept it, even going so far as to lick his fingers, provoking a sharp glance from Zhaozhao. "It is quite sweet," he remarked with a twinkle in his eye, leaving one to wonder whether he referred to the confection or something more. At that moment, Zhaozhao's curiosity piqued, and she eagerly probed. "I heard you raided the Earl of Rongan's residence today." "Indeed," he replied, raising an eyebrow. Observing his seemingly indifferent demeanor, Zhaozhao teased. Our young master Shen is truly impartial. That depends on the person. If it were you, I would be as gentle as a spring breeze, he said, leaning down to steal a kiss from her cheek, eliciting a soft gasp from Zhaozhao. Recalling the young lady, Gu Yuanying, by Shen Jiayan's side during their last encounter, she asked, "What of Gu Yuanying? Did your aunt bring her to the residence? She must have brought her along. I imagine aunt will be wondering about the manor tomorrow. Should she utter any unseemly remarks, do not indulge her. My mother and I will support you," Shen Jiayan cautioned, aware of his aunt's forgetfulness concerning boundaries and her penchant for meddling. "Fear not. If she dares to speak, I can handle 3 of her alone. If it comes to blows, Zhenju can easily take on 3. Besides, I don't perceive Gu Yuanying as a wicked person," Zhaozhao replied with a light laugh. Shen Jiayan nodded, prioritizing Zhaozhao's well-being above all else. He scooped her up and placed her on a small couch, smiling as he said, "The game of chess from yesterday remains unfinished. Fortuitously, we have the time today to complete it. Very well. Should you lose today, you must heed my words in all matters henceforth," Zhaozhao declared. "Even concerning the bedchamber?" Shen Jiayan teased with a chuckle. "Of course," Zhaozhao retorted, her gaze sharp and unwavering. His daily pursuits were too much for her delicate frame to endure. "And if you were to lose?" Shen Jiayan inquired with a mischievous glance at her. "Impossible," Zhaozhao asserted confidently, for her skills in chess surpassed even those of her father and brothers. Leaning closer, Shen Jiayan whispered in her ear, "Zhaozhao, should you lose today, you'll be the one on top tonight." Understanding his implication, her ears flushed crimson. Shen Jiayan's audacity knew no bounds. As the hour of Z approached, silence enveloped the outside world, yet within the room, the sound of a woman's breathy gasps punctuated the air. Shen Jiayan, supporting her waist, murmured softly, "Zhaozhao, a wager is a wager." Zhaozhao nestled against his fair, robust chest, whispering, "You are shameless." Chapter 65. Provocation in the Yilan courtyard. Shen Jiayan surveyed the 20 or so chests before her, her ire only intensifying. As the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Guogua, how had she fallen to such a state? She dared not offend the esteemed Princess Jingru, and the Wu family held her in disdain. Recently, there have been whispers in the capital that the eldest daughter of the Liu family has returned. A glint of calculation flashed in her eyes as she penned a letter, entrusting her loyal maid to deliver it to Madame Liu, instructing her to keep it discreet. "Yes, my lady," the maid replied, tucking the letter into her sleeve before departing. She then gracefully adorned her hair with a solid gold hairpin and called out loudly, "Yuing." The Yilan courtyard had been the residence of Shen Jiayan before her marriage. In the past, Madame Shen had doted on her daughter, providing her with an expansive living space, accommodating even Gu Changjun and Gu Yuanying comfortably. Previously, out of respect for the Earl of Rongan, she refrained from overtly mistreating Gu Yuanying. However, now she felt unrestrained, choosing to confine Gu Yuanying to a room meant for servants, despite the presence of several guest quarters in the courtyard. Upon hearing her voice, Gu Yuanying carefully tucked a jade pendant in her bosom, adjusted her hair, and approached the main hall, bowing slightly and whispering, "Mother." Shen Jiayan, observing her demure demeanor, instructed her, "You know what should be said and what should not. I shouldn't have to teach you." Gu Yuanying, lowering her head, replied softly, "Mother, I understand." Even if the Earl of Rongan's estate were to fall, she remained the legitimate daughter of a duke, and with a proud expression, she declared, "Let us go. These younger ones are ignorant of propriety, and I shall teach them their manners." Although Madame Shen had warned her the previous day against causing trouble, Gu Yuanying had promptly forgotten this admonition, obediently supporting her mother without uttering a word. In recent days, Shen Jiayan had become increasingly attentive to Liu Yuru, but a heart that has grown cold is not easily warmed. When Shen Jiayan entered, she found Liu Yuru seated on a small couch, sewing garments for her unborn child. "Liu, now that you are with child, do you presume you have ascended to the Golden Hall, requiring me, as your elder, to visit you?" Shen Jiayan remarked, her expression displeased. She held Liu Yuru in disdain, resenting that a mere illegitimate daughter could marry into the duke's household and now flaunt her condition. In times past, Lu Yuru would have quaked with fear at such reprimands from her elders, but now, having lost interest in her husband Shen Jiayan, she was indifferent to the opinions of her aunt. She did not rise, merely stating, "Aunt, I am not feeling well enough to pay my respects. Please take a seat." Shen Jiayan, enraged by her blatant disregard, scornfully exclaimed, "The offspring of concubines simply do not understand propriety." In uttering these words, she paid no heed to Gu Yuang beside her, viewing her merely as a timid girl incapable of causing any disturbance. "Aunt, I'm a born of concubine. This is a statement you have made numerous times. There is no need to remind me daily," Lu Yuru replied with a smile, her nonchalant demeanor further aggravating Shen Jiayan. Seated on a stool, she derisively remarked to Lu, "I have heard that the eldest daughter of the Lu family has returned safely. If I were you, I would tread carefully, lest you find yourself cast aside one day. Aunt, if you truly possess such power, I would be grateful. However, whether I will be abandoned remains uncertain. Yet it is clear you will never become the wife of your brother," Lu Yuru retorted. Shen Jiayan spoke sharply, and Lu Yuru retorted in kind. Green Ru, who stood by, was utterly astonished. After all, her lady had always been gentle and soft-spoken. She never raised her voice. Yet, one could surmise that even a cornered rabbit may bite. Shen Jiayan, upon hearing this, was thoroughly enraged. "Lu, you overstep," she exclaimed, raising her hand as if to strike. Gu Wang, aware of her precarious position as a guest in another's home, felt it was not her place to intervene. However, upon noticing the slight protrusion of Lu's abdomen, her hand instinctively moved to block the impending blow. Green Ru, reacting similarly, pushed Shen Jiayan, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. Seeing this, Gu Wang hurriedly crouched down to assist her, her face etched with concern. "Mother, are you all right?" she asked anxiously. "Get off." Shen Jiayan forcefully shoved her away, but fortunately, she had only seen Green Ru's actions and had not perceived Gu Yuang's intervention. Yet Lu Yuru, seated on the small couch, had witnessed everything. She understood that Gu Yuang likely intended to help her. As a fellow concubine, she was aware of the difficulties of surviving under a legitimate wife, especially since Gu Yuang's own mother had passed away. Once Shen Jiayan stood, she aimed to strike Green Ru again. Lu Yuru quickly pulled Green Ru aside. "Aunt, what are you doing?" Shen Jiayan's cold voice echoed from the doorway. "Jiayan, your wife is truly remarkable, daring to speak back to her elders, and even inciting the maid to strike me. Shouldn't you be keeping her in check?" Shen Jiayan complained, casting a provocative glance at Lu Yuru, as if to imply that her husband was not as lenient as Shen Jiayan. Without offering a single explanation, Lu Yuru turned and sat back down, indifferent to whatever thoughts he harbored. Green Ru, in a fluster, urgently interjected, "Young master, it is not as the elder lady described. She was the one who first insulted the mistress and even attempted to strike her. The mistress did nothing wrong." Hastening to Lu Yuru's side, Shen Jiayan softly inquired, "Yuru, are you all right?" Shen Jiayan quickly interjected, "What could possibly be wrong with her? Her tongue is sharp enough. She hardly knows her place." "Aunt, please be cautious with your words," he warned coldly. Shen Jiayan was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated Shen Jiayan would defend Lu. After all, he had previously expressed dissatisfaction with his new wife. "Old hag, do you think he whispered sweet nothings in your ear? Do you even realize what your wife has said?" "Aunt, regardless of what Yuru has said, she is my wife. You should not humiliate her, nor should you lay a hand on her. Furthermore, she is with child now. She must not be overexerted. If you have no business here, I kindly ask you to refrain from visiting Lingyun Courtyard in the future," Shen Jiayan stated with a frosty tone. Shen Jiayan, ever one to bully the weak, glared fiercely at Lu Yuru before storming off. Gu Wang bowed slightly and followed suit. "Yuru, I sincerely thank you for today. I am feeling unwell and shall retire to my room." "Please, carry on as you wish," Lu Yuru said, rising to leave before Shen Jiayan could respond, denying him the opportunity to speak. Green Ru observed the comical predicament of Shen Jiayan, stifling her laughter. Over the past 2 years, her lady had endured countless grievances, and now, at long last, it seemed that her hardships were about to yield sweet rewards. "Shen Jiayan, brimming with pent-up frustration, had nowhere to vent her ire, and ultimately, it was Gu Yuanyang who suffered the consequences. Xiaolan knelt beside her in the ear room and inquired, "My lady, why did you choose to assist that noble lady today? If the madam discovers this, you cannot fathom the suffering that awaits you." "I do not know," Gu Yuanyang replied softly. Perhaps it was due to their shared misfortunes. Or perhaps she wished to avoid disappointing her mother. Her mother had once expressed a hope that, while safeguarding herself, she would also become a person of virtue. This was a sentiment she had always cherished. Chapter 66. Auditing the accounts, the benevolent emperor, in his mercy, chose merely to punish the involved officials, confiscating their assets without holding their families accountable. Upon investigation, it was revealed that the Earl of Rongyan not only embezzled funds but also oppressed the common folk. Ultimately, the emperor decreed that he should be executed after the fall harvest. When Shen Jiayan learned of this news, she felt no sorrow. She found herself living in a state of unexpected ease, the sole source of her concern being Gu Changjun, once a noble scion of the Earl's household. With the downfall of the Earl of Rongyan, not only was his title unattainable, but his prospects in the officialdom were equally bleak, leaving her to rely solely on her elder brother. Gu Changjun was a man of little learning, previously fond of consorting with the roguish youths of the capital. Now, however, those young lords shunned him entirely. Shen Jiayan and Shen Jiayan were both known for their frosty dispositions, and he dared not provoke them, instead casting his ambitions towards Shen Jiayan. Since arriving at the Duke of the Protectorate's estate, Gu Changjun had been studying alongside Shen Jiayan in the academy. Shen Jiayan, disdainful of associating with him, would rise to leave without a hint of waiting for him. Nonetheless, Gu Changjun, oblivious to the coldness, pursued him, making exaggerated faces and declaring, "Cousin, how dull it is to study all day. Allow me to escort you to a place of merriment." Though the Duke of the Protectorate's estate was a place of royal kin and noble lineage since the time of the old duke, the Shen family had not indulged in concubinage. Thus, Shen Jiayan scoffed at such vulgarities and turned to say, "Cousin, I must remind you, this is the Duke of the Protectorate's estate. The Shen family harbors no such inclinations. Speak no more of this in the future. Ah, I say, you tender age, how can you?" Before he could finish, he noticed Zhaozhao approaching, and he quickly suppressed his lascivious demeanor, straightening his attire. Shen Jiayan, observing his unusual behavior, turned to greet her with cupped hands, second sister-in-law. Gu Changjun gazed at her enchanting visage, his eyes betraying his avarice, and bowed his head, saying, "Cousin sister-in-law." Zhaozhao paid him no mind, turning to Shen Jiayan and softly saying, "Third brother, today grandmother has requested everyone to dine at Baoma Hall. Do not forget." "Thank you for the reminder, second sister-in-law. Otherwise, I would surely face father's reprimand for arriving late," Shen Jiayan replied with a beaming smile. "I must take my leave now. There are some discrepancies in this month's accounts that I need to reconcile with elder sister-in-law at Lingyun Courtyard." Zhaozhao glanced at the two large stacks of ledgers in Liuli and Jinju's arms with a hint of exasperation, and upon her words, Shen Jiayan courteously stepped aside. Gu Changjun stared intently at Zhaozhao's retreating figure, and Shen Jiayan felt a deep sense of revulsion. Yet he was aware that Gu Changjun, harboring thievish thoughts, lacked the courage to act upon them. Otherwise, his elder brother would surely ensure his demise without a trace. "Cousin, it would be wise for you to keep your eyes in check. There are things not meant for your gaze. Surely, you are unaware of how Qi Mian came to break his leg," remarked Shen Jiayan with a calm demeanor. Indeed, he and Qi Mian shared a long-standing acquaintance, albeit merely as drinking companions. He recalled how Qi Mian once spoke of Zhaozhao's exquisite beauty and captivating figure. However, with the downfall of the waning duke's estate, Qi Mian also suffered a grievous injury. Now, as Shen Jiayan made his comment, he surmised that Shen Jiayan must have had a hand in this matter. The thought of Jiayan's cold, piercing gaze sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to hastily clarify, "Cousin, you misunderstand. I shall not disturb you any longer." With that, he scurried away in haste. Shen Jiayan observed the retreating figure with a derisive smile. Were it not for his grandmother's reputation, he would have certainly tied him up and cast him into the river at midnight to spare the duke's residence from disgrace. In Lingyun courtyard, Lu Yuro was engrossed in a letter from Aunt Zhao, assuring her that all was well and urging her to take care of herself and focus on her pregnancy. Just as she was reading, her sister-in-law, Lu Zhaozhao, called out with a hint of melancholy before even entering the room. Hearing her voice, Lu Yuro placed the letter on the table and rose with a smile to greet her. "Zhaozhao, you've arrived. Please have a seat." Liuli and Jinju set down the account books and bowed before exiting with Lu Ruju. Zhaozhao approached and helped Lu Yuro to sit, saying, "Sister-in-law, your complexion appears to have improved significantly." "Indeed," Lu Yuro replied with a smile. "I have eased my heart and no longer carry burdensome worries." In the past, she had lived in constant trepidation, concerned for her aunt's well-being in the Lu household and fearful of displeasing Shen Jiayan. Now, however, she felt a sense of peace. Seeing her in such good spirits, Lu Zhaozhao felt genuinely happy for her. After the incident with Lu Yuanyang, she believed that her elder brother did indeed care for his wife, yet the thawing of their relationship would not occur overnight. The path to winning her heart would be a long one. This thought brought a smirk to her face, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Although Lu Yuro was unaware of what had brought her such joy, she couldn't help but smile along, glancing at the account books on the table and asking Zhaozhao, "Have there been any discrepancies in this month's accounts? Since my pregnancy, all household finances have been managed by you." Lu Zhaozhao picked up one of the account books from the stack and replied, "There are no issues elsewhere. But the kitchen has certainly seen an increase of over 100 taels this month." I inquired in the kitchen, and do you know what they said? "What did they say?" Lu Yuro asked, flipping through the account book. "They claimed that ever since our esteemed grand aunt returned to the residence, every meal consists of bird's nest soup, and if the food does not suit her palate, they are required to prepare it anew." Although Lu Zhaozhao herself had a penchant for fine food, she held disdain for such extravagant wastefulness. Lu Yuro frowned upon hearing this. While the duke's residence was not lacking in wealth, such opulence was excessive. The old lady of the house had always advocated for frugality, and even her aunt did not exhibit such fastidiousness. "I fear that if she indulges in the kitchen today, she will be demanding funds from the treasury tomorrow." Lu Yuro lamented with a hint of exasperation. Even if she were to go, the accountant would not dare to give her any funds. She may not bite, but she is certainly bothersome. When will this life come to an end? Lu Yuro lightly chuckled as she placed the pastries before her, urging, "Have some. We are dining with grandmother today. With her presence, this meal is bound to be rather hectic." Lu Zhaozhao casually picked up a piece of cake and took a small bite. During these past few days since Shen Jiayan returned home, she had been preoccupied with reconciling the accounts and had rarely left the courtyard. Shen Jiayan, fearing Shen Jiayan, naturally did not dare to approach her uninvited. Hence the two had yet to meet. While Lu Zhaozhao and Lu Yuro indulged in tea and pastries, they engaged in light conversation. As the time approached, Lu Zhaozhao decided to rise and head to Baomao Hall. She glanced at the sky outside and inquired, "Sister-in-law, has elder brother not yet returned from court?" "Do not worry about him. Let us proceed first," Lu Yuro gently replied, pulling Lu Zhaozhao along. Upon exiting the courtyard, they encountered Shen Jiayan and Shen Jiayan standing side by side at the entrance. As soon as Shen Jiayan saw her, a smile broke across his face. She walked over, greeting him with, "You returned quite early today. If I don't return soon, I might lose my wife," he laughed, reaching for Lu Zhaozhao's hand. Shen Jiayan, noticing Lu Yuru's presence, hurried forward to assist her, but she subtly sidestepped, softly saying, "No need, I can walk on my own." Ultimately, Shen Jian confidently held Lu Zhaozhao's hand as they strode ahead, while Green Ru assisted Lu Yuro, leaving Shen Jiayan to follow behind, appearing rather forlorn. Chapter 67. Dining at Baomao Hall. Shen Jiayan sat beside the matriarch, with Gu Yuanyang obediently at her side. Upon their arrival, she quickly rose and performed a respectful bow. Lu Zhaozhao smiled and nodded. Then, alongside Lu Yuro, bowed to pay her respects to their grandmother. "Ah, you all have arrived. Please take a seat," the matriarch said kindly as she looked at them. Shen Jiayan naturally extended his hand to assist Lu Zhaozhao into a seat beside him. He raised an eyebrow at Shen Jiayan, who, realizing the cue, promptly stepped forward to help Lu Yuru. Being in the presence of elders, she felt it inappropriate to cause the matriarch any worry, thus she allowed his assistance. Yuru, although you are already 3 months along, one must not be careless, the matriarch advised with a smile. Grandmother, I understand, Lu Yuru replied softly. The matriarch then turned her gaze to Shen Jiayan, who was handing a peeled orange to Lu Zhaozhao, and she received it with a smile. The matriarch beamed with satisfaction, noting that with Yuru's pregnancy and Jiayan's affectionate demeanor toward Zhaozhao, it was likely that they would soon have children, ensuring the prosperity of the Duke's household in the future. Today is a family feast. We shall dine once your father returns. Please, take your seats while I check on the kitchen, the matriarch said, as Granny Zhao promptly assisted her to rise. Grandmother, I shall accompany you, Lu Zhaozhao offered as she stood. The matriarch chuckled lightly, waving her hand. You all remain seated. Your mother adores the soup I make. Now that I am older, I must oversee its preparation to feel at ease. Noticing the matriarch's departure, Shen Jiayan unusually spoke up. Yuru, now that you are with child, you must not overexert yourself. Lu Zhaozhao frowned slightly, retorting, what can one expect from a dog but a bark? Thank you, dear aunt, for your concern. Lu Yuro spoke softly, reflecting on how, just a few days prior, she had found herself embroiled in trouble. And now she was being cast in the role of a caring elder. Who would believe such a transformation? Yuro, given your current situation, it would be prudent to engage a concubine or something of the sort to attend to Jiayan. It would be rather unseemly for others to label the eldest lady of the protectorate duke's estate as a jealous woman. Wouldn't you agree? Shen Jiayan remarked with a smile, sipping from her teacup. Upon hearing this, Shen Jiayan's expression turned cold, and he instinctively glanced at Lu Yuro. His wife had already expressed her desire to distance herself from him, and now, with the interference of an intrusive aunt, his irritation boiled over. Aunt, you would do well to mind your own son more often instead of meddling in others' affairs, he replied tersely. How ungrateful you are! Does any prominent family in the capital not expect their rightful wife to assist her husband in such matters? Shen Jiayan retorted with indignation. Lu Zhaozhao could not stifle a laugh at this exchange, bemused by the type of individuals Shen Jiayan must associate with to have arrived at such conclusions. Lu Zhaozhao, why do you find this amusing? Is this the kind of upbringing you have received in the Yunyang Marquis household? Shen Jiayan's ire shifted toward her. Aunt, your meddling is excessive. My wife smiles when she is pleased. Is that a crime? If you find it intolerable, you are free to leave with your precious son. No one will stop you, Shen Jiayan interjected, holding Lu Zhaozhao's hand firmly. Shen Jiayan's face darkened as she slammed her teacup onto the table, causing hot water to splash onto Gu Yueying's hand. Yet she did not flinch. Aunt, do be mindful. Yuro is with child and should not be startled, Shen Jiayan cautioned, exchanging a knowing smile with Lu Yuro and Lu Zhaozhao. What is all this commotion? Wu Shi inquired. Following closely behind Princess Jinru, Shen Jiayan, despite her displeasure, dared not assert her authority before the princess and rose to greet her. Eldest sister-in-law. Lu Yuro replied with an unruffled demeanor. Mother, Aunt has advised me that due to my pregnancy, I ought to actively serve the young master lest I be deemed jealous. Lu Zhaozhao quickly stifled her smile with a handkerchief, thinking that had the elders not been present, she would have praised Lu Yuro wholeheartedly. Wu Shi, incensed, turned to Shen Jiayan, declaring, the protectorate duke's estate has no such customs, nor is it your place as an aunt to utter such words. Second sister-in-law, I am merely speaking from goodwill. How can you not appreciate my concern for our Shen family's lineage? Shen Jiayan retorted, adjusting her hairdo. Mind your own business. Wu Shi bluntly replied. Not long ago, Madame Lu caused quite a stir, and it has taken Euro days to recuperate. It is no wonder she has grown close to that same Madame Lu. They are cut from the same cloth. Second sister-in-law, how can you speak so harshly? Princess Jinru, seated calmly, had not interjected until now, merely rubbing her forehead gently. Mother, are you feeling unwell? Lu Zhaozhao inquired. It is nothing, merely that I did not rest well last night and cannot bear the noise today, she replied, casting a fleeting glance at Shen Jiayan, who promptly fell silent, simmering with quiet anger. The entire room turned its attention towards her. Lu Yuru, emboldened by her condition, began to ridicule her openly and covertly. Zhaozhao, a seductive vixen, had her suitors rallying around her shamelessly. Seeing her unable to voice her anger at this moment, Gui Weiing could not contain her delight. A person like her, whose heart was as filthy as her actions were harmful, truly deserved to be forsaken by all. Gui Weiing was determined to witness her downfall firsthand. Before long, old Lady Shen returned, followed by the Duke of Protecting the Nation and the second master, who arrived one after another. Once the kitchen had prepared the meal, everyone rose to dine. The second master remained troubled by the incident that had caused old Lady Shen to fall ill. He could not fathom how such a disgraceful person had emerged from their family. However, out of respect for blood ties and concern for old Lady Shen's health, he ultimately chose silence, his expression exceedingly grim. Shen Jiayan, engrossed in serving Zhaozhao her favorite dishes, was oblivious to the tension. Shen Jiayan, noticing this, hurriedly began serving Lu Yuru as well. Shen Jiayan clicked his tongue, reflecting that late-arriving affection was worth less than grass. It was no wonder that his wife sought to part ways with him. Eldest brother, Changjun, is not a child anymore. Jian and Jiachen had already begun their careers at his age. Shen Jiayan ventured cautiously. Since you are aware of his age, he should study diligently with Zhaozhao for the imperial examinations. Jian and Jiachen were both well-versed and accomplished at his age, the Duke of Protecting the Nation stated, offering not even a glance in her direction. Shen Jiayan was taken aback. Her elder brother had once been exceedingly kind to her, always accommodating her requests. When had he begun to change? Qingyan, eat well. Your brother is known for his integrity and governance and would never engage in corrupt practices, old Lady Shen coughed, prompting Zhao Mama to step forward and pat her back. Despite repeatedly facing disappointment from her daughter, she still cherished her. However, she was not only a mother, but also the matriarch of the Duke of Protecting the Nation's household. She could not allow her daughter to meddle in court affairs, which could bring calamity upon the family. Otherwise, she would have no words to face the late Duke and the ancestors of the Shen family after her passing. Upon hearing old Lady Shen's admonition, Shen Jiayan dared not speak further. This matter would take time to resolve, and there was no urgency. What was most pressing at the moment was to deal with the two vile women, Lu Zhaozhao and Lu Yuru. Gu Changjun remained silent, disinterested in court matters, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of the joyful Red Pavilion, which he had not visited in quite some time. Chapter 68. Heart to heart after dinner. Everyone returned to their quarters. Elru assisted Lu Yuru with her bath and then withdrew, glancing at Shen Jiachen, who sat by the bedside. She softly remarked, "I am weary. Feel free to do as you wish." With that, she nestled into the bedding and closed her eyes. Recently, her worries had diminished, and her sleep had improved significantly. Soon her breathing became steady. Shen Jiachen gently caressed her belly, ensuring the bedding was tucked around her before he quietly exited the room. In Zhaojia courtyard, Lu Zhaozhao languidly leaned against Shen Jiayan, engrossed in a storybook. He fed her cherries, and they both reveled in the moment, occasionally sharing remarks that made Lu Zhaozhao giggle. A knock sounded at the door, followed by Liuli's voice announcing, "Young master, madam, the eldest son has arrived." Shen Jian assisted her in rising, and as Lu Zhaozhao adjusted her dress, he leisurely made his way to the door, where he found Shen Jiachen standing outside, appearing somewhat despondent. "Jiayan, second sister-in-law," he greeted. Shen Jiayan casually leaned against the doorframe, teasingly remarking, "Elder brother, it is rather late. Even if you're not in your chamber with sister-in-law, I must attend to my own wife." Lu Zhaozhao, blushing, discreetly pinched him, whispering, "Jiayan, be serious." "Elder brother, is there something you wish to discuss?" Lu Zhaozhao inquired softly. "Jiayan, I have some matters to discuss with you." "Zhaozhao, why don't you return to your room?" Shen Jin gently suggested, then turned to Shen Jiachen, saying, "Elder brother, let us proceed." As Lu Zhaozhao observed them heading towards the study, she turned to Lu Li, instructing, "Please ask the small kitchen to prepare some light dishes and bring a pot of wine to the study." Today, she discerned that sister-in-law was likely heartbroken, and it seemed that elder brother sought Shen Jiayan due to his own inner turmoil. although she was unaware of the difficulties sister-in-law had faced over the past 2 years. It was evident that she had endured much, and perhaps it was time for him to experience some discomfort as well. "Yes, madam," Luli replied, bowing as she made her way to the kitchen. Inside the study, Shen Jiayan and Shen Jiayan sat across from one another. Shen Jiayan chuckled lightly, saying, "Pray tell, what troubles you? You are typically so composed and dignified. Why do you appear this way?" Shen Jiayan poured himself a cup of wine from what Luli had brought and drank it all in one go, bitterness evident in his voice. "Yuro won't even speak to me now. Had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently," Shen Jiayan responded bluntly. "Sister-in-law has been nothing but attentive since marrying you." Those were your own words. "Yet how have you treated her? You have been preoccupied with thoughts of that, Miss Lu, and it is no wonder sister-in-law wishes to part ways with you." Without holding back, Shen Jiayan recalled that the moment Lu Yuro had offered herself as a candidate for marriage, he had recognized her true nature. Yet their elder brother was a man of his word, refusing to withdraw from the engagement. "I do not dwell on her. I merely feel a pang of guilt," Shen Jiayan replied, somewhat disheartened. Though he was not the heir, as the family's legitimate eldest grandson, he felt obligated to set an example for his younger siblings. While outsiders often remarked that Shen Jiayan surpassed him in both knowledge and martial prowess, he had never harbored jealousy. Rather, he took pride in it. Thus, marriage was not a mere means to an end for him, and upon learning of the engagement with the Lu family, he accepted it with grace. In truth, he had scarcely interacted with Lu Yuro, let alone developed any affection for her. "Elder brother, can you not apply the same strategic thinking you utilize in the political arena? You believe everything they say. You witnessed the demeanor of that mother and daughter. How could they possibly be virtuous?" Shen Jiayan remarked nonchalantly, raising his glass. Wondering if Zhaozhao was asleep. "I acknowledge my mistakes, yet Yuro refuses to even acknowledge my presence now." Shen Jiayan scrutinized him for a moment, leaning back in his chair with a smile. "It has only been a few days, and you feel so aggrieved. Have you considered how much sister-in-law has endured over the past 2 years? If the roles were reversed, Zhaozhao would have likely sought divorce from me countless times." "I understand now," Shen Jiayan said as he rose. "To truly love someone, one must ensure they feel it. One must protect them unconditionally, much like Jiayan does for his siblings. That is the essence of blatant favoritism. Brother, allow me to remind you that the eldest daughter of the Lu family will not easily relent. I'm aware of that." After he spoke, he rose and exited the study. Shen Jiayan gazed at the wine jug on the table, his expression gradually darkening. He dared not imagine how easily Lu Zhaozhao could be taken advantage of if she were to become inebriated. With this thought, he chuckled and shook his head, pondering how beastly he had become. After her bath, Lu Zhaozhao, clad in her nightgown, sat on a small couch. Shen Jiayan entered, holding a wine cup, and she glanced up momentarily before returning her attention to the book in her hands, casually inquiring about her brother's demeanor. He settled beside her and nonchalantly replied, "Nothing, just a pang of conscience." Shen Jiayan placed the wine cup on the small table and provocatively asked Lu Zhaozhao, "Would you care for some plum wine?" Instinctively, she swallowed hard. To be frank, she did have a desire to indulge, but considering the embarrassing state she would find herself in if intoxicated, she hesitated and said, "What if I drink too much?" "Fear not. You may sleep in as long as you wish tomorrow," Shen Jiayan seductively coaxed. At that moment, Lu Zhaozhao resembled a naive little rabbit, while Shen Jiayan appeared as a cunning wolf, poised to pounce, entirely unnoticed by her. "All right then, just a few sips." Lu Zhaozhao cheerfully agreed, blissfully unaware that she had already fallen into the trap laid by the villain. Shen Jiayan's lips curled into a subtle smile as he poured her a cup of plum wine. The sweet and tangy flavor, with a delicate hint of alcohol, delighted her. The two of them exchanged cups, and before long, her complexion flushed a deep crimson, her eyes becoming hazy. He wrapped one arm around her waist and steadied her gently swaying head with the other, leaning down to meet her gaze. His voice laced with temptation as he softly urged, "Zhaozhao, call me husband." Had Lu Zhaozhao been sober at that moment, she would have blushed and playfully scolded him as a charming rogue. Her cheeks brushed against his palm as she sweetly called out, "Husband Jiayan." At this point, She was thoroughly intoxicated, completely oblivious to Shen Jiayan's reddening eyes and his increasingly labored breaths. He embraced her waist with one arm, while the other slipped between her legs. Lifting her onto the bed, with a single hand, he loosened the ties of his long robe, then leaned down to passionately kiss her crimson lips. The fervent kiss briefly jolted Zhaozhao back to reality, and she murmured his name, Shen Jiayan. Her soft whisper served as an intoxicating aphrodisiac in his ears. He reached to untie her garment, and within moments, she was left clad only in a scarlet belly band and undergarments. As he mocked and scorned himself, he became even more fervent in his pursuit of her lips. Chapter 69. Counterattack. At the peak of passion, Zhaozhao exclaimed, Shen Jiayan. He lowered his head to kiss her cheek, his voice husky as he murmured, Zhaozhao. I am here. As Zhaozhao awoke, the sun was nearly at its zenith. She rubbed her aching waist and slowly rose, the embarrassing memories of the previous night gradually becoming clearer. Initially, they had simply been on the bed, but later he had carried her to the dressing table, where the neatly arranged jewelry boxes now lay in disarray. She instinctively covered her flushed cheeks with her hand, gritting her teeth as she muttered, Shen Jiayan, you are doomed. Madam, are you awake? Outside the door, Lu Li and Zhenzhu exchanged glances, tentatively inquiring. They had heard the commotion from the main house quite distinctly the night before, and when they entered to tidy up, the scene was chaotic. However, at that time, the madam had already been sound asleep in the young lord's embrace. Suppressing her embarrassment and anger, Zhaozhao lifted the quilt and sat at the edge of the bed, her voice hoarse as she said, I am awake. You may come in. Lu Li gently pushed the door open, while Zhenzhu placed the basin aside. Struggling against her sore back, Zhaozhao took the damp cloth to wash her face, and Lu Li instinctively moved forward to organize the disordered jewelry boxes on the dressing table. The trio shared a tacit understanding, and none spoke a word. Zhaozhao was aware of Shen Jiayan's dark nature, but she had not anticipated that he would deliberately intoxicate her. She tugged at the cloth with a force that suggested she viewed it as the source of her troubles from the previous night. Madam, would you like me to massage your back? Zhenzhu offered. Zhaozhao wished to assert herself with a firm no, yet she could not fathom why it was always she who bore the burden of exhaustion, despite him being the one exerting effort. It seemed profoundly unfair. She remained silent, rising to lean against a small couch nearby, while Zhenzhu stifled her laughter and began to knead her back. And Lu Li went to the small kitchen to prepare lunch. Sister Lu Li, Mo Jiang approached with a playful grin, glancing around as though fearing the presence of an unwanted observer. What's the matter? For some time now, when the young lord was away, either Mo Jiang or Mo Han would remain by the courtyard gate, presumably as per the young lordess instructions. Just now, the young lord sent word that he is occupied with affairs at the Dali Temple and will not be able to return in time. He asked you not to wait for him to have your meal, Mo Jiang explained. Understood, Lu Li replied, heading towards the small kitchen. The madam was still irked. Even if the young lord returned, he would not find a warm reception. At the Dali Temple, Lu Jinrong observed Shen Jiayan, who was engrossed in official documents yet occasionally chuckled, clearly distracted. Rolling his eyes, he remarked, Lord Shen, if you are truly disinterested in your duties, you might as well return home. Shen Jiayan straightened his expression, clearing his throat. I have not yet completed my work. I shall return later. Lu Jinrong snorted lightly before speaking again. Ever since you married Zhaozhao, you have been rushing home every day without a moment's delay. Why are you dawdling today? There is something amiss. Speak honestly. Have you quarreled with Zhaozhao? Lu Jinrong inquired, rising with curiosity. He knew his sister well, even if they had indeed argued. It was unlikely she would be the one at a disadvantage. No, I have not. Shen Jiayan spoke softly, his voice lacking conviction. He awkwardly touched his nose, recalling the previous night's tumult. Although he had exercised restraint and hadn't truly harmed her, the mottled marks on her skin served as undeniable evidence of his actions. It seemed that tonight would not be a pleasant one for him. Lu Jinrong merely curled her lips in silence, observing his submissive demeanor. One couldn't help but wonder who had been so frosty and indifferent before their marriage. In the evening, Shen Jiayan hesitantly returned home. Upon entering, He found Lu Zhaozhao seated at the round table where dinner was laid out. He approached her, tried to ingratiate himself, and presented a small box. Zhaozhao, I bought you a hairpin. Do take a look and see if you like it. Lu Zhaozhao accepted the box and set it aside, gently saying, let's eat first. It will get cold. Noticing that she didn't appear angry, Shen Jiayan did not let out a sigh of relief. He sensed that his wife would not let him off the hook so easily. As they dined, he ate with trepidation, frequently glancing at Lu Zhaozhao's expression. While she savored her meal, clearly preoccupied with her own significant plans for the evening. Liuli and Jinju prepared the bathwater. Madam, the water is ready. Yes. You may leave now, she replied softly while combing her hair. Liuli found it peculiar, as she was usually the one to assist the madam with her baths. She curtsied and exited, closing the door behind her. Lu Zhaozhao rose naturally to head towards the bathing room, displaying no signs of unusual behavior. Shen Jiayan, however, sat on a nearby couch, utterly perplexed, having braced himself for a scolding. Shen Jiayan, please bring me a handkerchief, came Lu Zhaozhao's gentle voice from within the bathing room. He stood, picked up a clean handkerchief nearby, and approached. What met his eyes was her alluring form, partially obscured, with faint red marks from the previous night still visible on her skin. His breath caught in his throat, and he instinctively felt a reaction. Attempting to maintain his composure, he handed her the handkerchief and turned to leave. He feared that any further indiscretion might prevent him from even entering the main room again. With a playful smile, Lu Zhaozhao caught the hem of his garment, seductively asking, Shen Jiayan, would you like to join me? He turned back to gaze at her enchanting face, instantly dismissing the previous day's events from his mind. His eyes glimmered with desire as he loosened his clothing, moving to embrace her, cradling her face in his hands before leaning down for a deep kiss. His long fingers trembled slightly as they encircled her waist. Just as everything seemed to fall into place, Lu Zhaozhao leaned closer, her lips brushing against his ear as she whispered, Shen Jiayan, I have my period. Seeing his face darken like the bottom of a pot, Lu Zhaozhao couldn't help but laugh unabashedly. That morning, she had discovered the arrival of her monthly visitor. Fortunately, her health had always been robust, and she felt no discomfort. However, recalling how Shen Jiayan had deliberately intoxicated her the night before, she could not let this slight go unpunished. Noticing her radiant smile, Shen Jiayan cupped her face and kissed her fervently a few times, then resignedly picked up the handkerchief to wrap her in it and carry her out. Lu Zhaozhao was taken aback. Her cheeks flushed as she exclaimed, Shen Jiayan, you beast! He cradled her out of the cleansing room and gently laid her on the bed, turning to fetch her a nightgown, exclaiming with a hint of exasperation, Lu Zhaozhao, what on earth do you think about all day? With a rosy face, she reached out to accept it, defiantly replying, who told you to deliberately get me drunk yesterday? You deserve it. Shen Jiayan affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, you speak true, madam. Hurry and put on the clothes. Be careful not to catch a chill. Seeing his indulgent demeanor, Lu Zhaozhao felt a flicker of guilt. Gazing up at the smile lingering at the corners of his mouth, she softly remarked, old fox. Shen Jiayan chuckled as he took a cloth to dry her hair, pulling her into his embrace and gently rubbing her belly with utmost care. She sighed contentedly, nestling against him and closing her eyes. Chapter 70. The Conspiracy This Morning. The matriarch of the Wushan Marquis' residence, Lady Xiao, passed away due to illness. Wu Shi and Shen Qinyun accompanied Princess Jingru to offer their condolences, leaving only Lu Zhaozhao and Lu Yuru in the household. Lu Yuru, feeling rather bored on her own in the courtyard, decided to take Green Ru with her to visit Lu Zhaozhao at Zhaojia courtyard, as the physician had advised her to move about more. Upon entering, she found Lu Zhaozhao painting delicate designs. Though she was adept in needlework, her painting skills were remarkable. Sister-in-law, you're here. Please have a seat. Lu Zhaozhao exclaimed, quickly setting down her brush to greet her. Lu Yuru smiled and inquired, Zhaozhao, what are you working on? Lu Zhaozhao held up her just-completed design for her to see, giggling as she said, Sister-in-law, my needlework is rather average, so I thought I'd paint some patterns to make clothes for your baby when the time comes. Pregnant women are often emotionally sensitive, particularly when they feel wronged or receive kindness. Seeing the exquisite detail of the painting, which was clearly crafted with care, Lu Yuru's eyes glistened as she softly replied, "Thank you, Zhaozhao." Lu Zhaozhao assisted her in sitting down and instructed Lu Li to fetch some light refreshments. "Sister-in-law, today Mother and Aunt Tu have gone to offer condolences at the Wushun Marquis' residence, and I don't know when they'll return. Please stay for lunch." Lu Yuru did not decline, letting out a gentle sigh as she said, "I once heard my mother-in-law mention that Lady Xiao was quite a remarkable woman. It is indeed a pity." Lu Zhaozhao felt a pang of sorrow as well. Lady Xiao had been exceedingly kind to her while she was alive. Logically, she should have gone to pay her respects, but being newly married and with her grandmother's health deteriorating, someone needed to remain at home, especially with her sister-in-law being pregnant. "Last winter, when I accompanied my mother to Lady Zhao's birthday banquet, she was still quite sprightly," Lu Zhaozhao remarked. Suddenly, she felt a wave of concern for Xiao Yuru. Although they had quarreled since childhood, there was an undeniable camaraderie between them. With Lady Zhao's passing, she feared that Xiao Yuru would have no one to support her. All she hoped was that Xiao Yuru would muster the spirit to stand her ground and not be bullied by others. Life and death are natural parts of existence, yet the unpredictability of fate remains a constant. Lu Yuru sighed. Shen Jiayan sent someone to convey that he would not return for dinner today due to official business. After Lu Yuru and Lu Zhaozhao finished their lunch, they planned to head back, but a maid from Lingyun courtyard hurriedly approached. Seeing her frantic demeanor, Greenru gently admonished her to speak slowly, cautioning her not to disturb the eldest young mistress and the heir's wife. The maid bowed and said, "Madam, someone from the Lu family has come to say that your aunt is gravely ill." "What?" Lu Yuru nearly stumbled at this news. Just a few days ago, her aunt had corresponded with her. How could she be so ill now? Lu Zhaozhao and Green Ru quickly steadied her, and Lu Yuru took a moment to regain her composure before turning to Zhaozhao, saying, "I must return to the Lu family. Sister-in-law, I will accompany you." Zhaozhao replied, sensing the oddity of the situation. If Aunt Zhao was indeed seriously ill, why had the news come now, when the elders were not home? At Baoma Hall, upon seeing the two with solemn expressions, the elder Mrs. Shun exclaimed, "What has happened?" "Grandmother, someone from home said my aunt is ill. I wish to return to the Lu family," Lu Yuru replied, her voice choked with emotion. Elder Mrs. Shun expressed her concern. "Yuru, you are with child. What if something were to happen?" "Grandmother, I promise to be exceedingly careful. Please allow me to return," Lu Yuru pleaded, aware that her biological mother would not dare to confront her aunt openly. But who could say what schemes she might harbor in secret? "Grandmother, I will accompany sister-in-law," Lu Zhaozhao suggested gently. "Let a maid wait at the gate for brother, and when he finishes court, he can come to fetch us." Understanding the heart of a daughter, Elder Mrs. Shun sighed and conceded, "Then take more people with you. If anything arises, send word back." "Thank you, grandmother," Lu Yuru responded gratefully. Lu Zhaozhao instructed Liu Li to wait for Shen Jiayan and Shen Jiayan at the entrance while she and Lu Yuru boarded the carriage to the Lu estate. At the Lu residence, Lu Yuanyang sat beside Lady Lu, softly inquiring, "Mother, do you think this plan will work?" Lady Lu patted her hand reassuringly. "Do not worry. Your Uncle Shun has promised that as long as you remain in the Duke of Hugua's residence, he will find a way to assist you. Even if the esteemed Princess Jean Gru wields considerable influence, marriage ultimately rests upon the commands of parents and the arrangements of matchmakers. Mother, what if someone discovers what has transpired in these past 2 years?" Lady Lu raised her hand to cover her mouth, glancing around cautiously as she whispered, "Yuanyang, you must remember that nothing has happened in these 2 years. You were merely rescued by kind-hearted individuals. Jiachen is a good-hearted boy. Once the deed is done, he will have no choice but to acknowledge you." "Mother, I understand," Lu Yuanyang nodded. She knew her father, for the sake of reputation, was even willing to disown her, and if she did not employ some cunning, her life would be irrevocably ruined. "Madam, the second young lady has returned," a maid announced at the door. Upon hearing this, Lady Lu straightened her posture and resumed the demeanor of a matriarch, stating in a commanding voice, "Let her in." "Madam, the heir's wife from the Duke of Hugua's residence has also arrived," the maid added, lowering her head. Lu Shi and Lu Yuanyang were momentarily taken aback, for they were aware that today Both Wu Shi and the esteemed Princess Jingru had gone to the residence of Marquis Wuxuan. Thus, they had summoned Lu Yurua to return. But they did not anticipate that Lu Zhaozhao would accompany her. With a prestigious lineage and a formidable temperament, she was not someone easily manipulated or deceived. Lu Shi grasped Lu Yueying's hand and rose to greet her. "Ah, Yurua has returned, and the noble lady has come as well. Please come in and take a seat," she said warmly, as if she had not been the one causing a ruckus just days prior. "Mother, I have returned today to visit my aunt." "Where's she?" Lu Yurua inquired, having already visited Aunt Zhao's courtyard without finding her. "Yurua, you are with child now. Be cautious not to disturb your pregnancy. Though Aunt Zhao has been unwell, she is no longer in serious condition. The physician has advised her to rest, and I have arranged for her a more tranquil space." Lu Shi replied, discreetly covering her lips with a handkerchief. Lu Yurua, being astute, recognized from her mother's words that her aunt was indeed not in grave danger. However, since her mother had summoned her back under false pretenses, she sensed ulterior motives and boldly stated, "Mother, if you have something to say, please speak plainly." Lu Foran glanced at Lu Zhaozhao, releasing her hold on Lu Yurua's arm as she softly remarked, "Elder sister, I shall wait for you over here." With that, she stepped away, maintaining a distance where their words were inaudible, yet their gestures remained visible. With a smile, Lu Foran continued, "Yurua, now that you are with child and lack a close companion, would it not be wise for your elder sister to accompany you to the Duke of Hugua's residence?" At this, Lu Yurua scoffed derisively, recognizing the blatant disregard for her feelings. "What if I refuse to agree?" she queried, raising her eyes defiantly. "Yurua, you are aware that Aunt Zhao's health has always been frail. As one who consumes grains, who can claim to be free from illness?" Lu Foran's words carried an unmistakable undertone of threat. Lu Yurua tightened her grip on the handkerchief. Her aunt was a beloved concubine of her father, and although her stepmother intended to exert control, ultimately, this was a family matter. While she would not dare to take her aunt's life, she could certainly find ways to make things difficult for her. Since Lu Yueying was so eager to enter the household, she would grant her that wish. "Mother, you are correct. As I am with child, I indeed require companionship. Since my elder sister is kindly willing to care for me, I shall graciously accept her offer." Lu Yurua replied, her expression transforming into one of gentle warmth, reminiscent of the obedient second daughter of the Lu family. "You have the right mindset, Yurua. No one can be as close to you as your own sister," Lu Foran remarked with a hint of implication. Lu Zhaozhao observed Lu Foran's delight at the success of her scheme and frowned, sensing that her intentions were not benevolent. "Yet, mother, you know that my foremost concern is my aunt. If anything were to happen to her, I would have no reservations left," Lu Yurua stated. Lu Shi was now entirely absorbed in her own triumph, envisioning her daughter as the illustrious lady of the Duke of Hugua's residence. "Rest assured, I shall take good care of your aunt," she quickly assured. "Where's my aunt? I wish to see her now," Lu Yurua insisted. "Someone, please escort the second young lady to see Aunt Zhao," Lu Shi instructed with a smile. The maidservant from the Lu residence led the way, with Lu Zhaozhao and Lu Yuro following closely behind. "Zhaozhao, she has asked me to escort Lu Yueying back to the manor," Lu Yuro whispered. She wished to free herself from their threats and longed to live as freely as Zhaozhao did. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhaozhao responded softly, "I knew she harbored no good intentions. Elder sister, it is better to confront the enemy openly than to let them lurk in the shadows." Lu Yuro turned with a smile and replied, "I share your sentiment. Since she insists on pursuing me, I shall acquiesce to her desires, though I wonder if she will be satisfied." Madame Zhao had been placed in a secluded courtyard by Lady Lu. Upon seeing Lu Yuro, her expression momentarily shifted in surprise before she quickly inquired, "Yuro, what brings you back?" "Auntie, how is your health?" Lu Yuro asked, noting the slight pallor on Madame Zhao's face with concern. "I am well, just recently recovering from a chill. It is of no consequence now. However, you must take care of yourself. How is Jia Chun treating you?" Madame Zhao, possessing a temperament that shunned conflict, never sought to oppose others. Her only regret lay with her daughter, for if not for her own status, Yuro would not have been subjected to such indignities. despite her daughter's beauty and talent being equally commendable. "Mother, I am perfectly fine," she replied softly. As Madame Zhao focused on conversing with her daughter, she finally noticed Lu Zhaozhao standing behind Lu Yuro. Observing her graceful beauty and refined attire, she cautiously asked, "Who is this?" Lu Yuro gently took Lu Zhaozhao's hand and introduced her. "Auntie, this is Jiayan's wife." Lu Zhaozhao slightly bowed and greeted, "Good day, Aunt." Madame Zhao appeared taken aback. Even Lu Yuying would not show such respect, let alone offer a kind demeanor. She hastily waved her hand, saying, "Madam of the Heir, I am but a mere aunt and do not merit such a title from you." "Aunt, you are the mother of my elder sister. Thus you are my elder as well," Lu Zhaozhao replied with a smile. "Elder sister, I believe you have much to discuss with Aunt, so I shall wait for you by the entrance." "Zhaozhao, thank you." Lu Yuro expressed her gratitude. As Madame Zhao observed Lu Zhaozhao's departing figure, she mused that this must indeed be what a true noblewoman embodies, an elegant and gracious daughter of a prominent family, exuding warmth without any hint of intimidation. Recalling her initial concern upon learning that young Master Shen was to wed a daughter of the Yunyang Marquis, she had harbored deep worries for Yuro. After all, a legitimate daughter of a noble family and a lowly official's daughter living under the same roof could lead to oppression if one were inclined to impose their will. "Aunt, what are you pondering?" Lu Yuro inquired as she noticed her mother becoming lost in thought. "Ah, nothing of consequence. Please sit down. You must take care of yourself and your condition." "Yuro, what brings you back so suddenly?" Madame Zhao, perceptive and astute, realized that if not for some insider informing the family, the Duke of Guo's residence would never allow a pregnant woman to return. Lu Yuro held Aunt Zhao's hands, gazing earnestly into her eyes as she inquired, "Aunt, would you be willing to leave the Lu residence and live with me and the children?" Aunt Zhao was taken aback, not by the first part of the statement, but rather by the latter. "Yuro, what has transpired between you and Jiachen that you would harbor such thoughts?" Lu Yuro, not wishing to conceal the truth, decided it better to inform her directly than to have her learn of it from others. "Aunt, recently the madam took my elder sister to the Duke of Hua's residence, intending for Shen Jiayan to take Lu Yuying as his concubine." "What did you say?" Aunt Zhao exclaimed, rising in shock. "Sisters sharing a husband? That is a scandal. How can they be so shameless?" Lu Yuro calmly replied, "Today, the madam also sent someone to the Duke's residence, claiming you were gravely ill to summon me back, merely to find an opportunity for Lu Yuying to enter the Duke's household. Aunt, this matter cannot be agreed to. You have only just become pregnant, and Jiachen is a rare and admirable husband. How can you relinquish him so easily?" Aunt Zhao, who had only Lu Yuro as her daughter, despite others mocking her for having a daughter of no apparent worth, cherished her deeply and did not believe her daughter inferior to any son. If Shen Jiayan were truly unworthy, even if he held high office, she would not care for him. "Aunt, I understand that in terms of status, I may be reaching beyond my grasp, but I do not wish to live my life in constant trepidation. Rather than that, I would prefer to live freely on my own." As she spoke, a smile involuntarily graced her face. Seeing that Lu Yuro seemed resolute, Aunt Zhao sighed softly. "Yuro, you are a wise and determined child. These years, it has been I who have burdened you. From now on, live according to your own heart. Whatever decision you make, I shall support you and stand by your side. I only hope you can give Jiachen a chance, and yourself as well." With reddened eyes, Lu Yuro embraced Aunt Zhao, whispering, "Thank you, Aunt." Aunt Zhao gently patted her back. "Big sister, big brother has arrived." Lu Zhaozhao, who had been admiring the flowers in the pavilion, rose and called out to the hurriedly approaching Shen Jiayan and Shen Jiayan, "Second sister-in-law, where is Yuro?" Shen Jiayan, noticing Lu Yuro's absence, spoke with a hint of urgency. "She is in the inner room," Lu Zhaozhao indicated. Shen Jiayan grasped her hand, pulling her into his embrace, saying, "Lu Zhaozhao, your courage is indeed growing. You dare to wander anywhere alone? They wouldn't dare to act against us, especially since I brought pearls," she said proudly. In the inner room, hearing the commotion outside, Aunt Zhao quickly released Lu Yuro and gently urged, "Yuro, you should return now." Chapter 72. Entering the residence, as Lu Yuro emerged with Aunt Zhao, Shen Jiayan relieved to see her unharmed, bowed slightly, saying, "I pay my respects to my mother-in-law." Aunt Zhao nodded gently and placed a reassuring hand on Lu Yuru's, saying, "Yuru, take care of yourself." Shen Jiayan reached out to assist her, and Lu Yuru instinctively wanted to push him away. However, upon noticing Aunt Zhao's worried gaze, she suppressed her impulse and softly replied, "Aunt, I am returning now. Please take care of your health, and if you feel unwell, do send someone to inform me." "All right, hurry back," Aunt Zhao urged. Shen Jiayan assisted her out of the courtyard, and Lu Yuru, gazing at his hand that supported her, spoke softly, "Let go. I can walk on my own." Hearing her tone, devoid of warmth and laced with detachment, Shen Jiayan felt as though his heart was gripped by an unseen force, first rendering him breathless, and then inundating him with a profound ache. He couldn't help but wonder if she had felt a similar sorrow over the past 2 years, engulfed in a wave of regret and frustration. As Lu Yuru observed his hand gradually loosening, she was about to step aside when Shen Jiayan suddenly pulled her back into his embrace, lowering his voice to say, "Yuru, you are with child. I must take care of you." Lu Zhao and Shen Jiayan, who stood behind them, overheard their exchange. Lu Yuru couldn't help but smirk at his lack of emotional intelligence, thinking that if given a choice, perhaps her sister-in-law would be reluctant to marry him. Indeed, Lu Yuru did not respond with joy. She pushed his hand away, and LV Ru promptly steadied her, saying, "I can take care of the child. You need not worry." With that, she strode towards the entrance. "Yuru, that is not what I meant," Shen Jiayan protested. Shen Jiayan, observing his struggle to articulate his thoughts, chuckled softly and turned to embrace Lu Zhao, gently saying, "My lady, let us return home." This left Shen Jiayan standing alone, letting out a soft sigh, a self-deprecating smile crossing his face. Had he known this would be the outcome, he might have acted differently. It was his own fault. Yet, if Yuru wished to part ways, he would never acquiesce. Lu Yuanyang had long been dressed and was waiting at the gate of the Lu residence. Her personal maid, Hong Ling, held a parcel. As Lu Yuru emerged, Lu Yuanyang initially intended to adopt a commanding presence, but quickly altered her demeanor upon seeing the people behind her. With a bright smile, she said, "Second sister, being with child, it is only natural to miss family. Mother specifically instructed me to accompany you and take care of Jiayan. I recall Mother saying you were to enter the residence to care for me, and you should address him as brother-in-law." Lu Yuru replied calmly, adjusting her hairpin. Lu Yuanyang was momentarily taken aback, clenching her fists within her sleeves, and managed a strained smile. "You are right, second sister. It was my mistake." At this moment, Shen Jiayan understood that the eldest daughter of the Lu family intended to accompany them to the duke's residence. Logically, it was acceptable for an older sister to care for her pregnant sibling. However, given their previous engagement and Lu Yuru's evident disdain for him, he worried that Lu Yuanyang's presence would only exacerbate Yuru's reluctance to acknowledge him. "Eldest sister, you are currently unmarried. If word spreads, it may tarnish your reputation," Shen Jiayan suggested cautiously. "Brother-in-law, what does reputation matter now? My second sister is pregnant. Allow me to care for her, and let me fulfill my duty as an elder sister," she replied, raising her hand to dab at the corners of her eyes. "TSK," Shen Jiayan clicked his tongue, leaning down unreservedly to Lu Zhao and remarked, "This is far more entertaining than the tales you read." Lu Zhao nodded in agreement, chuckling lightly, indeed. Listening to their whispers, Lu Yuanyang felt her teeth almost grind together in frustration. Yet, she saw no other recourse. Marrying Shen Jiayan was her only escape. Once she became his wife, she would have ample time to deal with Lu Zhao, for it was she who had agreed to her entering the household. Lu Yuro raised her head and remarked, "Rather than allowing her to remain in the Lu residence and conspire with Madame Lu against her aunt, it would be preferable to place her before our eyes." Shen Jiayan opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. He extended his hand to assist Lu Yuro and gently urged her to board the carriage. This time, Lu Yuro did not refuse. She supported her belly as she entered the carriage, while Shen Jin lifted Lu Zhaozhao inside, turning away without casting a glance at Lu Yuanyang. She turned to Shen Jiayan, her expression pitiable, and implored, "Brother-in-law, might I trouble you for a hand?" Men and women should maintain a respectful distance. There are footrests in the carriage. Please manage on your own, elder sister, Shen Jiayan replied before departing. Lu Yuanyang, in a fit of anger, tossed aside her handkerchief and boarded the carriage, where Lu Zhaozhao and Lu Yuro sat beside her, ignoring her entirely. Observing Lu Yuro's slightly protruding belly, she suppressed the malice in her eyes. All of this should rightfully belong to her. Upon returning to the Duke's residence, Mrs. Wu was frantic upon learning that Lu Yuro had returned to the Lu residence. Had it not been for the intervention of Princess Jingru, she would have rushed to the Lu estate immediately. Sister-in-law, although Madame Lu is no gentle soul, she would not dare to act too harshly. Besides, Zhaozhao is with her, and both Jiachuan and Jiayan are there too. You need not worry, Princess Jingru reassured her. Mrs. Wu seated herself and took a hasty sip of tea. Her voice laced with anger. Elder sister, I am simply anxious. Thinking of how she appeared at our door not long ago fills me with dread. I fear she may be plotting something sinister, arriving at a most inconvenient time while we are away. Princess Jingru mused thoughtfully. Just then, Lu Zhaozhao and her companions entered. Upon seeing them, Mrs. Wu quickly rose and grasped Lu Yuro's hand, asking Yuro, "Are you all right? How is your mother?" "Mother is fine. My aunt merely caught a chill." The servants exaggerated the situation, she replied softly. That is a relief. Mrs. Wu's gaze fell upon Lu Yuanyang, and her expression hardened as she questioned, "Miss Lu, what brings you here?" "Greetings to Her Highness the Princess," Lu Yuanyang acknowledged. "Greetings to you, Aunt." She performed a slight curtsy. "Aunt, I admit I was in the wrong previously. I have realized my mistake and hope you will not hold it against me any longer. My younger sister is with child, and as her elder sister, I wish to do my part in caring for her. I hope you will support me in this." Her words were heartfelt, yet none present believed her sincerity, nor did anyone acknowledge her sentiment. Princess Jingru rose and made her way to the door. Pausing beside Lu Yuanyang, she turned slightly and coldly advised, "Miss Lu, if one desires to keep matters hidden, one must refrain from wrongdoing. I urge you to be cautious." Lu Yuanyang broke into a cold sweat at these words, clenching her hands tightly to compose herself. "I shall heed your counsel, Your Highness." "Aunt, we should return now," Lu Zhaozhao suggested softly. "Good child, rest when you return. Thank you for today." As they exited the courtyard, they spotted Princess Jingru standing nearby. Lu Zhaozhao hurried forward, entwining her arm with the princess's, and gently inquired, "Mother, did you see the eldest daughter of the Shao family today? Is she well?" Princess Jingru sighed softly. "Yes, I did see her. That child is indeed pitiable. Her mother passed away early, and the Marquis of Yunyang neglects her. She was raised solely by old Lady Shao, and now she is left without anyone to support her." Lu Zhaozhao felt a sense of unease in her heart. If one were to consider their acquaintance, it seemed she had known Jianing even longer. They had played together in their childhood, but when had things begun to change? It appeared that the transformation in Xiao Yuro's temperament only surfaced after the passing of the late Lady Shao. Chapter 73. The commotion as Shen Jiayan emerged from the cleansing room. He spotted Lu Zhaozhao seated on the bed, knees drawn up, lost in thought. Observing her delicate, pale feet peeking out, he approached and gently grasped one, the coolness of her skin causing him to furrow his brow slightly. He then reached for a nearby blanket to cover her. Sitting beside her, he wrapped an arm around her, leaning down to softly inquire, "What occupies your mind?" She sighed. Considering Xiao Yuro's troublesome nature, what will she do now that the old lady of the Shao family is gone? Didn't you hold her in contempt before? Why do you express concern for her now? Shen Jiayan teased. Lu Zhaozhao felt a twinge of embarrassment at his words. After all, she and Xiao Yuro were sworn enemies. Yet, upon reflection, what was to say that, in the eyes of others, she and Shen Jiayan were not similarly mismatched? After all, she had married him. "I'm not worried about her," she retorted defiantly. He chuckled softly, pulling her closer, assuring her, "Rest assured. The eldest daughter of the Shao family is the legitimate wife. The Marquis of Yunyang would not dare to treat her harshly." "Let's hope so," Lu Zhaozhao murmured, nuzzling against his chest. She was indeed weary. Just earlier, an uninvited aunt had arrived, followed swiftly by the scheming Lu Yuing. The days ahead promised to be quite lively. After Lu Yuing entered the household, she ostensibly took care of her pregnant sister, yet covertly showered attention upon her brother-in-law. Shen Jiayan. Lu Yuro chose to ignore this, instructing Lu Zhu to keep a watchful eye on Lu Yuing and prevent her from encroaching upon her belongings. Shen Jiayan was utterly averse to her attentions. He had seen through her true nature. She was never the innocent and kind-hearted girl she pretended to be. Jiayan was right. There might even be hidden truths behind her disappearance years ago. However, he could not help but feel resentful that his wife showed no concern for other women's advances towards him. He found himself wallowing in self-pity, clinging to the main house, while Lu Yuro remained indifferent to his plight, no matter how hard he tried to win her attention. In the evening, Lu Yuro continued to sit on the bed, engrossed in her book, the candlelight casting a gentle glow upon her face. As the old saying goes, quarrels at the head of the bed lead to reconciliations at the foot. Shen Jiayan felt a surge of eagerness. He first gently caressed her slightly protruding belly. Lu Yuro assumed he wished to feel the child and said nothing. Yet, after a while, he began to move his hand upward, prompting her to turn and question him with a look of disbelief. "What are you attempting to do?" Shen Jiayan awkwardly rubbed his nose and murmured, "I consulted the physician, who mentioned that after 3 months, it would be permissible." Lu Yuro's eyes widened in disbelief. She held back her frustration, but ultimately could no longer contain herself, trembling as she pointed toward the door and uttered her first curse. "Get out. Yuro, don't be angry. I want to do anything. Let us just sleep," he pleaded, reaching out to embrace her. Lu Yuro picked up a pillow from the side and hurled it at him. Seeing this, Shen Jiayan quickly surrendered, saying, "Yuro, please do not be angry. I shall take my leave." With that, he hastily rose from the bed, glancing back 3 times as he exited the main chamber. Lu Yuro gazed at the closed door, her anger flaring as she forcefully cast his pillow to the ground. Green Rue, stationed at the door, heard every sound within clearly. She recalled when her lady had prepared bird's nest soup, and the young master had been reluctant to return to the main chamber. Now, however, he had been driven out by his wife. It was indeed a turn of fortunes. The thought brought her some satisfaction, though she did not show it, respectfully bowing. "Young master." Shen Jiayan cleared his throat and softly replied, "I have matters to attend to in the study. Please take good care of the lady." "Yes, young master." Green Rue suppressed her laughter. In the study, Shen Jiayan, upon reviewing the already addressed affairs, could not help but chuckle softly. At least his wife had acknowledged him today. The following day, Lu Yuro planned to pay her respects to the old Madame Shen early in the morning. Lu Yuing insisted on accompanying her. Lu Yuro said nothing. If she wished to go, so be it. Today, the Bao Tang was bustling with activity. Upon entering, Lu Yuro respectfully greeted, "I have come to see grandmother." Lu Yuing followed suit with a bow. The old Madame Shen glanced at Lu Yuing, but said nothing. "Yuro, rise and take a seat. Given your condition, there is no need for such formalities." "Grandmother, it is no trouble," Lu Yuro replied with a faint smile, rising to sit beside Lu Zhaozhao. They exchanged smiles, leaving Lu Yuing awkwardly standing in the middle. Shen Jiayan, with a cheerful expression, remarked, "Quickly bring a chair for the eldest daughter of the Lu family. She is our young master's biological sister, yet no one seems to have any awareness." The maids of Bao Tang exchanged glances, and upon seeing the old madam's approval, they fetched a chair to place at the end. Lu Yuing suppressed her discontent and bowed, thanking the old madam and her aunt. Once Lu Yuing was seated, Shen Jiayan glanced at the composed Lu Yuro and leisurely remarked, "Mother, do you see how well-educated and graceful this eldest daughter of the Lu family is? She would be a perfect match for our Jiayan. Yet alas, fate has its own designs." "Jiayan, let's not dwell on the past," the old Madame Shen interjected. Shen Jiayan swiftly turned to Lu Yuro, feigning sincerity. "Yuro, please do not take offense. My aunt merely expresses some regret, as she can be rather blunt without malice." Lu Yuro, holding her teacup, took a sip before setting it down gently, saying, "It is nothing. Aunt, you've been blunt more than once." Shen Jiayan was momentarily taken aback, and Wu Shi, upon hearing this, let out a laugh, saying, "Jiayan, since you admire the eldest daughter of the Liu family so much, why not have her as your daughter-in-law? They say a woman 3 years older carries gold bricks. It is merely uncertain if this eldest daughter would be willing. Liu Yuanying immediately lowered her head, remaining silent. She intended to marry into the Duke of the Protectorate's family, not the son of a condemned official. Furthermore, Gu Changjun appeared to be nothing more than a frivolous wastrel, a dandy without substance. Upon hearing these words, Gu Changjun's eyes sparkled with interest. Though the eldest daughter of the Liu family may not possess the beauty of Liu Zhaozhao, she is nonetheless a captivating woman. Having encountered countless individuals, he could discern at a glance that a woman of her kind would likely be quite indulgent in the boudoir. He had no genuine intention of marrying her. A brief dalliance would suffice. Second sister-in-law, you jest. Changjun is still young, and there is no talk of marriage at this time. Although Shen Jiayan was currently in a state of decline, wholly reliant on her maternal family, she held a different perspective. In her eyes, no girl outside the realm of noble families was worthy of her son. Shen Jiayan detected a hint of anger in the voice of the old matriarch, and she quickly fell silent. After all, this matter was not urgent. If she was to suffer, then no one would enjoy themselves either. Dear matriarch, please do not be angry. Every fault lies with Yuanying. Do not blame my aunt any further, Liu Yuanying said with a pitiful demeanor, her head bowed low. Liu, eldest daughter, cease this weeping and melodrama. The Guogong residence does not entertain such antics, Princess Jingru remarked coldly. Liu Yuanying was instantly silenced, and Liu Zhaozhao couldn't help but smile lightly. It was perplexing how Liu Yuanying had developed such a demeanor, always exuding a certain allure reminiscent of the brothels. Chapter 74. Clarification. As Princess Jingru spoke, neither Shen Jiayan nor Liu Yuanying dared to act out again. The old matriarch smiled with satisfaction and gently said, Jingru, in a few days, we shall visit Xian Temple for blessings. I will trouble you with the matters of the household. Do not worry, mother. Princess Jingru replied with a calm demeanor. The old matriarch turned her gaze towards Liu Yuro, who was gently cradling her belly. Yuro, you must take good care of yourself now that you are with child. Rest assured, grandmother, I understand, Liu Yuro replied softly. As the group exited the Bauma Hall, Shen Jiayan stormed off in a huff, with Gu Yuanying hurriedly following suit. As Gu Changjun passed by Liu Yuanying, he wore a half-smile, prompting her to secretly clench her handkerchief. Eldest sister-in-law, she hasn't caused any trouble, has she? Liu Zhaozhao asked in a low voice, linking arms with Liu Yuro. She shook her head gently, assuring, do not worry, I can handle it. Liu Yuro, having endured scorn alongside Aunt Zhao since childhood, possessed an astute understanding of human nature that would far surpass that of 3 Liu Yuanyings combined. Seeing her confidence, Liu Zhaozhao nodded with a smile and made her way towards the Zhaojia courtyard, accompanied by Liu Li and Jinzhu. Liu Yuanying returned to Lingyun courtyard with Liu Yuro, and at that moment, Shen Jiayan had yet to return from court. She cast aside her pretense and boldly seated herself on the small couch, unabashedly stating, Liu Yuro, you must be aware of my intentions for entering the residence this time. Liu Yuro sat beside her and let out a soft laugh. Having never encountered anyone so brazenly shameless as to openly covet another's husband without a trace of embarrassment. Eldest sister, I truly wish to ask why you would forsake your dignity to marry Shen Jiayan when there are countless suitors in the world. A flicker of panic crossed Liu Yuanying's eyes, and she swiftly asserted, he is my husband. What fault is there in my affection for him? Besides, we are sisters. In the future, we shall stand equal, supporting one another, which is entirely appropriate. Greenru clenched her fists tightly. Had it not been for the fear of jeopardizing her lady's reputation, she would have relished the thought of striking her down. After all, she was the legitimate daughter of an official family, and yet displayed such shamelessness. Eldest sister, as long as Shen Jiayan consents, I shall immediately sever ties with him. Liu Yuru stated casually. If he were willing to let her go, she would take her aunt and child to a place where no one knew them, achieving a mutually agreeable conclusion. Suddenly, the door was forcefully flung open, and Shen Jiayan stood at the threshold, his face dark with anger. Liu Yuanying rose from her low couch and approached him, her voice dripping with sweetness. Jiayan, do not be angry. Second sister merely speaks her mind. Get out, he barked, not even sparing her a glance, his voice barely containing his fury. Lu Yuang turned to glance at Lu Yuru, who sat composedly on the couch. A malicious thought crossed her mind. How wonderful it would be if Shen Jiayan, in a fit of rage, directed his anger at her, resulting in the loss of the child. Green Ru, sensing the tension, instinctively shielded Lu Yuru, whispering, Green Ru, you may leave. Reluctantly, Green Ru retreated, glancing back anxiously as she exited, worrying that if the gentleman truly laid a hand on the lady, she would rush back in. Shen Jiayan approached Lu Yuru, his voice hoarse as he murmured, Yuru, must you insist on this? She slowly lifted her gaze, a hint of hope in her tone as she asked, what if I said yes? Humans are not mere wood or grass. Who could be devoid of feelings? Over the past 2 years, she had poured her heart into him, yet he had never reciprocated, and though she had never received his favor, it did not mean she was indifferent. As Shen Jiayan heard her response, his eyes brimmed with fury, but just as she thought he would storm out in anger, they glistened with tears. He trembled, reaching out to touch her, but upon seeing the unwillingness in her eyes, he slowly withdrew his hand to his sides, his voice quaking as he pleaded, Yuru, I beg you, do not leave me. Seeing his shattered demeanor, a tumult of emotions stirred within Lu Yuru. To be frank, she cared for him. However, she dared not draw closer, for his past indifference had instilled a deep-seated fear in her. Why must it be this way? Wouldn't it be better for us to part ways amicably and find our own happiness? She murmured softly, Yuru, I am sorry. I know I have been at fault in the past. I only ask for one more chance, he implored, kneeling before her, his forehead resting on her knees in a gesture of sincerity. Lu Yuru felt the warmth of tears on her legs and could scarcely believe he was crying. Yuru, do you not remember those agonizing nights? A voice within her questioned. Indeed, today she forgave him, but what of the suffering she had endured? Shen Jiayan, I am weary and wish to rest, she asserted, gently pushing him away. He rose and helped her to her feet, softly promising, Yuru, I will never let you down again. Watching his retreating figure, Lu Yuru hesitated, then gently caressed her abdomen, whispering, should I trust your father once more? Shen Jiayan exited Lingyun courtyard and directly entered Lu Yuanyang's quarters, where she hurried forward, inquiring, has something happened with second sister? Though her words were filled with concern, her eyes betrayed a glimmer of excitement. He grimaced in disgust and said in a deep voice, Miss Lu, I do not concern myself with the reasons behind your following you row back to the residence, but I must make it clear today that in this life, I shall only have Lu Yuro as my wife. Not even a concubine shall I entertain. Lu Yuang gazed at the man before her, finding him markedly different from the gentle youth he had been 2 years prior. With reddened eyes, she questioned, Jia Chun, do our past interactions mean nothing to you now? What past? Our connection was merely a matter of parental arrangement. There was no affection involved, he coldly retorted. You speak falsehoods. Who in this household does not know that although you have married Lu Yuro, your heart is not with her? Do you dare claim that you feel nothing for me? Lu Yuang responded, her voice trembling with emotion. At her words, the pain in Shen Jiayan's heart intensified. How much disdain had Yuro endured over these 2 years? He cursed himself for it. Miss Lu, do you know how Lady Lu spoke to me after your disappearance? She claimed you went missing while praying for my well-being. For all these years, I have thought of you, but that was mere guilt, nothing more. Moreover, only you know the reasons behind your disappearance and where you have been for the past 2 years. I have said all I can. Take care of yourself. With that, Shen Jiayan turned to leave, but paused, recalling something. He spoke without turning around. I was aware you sought out Jiayan before marriage. Do you know why I am indifferent? Because I do not harbor feelings for you. Who resides in your heart is of no concern to me. She immediately collapsed to the ground, and her maid rushed to support her. Gripping the maid's hand tightly, she seethed, Hong Ling, he is known all along. Did you hear that? Huh. Very well. Shen Jiayan, Lu Yuro, Shen Jiayan, Lu Zhaozhao. None of you shall have peace. Hong Ling felt the redness in her wrist where it had been grasped, and, though tempted to inquire about the relevance of this matter to the heir's wife, she saw Lu Yuying's increasing frenzy and quickly urged, Miss, perhaps we should let this go and return home. Why should I not be the true daughter of the Liu family? I am the one who deserves to be that person. Chapter 75. The transaction recalling the way Gu Chongjun had looked at her earlier that day, she struggled to rise and hurried into her room. Grabbing a pen, she swiftly composed a letter and handed it to Hong Ling. Go to Yilan Courtyard and deliver this to young Master Gu. Ensure no one else sees it. Miss, is this appropriate? Hong Ling said, clutching the letter with trepidation. Go, she commanded without room for debate. Yes, Mississippi Hong Ling accepted the letter, a sense of resignation washing over her as she bowed and exited. A Yilan Kocho, Gu Shang Yun said Iduk. Confined within the Duke of Huguo's estate for days, yearning for revelry. A servant entered with a letter, saying, Young master, there's a letter for you. Whose letter? He replied with a hint of impatience. It's from a maidservant of Miss Liu, the servant replied, looking down. Upon hearing this, Gu Chongjun smiled and hastened to open the letter. A young lady has a request. Should young Master Gu be willing to assist her, there shall be ample rewards. Await good news tonight at the hour of the rat. Liu Yuing. Gu Chongjun, after reading the letter, revealed a lecherous smile on his face. He was well aware that Miss Liu was not a virtuous woman. She had come to him willingly, and how could one refuse a piece of meat delivered right to their doorstep? He was curious to see just how generous her reward would be, casually tossing the letter aside. In the dead of night, with darkness enveloping everything outside, Gu Chongjun cautiously left the Yilan courtyard, glancing around to ensure no one was watching. Unbeknownst to him, this scene was witnessed by Gu Yueying, who was engrossed in her writing. Quietly, she followed him until he entered Liu Yueying's courtyard. With a cold smirk, she turned back to Yilan courtyard, realizing someone was heading toward their own demise. Finding the courtyard devoid of guards, Gu Chongjun made his way into the main house. Liu Yueying, her hair disheveled and adorned with scattered hairpins, sat with her back to him, draped in a sheer garment. Gu Chongjun swallowed greedily, approaching her to embrace her and eagerly seek a kiss. Liu Yueying raised her hand to push him away, coyly protesting, Mr. Gu, please don't be like this. Yet Gu Chongjun paid no heed to her protests, roughly tearing open her silken nightgown, her fair skin igniting a fire in his eyes. Liu Yueying, having summoned him, had already prepared for this encounter, but she could not afford to lose both her dignity and her standing. Quickly, she shielded her exposed skin, tears welling in her eyes as she pleaded, Mr. Gu. Seeing her attempt at resistance, Gu Chongjun sneered, Miss Liu, you summoned me here at this late hour. Yet now you feign virtue. Do you not find yourself laughable? Liu Yueying recognized this as a blatant humiliation, yet she was consumed by her hatred, wishing for all to suffer. When she lifted her gaze again, her expression had transformed into one of allure. She gently placed her hand on his chest, inching closer. Mr. Gu, if you agree to collaborate with me, not only I, but even Liu Zhaozhao will be at your disposal. At the mere thought of Liu Zhaozhao's exquisite beauty, excitement flickered across his face. Observing his reaction, Liu Yueying secretly chuckled, eager to see how the esteemed lady of the house would maintain her composure when lying beneath another. Of course, she continued, how shall we collaborate? Gu Chongjun's hands roamed freely over her body. In a few days, old Lady Shen will take the ladies of the household to Xian Temple. You will help me find some people to abduct Liu Yuru and Liu Zhaozhao from there. I do not wish for their lives. I only desire to ruin their reputations. As she spoke, her hands entwined around his neck. Is that so? Gu Chongjun inquired, his gaze fixed on her. And I also require your assistance in capturing Shen Jiayan. I aim to become the grand lady of the Guoguagong mansion, she whispered. You asked me to do so much for you. How do you plan to repay me tonight? Gu Chongjun leered, envisioning the prospect of her marrying Shen Jiayan while Liu Zhaozhao became Shen Jiayan's wife. He could boast of having bedded both brothers' women. Regardless of their might in the court, they would forever wear the green hat of infidelity. This thought thrilled him immensely. I am at your mercy, sir, she replied. And upon hearing this, Gu Chongjun seized her and tossed her onto the bed, his actions devoid of any tenderness after having fasted for so many days. Before long, the room echoed with the sounds of a woman's anguished cries and unmentionable profanities. In this courtyard, only Liu Yueying and Hong Ling remained. Hong Ling listened to the sounds emanating from the main house. Although she was yet to be wed, her service to the master and mistress had endowed her with an understanding of such matters, provoking a sense of fear as she tightly grasped her handkerchief. The young lady must truly have lost her senses, daring to engage in such disgraceful acts within the residence of the Duke of Gua. After about an hour, the noises gradually subsided, and through the window, Hong Ling beheld Gu Changjun stumbling out, his steps unsteady. From within the main house came the hoarse voice of Lu Yueying. Despite her trepidation, Hong Ling steeled herself and approached the main house. What met her gaze was a disheveled bed, and upon it, Lu Yueying's once fair skin bore a ghastly array of bruises and marks, resembling bites and grips, a clear testament to the absence of compassion from her assailant. Trembling, Hong Ling called out, "Miss Lu." Lu Yueying struggled to sit up, grabbing her firmly and fixing her gaze upon her. "Hong Ling, if you dare speak of today's events, both you and your parents will meet with a most dreadful fate. Do you understand?" Terrified, Hong Ling knelt upon the ground, repeatedly bowing her head. "I would not dare, I would not dare. I beg of you, spare my life and that of my family." Lu Yueying looked down at her marred skin, gripping the bedding tightly. "Lu Yuruo, Lu Zhaozhao, the humiliation I suffered today is due to you both. One day, I shall make you taste the same bitterness. Go fetch water. When dawn breaks, procure a dose of abortifacient from the medical hall and ensure no one discovers this. Understood?" "I understand," Hong Ling replied, feeling as if she had been granted a reprieve, scrambling out of the main house, leaving Lu Yueying alone and battered on the bed. Gu Changjun had just treated her with the same disdain one would show a courtesan. Gu Changjun returned to the Elan courtyard, reclining upon his bed and slowly relishing the sensations he had just experienced. Lu Yueying's allure was not without merit. It was unfortunate that she was merely second-hand. Explaining her audacity, today, Lu Yueying had claimed she would assist him in winning Lu Zhaozhao, whose sweetness would undoubtedly surpass Lu Yueying's by leaps and bounds. With this thought, he drifted into a contented sleep, blissfully unaware of the impending consequences of his actions. Gu Yueying stood by the window, slightly tilting her head to gaze at the luminous moon. On her desk lay a letter. The sordid affair between Lu Yueying and Gu Changjun must surely serve a purpose. What were their true intentions? As this matter inevitably involved Gu Changjun, Shen Jiayan could not possibly remain uninvolved. She believed that retribution for Shen Jiayan would soon be at hand. "Mother, please wait a little longer. I shall surely avenge you." Gu Yueying gripped the jade pendant firmly in her hand. Chapter 76. A prayer for blessings in the Zhaojia courtyard. Shen Jiayan regarded Lu Zhaozhao, who was eagerly packing her belongings, with a hint of envy. "Lu Zhaozhao, you haven't seen me in 2 days. Do you truly not miss me? We see each other daily. A few days' absence is of no consequence," Lu Zhaozhao replied nonchalantly, continuing her preparations. She was inherently restless, and now that she had the chance to venture out, even if it was merely to pay homage at a temple, it was a welcome opportunity. Hearing this, Shen Jiayan pulled her into his embrace, kissing her fervently. "I wonder who was so persistent in pursuing me before marriage. Now that you have me, you seem to have lost interest. How fickle women can be." Lu Zhaozhao laughed, wrapping her arms around his neck and planting a kiss on his chin. "Young Master Shen, I have noticed you have grown increasingly clingy." He lightly hummed as he reached out to tickle the soft flesh at her waist. Lu Zhaozhao quickly begged for mercy. "Although the world is peaceful today, free from the threat of bandits, I still cannot rest easy about Xiayan Temple, which lies in the outskirts of the capital. I shall have Mo Jiang and Mo Han accompany you tomorrow. What about you? As a minister of justice, you have made many enemies. What if someone attempts to assassinate you?" She teased with a smile. "Your husband is both scholarly and martial. You may laugh quietly to yourself," he replied, lifting her into his arms. "My belongings are not yet packed," she protested. "I shall finish them tomorrow." The following day, according to the original plan, old Lady Shen, accompanied by the women of the household, set off for Xiayan Temple, leaving Princess Jingru to guard the home. Since that day, Lu Yueying had been acting out of character, even apologizing sincerely to Lu Yuru, but Lu Yuru would never believe her. Instead, she instructed Lu Ru to keep a close watch on her. ensuring that Lu Yueying had no opportunity to exploit. Lu Zhaozhao and Lu Yuru sat on one side of the carriage, while Gu Yueying and Lu Yueying occupied the other. Lu Zhaozhao leaned out to wave at Shen Jiayan, who softly reminded her, "Zhaozhao, the weather is getting warm. Do not wander aimlessly and be cautious of heat stroke. Lord Shen, you are becoming increasingly verbose. I shall return tomorrow. Surely, I want to be lost," she teased back. Shen Jiayan gently flicked her forehead with his hand, affectionately saying, "Lu Zhaozhao, you do not recognize a good heart. Mother, he hit me." She turned to Princess Jingru to complain. Princess Jingru smiled gently and softly advised, "Zhaozhao, take good care of yourself." "Understood, mother," she replied with a nod. Turning back, she noticed Shen Jiayan gazing longingly into the carriage. She then asked Lu Yuru, "Sister-in-law, your elder brother is looking at you. Do you have anything to say?" "Nothing." Lu Yuru gently shook her head. Naturally, Shen Jiayan heard this. His expression dimmed as he said, "Sister-in-law, please take good care of Yuru." "I appreciate it." Shen Jiayan clicked his tongue, thinking his elder brother was truly courting trouble. He had not treated her well before, and now it was only right that she ignored him. Watching the carriage gradually fade from view, Shen Jiayan, with a teasing smile, remarked, "Brother, do not worry. Even if sister-in-law wishes to part ways with you, she would not leave at this moment." With that, he swaggered away on horseback toward the Ministry of Justice. Inside the carriage, Lu Zhaozhao chatted idly with Lu Yuru, while Gu Yueying quietly kept her head down, remaining silent. Gu Yueying had come with Shen Jiayan, which was acceptable, but Lu Yueying had shamelessly tagged along under the pretense of caring for her sister. "Yueying, you appear quite young. May I ask how old you are?" Lu Yueying inquired, attempting to engage. 15, she shyly replied, her head lowered. Lu Yueying, seeing her shrink back like a quail, secretly scorned the lowly status of a concubine, but thought it was for the best, as it would prevent her from ruining her plans for the day. Lu Zhaozhao observed Lu Yueying and felt that something seemed amiss with her in recent days, though she could not articulate it, finding the situation rather peculiar. The carriage journey to Qian Temple required 2 hours, and by the time they arrived, it was already noon. Liu Li assisted Lu Zhaozhao in descending from the carriage, while Lu Ru hurriedly went to support Lu Yuro. Madame Wu helped the elderly matriarch approach them, inquiring with concern, "Yuro, Zhaozhao, are you both well?" "Grandmother, I am fine," Lu Zhaozhao replied softly, with Lu Yuro shaking her head in agreement. "Let us proceed inside." Master Huijue of Qian Temple stepped forward to greet the elderly matriarch Shen. With her hands clasped together in a gesture of respect, Madame Shen returned the greeting, "Master Huijue." The Duke's household generously donated a considerable sum to Qian Temple each year, establishing a long-standing acquaintance between Madame Shen and Master Huijue. "Madame Shen, the guest quarters have been prepared. You may take your ladies to rest," Master Huijue said gently. "Thank you, Master Huijue." Given the multitude of worshippers at Qian Temple, ranging from dignitaries to common folk, the temple had several guest rooms. The young monk led them to the rear courtyard, where he said apologetically, "I regret to inform you that we currently have only 4 guest rooms available." "No matter, thank you, young monk," Madame Shen replied amiably. "Mother, please rest first. We can manage with the remaining space," Madame Wu suggested. Ultimately, the elderly matriarch had a room to herself, while Madame Wu, despite her distaste for Shen Jiayan, had no choice but to share a room with her daughter-in-law, as it would be inappropriate for a mother-in-law to squeeze into a room with her daughter-in-law. "Zhaozhao, I know you have a close friendship with Yuro. I entrust you to take care of her tonight," Lu Yueying said with a gentle smile. "Sister-in-law, let us return to our room," Lu Zhaozhao said, sensing something amiss, but choosing not to dwell on it as she assisted Lu Yuro. "Let's go." Lu Yuro responded softly. Their room was a fair distance from Lu Yueying and Gu Yuying's quarters, and just as Lu Zhaozhao was about to enter, she noticed a familiar figure emerging from the adjacent room. "Xiao Yuro," she called out in surprise. Xiao Yuro, once flamboyant and carefree, now donned a pale-hued skirt with simple adornments, her expression marked by newfound tranquility. She looked up at Lu Zhaozhao and murmured Lu Zhaozhao, as if they had not seen each other for an eternity, despite it being merely half a year. As dusk approached, Lu Zhaozhao reminded Lu Yuro to secure the door before leading Zhun Zhu to the neighboring room. Seated across from one another, Lu Zhaozhao and Xiao Yuro shared a moment of quietude as Xiao Yuro's maidservant poured tea for them. Lu Zhaozhao, she said softly, I never anticipated we would share such a peaceful moment over tea. Are you well? Lu Zhaozhao inquired gently. Since my grandmother's passing, you are the first to ask if I am all right. Xiao Yuro replied, her gaze lowered. I know your heart is heavy with grief. Yet you must continue to live well. Grandmother Xiao cared for you deeply and would not wish to see you in such sorrow, Lu Zhaozhao observed, noting her pallid complexion, indicative of many sleepless nights. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuro lifted her head to glance at her, then rose to bow deeply. What are you doing? Lu Zhaozhao hastily stood to assist her. Lu Zhaozhao, I sincerely apologize for my past transgressions, Xiao Yuro stated earnestly, recalling her grandmother's last wish for her to be a person of integrity, capable of acknowledging her mistakes. Enough, please rise. It was merely childish banter between young ladies. And besides, I have never truly lost, Lu Zhaozhao reassured her. Lu Zhaozhao spoke with a twinkle of mirth in her eyes. Chapter 77, The Thief. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuro smiled in relief, her eyes curving gracefully as she said, Indeed, Miss Lu San is invincible in battle. Lu Zhaozhao chuckled lightly and inquired, What brings you to this Xiayan temple? Xiao Yuro gestured for her to sit down, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. You are unaware of my stepmother's disdain for me. She has always looked upon me with disfavor. Now that my grandmother has passed, she views me as a thorn in her side, fearing that I might overshadow her biological daughter. Rather than endure this, I find it preferable to remain here for self-cultivation. But you are the legitimate eldest daughter of the Marquis of Yunyang. Surely, she cannot be excessively tyrannical. There must be some semblance of decorum, Lu Zhaozhao remarked. Xiao Yuro shook her head and laughed softly. Do you know why I often opposed you in the past? It was not out of genuine dislike, but rather envy. You were cherished by your parents and adored by your siblings, forever the most radiant lady. I, on the other hand, relied solely on my grandmother's kindness to survive. And now my stepmother has even abandoned the pretense of civility. I apologize for mocking your marriage prospects before. Lu Zhaozhao recalled the events of last year's Jianing birthday banquet and said, It was my fault for deliberately ridiculing you in public, knowing that Qi Mian was not a good man. She lifted her teacup with a smile. Let us bury the hatchet. Agreed, let us bury the hatchet. Xiao Yuro raised her cup in return. The two maidservants behind them could not suppress their laughter. Zhun Zhu thought to herself how kind and beautiful her mistress was, while Xiao Yuro's maid reflected that her lady finally had someone to converse with. Outside, Mo Jiang and Mo Han concealed themselves in the shadows. Mo Jiang yawned and remarked, This young lord is making a mountain out of a molehill. The young lady came to pray for blessings. Who would dare commit a crime in this Xiayan temple? I will relay your words to the young lord in their entirety. Mo Han replied coldly. No, I meant you should be silent. Mo Han hissed, lowering his voice. At this, Mo Jiang immediately adopted a more serious demeanor, peering outside. He noticed 4 or 5 burly men loitering nearby. Suddenly, they seemed to fixate on Lu Zhaozhao's quarters, preparing to charge in. Mo Jiang and Mo Han sprang forth to engage them in combat. Hearing the clashing of swords and knives outside, Zhun Zhu rushed protectively in front of Lu Zhaozhao. Xiao Yuro, startled, moved to open the door to see what was amiss, but Lu Zhaozhao grasped her arm, saying, Do not go out. Shen Jiayan has left me guards. They should suffice, and our presence would only cause chaos. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the commotion outside gradually subsided. Mo Jiang and Mo Han, selected through rigorous criteria, faced few opponents. The assailants, realizing they were outmatched, scattered in all directions. Concerned for Lu Zhaozhao's safety, they refrained from pursuing. Mo Han possessed an exceptional memory, and despite the assailants being masked, identifying them was merely a matter of time. The safety of the young lady was of paramount importance. Madam, all is well, Mo Han declared, bowing toward the door. At that moment, 2 adjacent doors swung open simultaneously. Elder sister, are you unharmed? Lu Zhaozhao inquired anxiously. I am well, Zhaozhao. Were you frightened? Lu Yuro grasped her hand with concern. I am fine. Do not worry. Mohan, what just happened? Did you see who came? Lu Zhaozhao turned to ask. In response to the lady's question, my subordinate is unaware of their identity, but it appears they are targeting you and the eldest young lady. I shall report this matter to the young master immediately. They cannot escape. Mohan replied with a bow. Yuro, Zhaozhao, are you both unharmed? Lu Yuying shouted as she ran from a distance, her voice echoing as if she feared no one would hear. Upon approaching and seeing them safe, her eyes betrayed a hint of panic and disappointment. This shouldn't be the case. Miss Lu, why are you shouting? Are you afraid no one will hear you? Lu Zhaozhao scolded. Though the rooms were somewhat distanced, Lu Yuying's was the farthest away. Before her grandmother and second aunt could arrive, she had rushed over, as if she had anticipated the situation. It was hard to believe she was uninvolved, yet to avoid alarming the intruders, Lu Zhaozhao concealed her suspicions. Zhaozhao, don't misunderstand. I only came because I heard some commotion and was worried about you, Lu Yuying hastily explained. Miss Lu, it seems I have wronged you, she replied with a half-smile. At that moment, Mrs. Wu and Shen Jiayan also arrived, assisting the old matriarch. Yuro, Zhaozhao, are you both all right? Mrs. Wu asked, having heard of the incident. Do not worry, mother, both Zhaozhao and I are safe, Lu Yuro softly reassured her. What on earth is happening? Who is so audacious? Old Madam, Shen inquired sternly. In response to the matriarch, there are several thieves, and Mohan bowed again. Ensure these individuals are found, the old matriarch commanded. Yes, madam. Seeing the two girls unharmed, Shen Jiayan felt a tinge of disappointment. These two little vixens truly had luck on their side. Master Hui Ju hurried over upon hearing the commotion and only relaxed when he confirmed everyone was safe. It was already midnight, and with Mo Jiang and Mo Han guarding old Madam Shen and Mrs. Wu, they felt secure enough to leave. Before returning to her room, Lu Zhaozhao spoke to Xiao Yuro. This time, I have implicated you. If nothing unexpected occurs, these individuals were indeed after us. Lu Zhaozhao, it seems your life is not peaceful. The deep courtyard is fraught with traps. Be cautious and do not fall into other schemes, she warned, glancing at the earlier Lu Yuying, who she perceived as no good. However, many had witnessed today as events, and it was uncertain what kind of rumors would spread to the capital. I am at a loss. Today, many ladies from official families are present, and some thrive on gossip, Lu Zhaozhao lamented. When have I, Xiao Yuro, ever feared such things? She replied boldly, and the two exchanged a knowing smile. Returning to her room, Lu Yuying found Gu Yuying fast asleep. She sat on a stool, twisting her handkerchief tightly. Today they had escaped unscathed, but she would not let the matter rest. Thankfully, the culprits had not fallen into their hands, and she secretly felt relieved. Within the room, Lu Zhaozhao and Lu Yuro sat on a small couch. Elder sister-in-law, what are your thoughts on today's events? Lu Yuro inquired, having noticed Lu Yuying's disappointed expression when she saw they were unharmed. Today's incident is no coincidence. Lu Yuying is undoubtedly involved, she stated. Lu Zhaozhao nodded in agreement. Lu Yuying had not left the Guogong mansion for days, indicating that this matter was not solely her doing. Elder sister, upon returning to the residence tomorrow, ensure someone keeps a close watch on her. I believe she will not let this matter rest easily. We must capture all those who harbor ill intentions. Otherwise, we will find no peace day by day. You are right. Chapter 78. Discovery. Mo Han promptly sent news of the events that transpired tonight to Shen Jiayan via carrier pigeon. At this moment, he had yet to rest, occupied with official duties while also preoccupied with thoughts of Lu Zhaozhao. Upon reading the contents of the letter, an aura of coldness and murderous intent enveloped him, prompting him to rise and head towards Lingyan courtyard. Early the next morning, Lu Zhaozhao awoke to the sound of Shen Jiayan's voice outside. Groggily opening her eyes, she noticed that Lu Yuro was absent from the room. Tentatively, she called out, Shen Jiayan? Zhaozhao, I am here. His voice replied from outside. Lu Zhaozhao slipped out of bed, and as she did, Lu Ruo entered, supporting Lu Yuro. With a gentle smile, she said, Zhaozhao, you're awake. They have arrived. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhaozhao realized her elder brother must have come as well. given that they were in a temple. It would be inappropriate to meet anyone in disheveled attire. She called for Lu Li to assist her in dressing. Once she was properly attired, she rose and quickly made her way to the door, where she found Shen Jiayan standing tall, though the corners of his eyes were slightly red, likely from traveling all night. Zhaozhao sniffed, feeling a bit teary, and rushed into his embrace, softly murmuring about the events of the previous day, which had left her unafraid. But now, seeing him, she felt a pang of grievance. Shen Jiayan held her tightly, softly reassuring her, "Zhaozhao, do not be afraid." After a while, she became aware of Shen Jiayan standing nearby, and, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, "Elder brother." Shen Jiayan nodded in acknowledgement. He could not help but feel envious upon witnessing their embrace, especially since his own wife had been rather indifferent in their conversation moments before. Following the events of last night, old Madame Shen had lost her inclination to linger, and after the prayers concluded, she prepared to return to the Guogong mansion with everyone. Not far off, Xiao Yuro watched as Shen Jiayan lifted Lu Zhaozhao into the carriage, a smile gracing her face. She softly said, "Yulan, let us return as well." "Miss, are we going back today?" Yulan seemed pleasantly surprised. Since their lady had kept vigil for the old madam, she had taken up residence in Xi'an Temple, and neither the Marquis nor the Marchioness had inquired after her. "Yes, today," Lu Zhaozhao affirmed. "If my grandmother were aware, she would not wish for me to be so despondent. My mother was the legitimate first wife of the Marquis of Wushan, and my grandmother held the title of a noble lady. I am the rightful eldest daughter of the Wushan Marquisate. Even if my father is unkind, I cannot resign myself to fate." Throughout the journey, Lu Yuying inquired after their well-being, and Lu Zhaozhao made no show of any distress. Upon arriving at the Guogong mansion, Shen Jiayan dismounted and carried Lu Zhaozhao down, while Shen Jiayan hurried to assist Lu Yuro. "You two must be tired after these past few days. Go rest in your rooms," old Madame Shen instructed. "Yes, grandmother." In the Zhaojia courtyard, Lu Zhaozhao recounted the intricacies of the situation and their myriad speculations to Shen Jiayan. Upon hearing her, he rose and remarked that she must be tired of living, and he would have her taken to the Dali Temple to see if she would confess. Lu Zhaozhao hastily restrained him, urging, "No, this cannot be done. The reason my sister-in-law agreed to her entering the household is due to her concern for her aunt. Even if Lady Lu fears her mother and would not dare to harm her life, she could still plot against her in secret. Surely, even the emperor cannot meddle in the affairs of his subjects' families. It would be wiser to wait until we capture those thieves, rendering her unable to defend herself. At that point, Lady Lu will likely have no time for other matters." Shen Jiayan pondered her words for a moment, then, holding Lu Zhaozhao's hand, declared, "Zhaozhao, I shall accompany you wherever you go from now on. I will have Mo Jiang keep a close watch on her, ensuring she has no opportunities to exploit." "Why Mo Jiang?" Lu Zhaozhao inquired, somewhat perplexed. After last night's events, she felt that while Mo Jiang and Mo Han possessed equal skill, Mo Han seemed somewhat more composed. Shen Jiayan cleared his throat and replied, "Mo Han will remain by your side to protect you." He could not reveal that Mo Jiang had more experience, although his intentions had been good, admitting it would surely lead to him being ousted from the main residence. Lu Zhaozhao found nothing strange in his words. Grinning mischievously, she tugged at Shen Jiayan's sleeve and suggested, "Why not send someone to investigate what Lu Yuying has been up to these past 2 years? Perhaps we might uncover something surprising." Previously, they had refrained from probing into her affairs as they seemed irrelevant. Now that she was courting danger, it would be better to let her meet her demise more swiftly. "Very well," Shen Jiayan replied with a smile, embracing her. In Ling Yun courtyard, Lu Yuro entered silently and began to remove the hairpins from her head, with Lu Zhu assisting her. Shen Jiayan sat in the room, seemingly invisible, ignored by all. Lu Yuro, already prone to drowsiness due to her pregnancy and having had a restless night, changed into her night clothes and intended to take a brief rest. When she emerged, she found him still seated at the round table and instinctively rolled her eyes at his unusual leisure. Disregarding him, she climbed onto the bed, lay on her side, and closed her eyes. He turned to glance at her, recalling Shen Jiayan's words that to win over a wife, one must abandon all shame. He rose, loosened his outer garment, and carefully climbed onto the bed, gently wrapping his arms around Lu Yuro. With her eyes still closed, she languidly remarked, "Master Shen, I truly cannot serve you well. If you wish to take a concubine, I shall not stand in your way." At her words, Shen Jiayan abruptly sat up, gazing at Lu Yuro's serene face as if her earlier callous statement had not originated from her. Today, he discovered that his wife could indeed provoke frustration. The corners of his eyes reddened, uncertain whether to be angry with Lu Yuro or himself. Noticing his prolonged silence, Lu Yuro turned her head slightly to observe him. Suddenly, his handsome visage loomed large before her as he cradled her face with one hand while the other protected her slightly protruding belly, leaning in to kiss her lips. She widened her eyes in surprise, yet mindful of the child within her, she refrained from struggling too much. After a while, Shen Jiayan drew back slightly, his breath heavy as he fixed his serious gaze upon her, saying, "Lu Yuro, I shall not take a concubine, nor will I part from you. For my heart is set upon you." Despite the genuine affections of the esteemed young Master Shen, he ultimately found himself expelled. Nevertheless, he has grown increasingly resolute. At the very least, he had the opportunity to savor a moment of intimacy today. Should Shen Jiayan become aware of this, he would likely mock him yet again. For having been ousted from the main quarters after courting his own wife, one cannot fathom what he finds so triumphant. In recent days, Mo Jiang has been closely observing Lu Yueying, yet no significant developments have emerged. However, there's been some clarity regarding the assailants and their past connections with Lu Yueying. Whispers have circulated in the capital, claiming that the Xiayan temple was beset by robbers, where the wife of the heir to the Duke of Gua and the eldest young lady narrowly escaped abduction. Lu Zhaozhao had anticipated such gossip, knowing well that good news seldom leaves the confines of one's home while bad news travels far and wide. Moreover, certain individuals take pleasure in embellishing tales, thriving on the misfortunes of others. She remains unperturbed. Upon hearing the rumors, her mother, along with her elder and second sisters, hastily penned letters to inquire about her safety. She promptly reassured them that she was unscathed and that they need not worry. Chapter 79. A fiery retort. As the weather gradually warmed, staying indoors became increasingly stifling. Lu Zhaozhao and Lu Yueying found solace in a small garden, engaged in idle chatter, while Lu Ru and Lu Li fanned them gently. "How carefree you both are. Have you any idea of the scandal brewing outside? The Duke of Gua's reputation is utterly tarnished because of you. Yet you have the leisure to sip tea and admire the flowers." Shen Jiayan remarked sarcastically as she approached, fanning herself. "Aunt, I recall your eyesight is intact. Did you not witness the events of that day?" Lu Zhaozhao retorted without hesitation. Shen Jiayan pointed accusingly at her. "Lu Zhaozhao, how dare you speak to your elders in such a manner? Even if the rumors are false, the shame brought upon the Duke of Gua is undeniably real. If you had adhered to propriety and not paraded about so flamboyantly, why would the miscreants have targeted you?" Lu Zhaozhao rose and turned to face her, enunciating each word with conviction. "You are speaking nonsense. You are vulgar." Shen Jiayan stammered, taken aback by the audacity of a noble lady like Lu Zhaozhao to utter such words. Her voice trembled with indignation. "Aunt, I implore you to choose your words carefully," Lu Yueying interjected, standing beside Lu Zhaozhao with a steely demeanor. "Am I mistaken? If I were in your position, I would have dashed my head against a wall to preserve our family's honor," Shen Jiayan venomously declared, glaring at them. Lu Zhaozhao scoffed at her words, taking a moment to appraise Shen Jiayan, curious about how she could possibly utter such a statement. Why did she have to say such things? Setting aside whether the rumors were true or not, even if they were, what difference would it make? Should the thieves have succeeded? The blame lies with those harboring ill intentions, not with us. We shall continue to live with dignity. Upon hearing her impassioned words, not only Shen Jiayan, but also Lu Yueying and Gu Yueying were momentarily taken aback. Yet, they could not help but agree with her. Why should the perpetrators enjoy their freedom while the victims bear the burden of disgrace? Before Shen Jiayan could fully comprehend the situation, Lu Zhaozhao continued, "Aunt, you haven't forgotten the reason you married Lord Rong, Have you? Since you were so concerned about the family's reputation, why don't you just end it all? Her words struck like thunder, causing Shen Jiayan's face to pale instantly. She raised her hand to strike Zhaozhao. But Zhaozhao swiftly grasped her wrist and forcefully pushed her away. Yuru immediately stepped forward, saying, "Aunt, this is not a place where you can wield your authority. And Zhaozhao is certainly not someone you can strike at will." Observing Shen Jiayan's furious countenance, Zhaozhao casually took a seat and remarked, "Aunt, I actually saved you today. If that slap were to truly land on my face, do you think my mother-in-law and the heir would let you off? Would you still be able to remain in the Duke's residence?" "Just wait, Zhaozhao," Shen Jiayan retorted, flinging her sleeves and departing. Yuru watched her leave in a fit of rage and chuckled. "Tonight, I fear our aunt will have a sleepless night. She deserves it." Reflecting on Shen Jiayan's words from the previous night, she quietly asked, "Sister-in-law, do you know where Lu Yueying has been these past 2 years?" Yuru shook her head and replied softly, "Wasn't it said that she lost her memory and was rescued by someone? I don't believe it, but I truly don't know where she has gone or what she has done." Zhaozhao waved her hand mysteriously, and Yuru leaned closer. Zhaozhao whispered a few sentences, and Yuru's expression changed. Her face filled with shock. She could hardly believe that Lu Yueying had. As night fell, Mo Jiang lay on the roof of Lu Yueying's house, looking despondent. The former residence of the Duke of Yunyang was bearable, as the heir had at least gained a wife. But what a tiresome job this was. The eldest daughter of the Lu family spent her days either smashing dishes or berating the maidservants, truly a headache. After observing for half a month without any notable developments, he lamented the heir's submissiveness. Whatever the heir's wife said went unquestioned, and it was he who suffered. Just as he pondered this, he suddenly noticed a man stealthily entering the courtyard. As a martial artist, his keen eyesight and hearing allowed him to recognize Gu Chongjun even in the dark. He watched as Gu Chongjun entered Lu Yueying's room with ease. Mo Jiang gently lifted a tile from the roof. Once inside, Gu Chongjun approached Lu Yueying and embraced her as she turned into his arms, coyly saying, "Young Master Gu." Gu Chongjun eagerly began to tear at her clothing, having remained restrained for fear of being discovered over the past half-month. "Young Master Gu, do you still want Lu Yueying?" she asked in a sultry tone. "Of course," Gu Chongjun replied, halting his actions and fixing a fervent gaze upon her. Lu Yueying adjusted her garments and produced a packet of medicine she had prepared earlier, waving it before him. "This is a sleeping powder. Tomorrow, I will lure Lu Zhaozhao out and coax her into drinking it, and then she will be yours." Gu Chongjun's eyes sparkled with excitement, but the thought of Shen Jiayan's cold gaze sent a shiver down his spine as he worriedly asked, "What if Shen Jiayan finds out?" Lu Yueying contemptuously thought him a coward, possessing the heart of a thief without the courage, yet she maintained an appearance of demureness. Smiling as she said, "If Lu Zhaozhao loses her virtue to you, do you think she would dare to tell Shen Jiayan? In the future, she would be at your mercy." The Xian Temple did not successfully abduct Lu Zhaozhao and Lu Yuro, yet whispers and rumors circulated throughout the capital, indicating that the two were undoubtedly facing difficulties. As long as Lu Zhaozhao was present, Lu Yuro would be rendered powerless. Thus, the following day, she planned to bring about her disgrace. She had already devised a scheme to gather everyone from the residence, orchestrating a scandalous scene to see how Lu Zhaozhao could possibly maintain her dignity thereafter. "Very well, let us proceed as you suggested," Gu Chongjun exclaimed with fervor, as he cast the disheveled figure before him onto the bed. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation was overheard in its entirety by Mo Jiang, who, upon witnessing the entangled couple, silently scoffed at their sordid display, deeming them thieves and harlots with hearts of venom. In Zhaozhao courtyard, Zhaozhao protested, "Are you trying to cheat again?" "I'm not. I merely intended to descend to this level." "Hurry up." Shen Jiayan smiled wryly at her exasperation. Ever since she lost to him in their last chess match, she had taken to dragging him into games at every opportunity, eventually learning to bend the rules. "Your Grace, Madam, Mo Jiang has returned," Lu Li softly announced from outside the door. Lu Zhaozhao hastily set down her chess piece and was the first to rise and open the door. Mo Jiang bowed respectfully. I pay my respects to madam. Rise and come in quickly, Lu Zhaozhao instructed, turning to re-enter the room and settle back onto the small couch. She eagerly inquired, did you discover anything? Mo Jiang glanced at Shen Jiayan's expression, who replied, the madam is inquiring about you, not me. Feeling a bit uneasy, Mo Jiang reluctantly relayed the information. Today, young Master Biao visited Miss Lu's chambers. Lu Zhaozhao was taken aback, unable to fathom any connection between the two. Indeed, they're engaging in illicit activities, Mo Jiang said, his ears tinged with crimson. Lu Zhaozhao sharply turned to face Shen Jiayan, biting her lip in disbelief at Lu Yuying's audacity. Your Grace, there's one more matter, but I hesitate to speak, Mo Jiang murmured, lowering his head. Speak, Shen Jiayan commanded coldly. He was determined to uncover their intentions, given their audacity to act so brazenly within the Duke of Protecting Country's residence. Gu Chongjun covets the madam. Mo Jiang disclosed the situation in its entirety, feeling the oppressive atmosphere grow more intense. Shen Jiayan's demeanor shifted from his usual nonchalance to a dark fury. He rose abruptly, intent on leaving. Lu Zhaozhao quickly stepped forward, grasping his arm. Where are you going? He inhaled deeply, attempting to temper his emotions, and turned to her with a gentler tone. Zhaozhao, it's nothing. Wait here for me. I shall return shortly. To him, Lu Zhaozhao's worth surpassed even his own life. The thought that Gu Chongjun would harbor such vile intentions towards her stirred a deep-seated rage within him. Lu Zhaozhao discerned the murderous intent in his eyes. To her, the pair of treacherous lovers deserved 1,000 cuts. However, she required a legitimate reason for any action taken, as she did not wish to bear the burden of disgrace for such unworthy individuals. She signaled to Mo Jiang, who immediately felt relieved and exited, closing the door behind him. At this moment, only the madam could possibly temper the young master's wrath. Lu Zhaozhao approached him and wrapped her arms around his waist, softly saying, I know you act for my sake, but if you were to kill him now, grandmother would not be able to bear it, given her fragile health. Otherwise, how about we catch them red-handed? No amount of clever excuses would suffice then. Shen Jiayan has apprehended the thieves from the past few days, and before any torture could be administered, they all confessed, revealing that they were hired by a young nobleman of exquisite attire, who, it now appears, is Gu Chongjun. Shen Jiayan gently embraced Lu Zhaozhao and whispered, Zhaozhao, I apologize. Lu Zhaozhao buried her head in his embrace, replying playfully, perhaps this can yield dual benefits. The following day, Lu Yuying personally visited Zhaozhao courtyard. Upon discovering that Shen Jiayan was not present, a secret joy welled up within her. Heaven is aiding me. She softened her demeanor and said, Zhaozhao, I was at fault before. Today, I am here specifically to apologize. Lu Zhaozhao, with a half-smile, replied, Miss Lu, there's no need for that. If you genuinely regret your actions, it would be best to return home promptly. You are right. I have made up my mind to go home tomorrow. I have intruded upon you for too long, so I wish to treat you to a cup of tea. Lu Yuying, fearing rejection, eagerly acquiesced to whatever Lu Zhaozhao proposed. Lu Zhaozhao casually touched the pearl ornament hanging from her neck, her face nearly betraying her scheming intentions. Very well, but I wonder where Miss Lu intends to take me. How about we go to the pavilion behind a rockery? The scenery there is splendid. Lu Yuying suppressed the urge to smile, already envisioning her dismal fate. Agreed, let us go. Lu Zhaozhao rose briskly, eager to see those with ill intentions imprisoned. The rockery was seldom visited, and Lu Zhaozhao immediately spotted Hong Ling standing by with a tray of tea. She nearly burst into laughter at how blatant this trap was. She took her seat without hesitation, and Lu Yuying signaled to Hong Ling, who nervously presented the tea with trembling hands. Esteemed lady, please enjoy your tea. Lu Zhaozhao received it with a smile, while Hong Ling offered 2 more cups to Lu Li and Jinju. Sisters, please have some tea. Lu Zhaozhao casually swirled her cup, remaining silent, while Lu Yuying began to feel anxious. She inquired, Zhaozhao, what troubles you? With a thud, Lu Zhaozhao placed her teacup on the stone table, and when she lifted her gaze, her eyes were already frosty. Lu Yueying, allow me to impart a single truth to you today. What is it? Those who court death shall find it. Upon hearing this, Lu Yueying's eyes widened in shock. Zhanzhu swiftly restrained Hong Ling, and a sword was drawn from behind, pressing against Lu Yueying's neck. Terrified, she turned to see Shen Jiayan with a grim expression, and Gu Changjun bound and pinned to the ground by Shen Jiayan. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and footprints marring his clothing, clearly having endured a beating. Lu Yueying's sister, Lu Yiru, was propped up by Lu Ruzhu nearby. Lu Yueying's expression shifted dramatically as she forced herself to remain calm, her voice trembling. Zhaozhao. What does this mean? Lu Zhaozhao chuckled, shaking the teacup before her. Miss Lu, you surely cannot be unaware of what lies before us. Seeing the unfolding scenario, it was clear to her that their plot had been exposed, and they were merely one step away from success. Lu Yueying, the show has just begun. Today, none of you shall escape, Lu Zhaozhao declared leisurely. Lu Yueying turned her gaze towards Lu Yuyo, who bore an expression of indifference. She cursed Lu Yuyo, reminding her not to forget that she too was a daughter of the Lu family. If anything were to happen to me today, your fate would not be any better, she declared. Despite their blood ties, Lu Yueying had endured humiliation from her since childhood, and now she sought to drag innocent people into her turmoil. She was neither a saint nor a living bodhisattva, unable to repay malice with kindness. Scoffing, Lu Yuyo retorted, do you truly believe father would choose you over his reputation and future? Of course, he would choose me. I am the legitimate eldest daughter of the Lu family, far surpassing a wretched creature like you. Her voice rose with agitation. Lu Yuyo merely smiled, remaining silent. She understood her father well, selfish and cold-hearted, with his ambitions overshadowing any familial bonds. Otherwise, 2 years prior, when Lu Yueying had gone missing, he would not have forced her into marriage, nor would he have feared the revelation of Lu Yueying's return. What are you laughing at? Lu Yueying demanded. Was so amusing. How noisy, Lu Zhaozhao remarked nonchalantly, idly cleaning her ears. Mo Jiang, Shen Jiayan called out in a low voice, regarding her as unworthy of his touch. Mo Jiang approached and struck Lu Yueying on the neck with a swift motion, and the previously fervent individual collapsed to the ground. Gu Changjun was silenced, his muffled protests barely audible. Shen Jiayan removed the grass from his mouth. Cousin, I was wrong. I will never dare again. It was all her doing. I knew nothing about it. A grown man, tearful and snotty, presented a rather unsightly sight. Mo Jiang glanced at Shen Jiayan, who casually gestured. Mo Jiang then kicked him in the chest. This time, silence ensued. Shen Jiayan turned to Lu Zhaozhao and spoke softly. Lu Zhaozhao stepped forward, smiling as she linked arms with Lu Yuyo. Sister-in-law, what a grand performance. It would be remiss not to have Lady Lu and Lord Lu witness the deeds of their precious daughter. Lu Yuyo recognized that her actions were not solely for her own benefit, but also to vent her frustrations. Zhaozhao, thank you, she murmured. Chapter 81. Confrontation at the Baomo Tang. Mo Jiang and Mo Han carelessly discarded the unconscious forms of Lu Yueying and Gu Changjun onto the ground. Lady Shen, startled, rose and inquired, Jiayan, what has transpired? Grandmother, please do not worry. When everyone arrives, I have matters to discuss, Shen Jiayan replied solemnly. Lady Shen observed the disheveled duo on the ground, her mind racing with various speculations. She questioned whether she had erred in allowing Qing Yun to return to the estate, acknowledging that her presence had brought nothing but unrest. However, she had chosen to turn a blind eye. When the guards of the Duke of the Protectorate sought out Lord Lu and Lady Lu, the latter felt a surge of secret delight, believing that matters had come to fruition, and the Duke's household was to discuss a marriage proposal. Lord Lu, though maintaining a stoic facade, felt a sense of relief. As long as Lu Yueying could be married off, whether as a wife or a concubine, any future rumors would no longer label her as a daughter of the Lu family. Approximately the duration of an incense stick, everyone in the mansion hurriedly gathered. Upon entering the room, Shen Qingyun beheld Gu Changjun, lying on the ground, his body marred by injuries. She rushed to his side, crying out loudly, and then glared at Shen Jiayan and Shen Jiayan, who stood nearby, demanding, what have you done to my son? You ought to first inquire about your son's actions, and whether he will even survive to leave here today, Shen Jiayan retorted coldly, neglecting to address her as aunt. Shen Jiayan lifted her gaze to the matriarch, weeping, "Mother, what on earth has happened?" As her words fell, Lord Lu and Madame Lu entered. Upon seeing Lu Yuanyang sprawled on the ground, their expressions shifted dramatically. Lord Lu turned, clasping his hands and "Greetings, Your Highness the Princess, and to you, Grand Lady and Duke." Madame Lu hastily inquired, "Mother-in-law, what is the meaning of this? My daughter came to care for her sister. How has it come to this?" Though Wu Shi was uncertain of the events, the sight of the two on the floor left little to the imagination. Their collusion could only lead to misfortune. "Madame Lu, perhaps it would be best for Miss Lu to recount the good deeds she has performed. The question is whether she dares to admit them," Lu Zhaozhao softly suggested. "Indeed, madam," Meng Jiang replied before stepping out. Upon his return, he carried 2 buckets of cold water, and without hesitation, he doused both individuals with it. "Oh, my son! Lu Zhaozhao, you venomous wretch!" Shen Jiayan scolded furiously. "Meng Jiang," Shen Jiayan called out in a deep voice. Meng Jiang raised his hand and poured the other bucket of water directly over Shen Jiayan. "Today, let anyone who dares speak a word against my wife face such a fate," Shen Jiayan declared, casting a glance at Madame Lu, who in her shock stood frozen, unable to fathom Shen Jiayan's audacity to act so ruthlessly, even towards his own aunt. The matriarch remained silent, her heart heavy with sorrow. She understood her grandson's character well. He would never resort to such measures unless pushed to the brink of tolerance. Coughing, the two slowly rose from the ground. "Yuanyang, are you all right?" Madame Lu immediately inquired. "Mother, I did nothing. It was them. They have wronged me," Lu Yuanyang exclaimed, pointing at Lu Zhaozhao and Lu Yuru with fervor. Gu Changjun, terrified from the beating, knelt and pleaded, "Cousin, I was wrong, truly wrong. For the sake of our blood relation, spare my life. It was her, she incited me. What nonsense are you spouting?" Just as the two seemed ready to engage in a brawl, the matriarch struck the ground with her cane, demanding silence. "Jiayan, you speak," she said weakly. "Grandmother." These two engaged in sordid acts within the duke's residence and attempted to drug Zhaozhao. Shen Jiayan stated, his voice icy. Princess Jingru, upon hearing this, darkened in expression. Did they truly believe that as the Duchess of Guogong and the eldest princess of Qi, she was dead? I did not. Lu Yuanyang exclaimed in agitation. She had thought they were merely aware of her scheme against Lu Zhaozhao, but unexpectedly, the maid of Shen Jiayan presented her with a handkerchief. While wiping the moisture from her face, filled with indignation, she smiled dismissively, thinking it was nothing of great consequence, merely a romantic entanglement. If necessary, she would allow Changjun to take Lu Yuanyang as a concubine. What was so significant about that? Besides, wasn't Lu Zhaozhao sitting there quite well? Wasn't she the one who seduced others daily? You have nothing on me. Whether you scheme against me or engage in illicit affairs is inconsequential, Lu Zhaozhao scoffed. With tears brimming in her eyes, Lu Yuanyang turned to Shen Jiayan and lamented. Jiayan, I truly did not. Miss Lu, I have no connection with you. You are well aware of your own actions, Shen Jiayan coldly retorted, standing beside Lu Yuru. What evidence do you have? She had already resolved not to admit anything. Otherwise, her fate would be sealed. I have evidence. A faint voice emerged from the crowd as Gu Yuanyang stepped forward and knelt on the ground, producing a letter from her bosom. Elder Madam, this is a letter written by Miss Lu to my elder brother. Lu Mama stepped forward to take the letter and handed it to Elder Madam Shen. Enraged, Shen Jiayan approached and raised her hand to deliver a fierce slap. Gu Yuanyang, you little wretch, just like your ill-fated mother. Although she considered this not a major issue, being exposed by a lowly maid who had always lived beneath her was intolerable. Mother, this is merely a case of mutual affection. If not, let Changjun take her as a concubine. It is hardly a grave matter. Changjun is still young. He only wishes to jest with his cousin, with no ill intent. Shen Jiayan asserted, raising her head. Yuanyang, you may rise, Elder Madam. Shen coughed lightly. Thank you, Elder Madam. Gu Yuanyang stood and stepped aside. Lu Zhaozhao observed her swollen cheek and whispered to Lu Li, who promptly exited to procure a cold handkerchief and returned to offer it to Gu Yueying. Trembling, she accepted it and bowed towards Lu Zhaozhao. Upon hearing this, Lady Lu immediately interjected. Yueying is the legitimate eldest daughter of our Lu family. How could you become a concubine? Shen Jiayan, displeased, thought highly of her son, believing him to be of noble stature, destined to marry a legitimate wife from a prominent family. How could he marry a woman who would engage in such illicit conduct? Initially, when she had discussed Lu Yueying entering the residence with Lady Lu, it was meant to vex Lu Yuru and Lu Zhaozhao. She never anticipated her son would become entangled with her. Lady Lu, I have shown you and Lord Lu enough respect by saying this. Otherwise, should this matter become public, what face would your Lu family have left? Elder Madam Shen coughed twice, knowing full well the implications. Shen Jiayan, silence. The Guogong swiftly stepped forward to support Elder Madam Shen. Mother, Chongjun is your own grandson. It is merely childish play. There is no need to escalate this matter excessively. At this juncture, Shen Jiayan remained unperturbed. She was the sole daughter of the esteemed matriarch, and as long as her mother was present, none could challenge her. Lu Zhaozhao and Lu Yuro exchanged a glance before rising to pay their respects to their grandmother, requesting her to intervene on behalf of their daughter-in-law regarding the matter at the Xian temple, which they had orchestrated. Lu Yuro echoed this plea. Do not cast unfounded accusations. This matter has no connection to my son. Shen Jiayan interjected, her voice protective. Shen Jiayan stepped forward, trembling as he sought refuge behind Shen Jiayan. Gu Chongjun, the culprits have already been apprehended by the Dali Temple. Do you acknowledge your involvement or not? If you deny it, you should make a visit to the Dali Temple. It was Lu Yueying who masterminded this. I was momentarily bewitched. Cousin, I truly regret my actions. Gu Chongjun stammered. The onlookers, upon hearing this, grasped the situation clearly. Mother, Chongjun was deceived. He knew nothing of this. It is all Lu Yueying's fault. With a resounding slap, Lord Lu stepped forward. My lord, Lady Lu gasped in shock. Father, do not dare to call me father. The Lu family has no daughter like you. My lady, it is my failure in raising my daughter, Lord Lu replied, bowing respectfully. Princess Jingru slammed her teacup down onto the table, rising with a calm demeanor. Lord Lu, do you truly believe that your mere phrase of parental failure suffices to brush this matter aside? Do you not regard me with due respect? I do not presume. Your Highness, today as events are at your discretion, and I harbor no grievances. I only implore you, for the sake of our familial ties, not to hold the Lu family accountable. Lu Yuro, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh, for her father would never hesitate between his daughter and her future. Shen Jiayan, you are the one who urged me to bring Yueying into the manor. Now that trouble has arisen, you wish to sever all ties, Lady Lu declared, unwilling to continue to shield her. Speak not of nonsense. When did I ever say such a thing? Shen Jiayan vehemently denied. Jingru, I leave this matter in your capable hands. The matriarch uttered weakly, lamenting her repeated indulgence of Shen Jiayan, which had led to this chaos. Lu Yueying shall receive 100 strikes and be imprisoned, Princess Jingru stated coldly. At this pronouncement, both Lu Yueying and Lady Lu collapsed to the ground. In the presence of the royal decree carried by Princess Jingru, her words were as binding as the emperor's own. 100 strikes could indeed be fatal. Servants rushed forth to seize Lu Yueying, who, in a frenzy, tore a pin from her hair and lunged at Lu Yuro. You shall perish. Shen Jiayan swiftly delivered a kick, causing Lu Yueying to fall to the ground, blood streaming from her lips. Rising, she laughed maniacally. I should have been your wife. How could you treat me this way? My wife is solely Yuro, Shen Jiayan replied solemnly. Ultimately, Lu Yueying was dragged away by maids and servants, and soon her piercing screams and venomous curses echoed through the halls. Shen Jiayan and Shen Jiayan instinctively covered their wives' ears. A maid entered, bowing, Madam, she has fainted. Continue the punishment. When sufficient, turn her over to the authorities, Princess Jingru instructed calmly. Yes, my lady, the maid replied before retreating. Lord Lu, should you find my decision unsatisfactory, you are welcome to report it to His Majesty. Princess Jingru raised her gaze and spoke. I would not dare, Your Highness. I am grateful for your assistance in clearing my path. With that, he took the bewildered Lady Lu by the hand and retreated. As they passed the bloodied and unconscious Lu Yueying, he did not pause for a moment. Princess Jingru turned to observe the trembling Gu Changjun, who knelt on the ground. Shen Jiayan immediately positioned herself in front of him and said, "Sister-in-law, we are family. You cannot possibly imprison Changjun as well. Besides, nothing has truly transpired, so why make such a fuss over trifles?" The Duke of Protecting the Nation regarded the unrepentant individual before him, a flicker of struggle crossing his eyes. Ultimately, he rose and knelt upright before the venerable matriarch Shun, bowing his head. "Mother, I have been unfilial. Perhaps it is the bond of maternal intuition." The matriarch felt a tremor in her heart. "Qingzhou," he straightened and said solemnly, "Shen Jiayan is not one of our Shun family." "Elder brother," Shen Jiayan exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. The matriarch inhaled deeply and tremulously asked, "Qingzhou, where is your sister buried?" The Duke of Protecting the Nation looked up in astonishment. "Mother, you already know?" Hearing this, the matriarch shed a tear. How could she not know? That was her daughter, carried for 10 months. Though she had only seen her once, she would never mistake her. When the old Duke entrusted the child to her, she saw the caution in his eyes. She understood. He feared to cause her sorrow. He had not meant to deceive her. Thus, from that moment, she regarded Shen Jiayan as her own flesh and blood, and over time, she nearly forgot the truth herself. "Elder brother, is what you say true?" The second master rose, agitated. "So, all these years, we have been sincere to a mere wolf in sheep's clothing, a counterfeit?" "Yes." The true, legitimate daughter of the Shun family passed away at birth. This was what father told me on his deathbed. The Duke of Protecting the Nation declared emphatically. "Impossible. You speak nonsense. I am the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Protecting the Nation. I understand now. You believe Changjun is heired, and thus you are eager to distance yourself from us. Elder brother, you truly possess a cruel heart," Shen Jiayan accused the Duke. "My daughter bears a butterfly-shaped birthmark on her shoulder," the matriarch murmured to herself. Upon hearing this, Shen Jiayan staggered a few steps forward, grasping the matriarch's hand in panic. "Mother, I realize my mistakes. Please do not abandon me. I am your daughter." The matriarch gently caressed her face, her voice soft. "My child, I once thought that your presence signified our fated connection, making it irrelevant whether you are my biological daughter. However, you have gone too far. I can no longer guide you. I cannot teach you." With reddened eyes, she shook her head, rising slowly to the door and turning to say, "Jiayan, our bond as mother and daughter ends today. From now on, you must fend for yourself." Mother. Shen Jiayan never anticipated such an outcome. She had been the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Protecting the Nation for over 30 years, only to be informed today that she was an imposter. Chapter 83, Death. Then who am I? Who am I truly? Shen Jiayan demanded, her voice trembling with emotion. The Duke of Guard cast a glance at her, having once treated this sister with genuine affection. Yet, after today, she would no longer have any ties to the Shun family. "Do you still remember how our father would take you every year to pay tribute to a certain individual? However, you later grew weary of the long journey and refused to go. That individual was your biological mother." Shen Jiayan's vision darkened, and she collapsed to the ground as memories surged forth, illuminating the past. No wonder, since she could remember, her father always took her out on her birthday, cautioning her to keep it from her mother. It all made sense now. Who was she? She was a refugee who had fled to the capital, and my mother, feeling pity, took her in, but she died in childbirth. The Duke of Guard spoke solemnly. "You deceive me," Shen Jiayan exclaimed. "From this day forth, you shall be removed from the family registry. That name never belonged to you." The Duke's voice was devoid of warmth. She shook her head in disbelief, unable to comprehend that, simply because she was not her mother's biological child, they could so easily cast her aside. Such a person would never seek the reasons within herself, only blaming others. "Lu Zhaozhao, Lu Yuruo, may you both meet a wretched end. Shen Jiayan, I command you to leave the residence before dusk. The Duke's household can no longer accommodate you. Should you dare utter another foul word, you shall face the death penalty." declared Princess Jean grew coldly as she rose. Shen Jiayan waved his hand, and Mo Jiang approached, pulling the dazed Gu Changjun to his feet. He cried out, "Mother, save me! Where are you taking my son?" Shen Qingyun attempted to intervene, but was firmly restrained by Mo Han. "He seeks to harm my lady. I shall ensure he suffers worse than death," Shen Jiayan replied with a chilling gaze. Gu Yuanying observed Shen Qingyun being escorted away, her grip tightening around the jade pendant in her hand. She felt a deep sense of injustice. Why should her mother lie in the grave, while Shen Qingyun continued to live despite her numerous misdeeds? Zhaozhao noticed the unmasked hatred in her eyes and furrowed her brow, realizing the girl had undoubtedly suffered much under Shen Qingyun's tyranny. In the evening, at Elan Courtyard, Shen Qingyun was busy packing her valuables. Even at this juncture, she held no belief in her wrongdoing. "As long as I live, Lu Zhaozhao and Lu Yuruo, I will ensure you do not have it easy." The sound of footsteps at the door caught her attention, and she turned to see Gu Yuanying standing silently at the entrance, her expression devoid of emotion. Remembering the events of the day, Shen Qingyun lashed out, "Gu Yuanying, you ingrate! I raised you well, and yet you dare to harm my son. No matter what, I still have this wealth. I can continue to live well. As for you, I shall see how you manage without me." Gu Yuanying stepped closer, her voice icy as she inquired, "Do you remember my mother?" Shen Qingyun's expression stiffened, panic flickering in her eyes. "No, she was too young to remember, and besides, as the head matron, what is wrong with dealing with a concubine? It seems you do remember. You killed my mother. Today, you shall pay for her life." With that, she drew a trembling knife from behind her and lunged at Shen Qingyun. Though Shen Qingyun managed to evade, she was still grazed on the arm. Montauk Chiang, hearing the commotion, rushed in and quickly restrained Gu Yuanying. Unable to break free, Gu Yuanying stared at her foe, yearning to exact vengeance, but unable to do so. "Mother, I am a useless daughter. I am sorry," she murmured before losing consciousness. Shen Qingyun was evidently terrified, trembling as she huddled in the corner, mumbling, "Do not kill me. Do not kill me." Mo Jiang, witnessing this scene, was taken aback. The young master had instructed him to keep an eye on Shen Qingyun as she left the residence, and he had not intervened when Gu Yuanying entered the room. He never expected that a seemingly frail young girl would dare to wield a knife and commit such an act. However, he had overheard their conversation at the door, and if what the girl claimed was true, Shen Qingyun was indeed not innocent. There was no option but to report to the young master. Lu Zhaozhao and Lu Yuruo were both stunned upon hearing the news. Although they did not share a deep bond with Gu Yuanying, she had previously lent him assistance, indicating she was not a malevolent person, and there must be some hidden circumstances at play. "Mother, please do not abandon me." "I am sorry, mother." The horrific image of her stepmother's demise flashed in her mind, and she awoke weeping, turning to see Lu Zhaozhao and Lu Yuruo standing by her bedside. Gu Yuanying managed a faint smile. "You should inform the authorities. I acted with intent. Yuanying, I know you are not of wicked heart. If you have any grievances, would you kindly share them with us?" Lu Yuruo gently grasped her hand, speaking softly, while Lu Zhaozhao nodded reassuringly. Hearing this, Gu Yuanying's eyes filled with tears. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, she spoke slowly. "My mother and father were acquainted long ago. To others, she was a lowly actress, but to me, she was the epitome of kindness and grace. My father once promised her eternal companionship, and she believed him. However, it was not long before he married the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Gua, and my mother became the shunned concubine. She was so naive. Despite being betrayed, she still thought it was her lowly status that made her unworthy of my father." Taking a deep breath, she continued, "Eventually, Shen Jiayan agreed to my mother entering the household, and my mother dutifully adhered to her role, never daring to overstep her bounds. Yet, Shen Jiayan still could not accept her, leading to my mother's tragic end, taking 2 lives with her. When my mother passed, I was merely 6 years old. She told me to pretend to know nothing and to live well, hoping I would be a kind person and protect myself." Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Lu Zhaozhao felt a pang of sympathy, realizing the depth of Shen Qingyun's culpability. A parent's love for their child is profound. "Yuanying, your mother wished for your survival. Yet you are willing to sacrifice your life for Shen Jiayan. Do you not think it unworthy? She gently urged. I cannot even avenge my mother. What face do I have to continue living in this world? Good will be rewarded, and evil will be punished. Those who commit sins must bear the consequences. Lu Yuro whispered. Elder sister is right. Turning her over to the authorities will surely reveal the truth. Ultimately, Shen Jiayan was delivered to the government, charged with murder. Under harsh punishment, compounded by the testimony of an elderly maid from the Rong and Bo residence, she confessed without reservation. Initially sentenced to death in the autumn, she succumbed to her fate after enduring little hardship. Upon hearing this news, the old lady Shen's eyes glimmered with tears. Lu Momo handed her a handkerchief, softly comforting her. Madam, we have shown her every kindness. Shen Jiayan, raised in luxury and surrounded by parental affection from a young age, had the potential to blossom into another Lu Zhaozhao. However, the predicament she now faced was of her own making, and she could not blame others for it. Chapter 84. Threat on the day she received the news of Shen Jiayan's demise, Gu Yuanying gently cradled the jade pendant, murmuring, Mother, you may now rest in peace. A warm breeze swept through, causing tears to glisten in her eyes as she smiled sincerely. When Lu Zhaozhao and Lu Yuru came to the Elan courtyard in search of her, they found only a letter left on the table. Dear Sister Lu, I am eternally grateful for your kindness, and should the opportunity arise in the future, I shall repay it tenfold. I hope you will forgive my sudden departure today. I do not wish to be like my mother, a mere parasitic vine. I long to try living on my own. Gu Yuanying wrote. This girl possesses remarkable spirit. Lu Yuru sighed softly. Fortunately, the great Qi is currently at peace, or she would be in great danger as a young woman. Lu Zhaozhao admired her courage, noting that she was far stronger than her unworthy brother. On their way back, Lu Yuru spoke. Zhaozhao, I wish to return to the Lu residence to bring my aunt out. My stepmother is currently preoccupied, but I fear that one day she may suffer the same fate as Yuanying's aunt. As a daughter herself, Lu Zhaozhao empathized. Had her own mother been mistreated, she would act similarly. Sister-in-law, I imagine that Lord Lu and Lady Lu may not easily consent. Yet your pregnancy could grant you the opportunity to invite your mother to stay with you for a while. They have no valid reason to refuse. Lu Yuru nodded, uncertain if Shen Jiayan would agree. In Lingyun courtyard, Lu Yuru awaited Shen Jiayan, and upon his arrival, she stood to take his official hat from his hands and placed it on the table. He looked at her in surprise, realizing she had not truly regarded him for some time. What troubles you? He inquired softly. I wish to bring my aunt to our residence, she replied, raising her gaze to gauge his reaction. Noticing his prolonged silence, she added anxiously, I understand this may not be proper, and if it cannot be done, I can move out with my aunt. Once the child is born, we can. Before she could finish, Shen Jiayan enveloped her in his embrace. Lu Yuru was taken aback, and then his choked voice reached her ears. Yuru, I apologize. I did not understand your situation before. It was my fault. Would you allow me to accompany you to bring your mother here? Shen Jiayan, are you serious? She asked softly. Yuru, let's go now, he replied earnestly. Grasping her hand, she followed him, her heart wavering. Could she trust him once more? The carriage of the Duke of Guard arrived at the front gate of the Lu residence. Shen Jiayan carefully helped her down, and the servant at the entrance promptly welcomed them inside. Lady Lu, concerned for Lu Yuanying, intended to seek favor at the official residence. But Lord Lu had warned her that if she dared to leave the estate without permission, she would be dismissed. Upon reaching the main courtyard, Lu Yuru heard Lady Lu's curses resonating within. It is all your daughter's doing. Otherwise, how can my Yuanying suffer such torment? Beat her ruthlessly. At these words, Lu Yuru rushed inside, with Shen Jiayan firmly protecting her from behind. Aunt Zhao was being restrained on the ground by a matron beside Lady Lu, while a maid raised her hand, poised to strike Aunt Zhao. Do not move, my aunt. Shen Jiayan swiftly intervened, pushing aside the maid and the elderly matron. Lu Yuru, cradling her abdomen, stepped forward to assist him in lifting Aunt Zhao. Aunt, are you all right? Her voice quivered with emotion. Had she not arrived today, her aunt would have suffered greatly. I'm fine, Yuru, Aunt Zhao reassured her, gently patting her hand. Indeed, Lu Yuru, even though you are now wed into the Duke's residence, I remain your legitimate mother in this household. Should you dare to defy me, it would be an act of filial impiety. She glared at Lu Yuru, seething with resentment. Why should she live comfortably as the Duke's wife while her daughter languished in prison, doomed to a wretched fate? Madam Lu, allow me to remind you that Yuru is a member of the Shen family, who granted you permission to raise your voice at her, Shen Jiayan declared, protectively enveloping Yuru in his embrace. Jiayan, Yuru, you have returned. Lord Lu hastily entered, having learned of their arrival as soon as he stepped into the residence. The Lu family owed their current standing to the Duke's household. This alliance ensured that his colleagues dared not undermine him, thus facilitating his successful career. Greetings, father. Lu Yuru greeted him with a respectful bow. Child, please rise, Lord Lu responded, a smile adorning his face. He surveyed the scene, taking note of the combative Lu matriarch and the disheveled Aunt Zhao, and with a hint of annoyance remarked, What is the commotion about now? Master, Aunt Zhao has contradicted me. As the head of the household, it is only fitting that I impose a light punishment, Lu's matriarch retorted. Daughter, I have something to discuss with you, Lu Yuru interjected. Her father studied her intently, noting the stark transformation. She no longer appeared timid. Her demeanor was resolute and upright, resembling a highborn lady. Softly, he said, Let us proceed to the study. Yuru, I shall await you here with mother. Shen Jiayan released her arm. In the study, Lord Lu took a seat and said, Speak. Father, I wish to take Aunt Zhao away, she stated flatly, yet with an undeniable firmness that brooked no opposition. Yuru, this is not in accordance with propriety, Lord Lu replied, glancing at her. He cared little for Aunt Zhao. Her presence allowed him to easily manage his high-status daughter. Father, you have reaped numerous benefits from the Duke's household over the years, and I have repaid your nurturing grace. Yet, Aunt Zhao suffers relentless indignities at the hands of my legitimate mother within this household. She looked at her father, her words direct and unyielding. Marriage has always been dictated by parental authority and the words of matchmakers. Furthermore, the alliance with the Duke's household is a most advantageous match. I have done nothing to wrong you, he asserted shamelessly. He was not mistaken, for the daughter of a fourth-rank official, marrying into the Duke's residence was an extraordinary fortune. However, he was acutely aware of the burdens she would face within that union. Yet, he was indifferent, valuing his daughter's happiness as a mere trade-off for his own advancement. Father, if this marriage is so splendid, then why did my elder sister elope with another? Lu Yuru inquired with a playful smile. Hearing this, Liu Fue's pupils contracted in shock. He stood up hurriedly and exclaimed, What nonsense are you talking about? Lu Yuru, gently cradling her belly, slowly walked to a chair and sat down. Father, do you think I am the only one aware of this matter? Shen Jiayan knows as well. If you do not allow my aunt to leave with me today, then by tomorrow, the entire Gongfu, or even the whole of Beijing, will know that the Lu family has a daughter who eloped. Your reputation as an official, I fear, will be in jeopardy. Observing the astonished expression on her father's face, she slowly curved her lips into a smile, revealing her father's true nature. Lu Fu trembled as he pointed at her and said, Lu Yuru, have you lost your mind? You are also a daughter of the Lu family. If this matter spreads, how will you stand in the Gongfu? I do not care, father. I do not care. Wealth and honor have never been my desires. If I cannot protect my aunt, then I am unworthy of being a woman. And I have no face to live as your eldest daughter-in-law, she replied coldly. Is this a threat to your father? Lu Fu sank back into his chair, questioning whether he had misjudged her. He had always thought this daughter to be the most obedient, only to realize her obedience was merely a facade of endurance. Chapter 85. Support. Lu Yuru did not respond. She stood up and said, Father, if you wish to maintain this matrimonial alliance with the Gongfu, then allow me to take my aunt away. Very well, you are quite clever. Lu Fu gritted his teeth, yet he found himself utterly powerless. Thank you, father, for your understanding, she said with a slight bow, then turned and exited the study. Shen Jiayan and Aunt Zhao were waiting at the door. Upon seeing her, he quickly stepped forward to support her. Aunt, let us return home. Lu Yuru smiled softly. Aunt Zhao, let's go home together. Aunt Zhao appeared momentarily taken aback. Instinctively, she looked up at Shen Jiayan, her expression somewhat flustered as she said, Yuru, I am fine. You should return home with Jiayan and live your life well. That will put my mind at ease. Mother, Yuru is now with child and needs someone to care for her. I have official duties and cannot always be by her side. If you accompany her, she can rest well, Shen Jiayan said kindly. Yes, Aunt. Please consider it a way to keep me company, Lu Yuru said, wrapping her arm around Zhao's as she had when she was a child, playfully pleading. With tears welling in her eyes, Aunt Zhao reflected that the only joy in her life was having given birth to this daughter, who had always been considerate and understanding. Yet, her heart ached with guilt for the struggles her daughter faced due to her own status. Aunt Zhao, you are merely a concubine. Why should you fear ridicule for your good daughter when you go to the Hugu Gongfu? If I were you, I would quietly remain in the Lu residence. Lu Madam sneered from aside. Over the years, she had come to understand Aunt Zhao well. Her only weakness was her daughter. Liu Fu, standing at the door of the study, did not intervene. Lu Madam, whether Yuru is legitimate or illegitimate is of no consequence. Even if she were the daughter of a commoner, she is the only wife I shall ever have, Shen Jiayan declared, turning to Aunt Zhao. Mother, my grandmother and mother are enlightened individuals. They would never harbor any grievances. Please rest assured. Aunt, you should go with your daughter, Lu Yuru said, her eyes glistening with tears. Aunt Zhao nodded tearfully. All right, I will go with you. She then turned to Lord Lu and bowed, saying, My lord, I bid you farewell. Mr. Lu opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Mrs. Lu, watching the departing figures, scolded Zhao. You shall not leave. My daughter suffers in the prison, while yours lives in comfort. Why is that acceptable? Enough, Mr. Lu reprimanded, gazing at the resolute figure of concubine Zhao. He seemed to remember how exquisite and ethereal she was when she first entered the household, and though he knew she was unwilling, he still took her as a concubine. Over the years, he was not unaware of her mistreatment, yet he turned a blind eye, choosing to ignore everything as long as the household remained superficially tranquil. Upon returning home, Lu Yuru took concubine Zhao to Baoma Hall. Old Madame Shen was not particularly surprised. She warmly invited her to sit. Concubine Zhao, feeling somewhat constrained, said, Old Madam, I apologize for intruding. Old Madame Shen smiled and replied, Nonsense. The Duke of Protection's residence is Yuru's home. You are her mother. Is it not only natural for you to be here? Besides, Yuru's mother-in-law is quite carefree. Having you here brings us much relief. Hearing this, Madame Wu chuckled and teased, Indeed, with you here, I can steal a bit of leisure. Concubine Zhao, having fallen from grace in her youth and sold into servitude before entering the Lu household as a concubine, had never been spoken to so kindly over the years. She was somewhat taken aback by the warmth. Lu Yuru smiled and held her hand, assuring her that they would no longer have to live under the oppression of others. Constantly seeking favor. In Zhaojia courtyard, after returning from court, Shen Jiayan found Lu Zhaozhao half reclining on a small couch, napping. He tread lightly, picked up the blanket she had dropped, and gently sat beside her, gazing at her sleeping visage. Lu Zhaozhao was not in deep slumber, sensing someone's gaze. She sleepily opened her eyes, and upon seeing Shen Jiayan, she nestled back into his embrace. With a light chuckle, Shen Jiayan tucked a few strands of hair behind her ear and, with a hint of delight in his voice, said, Zhaozhao, I heard some news today. Would you like to know? What news? She murmured softly. Shui Jiqing is engaged. He watched her expression closely as he spoke. Lu Zhaozhao slowly sat up, yawning, and replied, Oh, that is good news. I wonder which young lady it is. Noticing her indifference, Shen Jiayan felt a surge of satisfaction and suppressed a smile as he casually remarked, The eldest daughter of the Shao family. Shao Yuru? Lu Zhaozhao was somewhat taken aback. After all, only recently had old Madame Shao passed away. How could they have gotten engaged so swiftly? Was it due to the recent gossip? Seeing her momentarily lost in thought, Shen Jiayan teasingly called out, Lu Zhaozhao. She looked up at him, playfully jesting. Whose vinegar jar has been overturned? Why the sourness? He gently grasped her chin and planted a firm kiss on her lips. Lu Zhaozhao, in response, wrapped her arms around his neck and laughed. The sight of Lord Shen being jealous is truly delightful to me. Shen Jiayan, taking the opportunity, embraced her and leaned in for another kiss. Outside, Liuli and Jinju overheard their playful banter, sharing a quiet laugh as they closed the door. With such affection between the young master and his lady, the courtyard would surely become even livelier should they welcome a little master in the future. In the evening, Zhaozhao was tossing and turning in Shen Jiayan's embrace. He firmly grasped her swaying waist and threatened, "If you are not tired, then let us do it once more." Zhaozhao rolled her eyes in response and remained silent for a long while before suddenly stating, "Do you think that because of the matter at Xiayan Temple, Xiao Yuro has been implicated, which is why the Marquis of Yunyang hastily arranged her engagement?" Zhaozhao, you were distracted earlier. It turns out you were preoccupied with the matter concerning that shui. Shen Jiayan tightened his grip around her waist and gritted his teeth. "Young Master Shen, you are being unreasonable. My thoughts are solely on Xiao Yuro. What does it have to do with young Master Shui?" Zhaozhao replied helplessly. As husband and wife, they're already engaged. Zhaozhao said as she turned to sit up. Her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized him. She had never realized before that he was a jealous man, which prompted her to casually inquire with a suppressed smile. So, once one possesses something, they no longer cherish it. Shen Jiayan rose from the bed and strode toward the door. Just as he was about to open it, he heard Zhaozhao leisurely say, "If you leave now, I shall not hold the door for you, nor the windows." His wife had already given him an opportunity. It would be rather ungrateful of him not to take it. Reluctantly, he rubbed his nose and turned back to the bed, realizing he had managed to soothe himself without anyone else's help. Zhaozhao wrapped her arms around his, laughing heartily. Shen Jiayan reached out to tickle her, and the two soon became embroiled in playful antics. Chapter 86. Clarity at the Wushan Marquis' residence. Xiao Yuro sat quietly at her desk, transcribing a sutra for blessings. She carefully placed the scroll she had just finished into a box, which already contained a thick stack of neatly written texts, reflecting the diligence of the scribe. Setting down her brush, Xiao Yuro gently massaged her sore wrist. Xiaolon immediately placed a warm handkerchief against her wrist and softly advised, "Miss, why not continue tomorrow? Be cautious not to injure your hand. It is of no concern." Master Huiju said these texts must be copied within 100 days to be effective. "Today, my stepmother received the betrothal gifts from the Marquis of Chongping. So this marriage is settled. Given my stepmother's temperament, it won't be long before she sends me off, and I must complete this quickly." Yulan reflected on the day's events, noting that the Marquis of Chongping's wife had merely spoken a few words. Even young Master Shui had not made an appearance. Yet the lady readily consented to the marriage. She said with some grievance, "Miss, you are still the legitimate daughter of a Marquis family. It is quite excessive for the lady to agree to your marriage so easily." Xiao Yuro spoke softly. "Yulan, do not utter such words again. Grandmother is no longer with us. In the future, I will have to rely solely on myself. Young Master Shui is not without merit. He is well-educated and possesses an appealing appearance. Miss, could it be that due to the events at Xiayan Temple, the lady was anxious to marry you off?" "Xiaolan venta dimili." "Foolish Yulan, what does Xiayan Temple have to do with this? It is merely because I obstructed their path that they wish to hastily send me away. She is the legitimate eldest daughter of the family. If she does not marry first, how will her stepmother find a suitable husband for her own daughter?" Recently, the news of the second son of the Shui family taking a concubine before even marrying spread like wildfire through the capital, and it is said that the concubine is his cousin. Yulan has been by Xiao Yuro's side since childhood, loyal to her, and besides the old lady Xiao, she is the closest person to Xiao Yuro. Xiao Yuro smiled faintly. If she did not accept this marriage proposal today, who knows if tomorrow she would end up as a second wife to some widower. In the past, when her grandmother was alive, she had someone to protect her, someone she could raise a ruckus with. Now, if such a situation arose again, she would have to submit to others' whims. It is quite common for men to have multiple wives and concubines. After all, not everyone possesses the confidence of Zhaozhao. I currently have a father, but it feels as though I do not. Life in the Marquisate has become exceedingly difficult. Perhaps marrying might open a new chapter for me. The young lady speaks wisely. Yulan nodded gently. Xiao Yuro turned her gaze to a letter she had penned in advance, addressed to Lu Zhaozhao. She feared that Lu might think her decision to marry Shui Jiqing was due to the matters concerning the Xiayan temple. In truth, she understood that given her current situation, being able to marry the legitimate son of the Marquis was already a stroke of fortune. The following day, after rising, Lu Zhaozhao picked up paper and pen to write a letter to Xiao Yuro. However, before she could finish, Liu Li entered with a letter in hand. "Miss, a letter from Miss Xiao." Lu Zhaozhao took it and gently opened it. "Zhaozhao, it is as if I see you through these words. I trust you are well. I know you have heard about my betrothal. Please do not worry. I am willing to accept this marriage. Though I may not be as beautiful or as talented as you, my spirit is no less than yours. Besides you, there are few in the capital who can rival me, so do not fret on my behalf." As Lu Zhaozhao gazed at the elegant handwriting, she found it much improved compared to before, and slowly her eyes began to well up. She quickly raised her head. She is Lu Zhaozhao and cannot be like some who cry all day long. After a long while, she carefully tucked the letter away. She and Xiao Yuro had become close friends through thick and thin, and when the time comes for her wedding, she must bestow upon her a splendid gift. Yet, there was still a troubling matter at hand. In a few days, it would be the Empress's birthday celebration. When Shen Jiayan returned to the courtyard, he discovered that Lu Zhaozhao was not in her room, nor were her maidservants, Liu Li and Jinju. At that moment, Lu Zhaozhao was rummaging through the treasure trove gifted to her by Shen Jiayan. Since her marriage, she had never opened it, and upon doing so, she was taken aback. Indeed, Shen Shitzi was a veritable treasure trove. The riches within the storeroom were countless, dazzling to the eye. Liu Li and Jinju had accompanied Lu Zhaozhao since childhood and had seen many treasures, but compared to these, they seemed trivial. "Madam, what are you searching for? Let us assist you," they said, noticing her slightly breathless from searching. "In a few days, it will be the Empress's birthday celebration, and I must enter the palace with my mother. I need to find a decent gift," she replied. She placed her hand on her waist and sighed, lamenting that immense wealth could also be a curse. Choosing a gift left her utterly bewildered. If Lord Shen were to hear her candid thoughts, he would undoubtedly feel aggrieved. Who would have thought that one day, his own wife would disdain him for being too affluent? Taking a deep breath, Lu Zhaozhao resumed her search. Empress Wen had never favored ostentatious gold and silver trinkets. Her heart lay with landscape paintings. After persistent rummaging, Lu Zhaozhao finally unearthed a uniquely charming landscape painting with exquisite composition, which she examined with great satisfaction. After wrapping the painting carefully, she handed it to Liu Li, who accepted it with utmost caution. "My lady, are you assessing the extent of your own fortune?" Shen Jiayan casually leaned against the door, chuckling as he inquired. Lu Zhaozhao turned her head, playfully retorting, "Lord Shen, had I known you were so wealthy, I should have married you much sooner." Shen Jiayan laughed as he pulled her into his embrace, gently pinching her fair cheek. "Lu Zhaozhao, how is it that I never realized you were such a little money enthusiast? You have yet to discover much more," she teased, lightly poking his waist. Shen Jiayan bent down to plant a kiss on her forehead. Lu Zhaozhao was not one to shy away from affection. But upon hearing the laughter of Liu Li and Jinju behind her, she felt her cheeks flush and playfully pushed him away, exclaiming, "Could you be a little more discreet?" He chuckled, grasping her hand. "Let us return indoors. The small kitchen has prepared our meal." Though she hadn't felt hungry before, his words made her acutely aware of her empty stomach. After their meal, Lu Zhaozhao showed Shen Jiayan the selected landscape painting, asking, "Do you think the Empress will like it?" "It is quite nice," he replied, examining it closely. "The last time we saw the eldest sister in Ningning was when we had just married. Now, over 3 months have passed." Lu Zhaozhao expressed a hint of grievance, saying, "Marriage brings many joys, yet it also means I cannot be with family and friends as often." Observing her forlorn demeanor, Shen Jiayan chuckled softly, ruffling her hair. "Recently, there have been no significant matters in the Court of Judicial Review. If you wish to see Jianing, I shall accompany you to the palace. If you long for your eldest sister, I will take you to the 4th prince's residence. Should you desire to return home, I will accompany you back to the Yunyang Marquis' estate. You promised, so do not deceive me." Well, have I ever deceived you? Shen Jiayan retorted, only to meet her disdainful gaze. He cleared his throat and added, the bed does not count. How shameless, she murmured, her face flushed. Chapter 87. 8,000 Autumns. June 28th marked the birthday of Empress Wen. Zhaozhao donned a light purple wide-sleeved RU skirt, adorned with a matching hairpin that swayed gracefully, exuding elegance and dignity. Empress Wen favored tranquility, thus only royal family members were invited. Zhaozhao accompanied Princess Jingru to the Empress's residence, Changshu Palace. Empress Wen sat in the main seat with a warm smile, while Jianing quietly sat beside her. Below them were several concubines, including the crown princess, the crown prince's secondary consort, the second prince's consort and secondary consort, the fourth prince's consort, Liang's secondary consort, Bai's secondary consort, and the lovely Princess Luqing. Princess Jingru stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Jingru pays her respects to your highness. Zhaozhao joined her in saluting the empress. Princess Jingru had established a close bond with Empress Wen even before her debut at court. Their temperaments were well matched, and they enjoyed a delightful camaraderie. Upon her arrival, Empress Wen's face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, Princess Jingru has arrived. Do rise. Thank you, sister-in-law. Princess Jingru replied with grace. Empress Wen had long since arranged for a seat for her, and as Princess Jingru glanced over at Zhaozhao's position next to the fourth princess consort, she turned to take her own place adjacent to the imperial seat. The Shu concubine, seated beside her, flattered, Princess, you remain as radiant as ever. Unlike us who have aged, the Shu concubine, daughter of the Grand General of Pingxi and born into a prestigious family, held a status that could easily rival that of an empress. However, her demeanor lacked the grace befitting her rank, often revealing a sharp tongue devoid of the dignified bearing expected of a mother of the nation. Nevertheless, she dared not offend Princess Jingru. During her time as the crown princess consort, was the most esteemed princess of the Qi dynasty. When Emperor Qi ascended the throne, before even establishing the titles for the consorts, he promptly conferred upon his sister the title of princess, with vast lands and wealth at her disposal, a testament to her favored status. Princess Jingru, her gaze indifferent, coldly responded, the Shu concubine continues to possess her silver tongue. Yet I have never been fond of such flattery. Once a favored concubine, the Shu concubine had once spoken out of turn when Empress Wen was near her time, inciting the empress's ire and resulting in a premature delivery. Emperor Qi, furious, nearly relegated her to the cold palace. However, due to her own pregnancy, he merely reduced her rank, and since then, he had never set foot in her quarters again, intending to curry favor. The Shu concubine was taken aback by the lack of response, noticing the lower-ranked consorts stifling their laughter, which left her feeling embarrassed. Not daring to show her displeasure towards Princess Jingru, she turned to the beautiful consort and said, Dear consortly, it is your duty to properly educate your daughter. How can a princess of the Qi sit and eat without grace? Princess Luqing, the youngest daughter of Emperor Qi, was merely 13 years old and was enjoying a flavorful braised chicken leg at that moment. Consort Li, known for her gentle nature, had maintained a quiet presence in the palace over the years, earning the emperor's regard. Startled by the Shu concubine's reprimand, she instinctively glanced at the empress for guidance. Empress Wen, upon hearing the remarks, sternly rebuked the Shu concubine. What are you doing? Princess Luqing is still very young. Why frighten her? Your Majesty, I would not dare. The Shu concubine replied, a hint of pride in her tone. As a stepmother to the princesses, I have a duty to guide them. The upbringing of the children of the royal family falls under the purview of the empress, not a mere concubine. Are you relying on General Sun's influence? Or do you believe that with your father's command over the military, the Qi dynasty now belongs to the Sun family? Such thoughts are treasonous and could lead to dire consequences. I wonder if the Shu concubine can bear the weight of such accusations. Princess Jingru inquired, casually twirling her teacup. She aspired for her son to ascend as the crown prince, yet the treasonous crime was one she could never bear. She hastily rose and said, Your Majesty, I would never entertain such thoughts. I humbly request your discerning judgment. Shu Fei, henceforth, mind your words. As the foremost among the four consorts, You ought to set a proper example and not lead the princes and princesses astray. The Empress Wn spoke with a frosty tone. I will diligently heed your counsel. Your Majesty, Shu Fei replied, chastened, and immediately settled down, refraining from further chatter. Empress Wn exchanged a knowing smile with Princess Jingru. Today marks my birthday. We are all family here, so there's no need for restraint. The Emperor is occupied with state affairs. Let us begin our meal, Empress Wn declared. Raising her wine cup, the others lifted their cups in gratitude, and Ji Inning playfully winked at Zhaozhao. Zhaozhao, do you have any news? Genie inquired softly. What news? Zhaozhao asked, her expression bewildered, her gaze inadvertently drifting toward her elder sister's abdomen. Instantly, her cheeks flushed crimson. Elder sister, what are you implying? Zhaozhao, observing her sister's childlike demeanor, chuckled and replied, what is so strange about it? If you return home, mother will undoubtedly ask. Though Zhaozhao shared a deep bond with Jiyan in noble families, having a child signified a solid foundation. As the elder sister, she couldn't help but feel a tinge of concern for her. Elder sister, let us dine. The cuisine in this palace is truly delightful. Zhaozhao remarked with a laugh. LJ New York shook her head, smiling, while Liang CF whispered from the side. I knew you would only think of eating. BICF I paused in surprise, noticing Zhaozhao conversing with Zhaozhao, and gently advised. Sister Liang, speak more softly. Today is the Empress's birthday banquet. Let us not cause a stir. What do you know? Those from humble origins are timid and fearful. I wonder how your parents raised you. Liang CF I retorted, not only ungrateful, but also mocking. BICF I hailed from a respectable family. Though her father's position was modest, he was known for his integrity. Since entering the fourth prince's residence, she had been dutiful, seldom leaving her quarters except to pay respects to LJ New York. Sister Liang, though my father's rank may not match yours, my family is also esteemed in literature, known for loyalty through generations. How would you speak so? This was the first time BICF I had dared to rebut her. Aware of her own unremarkable disposition, she had never sought to compete for favor. She was content to fulfill her role as a side consort. Fortunate that both the fourth prince and his consort were gentle souls. Yet, Liang CFI's taunts and insults irked her. She could tolerate much. But mocking her family was intolerable. A mere fourth-rank official dares to claim literary heritage? My father is a third-rank general, and you presume to stand alongside me? Truly, you are unaware of your own limitations, she exclaimed, her voice rising, attracting the attention of LJ New York and Zhaozhao, who were engaged in idle conversation. LJ New York, witnessing Liang CFI's smug expression and BICFI's reddening eyes, realized that yet again, Liang CFI was bullying her. She chided softly, Liang CFI, what are you doing? Chapter 88. The bounty consort, I have done nothing. Do not wrongfully accuse me, she retorted. Lady Liang shrugged her shoulders, completely dismissing consort by. Had she not arrived late when Empress One was selecting a primary consort for the fourth prince? She might very well have been the fourth prince's wife today. Consort by, if you have any grievances, feel free to discuss them with me, Lu Zhaoyu said softly. Yes, thank you, princess. Consort by, the youngest daughter of her family, had grown up surrounded by affection. Now, feeling wronged, she fought back tears and spoke bravely. Lu Zhaozhao frowned slightly at Lady Liang's disdainful demeanor and turned to her elder sister, saying, does she behave this arrogantly at home as well? Indeed, consort by often suffers under her tyranny. My husband and I cannot always be attentive, which has resulted in her grievances, Lu Zhaoyu replied, taking a delicate sip of tea. If she ever displeases you, do not indulge her or hold back. Otherwise, our parents will be pained. Even if her father is a general on the battlefield. So were our father and grandfather, Lu Zhaozhao earnestly cautioned. Lu Zhaoyu chuckled at her sister's mature demeanor. Elder sister, what is amusing you? She inquired. Lu Zhaoyu gently adjusted her sister's hairpin and replied, one might think you were my elder sister. Do not worry about me. I am well aware of my own matters. Your priority should be to bear a child soon. Lu Zhaozhao pretended not to hear, and lowered her head to nibble on a pastry. Lu Zhaoyu smiled, but chose not to pursue the topic further. Lady Liang rolled her eyes at the affectionate exchange between the sisters, thinking to herself that the elder sister was pretentious and the younger sister unreasonable, both unworthy of admiration. Today, she was determined to make them embarrass themselves. Rising to her feet, Lady Liang approached and bowed, saying, "Your Majesty, I have prepared a piece of music to celebrate your birthday." Empress Wen gently instructed Zhu Yun, "Fetch a guqin for Lady Liang." When selecting a primary consort for the fourth prince, the emperor had favored both the Yunyang Marquis and the Liang family. However, she herself preferred the Yunyang family, as both the Marquis and his wife were enlightened individuals. Moreover, at that time, Lu Zhaozhao had already been chosen as a companion for Princess Jianing. One could assume that her sister, being of the same blood, would not disappoint. In contrast, to speak frankly, Lady Liang was merely a replica of Consort Shu. Fortunately, the fourth prince shared her taste, as he immediately expressed his preference for the eldest daughter of the Lu family. Even today, she remained puzzled as to why he had so decisively chosen her over the second daughter. Perhaps it was merely a matter of affinity. Moments later, Zhu Yun placed the guqin before Lady Liang, who bowed and said, "Your Majesty, I humbly present my modest skills." After sitting down, she gently plucked the strings, producing a melodious sound. It must be acknowledged that her musical talent was commendable. Upon the conclusion of her performance, Empress Wen smiled and remarked, "How thoughtful. A reward for you. I'm deeply grateful for your generosity, Your Majesty." Lady Liang beamed, clutching the reward with pride. She held great confidence in her musical abilities, convinced that no one in the capital could surpass her skill. Turning to Lu Zhaoyu and Lu Zhaozhao, she addressed Empress Wen, "Your Majesty, I have heard that the daughters of the Yunyang Marquis excel in all forms of art. Both the princess and the young master's wife hail from the Yunyang family. Might I have the honor of witnessing their talents?" Rising gracefully, Lu Zhaoyu